Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 41, How to Use Your Summons. Those who stand at the top determine what's wrong and what's right. This very place is neutral ground. Justice will prevail, you say. But of course it will. Whoever wins this war becomes justice. Don Quixote da Flamingo, One Piece. The next day, Sunday. It's now early in the morning. I'm a space station, there's no morning here, so I'm using the New York time zone as a reference. It's 4 a.m. in New York, and I'm again in the training room familiarizing myself with my new powers and changes. I noticed a loophole. To cheat through the assimilation process. Partially at least. Works like that. Yesterday I noticed that I can't use all the cyborg features of Inuyashiki because of the low percentage of assimilation. But if I use the alt form mechanic and change my body to that of Inuyashiki, I can use all his body features like his back thrusters, laser guns, and others. With a little practice, I can change only the part that I want, so will have no loss to me, and I won't need to change my external appearance. The problem is that I can't cheat all the way. The potency of attack and range of the technopathy as examples has not changed. I will have to go through all the assimilation processes to be able to use 100% of Inuyashiki's power level. And now I'm trying another idea that came from the same source. I will only transform specific parts of my body into animal parts to use these advantages more efficiently. There's no lack of people theorizing about how a human-like animal would be or how strong/fast a human-sized animal would be. Like ants that can lift 50 times their body weight. So if I can accomplish it, I will take another leap in strength. Not to mention other benefits. Right now I'm so focused that sweat has already built up on my forehead. Looking at my right hand I try to change just what I want. Mantis shrimp. The little animal that can punch like a bullet. And if we bring this power to the human level. Try to change my muscles and joints in the biological springs, latches, and levers that the mantis shrimp uses to punch, I fail again. Making only small changes are too hard. Huff *, truly my hardest power to use, I sigh, before trying again. The main problem is because my Beast Boy card is the Teen Titans version. A young and inexperienced Beast Boy. Full of untapped potential, so I will not gain any practice or experience from him. I already proved that I can go beyond what my templates have accomplished when I unlocked my own type of observation hockey. I just have to do this the hard way. Probably will be easier when I achieve 100% assimilation with Beast Boy, but there's no problem in training right now. The percentage is going up fast while I train either way. I already did something simple like making scales cover my arm and make gills while still a human. But changing such specific and in turn parts of a crustacean on top of that, which has biology so different from mine, it's very difficult. Another thing that I tried is making something of an animal appear in a different part of my body. Like making a wasp sting appear at my fingertips, or changing my tongue into a tentacle of a blue-ringed octopus. I'm just being able to hold the change for a few seconds. Might be useful in the future, like making the hole where spider webs come out on my wrist, like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Instead of getting out of my, I'm taking inspiration from a manga from my past life. Terraformers. There are many OP animals on Earth, if I can use them to the fullest. I will have many new abilities. Tardigrades and their survival capabilities, the proportional strength of many insects, many poisons, and the many regenerative abilities of the likes of planarians and some starfish. And who knows what type of dangerous beasts have walked the earth in the past. We see fossils of dinosaurs, mammoths, and saber-toothed tigers, but it's the insects and other small animals that are truly OP. After 1 hour more of practice I decided to stop. Today I should finish the assimilation of Luther Strode and Beast Boy. I will try later. Luther give me some very good control of my body, will be a boon. Buzz. I patiently wait for the MRI machine to finish the scans. Okay, sir. All done. We finished your list too. One of my bots informs me as I get taken out of the scans. After that, I revert to my normal body. I was 100% Miles during the process. I'm changing myself in all my alt forms and then making scans, exams, and checking my genetic code to see the changes. To see if I gain another organ or something like that. I will continue to do this in the future. Like when I get Dark Danny Ghost Physiology. Knowing yourself is half of the needed to always win your battles. I paraphrase Sun Tzu. I'm very curious to check my brain activity in these alternative forms. I want to see if changes anything. Honestly, it probably doesn't change much. Some things simply don't make much sense, maybe it's just how power works. Good powers will protect the user. For example, when I change into animals, my brain remains normal. Very strange. Funny that I can't speak because of the change in my vocal cords, but my mind is mostly unaffected. Except for the small influence of animal instincts. Something like that shouldn't be possible. How do I maintain the same level and intelligence if I transform into a bird? Sigh. I think there's a realistic take on this power in The Boys Diabolical. The guy transforms into a gorilla to fight, but when he transforms he simply forgets about everything and is left with a gorilla mind. Some powers just work. Like invisibility. The way that deflects light particles to prevent the user from being seen while at the same time allowing the user to see. I sigh again. In my last world, something like that shouldn't be possible. But again. It just works. Like King Crimson. Sir, Busujima-san is waiting for you outside. The bot tell me. HM. What time is in New York? 0816, the bot answered like an astronaut. By the way, I need to ask for the time in New York because if not they will give me the time based on the Greenwich line, which is the standard used by people in space stations. I walk out of the exam room and come face to face with Seiko. Good morning. Are you hungry? I ask. Good morning. A little yes. She answers. And I feel like one of those people that forgot to feed and give blankets to their friends during sleepovers. Let's go to the cafeteria. I say, leading the way. I didn't get a chance to show you everything here, right? I ask and she nods. Yesterday she is very impressed to be in space. Normal I guess, and made me think. Damn, I'm in space. In my last life only astronauts, the elite of humanity, people who need great physical and mental conditioning, could be here where I am. And I will go much far. Heh. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity, even with the danger of dying at any second. My spar yesterday with Seiko ended as expected. I gave her a beating. Even equalizing my status with hers. But it was a good fight. Seiko is better than I expected, she learned and adapted quickly. Her assimilation progressed to 50% during the half-hour spar. I thought of teaching her hockey like I did Kana, but I don't want to overwhelm her too much for now. I gave her some interesting powers. To bring her to the superhuman status. Just some minor enhancements to her physical strength and a copy of Overclock, one of my trump quirks, but I think if combined with an IAI technique can create a very strong combo. So. Tomorrow you will start a new life as a transfer student. Nervous. I make small talk while we both eat. She smiles at me. Not at all. Oh, most people would be worried and make a good first impression or something. Foo-foo. I will just be myself. Is the only way that I will act. The impression part depends on others and I can't control this. She says with a calm gaze. Good mindset, you should write a self-help book. I say, making her laugh. Almost everything that she said is true, I can tell. Except for the beginning. She will not be herself. Her true self can't be accepted by the modern world. Is what she thinks. I decide not to comment on it for now. I will solve this darkness of her at later date. After this, we talked about ourselves. She says that is just her and her father in her last life, and she does not know her father's whereabouts when everything went to shit. She gave me more details about the zombie apocalypse. She never met the main cast, and she was very well by herself. Till a certain idiot that she met fired a gun, blowing up a gas station and attracting a fair amount of zombies. Her boken, which was already worn out, ended up breaking and she was overwhelmed by more than 50 zombies. In the end, she committed suicide using the broken and pointy part of her wooden sword to pierce her throat. Well, she is a badass. Exactly like I imagine what a samurai would be like. She is a national champion in Kendo too. Zombies shouldn't have been the end for her if it wasn't for her high school girl stamina. Too bad. I'm really curious to see how far she can go with the proper power-ups and opportunities. I talked a little about myself too, nothing much. And this made me think that maybe I should reveal even less personal information to the other summons. Especially the bad guys. Seiko is okay, she is the first international agent, so she will be in my inner circle eventually, but the others. I will treat them differently. Equity, you know. Treat people differently based on their differences. Humming to myself, I watch the dozen serums vials being filled and mixed in the lab. Simulations run on my computer, but I'm very confident that this serum is at least 5 times more effective than the serum I made at BNHA World. The capacity to bring a person to peak human level of Erskine Super Soldier Serum is a great boon to my own creation. Honestly, I would rather wait to win some more formulas and projects from the world of Marvel to perfect my serum. Like the Extremis Virus, Centipede Project, and even Luke Cage Power. My own serum uses my blood to give a person high adaptability, especially to their own powers. Erskine Serum gives peak human capabilities. Extremis give incredible healing factor. Luke Cage's power, which comes from the formula of Dr. Noah Burstein gives, invulnerability, is just really durable skin. I want a serum that can give everything. Is an unreachable objective for now, but one day I will make this serum affordable to everyone. When I am in power, where I can control the world enough to be sure that this won't be misused. First, distribute to my own metanation, as a test. Everyone will be better. And then I expand. Sincerely, the potential of the super soldier serum goes much beyond military purposes. The serum can make humans better, jump steps in our evolution and bring us closer to the other races in the universe. Honestly, I think all races at some point have developed a super soldier serum in their history. I think Thanos himself is full of genetic enhancements and cybernetics augmentations. The comic version at least. The MCU downgraded how smart he really is. And he is not that cool too. With that holy warrior vibe in a crusade to make a better universe. He is just Marvel's biggest simp. Unfortunately, he is a dangerous simp. Sigh, I really need to know what's happening in the universe. Maybe Thor has a way to get intergalactic news, I will ask him next time. I decided to do the summons already. Right now is truly the best time to bring these guys. With the exception of Edna, she can be considered a little special, so I will summon her later, to not bring her together with this bad batch. I head to the training room again. Siko and Cathalu have followed me and are by my side as I customize the background of the ones that need it. Hee hee. I have some plans for them. Clicking in confirm, I summon Erwin, Saul, Armstrong, Yuvajin, Rob Lucci, and Johan. All together. Only the first 3 with backgrounds. I keep standing waiting for them to appear. Cathalu at my feet and Siko a little behind me. The familiar scenes of them being formed by motes of lights take place. Siko looks closely, being the first time she sees from this perspective. By the way, Shago had asked to be present when I did the next summon. Now is too late. I didn't expect useful summons to come and now is the best time. I can't wait. The 6 of them appear. Their appearances are exactly as expected. With the exception of Erwin, Saul, and Armstrong, I customized their background to make them younger. The 3 of them are in their mid-20s. Because when I went to create Armstrong's background I realized that I can't make him a senator right away. It seems that the reality warper power from the essence has a limit about affecting too many people. So Armstrong and the others are just people who have just graduated from college and will start climbing into their position from the start. Well, with my help and their talents will be fast. They already has the experience. Everyone has different reactions to their sudden appearances. Erwin, the tall blonde man, looks around for a bit before he notices me and doesn't shift his gaze anymore. His posture is straight and his face is serious. Saul is the most flustered with the whole ordeal of changing universes, frantically looking around. Honestly, he's the first summon to show so much surprise. Well, he's the normal reaction, right? He is exactly like in the show, just younger. Without wrinkles and with a head full of hair, you're welcome. Not Senator Armstrong also only looks younger. He is the same fucking mountain of muscles with a friendly smile on his face. He is just standing there, pun intended, calmly. Now to the people who didn't receive the background. Yuvajin is a tanned and brawny man, full of hair on his body and head. His hair looks like a mane. He looks like a brute and is exactly what he is. He also looked around for a bit till he saw me. Maybe his battle instincts are warning him because he's looking at me pretty seriously. Rob Lucci is using the full white 3-piece suit from the CP0 and... oh looks, is his pigeon. He's using a top hat and a tie too. Hee hee. Cute. As I think about it, Rob Lucci kneels down to me. Okay, awkward. I think is part of his soldier mentality, right? You can rise. I say calmly. The rest of the people look at me with measuring eyes. Ugh, Johan, don't smile at me. You give me the creeps. Johan looks like a truly harmless handsome young man. With a gentle face and calm smile. But his eyes. No wonder people say that the eyes are the window to the soul, his true nature is leaking out through his dead eyes. I feel I've seen enough and I decide to start talking. You know. Will be a bother talk with you guys and explain everything, so I start uploading knowledge about this world to them using my telepathy. Very basic and easy to understand because of Yuvajin, Rob Lucci, and Erwin, who are from very different worlds from here. All of them groan in discomfort as they adapt to their new memories. My name is Hector, just so you guys know. But don't talk about me out loud ever. Call me boss, leader, or whatever. But don't use my name when talking about me. All information that I give them is about the world. Nothing about me. No way in hell I'm giving information about myself to them, especially Johan. With time they should discover on their own. But like this, the bond relationship will go up. Stunks. I start to circle them. These guys will need a different approach from the girls. I wonder if anyone will give themselves for me to use as an example. Power play is always useful in this new subordinate scenario. I know about you guys. I can begin by saying that no one in this room, with exception of the lady over here, is a good person. Including me, I say, looking at them one by one. Obviously, there are various degrees of bad. Some of you just receive cruel orders. I look at Lucci. Some of you gave cruel orders. My gaze goes to Erwin. But I can say for sure that all of you guys are willing to dirt your hands, right? And you guys are very good at that too. I stop in front of them again. And this is exactly what I need you all for. I have an objective. Bring a change to this world. I say, gesturing to the window that shows Earth. The curtains open, revealing the scenario of space and Earth. This time all of them show surprised faces. None of them were ever in space before. To the ones that don't know. I look at Erwin. He is the one who is the most behind. That is our planet. We are in space and I will take you guys to live your lives there later. Everyone with his own mission. I will not give details now. I believe that all of you know the importance of compartmentalization. You guys just need to follow the orders. Don't worry that I'm not a bad employer. In no time you will all see the benefits. Money, a long and healthy life, power. True power. I put emphasis on the last part. In most of the cases you guys can live normally and freely, but following certain rules that I will quote in the future. If you guys search in your memories you will see that you have a very comfortable life in this world already. You're welcome. I said to the trio with the background. And the rest, I thought that you all would prefer the anonymity, but I will give money to start a life from zero. I speak, turning to the ones who are actually going to act on the villain side. Any questions before I continue? Erwin raises his hand and starts talking when I give permission. I have a request. He says. Oh, keep going. You give us knowledge about the Omniverse. Your power can manipulate it a little, right? Is it possible to go to my universe? I have an unfinished mission there. He says. That's a first. Everyone that I summon doesn't have a huge attachment with their former universe. Erwin really has a huge sense of responsibility, huh? And maybe he's curious. He died before reaching Aaron's basement. He wants to know the truth. I can use that. Well. I know everything about your world, Erwin. All the secrets. Do you want me to tell you? I ask, making him widen his eyes. Let's do it like this. I start before he responds. In the future, I plan to visit your world. Don't know when, but if you do a good job, I will take you with me to take care of your regrets. If you want to know about the basement and the secrets of the Titans, I can tell you now. I say. He pauses for a long time. Now I'm curious, maybe helping with his regret will increase the bond relationship faster. It's good to give him a reward too. And it's not like I will lose anything going to his world. The Ackerman bloodline is something that I'm eager to study. And that crystal thing is also a fuel. All right, I will do my best. I hope that you won't forget about this promise. He says before relaxing. I shrug my shoulders. What is he gonna do if I go back in my word? I don't even specify what he needs to do, or how long will take to travel to his world. All the cards are in my hand. If it is like that, I would like to go back to my world too and kill the chain bastard that killed me. Yuvajin said, suddenly making me look at him. No. I say simply. I think I just found the example. Come on, give me the opportunity. You're the most short-tempered in the room. What? Why this your bastard dash, oh nice. Internally I smile. But my face grows cold and I release my Haushika haki. I was expecting this. So easy to manipulate these guys when I know everything about them. Third-person POV instant pressure affects everyone. Obviously, Hector holds back when using haki against some people, like Siko or Saul. But everyone can feel that their life is not in their hands anymore. Hector has enough control to give pressure on different levels. Just enough for everyone to stay conscious. Huh. Hector looks downright pissed after hearing Yuvajin talk. Faster than anyone could see he attacks Yuvajin. Using his right hand he presses Yuvajin's face to the ground. A 1-meter-wide crater appears around Yuvajin's head. Are you forgetting who you're talking to? Hector asks with an eerie calm voice. His eyes blazing with power. I brought you into this world. I have all the right to do the opposite. Is Hector overreacting? Maybe. But like he said, none of these guys here are saints. Hector doesn't treat people with equality, but with equity. These people need a little tough love to be put in their places. Better prevent now than need to correct some wild behavior later. If I say no, is no. You don't question me, Yuvajin. But I will explain myself this once. Hector says, not letting Yuvajin raise his head. Owen there asked me to go back to help his comrades, fight for his people. You want some petty vengeance against a well-deserved punishment, you genocide maniac. You fight a 1-on-1, and you lose. Deal with it. After taking so many lives, why are you don't accepting your own demise, huh? Strangely, Hector sees Yuvajin bond relationship go to February 10th. Maybe Yuvajin is one of these guys who respects strength above all else. Finally letting go of Yuvajin's head, Hector straightens up and looks around. Let me take things clear. I know that you guys have killed, scammed, tricked and toyed with people's lives. And I want you all because of this. But Hector's eyes grow cold again and hockey is again released from his body. I have a bottom line. We don't touch normal and innocent people. He says with purpose. I don't care if you guys use murderers, pedos or rapists to sate your urges. But if any of you touch a single hair of someone innocent. He didn't finish because there was no need. Someone more attentive would notice that Hector appears to be talking directly with Johann, although his words are to everyone. The pressure suddenly vanishes and Hector takes on a friendly expression. That said, working to me has plenty of benefits. You guys will be very happy. He smiles, his change is so abrupt that he sends a shiver through the less hardened summons. But before I give your guys my blessing. Yuvajin. Yes. Do you know how to awaken the Nen in someone? Hector asks suddenly. Never taught anyone. This is Yuvajin's reply. I see. So punch me. Hector says smiling. What the fuck? Is this some kind of trap? Yuvajin thinks warily. Everyone else also makes strange faces too. What's the problem? Chickening out. Hector mocks with a smug smile. Your little dash, Yuvajin starts off irritably before stopping as he remembers what happened a minute ago. Just punch me to try to awaken my Nen. Hector says. Isn't that simple, you know? The masters infuse someone with Nen carefully to open the Nen nodes. Yuvajin speaks. The rest of the people in the training room don't understand the conversation. Yes, this is the safe method within the dangerous method. Just punch me with your Nen already, your pussy. Don't you want to take revenge against me because I cleaned the floor with your ugly face? Hector mocks again. You can see the veils pulsing in Yuvajin's forehead and neck. I will show you. He says through gritted teeth. All of you, take some steps back. Hector warns and everyone obeys, Seiko giving Hector a worried look. Nen. The power system from the Hunter x Hunter world. The technique that allows the user to manipulate their life energy, aura. Similar to Ki or Chi, but more versatile. Everyone has life energy, aura, but only Nen masters can manipulate it freely and have it in great amounts. In the world of HXH, there are two ways to awaken Nen. To open the Nen nodes, it is necessary for arduous training and meditation or. Like Gon and Killua did, having the help of a Nen user to open their Nen nodes and by inserting their own aura in the target body. Some people awaken Nen without even trying. Generally, people with Nen are from the special type. As Yuvajin said, this fast method of learning Nen is a dangerous process. But different from what he believes, it is not necessary to have good control over Nen to awaken someone's abilities. In the Chimera Ant arc, the Chimera Ants began to awaken Nen after being attacked by Nen users. And then they used the crude method of punching each other to awaken the Nen. This method has a survival rate of 10%. The main plot is even a huge selection where they would make thousands of new Nen users to be soldiers and food by this selection process. That is, it is possible to awaken Nen by being punched by someone with Nen. Yuvajin doesn't know it because a normal person would normally don't survive the attack. Chimera Ants have sturdy bodies to survive the attack. And Hector has too. And the aura that is the fuel to the Nen is not some special power of the HXH universe. Is life energy. Everyone has it. So there's a huge chance that Hector could awaken Nen by being punched by Yuvajin. This is one of the reasons he summoned Yuvajin. Yuvajin doesn't have a special technique that Hector covets, he is an enhancer that punches people. Simple as that. If he is Netero, Maruam or another with a Nen of special type or with a huge amount of experience, Hector would have assimilated him. Yuvajin stops in front of Hector and prepares to strike. Hector narrows his eyes seeing Yuvajin's action. First of all, he is using his left hand and doesn't appear to go all out. Is he holding back on his own? This looks a little out of character. Is the influence of the essence? Hector muses to himself. Yuvajin prepares and punches Hector in his right chest. Boom. A little shockwave spread but Hector remained unmoved. Looking almost contemptuously at Yuvajin's fist resting on his chest, Hector says. Seriously? Did you not eat breakfast? If this is all that you can do, I will be very disappointed. He says with a bored face before putting his hands in his pockets. Hector had planned to defend himself with Haki and other powers secretly as a show of power, but it is totally unnecessary for him to put effort against this weak punch. Okay then. Yuvajin says before clenching his right fist. No one can see, but a great amount of aura is being emitted from his fist. Hector's eyes change, and blue covers all of his pupils and his sclera. Clock engine patterns that form some sort of magic circles appear in his eyes. Oh, I can see now. Like steam. So this is his aura. Hector takes a closer look at how Yuvajin moves his aura inside and outside his body. This must be Ken, one of the advanced Nen techniques. While Hector thinks about it, Yuvajin punches him again. Boom. A much louder sound is emitted this time, but again Hector doesn't even move a millimeter. This isn't gonna work. Try again. Full strength. I will make myself the weakest possible, like a baby. Hector says with a sigh, no wonder you got your ass kicked by the chain bastard. Did you know that he took a shovel to the duel because he knew that he would need it to bury you? Hector adds. This seems to do the trick because Yuvajin looks really pissed now. The aura emitted by his body even makes the weakest members give a step back. Hector can see with his all-seeing eyes of God that the aura that was previously transparent white became crimson in color. Did change with his mood, or is this just him going all out? Does everyone have different colors? I remember that Netero and Gon's aura is golden, right? Well, when Gon goes to kill Pitu his aura became black, or this is just an anime thing. Hector distracts himself while Yuvajin accumulates Nen in his first. A ko now, huh? Fucking finally. Hector recognizes another of the advanced Nen techniques. Nen is one of Hector's favorite power systems in the anime omniverse. Aura manipulation is nothing new in any manga of battles. But Togashi-sensei explains very well the in and outs of how people use Nen. Info dump ahead. Nen has 4 basic techniques that anyone needs to know to be considered a Nen user. And 7 advanced techniques that are variations and combinations of the basic techniques. The 4 basic techniques are Ten, Zetsu, Ren and Hatsu. First of all, it's important to know that everyone has aura/life energy. And this energy is constantly escaping our bodies and eventually, we will run out of life energy and pass away. 10. The first basic technique allows the Nen user to hold his aura more tightly, enveloping his body in a protective layer of aura. Gon and Killua stated that it's like being enveloped in a very impact-resistant jelly. And it's because of this control that many Nen users have long lives. Zetsu, the second technique, is even more extreme. The Nen user closes all his Nen pores, don't allowing his aura to leave his body. Is a technique used to erase his presence. The downside is that the user becomes very vulnerable without any aura to protect himself. And Ren is the complete opposite of Zetsu. The Nen user emits his aura frantically, allowing his body to grow significantly in strength. But is a very tiring process. Hatsu is very unique. Is the unique way that all Nen users release their aura. In simple words, the Nen user secret techniques. And this is something that made this power system interesting. In many fictions, some people receive their powers naturally, and conveniently these powers are a good fit for them. A guy good with a sword awakens a convenient power that uses the sword. One Piece like to subvert these expectations and going in the opposite direction of these clichés. It is common to see people that can't use their powers properly for several reasons. In the case of Nen, you create your own technique. And the strength of the technique depends on a few factors, but one of the most important is the compatibility with the user's personality. Like a hobby or some talent, or even some life experience. The more the user likes the technique itself, the stronger it will be. A clever way to give people powers compatible with their personalities. Now about the advanced techniques, they're basically a specific use of a basic technique or a combination of the two of them. The advanced techniques are Shu, In, Gyo, En, Ko, Ken and Ryu. Shu is someone using Nen in an object, enhancing the said object. Very common in fiction. Byusashoku Haki can do something similar. In is a better Zetsu. The user masks his aura, allowing it to go undetected without the need to become vulnerable. But there's a weakness. The Gyo, that is the act of concentrating most of the aura in a part of the body, enhancing greatly this body part capability. A special use of concentrating aura in the eyes allows the Nen user to see auras hidden by the In. Attention to the word most. The user doesn't concentrate all of his aura in a part of his body with Gyo, because this act will let the rest of his body unprotected. And this is another advanced technique, the Ko. Very risky. Concentrate 100% of his aura in a body part. The Ryu corrects it, a master of Ryu can freely control the aura of his body. Putting different amounts in different body parts depending on the need. Like putting a huge amount in the arm that is punching and putting another huge amount in the abdomen that will be punched at the same time. Then there's Ken, a combination of Ten and Ren. It is very simple but very exhausting. It is just the use of the Ren constantly and allows a more strong protective layer on the user body. And at last, but not least. N is also the use of Ten and Ren. But N uses the scattered aura to detect everything. Like observation hockey. You can imagine the N like that. There is a thin layer of life energy covering everyone, even non-N users. The user of N expands this layer, allowing him to feel and see the vicinities like he is touching with his own hands. Hector previously used N's idea as a basis to train his telepathic field. There are others more unique techniques. Like Maruam's unique way to use N. He transforms his aura into small particles and spreads much far instead of just making a N field. Info dump ends. Sorry, but it's important. I don't copy-paste from any place and try to explain Nen in a less boring way. I think this is better than saying snippets later or letting you guys need to search on your own. Yuvajin focus on his Ko. Ko is a risky move, but no one will attack him anyway. He pulls his fist back before giving Hector his strongest punch. Big Bang Impact. Oh yes, they have names to super moves too. And in their universe truly make the attack stronger. Anime logic. I'm not proud to admit that I yelled sometimes in the BNHA universe too. Hector thinks calmly as he lowers his defenses. The punch hits Hector square in his chest, making him bend forward slightly. Boom. A huge shockwave spreads in the training room. Hector is sent to the wall, but his feet are still dragging on the ground, making two huge scars on the ground. Boom. Hector hits the wall. Holy fuck. Did he kill him? Now what? Saul Goodman exclaims shocked, still not accustomed to the fact that people like that exist. Hector. Seiko mutters worriedly and starts rushing to help him. But once again a crushing pressure enveloped everyone, making it hard to breathe. What, monster? Yuvajin mutters in shock, mouth agape. He is the only that knows Hector would survive because he didn't see Hector's aura disappear at any time. But now, even he is scared. The pressure being issued from the hole in the wall is tremendous. Is different from when Hector used Haushiko Haki. If previously Hector's Haushiko Haki is like being very close to a hurricane, with the wind pushing your body backward and with no air going to your lungs. Now is like everyone has fallen into a deep part of the ocean. Like the air is solidifying. Their shoulder feels heavy. It's equally suffocating but in a different way. They can see Hector calmly using his hands to get out of the hole in the wall. A single step that he takes makes the pressure increase. So this is Nen. I'm glad that worked. This anime body is useful. Hector says, analyzing his own hand with his eyes. Aura is life energy. Everyone has it. And it is possible to increase by training. But there are people who are born with different amounts. The Chimera ants are an example. Especially the King and the Royal Guard. Hector has an infinite lifespan now, thanks to Luther Strode. But this only means that he has an inexhaustible reserve. That doesn't mean that his reserve is already big. His incredibly sturdy body is helping him release insanely large amounts of aura. Hector has the source of all living matter from Attack on Titan 2. That surprisingly will help him increase his aura passively even without effort. He is not even using Ren, but his aura could be comparable with Neferpitu. But this can also be because of the unconventional method of awakening Nen. Many people who survive the baptism perish because they can't control the aura/life energy that crazily escapes their body, eventually exhausting their life energy. After becoming satisfied with his inspection, Hector decides to restrict his aura. 10. He uses it naturally. Then Zetsu. Easier than I thought. Hector considers trying using Ren, but decides against it after seeing everyone panting. Only Rob, Lucci and Yuvajin are a little better, but even then looks like they have just fought for their lives. The normal ones are on the ground kneeling and gasping for breath. If I put murderous intent behind my Ren, people will break mentally. Something like that happens in HXH. I will try later. Hector thinks as he slowly approaches everyone. Congratulations, Yuvajin. He says and then raises his thumb. There's a little smear of blood on his finger. Your attack managed to take a drop of blood from me. Hector finishes with a smile. That's good praise. Even if Yuvajin doesn't know that. Hector even let Yuvajin's aura go rampant in his internal organs because he knew that he can recover easily. But make him cough a drop of blood. Hector is a little impressed. But to Yuvajin and the rest, looks like he is just flexing. What? Surprised that I'm strong? There are many people stronger than me there. Hector says, pointing to the wall showing the space. And you guys can be strong too. I can share my powers with you all. Remember what I said about receiving my blessing, Hector says. If he already showed the stick, it's time for the carrot. First of all, let me give your guys some well-deserved basic protection. Hector says before his eyes become serious. He is concentrating a lot now. Everyone, even Seiko, feels their mind become heavy. A discomfort spreads through their head. Sometime later Hector relaxes and everyone release a sigh of relief that they are not knowing that they are holding. What did you just do? Armstrong asks, while clutching his head and noticing everyone doing the same. I just gave you guys protections against telepaths. Hector says, don't bothering himself with their discomfort. In this world, there are people that can read minds. I assume that you guys wouldn't like that. I too need to protect my secrets, so I set some defenses in your minds. We'll defend their minds from everyone but me. Hector thinks internally. Like Hector has said, these guys can be problematic. So taking inspiration from many fanfics where Xavier put backdoor in Jean's mind to always probe her memories undetected. Hector did the same. He will check their memories periodically. See what they're doing. Especially Johann. Although he doesn't want to touch Johann's mind even with a 10-foot pole, he is too cautious to let Johann be at his own devices. Sincerely, Hector wants to have minimum contact with him. He will not underestimate Johann's ability to get under people's skin. Now is time for the good part. Time to become better. Hector says before extending his hand to Euvagin's head. He remembers reading about Euvagin wanting to have a punch as strong as a nuclear bomb. This type of guy who pursues strength is easy to understand and to please. The bond relationship with Euvagin is already 3. After distributing the adequate powers to his new summons, Hector dismisses everyone. Except you, Erwin. Your world is too much backward, you need some personal guidance. Follow me. Hector says, the rest, just follow the bots to your rooms. There are some things like money, tech devices, and others things to help you guys. Unfortunately, till the serum is completed, Hector can't give all the powers that he wants. Personally, he wants everyone at least Spider-Man strong, with a great healing factor, and then with adequate powers depending on the summon's capabilities and talents. Armstrong. Later I will call for you. I want to study your nanomachines. Hector says to the muscly men. You're the boss, boss. Armstrong gives a salute and a nod. His smile never changing. What a friendly fella to a final boss. Follow me, Erwin. We have so little time. He says before leading the way. Helena POV passing through the portal, I am finally home. I mean, Hector's home. Mine is another, that I will need to move today. But I think I will always consider Hector's house my home. Walking through the room in Isabella's Infinity Castle power or whatever, I reach the door to the house. Putting the password, and then putting my digits and retinue, I finally have access to the real house. Paranoid. Typical Batman. It appears that Isabella can make a room that connects 2 places not very far. So using a room as a medium is possible to connect my and Shago's house to this place. So as Hector says, it's not like we won't see each other more often. I'm just a portal away. Groaning and putting my bags down, I relax. Okay, that's a relaxing trip, but it's always good to come back. Coming downstairs I hear Isabella finally arrive behind me, but I don't care. Going to the living room I see Hector in his chair. Oh, you two are back already. Welcome. He says smiling. You girls look beautiful by the way. And I thought that it is impossible already. He adds. Heh. Shago will love hearing this. I say, new pet. I ask seeing that he is holding a turtle in his lap. The turtle has a gap on his shell in the format of a key. Knowing Hector and Cathalha, this can't be a normal turtle. Yes, meet Gamera. Hee hee. I could name him, I'm surprised, you know. He says. I don't understand the last part, but it appears that he named the turtle after that monster that fights Godzilla. Where is Shago? He asks. I notice something, there's a board game on the table in his front and there's another chair. A visit? No, impossible. A new companion. She is a little late because she annoyed Isabella. So Isabella is not transporting her heavy bags from her. I leave with a smile. Annoyed Isabella? How? Hector asks confused. Heh. She loudly declares in a certain shop, look Isabella, this is so you, while showing a very skimpy French-made outfit. Everyone in the shop started looking at Isabella strangely after that. Hector laughs out loud. Haha, yeah, I think she deserved it. That clothes have less fabric than napkins. Isabella said at my side. At this moment a woman, a teenager, appears from the kitchen holding a trail with 2 cups. She has purple hair and eyes, and Asian features. So I was right. I look at her and wait for Hector to introduce us. Meet Busujima Siko. Siko, meet Helena and Isabella. Our new companion, just like you two. We are playing shogi before you guys arrived. Hector says. The teenager, Busujima, put down the trail that contained tea and give us a bow. A pleasure to meet you too. Hector-san talked a lot about you all. She says politely. Likewise. I say, and Isabella bows too. I'm still observing her carefully. It's not because I trust Hector now that I will trust everyone that he brings with his power. So you are really bringing other people, huh? Any interesting new power too? I ask. Well, I can do this now. Hector says while opening his arm like a cyborg, showing a high-tech weapon underneath it. Son of a bitch. I knew that you were too perfect to be real. So you are a fucking robot. And this is Shago arriving like Shago. She is holding many bags that she just drops on the ground. Where can I order some more of you? I want 20. She says as she approaches Hector. Welcome back, Shago. And no, I'm not a robot, this is just a techno-organic power if you want to know. Hector calmly explains, and you can't handle 20 of me. You can't even handle one of me. Hector says smirking and raising one eyebrow. Wanna bet? Shago says sitting on Hector's lap like is the most natural thing in the world. Hector remains unaffected as always. And who the fuck are you? Shago says hostilely turning to Busujima while still sitting on Hector's thighs. She even reclines herself on him, making him his chair. Shameless cougar. Nice to meet you. You must be Shago-san. Hector talked a lot about you. My name is Busujima Siko. Busujima says politely and bows again. Oh, talked. Talked what exactly? She asks, turning her face to look at Hector, her face very close to his face and neck. He said that you're a precious companion and friend. Busujima says smiling. Oh, he said that. But he said that I'm only a friend. In truth, we are more than that. Shago lies easily, you're smelling good. New perfume. Shago asks abruptly while she goes even closer, sniffing Hector's neck. Hector gets serious, are you feeling something strange, he asks. Eh? No, why? Shago asks. Hector hesitates for a second before answering. I received a new power package. And one of the side effects is pheromones that make me irresistible to the female gender. Hector says, making quotation marks with his fingers, I'm suppressing them, but it appears that is not enough. He finished a little unsure. I'm glad that he comes clean with us. I like Hector's honesty and sincerely, I've seen worst powers that make me much more uncomfortable. Like X-ray vision and telepathy. But I was never worried that Superman would check out my titties. In the end, it's all about the user. Sniff no. I'm not feeling any irresistible urge. You just smell good, Shago says after checking. I'm glad. This power is more trouble than it is worth. Hector sighs. And your guys don't look as disgusted as I expect with my reveal. He said, looking at me. I've seen worse. I say, simply shrugging my shoulders. Wait. I'm feeling something. Shago says, suddenly making Hector's face look serious. I'm all hot and bothered. Hector. You need to take responsibility. She says, moaning and panting while she turns to mount him. You're lying, I can tell, Hector says simply before phasing through Shago, letting her fall face first on the chair. So is just your normal horniness. I think there's no cure for that, unfortunately. I say, and Shago gives me the middle finger. TSK. I shouldn't have said the truth so early. Shago pouts. Yeah, a mistake on her part. But she probably felt that Hector is bothered by this whole pheromones thing and she wants to assure him. In the end, she cares about him too, is not just her horniness. And you're Mr. She points at Hector, you promised that I would be present the next time that you would bring people here. I bet that there are other women too. You lecher, I have seen through your harem plan already. She says accusingly. Well. First of all, most people are male this time. And I decided at the moment to bring them now to take advantage of the momentary chaos on New York. He says, shrugging. And you don't want to meet the rest anyway. Except for Edna, that you will meet later. Why not? I ask. Hector doesn't respond, but I hear a ping coming from my smartphone. I sent the information about them to you guys. He does not even touch his smartphone. New power 2. I look at the info or our new friends. Yuvajin. Crimes, mass murder, assault, cannibalism, and theft, I read out loud and then look at Hector. Johann Liebert. Crimes. What the fuck? Why is this guy not dead again? I ask Hector with a little of heat in my voice. He shrugs his shoulder. As I say, I don't choose who I can bring. But you can choose to bring him or not. Yes, and I bring him because he is useful, he interrupts before I continue. And expendable. Relax, Helena, he is in the palm of my hand and will never escape. You share my philosophy that it's impossible to eradicate crime on Earth. So he is useful to control crime. Bring back that old school mafia that has boundaries and limits. But this guy. I start. If he steps out of line I will kill him. Hector interrupts me again and I swallow the words I was about to say. Hector is dead cold serious now. His eyes were sharp and his tone of voice leaves no room to the discussion. I have no attachment to Johann. He is not like your guys. I will not hesitate to separate his head from his shoulders if he does something against my orders. And I've already left strict orders of what he can't do. Hector says it with finality and there's nothing more I can say. He can do that too. I almost forgot because Hector is nice to us, but he can end us at any time. It's a sobering revelation, but I have no reason to think that he will use his control over me to do something bad. He hasn't done anything so far. Okay, I trust you. I say. Thank you, he smiles. By the way, these profiles. You have one from us too. Shago asks while skimming through the new people's information. No, there's no need. I will only do this to the new people now. So you know who you're dealing with. The three of you are a little special for being the first ones. I'm special. Shago smiles before throwing herself at Hector again. I can only roll my eyes at her antics. You're scaring the newbie. Asterisk sniff asterisk they grow up so fast. Hector fake cries while he sees us off. From now on we will no longer live together. Look at your guys, already moving out. He continues. I can only roll my eyes to him. I don't know, but he looks more funny. Maybe he's finally being himself with us. Like me, I think he is very cautious of us in the beginning and now he is lowering his almost impregnable guard. Oh, acting like a parent. Do you want me to call you Daddy, too? Shago says, catching him off guard. Better not, yet, he answers. Oh, so at some point dash, and then they start their thing. They're back and forth. Get a room already you two. You are already moving out too. I ask the Japanese girl. Yes, I have school. She answers. Sucks to be you. Shago says. Remember to use the special cell phone or the Palantir to call, Siko-san. Hector says. We finally said goodbye. Now we won't see each other that often. That is what I'm thinking. Third person POV. Next day. Hector comes home after another boring day in school. When he arrives in the living room, he sighs. I know I said you guys could visit at any time, but isn't it a little too soon? He asks Shago, who is lying on her stomach on the couch while she uses her smartphone. What? I'm a guest now. Treat me better. You're a horrible host. Geez. She says simply. I thought that you guys would enjoy your new freedom. Helena emerges from the kitchen and speaks. We are bored. Hector can only sigh. You guys know that Hector can't know Shago and Helena, right? He asks while sitting in his chair. Yeah. We use the portal. We are not coming here from the front door. Shago answers. What are you watching? Helena asks Shago. A tutorial on how to make Idolin's hairstyle. Yeah, there are many people with goatees nowadays, because of Stark. Helena speaks. People already start copying the heroes. Celebrity worship is sick enough, now that there are literal superheroes things can go very crazy. Hector says, remembering some weird shit that he saw about himself on the internet. Like a goth woman who tattooed, Idolin personal own a hole above her ass. He doesn't know if he should feel flattered or freaked out. Yeah, check this out. Shago says before starting reading something. Thor trembles when he looks at women now, his throat dry and his muscles tense. And he only finds solace in Idolin arms. The trauma of the battle in New York changed the Thunder God forever. He doesn't trust people of the opposite gender anymore. Only the one that released him of the clutches of the evil which could reach his heart. Shago tries to continue but then she starts laughing uncontrollably while clutching her stomach. But what the actual fuck is this abomination? Hector asks with his mouth agape. It's a fanfic. Haha, Shago answers while laughing. Love, thunder, and power. The love story about a broken god that now has a phobia of women and the mutant outcast. They find solace in each other's arms. Ha, Shago is out of breath now. Oh god, I'm gonna die from laughing. That's it. I've seen enough. I'm destroying humanity now. There's no hope. This is my villain origin backstory. Hector says, still shocked. He is seriously thinking of joining forces with Ultron now. Ha. This is nothing. Wait for the fan arts to appear. Helena says with a distant look and a frown on her lips. They're already fan arts too. Haha, Shago says suddenly before she starts to type in her smartphone. Look at this. She says showing the screen. Ugh. Me and Cap. Hector says disgustedly. There are some interesting ones too. Look. Seigo shows another. But now is from her and Hector. It looks like the theme is BDSM, because Lady Jade is on her knees choking in Idolin's dick while mascara runs through her face. Idolin is holding her by a leash and Lady Jade's hands are tied behind her back. Hector can only facepalm. So it begins. The price of fame, I guess. Helena says looking at the drawing. Is this that common in your former world? Seigo asks. Yeah. There's a superheroine that has it worse. Power Girl, Helena says remembering her past life. Well, dressing in a one-piece swimsuit with a boob widow attracts the wrong type of attention. Hector says next. Yeah. I never understood her choice of clothing. Helena says. Looks who is talking. You left your abs bare to the world. Seigo accuses Helena. Excuse me, is not everyone that can use unstable molecule fabric to their clothes? Do you know how hot is using my former sook? If I need to let some part bare to breathe, much better being my stomach. Helen defends herself. Fair enough, Seigo shrugs. Master Hector, I would like to ask to not make a public appearance. Never. Isabella adds with a strange face. Hector can only sigh. Yes, Isabella. Relax, I will not force you to do anything. Damn, there's really a lot of superhero porn already. Seigo says while scrolling through her smartphone. Look at this. She shows them. Hector's facepalm again. Why me and Susan Storm? We have exactly one interaction with each other. He asks after seeing a blonde woman using the Fantastic Four costume while bouncing on a guy using his own suit. Who knows? There's some drawing of me and Hulk and I bet that is just because we are both green. Seigo says. Now I don't know what is worst. Porn parodies about me or the girls. I never thought that I would say this but. Fuck you Rule 34 foot Hector thinks. And why Alexis Texas is Susan Storm? Hector asks murmurs to himself. And he realized that is the wrong thing to say just after the words left his mouth. Everyone starts staring at him. Seigo. Helen. Isabella. I mean, cough who is this lady so proficient in the ways of human reproduction, he asks with a robotic voice. Seigo only narrow her eyes to him. You're surprisingly nice to the invisible woman that day. She says. What? Do you want me to punch her for just blocking my path? Chill. Hector defends himself. I've seen your mother's pictures by the house. She continues. And? Hector asks before taking a sip of his drink. Blonde with blue eyes. Did you have an Oedipus complex? But he spats on the floor, but stops the liquid telekinethically and cleans everything. Hell no. Gross. Hey, just asking. Nope. Ugh. Well, theoretically everyone has a little of the Oedipus complex because their father and mother are the basis of the ideal person from the opposite gender. But no. I don't have an Oedipus complex. And the fact that Susan Storm looks a little like my mother means nothing to me. Hector starts before answering calmly. Ugh, now you destroyed my chances with her with an Emma Frost. And Carol Danvers. Hector shudders while retreating to his room. The three girls look at each other. Seigo smile. Smart. Helena compliments. There's too much competition. Seigo answers. But who are the other two? I need to check. So many rivals, Seigo says before going out to check on Hector's database. Japan. This is the new transfer student. Please, present yourself to the class. The teacher says to Siko. Mine May is Busujima Siko. Please take good care of me. Siko gives a deep bow. Her beautiful appearance of her attracts the attention of the boys and some girls. The other girls are jealous and hostile toward her already. Right now she has black hair and eyes, thanks to the little pendant that Hector has given to her. Funnily enough, she thinks it's strange that everyone has black hair. To her, the great variety of colors is the norm. Hector's instructions are just to live and inform him of anything strange. As a coincidence, a girl called Hisaki Ichiko is in the same class as Siko. New York Police Department. This is. Captain George Stacy asks Officer Mahoney. Captain. This is the new guy Erwin Smith. The officer says passing some papers to the captain. Checking the papers George Stacy can see that Erwin Smith has high qualifications, passing with flying colors in the academy. Is only natural, in the world of Attack on Titan, Erwin only loses to Armin in intelligence. With a high IQ is easy to Hector customize a good background for Erwin. You're German. George Stacy asks looking at the 6 feet 2 inches blonde man. Naturalized American, Captain. Erwin gives a salute. I see. Your help will be appreciated, Smith. But New York is going through rough times. Are you sure that you are fit to the job? The captain asks. I will do my best, Erwin replies confidently. Is a good beginning. Welcome to the New York Police Force. The two shake hands. Thank you, sir. I will not disappoint. Senator Stern looks at his new assistant. He is a huge man full of muscle. What's your name again? Stephen Armstrong, sir. A pleasure to work for you. Armstrong says amicably, going for a handshake. He holds Senator Stern with his two hands, bows a little, and smiles. You're huge. The senator comments. Hey. I was a quarterback in college. But after an injury, I devoted myself more to my studies. But I still have a healthy body. Armstrong answers with an easy smile. I've seen your qualifications. Impressive. Hope that you can do good work. The world is a mess with all the superhumans that don't respect our laws appearing. I wholeheartedly agree. No one is above our nation and our laws, sir. Armstrong replies with a smile. I see what you try to do about Stark. Two bad people are riding high in his popularity and don't see the danger in letting one person monopolize the technology. Exactly. And I'm the bad guy. To try to bring our nation above others. Stern says pleased that someone understands him. When you make the mother of all omelets, you can't fret over every egg. Armstrong shakes his head with a smile. So what that you're confiscating his weapon? Would not be the same if someone make a nuclear bomb. Yes. Senator Stern looks at Armstrong again. I think I can use someone with your talents and vision, Armstrong. I am honored, sir. Armstrong replies with a friendly smile. Saul Goodman is feeling good. In the beginning, he was with cold feet about this whole superpowered people ordeal. But he is an adaptable man. His last life is not an overly pleasant one. Rarely does someone like him. Everyone thinks that he is an asshole. It bothered him until he realized that he's good at being an asshole, so he embraced this new way of living. And now, someone wants him exactly because he is an asshole. He is hopeful about his new employer. He is younger now, smarter, full of energy, and he even has a shadow of a six-pack underneath his suit. Life is good, but it can be better. Now he has the chance to restart from zero. With his experience, it will be a breeze. It sucks to lose his fame and reputation, is after all one of the most important things to a lawyer, but he can work things out. His new job as a public defender will jumpstart his career. He opens the interrogatory room abruptly. Oh. Please step away from my client, officer. Congratulations, Mr. Brown, your savior is here. He says flamboyantly. His job is simple. According to Hector, many criminals have just received an bad hand from the world. A obvious thing, by the way. Not everyone is a criminal by option. So Saul will help these poor souls to have better lives. Now, about the other not so much poor souls. The real motherfuckers. When Saul releases them, he will give his new boss a call. And a certain black-clad hero will catch the criminals again. Is infinity money, baby, let's rock the system. Saul thinks. In an apartment in Hell's Kitchen, a man is trembling after having shot his girlfriend. His mouth is agape and his eyes are wide. His hands lose their strength and he releases his gun. In a dark corner of the room, Johann Liebert observes the view from the widow, without caring about the tragic scene that he himself is responsible for. Walking a little in the dangerous parts of the city, Johann is mugged. The unlucky robber has no chance. After being defeated and having a little talk with Johann, somehow the man ended up killing his own girl. HHW. Johann played with his insecurities. How Johann knows the mugger's insecurities? Well. Hector gave fucking Johann Liebert telepathy. Nothing strong, just a beta-level telepathy. Capable of read minds and seeing some memories. Hector is a little curious about how much damage Johann can do to the criminals with his new power. Johann is a mad dog, Hector wants him to bite other people. That is the best use of his talents. If one day Johann bites Hector's hand, there will be no more Johann. It's okay, Jamal, she deserves it. Johann's soft voice addresses the young criminal. Jamal had a beautiful girlfriend. A little above his league, and this is the source of his insecurity. Seeing Jamal's memories, Johann saw how jealous he is of his girlfriend and one of his better-looking homies. A homie that is always very funny when Jamal's girlfriend is present. And she is always laughing with him. After a friendly talk with Johann, Jamal snapped, and this is the result. Let's search for your friend. Don't worry, I will help you. Johann puts his hand on Jamal's shoulder. Jamal is a small criminal, but he killed an old couple some months ago. So he is within the limits of what Hector allows. His girlfriend is an accomplice of his criminal activities too. Hiding drugs, money, and guns in her apartment from her. And funny enough, the girlfriend is really cheating on Jamal with his friend. But before we go, Jamal. Why don't you present me to you, boss? Is it true that he has connections with the Kingpin? I always thought that the Kingpin is an urban legend. Johann saying smiling. Southwest, this is the place, huh? Yuvajin asks with his arms crossed while he looks around the underground arena. Yes, on the surface looks just like a bunch of rich people having fun watching superpowered people fighting, but in truth, the Kingpin is using this place to recruit new henchmen. Johann answers Yuvajin, like many of the rich people here, he is using a mask. Adapting, huh? Yuvajin conclusions. Yes, criminal bosses are not stupid, the ones that are don't last long. How did you find this place so quickly? I asked politely. Some people, Johann answers, making Yuvajin snort. Criminals already noticed that they can't defeat the heroes by conventional means. And heroes can't be bribed or blackmailed like a normal cop. Now, the criminal bosses, especially Kingpin, are trying to even the playfield. Many maybe are trying to do lab experiments and other means. But one of the ways is through this criminal arena. Huge rewards to the winners, with this they can acquire people without trouble. The fact that people come here is already a testament to their greed. So it should be easier to convince the fighters to work for them. You're next. Hold back a little to not scare the possible employers. But at least show that you can at least deal with Spider-Man. Johann advises. Okay, looks unbeatable but not scary enough to make these bastards piss their pants. Yes. Even better if you look like a simpleton brute that only cares about money, women, and fighting. Okay. Yuvajin nods, you've worked hard. Already accepting your place under our boss. Trying to be praised as a good boy. Yuvajin tries to provoke his colleague to measure him. Huh. I'm truly curious. Is Johann's reply. Question mark. Maybe it is because of my lacking of true feelings. But I can feel it clearly. His power changed me. Johann say. I care for him now, slightly. Is a novelty. Well, that's good. I think. Yuvajin asks unsure. Yes. Johann gives a sick smile. I ask myself how I will feel if he dies. Exclamation point. Did I will despair? Broken tears. I'm very curious to feel this. I almost want to make this happen. But something deep in me prevents this. I think if I do this will not have the desired effect. Will be meaningless. Will be such a shame to lose this chance. This is such a good opportunity to feel firsthand what everyone feels in their darkest moments. To finally understand how deep is the abyss of despair. On a side I want him to succeed in everything and share his joy. But in another hand, I have nothing against seeing him fail. Hoo-hoo. And if I make him kill me? How will I feel? Is betrayal that painful, Yuvajin? Can I make him like me enough to make him feel bad for killing me? Can I accomplish my perfect suicide by his hands while burying him in darkness? I want to see and feel those things. Hee hee. I'm glad that I come here. Right now Johann has a large smile on his face. Holy shit, this guy is completely nuts. He is Hisoka level of nutcase. Even myself felt a shiver hearing this bastard talk nonsense. Zeta Space Station. You need to have control over every fiber of your body, Rob Lucci advised with his arms crossed. Hector is training the Rokushiki. In truth, is not hard for him. He already has very good control of his body and he passes the physical requirements. Tekai, Hector becomes rigid, his body like a rock. At high levels, these must become useful. Like Nen, they're advanced techniques of Rokushiki, like a long-ranged Shingon. Hector likes to gain powers. And even better if it's from different sources. As an example, Hector can teleport. And he has many ways to do it. But he wants to be able to do this in every way. Magically, technologically, by his own power, with an innate power of some race on the future. If someone blocks Hector's magical powers, he can use them from other sources. And so on. Hector doesn't want to have a weakness to be explored or a blind spot. Normally this would be a pipe dream for anyone. People have limited time and talent. But not him, his true potential is that eventually, he will be good at everything. He just needs time. But now with his own efforts, he can shorten this time. Now is Kamii. Yes. HM. Yes. This is the body of a god. Edna Mode exclaims dramatically while analyzing Hector's physique. He is only in his boxers right now. Crunch crunch asterisk. Did you guys mind? Hector says exasperated to Helena and Shago that is observing him with great attention while eating, like a show. No, we don't mind. Shago says, did you mind Helena? Not me, you can continue. Hector can only sigh to their hums of appreciation. I will see your girls too, wait for it. What do you want to your suit, darling? The diminutive woman with a bob cut, that looks much younger now asks. Well, I like black and white. My body can change, and the UMF is already good. I just want a better design, Hector answers. Yes, yes. Your old suit looks like it been designed by an 5-year-old child with a crayon. Edna says dismissively. Hey. But this cape has to go. I will not allow you to use this abomination. She says, turning her face to the side with a harumph. Edna, we talked about this. My mantle can be detached easily. Will not be a problem. And it's good to hide things. Hector says placatingly. Humph. I will not make you a new one then. You need to go out looking like an emo Hogwarts student. Is okay, I just want a new design for my suit. This is an insult to my skills. But okay. I will make better white lines, will accentuate your muscles. Edna starts to say excitedly. Your muscles will make all other men's testosterone levels drop down by your sheer presence alone. Women will want to have your superior babies. Edna gets excited and points to the sky with a smile full of teeth. By the way, it's possible to disguise. You know. The volume on my crotch. Hector interrupts her, little embarrassed. Ooh. Edna slowly turns around, but this is one of the things that I would accentuate. You need to flaunt your superiority to everyone, know who is the alpha in the precinct. Sigma, Hector jokingly thinks. But it's okay, darling, there are ways to make that your penis won't arrive in places before you. Edna says, rolling her eyes. Now is time for you too. Purple girl. No capes. Hey. And you. Why did your suit look like a cubist painting? Heh. I like her, Hector thinks. After taking everyone measures and preferences, Edna says goodbye. She has a house in Paris, and thanks to the background card, Hector was able to bring all her technology with her. Now darling, it's time to rock the fashion world. Bye-bye. She says while she walks through the portal. Thanks Edna, you're awesome. Hector says goodbye. Tell me something that I don't know, darling. Hello there. Everyone is good. And answer some FAQ. First. The MC's appearance. You guys know that Hector previously is a skinny nerd 6 out of 10. Now, after assimilating this last batch, is safe to say that he achieved the absolute 10 out of 10. He is as handsome as humanly possible. Without God of Beatty, incubus bloodline and other bullshit that he will not gain for now. Appearance, like money and intelligence, is a great thing that make life easier. Hector knows this and he will use this. But he needs to hide his identity. Is too little time to become so beautiful. So. I will describe high appearance with images as a reference. Hector as Eidolon will let himself go. He is 6 feet 4 inches, foot as a reference, Cap is 6 feet 2 inches, feet, and Thor is 6 feet 6 inches, foot. He will grow even more probably. He only 16 after all. As Eidolon, because of his half mask, any youthfulness of his face is hidden. So people think that he is in his early 20s. High only change his hair to white and make its long to make Aaronsman bun. His eyes change colors constantly. But generally is that brilliant purple of royal titans. As a civilian, Hector will settle for being 6 feet. He looks skinnier than his Eidolon counterpart. He uses large clothes. Glasses and lets his black hair fall on his face. He almost always with a bored expression. There's a difference between Hector's and Eidolon's posture too. One walks with his puffed chest, confidently, and his presence alone can suffocate someone. Hector on the other hand will not receive a double take if someone passes by him on the street. But people are not stupid. Girls can look at Hector and see, oh, he is cute. He would look better if he takes care of himself. Woman has attention to detail. Hector looks a little unremarkable at first glance. Recently I see record of Ragnarok and oh, you can imagine Hector like Beelzebub. Just with glasses. Now to the questions. About his powers. Someone asked if he copied Shinso quirk in BNHA. During that bank robbery scene. You guys can consider taught every quirk that appears in BNHA, Hector has a copy too. But Hector will not use his villainous quirks to do hero work. By the way, recently has been revealed the second user quirk. Thanks, I don't invent some bullshit. Is an OP quirk but it need to charge. So you consider this the reason that Hector don't use it against Thor. This quirk and FA gene. Hector's cyborg body against Magneto. Dudes, he can change between normal, flesh and bones, and cyborg body anytime. He can even use Inuyashiki powers without turning himself into a cyborg. But will be weaker. As a comparison. If Hector assimilates a dragon, his flame breath would be weaker in human form. Now let's show your guys something funny. In my last chapter, I wrote this phrase. Whatever. I shrug my shoulders. I don't need to treat these guys like I treat Shago and the others. Context, Hector is talking about the evil summons. And someone comment this. Are you a misandrist or a misogynist? Because this statement encapsulates both variances of hate speech. I have flagged the author and story based upon the hate speech written. What the actual fuck, ha ha ha. To make myself clear. No one can treat everyone equally. I emphasize 2 times in this chapter that Hector will treat his summons with equity. He doesn't care about gender, race, religion. He cares about the character's past actions. He will treat them based in this. Sorry, dear reader. But if you saw misogyny in this statement, maybe the problem is in your eyes. You're the one seeing hate where there's none. I'm not even religious, but God bless you and seeks for help. Touch grass or something. Get off Twitter. Not everything is about race and gender, okay. Now at last. In the chapter that the world reacted, we saw Magneto and the professor reaction. Some people are surprised about how chill they are. Hee hee. Are you guys not sick of Magneto as a crazy irrational supremacist in most of fanfics and the professor as a mind rapist Dumbledore? Maybe they're not that bad. People has layers, you know. Let's analyze Xavier. He messed up with the Phoenix. But he is a handicapped man that meets a multiversal threat. He doesn't know how to deal with deal. He is afraid. He himself thinks that he needs to shoulder this responsibility. He doesn't know that he is making a time bomb. He has no prior knowledge. He is a man that his only way to be safe from people is his telepathy. And then he meets something above his comprehension. That throws all his efforts in the trash. Understandable that he is afraid, well, it's don't excuse him. But he is not a villain. Just a little unlikable. And Magneto. Fun fact, did you guys know that in the Secret Wars, the saga where the Beyonder wants to understand good and evil and put heroes and villain to fight? He puts Magneto on the side of the heroes. He thinks that Magneto is a hero. I fanfics, to create a conflict is easier making Magneto a guy who wants to crazily recruit someone by force. Forcing his way of thinking. A very hateable trait to anyone. But I like Magneto. Principally in the movies. To Magneto, Eidolon is a strong mutant that can defend himself, so he is not worried about him. He thinks Eidolon will eventually fail and see for himself that there's no way of coexistence with humans. And someone asked how he knows that Eidolon wants to make a middle ground between Magneto and Xavier ideologies. Well, Hector doesn't hide this from Jean and Jean doesn't hide this in the Institute. And you guys think that Magneto doesn't have some spy there? Well, about Magneto. I like A Song of Ice and Fire, you know. Rarely are there truly evil guys there. There are people with certain motivations. If we understand them we can break down their personalities and see that they're not a villain per se. Sometimes only broken or misled people. Like Jamie. Everyone hated him in the beginning, I bet. I don't want these characters to be one-dimensional like most fanfic. Things are not that simple. I want to do justice to their amazing characters. And despite that, conflicts happen, with good versus good, very common in the comics now. Evil versus evil. Not only good versus evil. Let's see how Eidolon and Magneto's meeting will be. And well, Hector can't have a bad relationship with his future father-in-law. Bye-bye. Till next time. Stay good. Chapter 42, Socialize. But I'm an introvert, eaters. Enjoy. When you're born that big an a-hole, at least you can do is have a little empathy. Wasp Rick. Anthony Stark POV. While trying to synchronize the neuron link with the newest armor prototype, I asked the annoyed face of Rhodes on the screen. Tell me again why you didn't fight with us against the invasion. I already know the why, but is my responsibility as a friend to rub salt in the wound. My superiors have decided that in the case of defeat, we couldn't lose all valuable personnel. And then they changed my password to the hangar where the armor was stationed and put me on house arrest. Rhodes explains. His face is all I need to see to know how pissed is with this whole thing. Basically, in the case of my eventual death, that will be most likely if we consider that they nuked the city, they don't want to lose my tech. So they confiscate your toy and grounded you. I ask sarcastically. Tell your mommy, the military, that daddy here give you that toy and she can't take it like that. He sighs again and says. At least they give it back, and now I'm putting people that I trust to guard the armor. Yeah. You learned from your mistakes. I say while noticing that the prototype is not responding to the commands, too bad you lose the chance to be part of the cool club. I turn to him lifting my shoulders. Now when you appear you will always be my sidekick, armor boy. This is not important. And is Iron Patriot now? He says exasperated, anyway, I called to ask how are you, Tony? Rhodes says looking at me seriously and I pause. Well. I'm a multi-billionaire, the smartest man alive, an international superhero, something that you are not, and the most famous person on Earth. I'm very good, thank you for asking. I answer dismissively. Isn't Reed the smartest man alive? He only has more PhDs, he has no other feats to speak for. I answer quickly. And the most famous people are Captain America, Thor, and Eidolon. He continues. They're just the novelty. They've appeared now and will be quickly forgotten. I roll my eyes, this guy looks like a dog with a bone. I decide to change the subject. I'm working on a way to remotely control my armor. This will allow me to bring it to me at any time, any place. When I finish, bring yours here, I will change it too. This way, you will never be grounded again. I say. He looks at me and nods. Now I'm busy, bye. I don't wait for him to say anything else and end the call. Reclining in my chair, I take a deep breath. I close my eyes, trying to relax. But it's useless, and for an instant, I'm not on my tower anymore. For an instant I'm on a battlefield, battered, armorless, and powerless, the bodies of my fellow heroes scattered around, unmoving and lifeless. New York. I'm suffocating, my legs weak, the world spinning. Why? Tony. Tony. With a scare and a gasp for air, I return to reality. I'm back at my lab in Stark Tower. Nothing changed, but the overwhelming feeling of helplessness and despair continues to weigh on my chest. Tony, are you all right? I look at my side and see Pepper looking at me worriedly. Ugh, here we go again to another nagging talk. You scared me, I was resting. I lie. I called you plenty of times. Jarvis even warned you that I arrived and you just stood there. And you were shaking. She says, checking on me. Just my body trying to find a good position to sleep. Sleeping 30 minutes now and then 30 minutes in 4 hours is not really sleeping, Tony. She says, starting to get mad. Ugh. How do I explain this to her? She will not understand my worries, and I also don't want to worry her too much. She already has enough on her plate taking care of the Stark industry. I need to work on my armors. I need to be ready next time. And isn't that a terrifying thought? Next time. There will be a next time. I know it. I can feel it. I always thought that I could easily solve most of the problems of the world if I put a little effort into them. I just never cared before. I will be the first to admit that I'm a little of an arrogant guy, but I don't think it is unfounded. I'm smarter than most, richer than most handsome than most. So it's not an exaggeration to say that I'm in the top 1% of the world, right? So I was very pleased with myself. Well, till I received my first wake-up call when I was kidnapped by terrorists. At that moment I felt my mortality. But at that time, I was not very worried about my life. I was more worried about my legacy, maybe. The lives that I destroyed while getting rich. I never cared to think about that. Meeting Ensign changed that. So I decided to prove to myself and to the world that I can do good too. First, going to destroy all my weapons in the hands of terrorists, the more direct approach. And then change Stark Industries to something better, out of the weapons business, the slow approach. I thought that I'm finally on the right path. That I'm finally making the world a better place. Found my call. My reason to be alive. See. Tony Stark can do it if he wants. I even boldly declared that I had privatized world peace. And damn, I was wrong. Very wrong. My silence is urging Pepper to continue her nagging. But before she can go on, one of the holoscreens shows something interesting. Yesterday night, Eidolon saved 8 people from a building in flames. The fire department declares that his efforts and his efficiency are praiseworthy. Now, stay with the footage. The news anchor speaks before the screen shows another scene. By the shaking of the video, the footage was probably taken by a civilian with a phone. There's a 5-story building being engulfed in flames from the ground floor to the top. It looks pretty bad. Even firefighters are having a hard time getting in. And then he arrives. Well, the person filming didn't capture Eidolon's arrival. It's night, and he wears black. But everyone felt it. The air trembling, the sonic boom, his "I'm here" that reaches everyone's ears even if he is not shouting. He just fucking drops from the sky directly onto the roof of the building. There is no noise of destruction, so he must have become intangible. His entrance, for some reason, makes a sound, of him landing inside the building maybe. Not a second passed before he arrived and a gust of wind extinguished the flames and then expelled all the smoke from the building. Like is being controlled, and probably is, the smoke goes to the sky spiraling and dispersing. Sometime later, people start emerging from the entrance, and Eidolon phases through the wall carrying 3 people. Slowly he descends to the ground and people just make their way to him. Everyone is silent, even myself, and I'm just watching through the screen. Just a few seconds is all he needs to solve a crisis like that. Can I deal with something like that? Absolutely. But he's just too fast and efficient. The footage doesn't stop. It is possible to see Eidolon lowering a woman to the ground. People came out of his stupor and started cheering. She inhaled too much smoke. Eidolon's voice echoes as he looks at the woman on the ground. A man who is probably her husband approaches her quickly and worriedly. This will be unpleasant. Eidolon says and extends his hand. His hand remains a little above the woman's torso and he makes a pull motion. Black smoke starts flowing from the woman's mouth and nose. And she starts to cough violently. Eidolon turns her around quickly and lets her cough on the ground as he pats her on the back. Her face is full of tears and snot, but she is alive. Damn. I can't help but says. Did that guy have a solution to everything? I thought that I'm a prepared guy. What convenient range of powers he has. I know, right? Pepper says at my side, eyes glued to the screen. I'm a big fan. She adds. Well, that's new. Hey. Why are you not my fan too? I ask with fake outrage. She rolls her eyes and answers. You know the thing about never meet your heroes? Yeah, whatever good image you have out there, it was destroyed for me a long time ago. Fair enough, I can concede on that. To me, Eidolon is another wake-up call. There are people like that hidden on Earth. I remember Fury saying how I'm not the only superhero in the world. And there's a bigger universe out there. But. Ugh. The Hulk I can understand. Gamma radiation, an unwilling monster created in a laboratory. Thor is a shocker too. A literal god. In flesh. But I shrug it off later. A little fight and a talk with the guy show that he is like us. Just more powerful. But Eidolon. I don't know, there is something scary about him. I know of Magneto and other mutants, or metashumans now. They exist for a long time. But at the same time, it looks so distant. Like they live in another reality. I've never seen a mutant metahuman in person before. Whatever, I have some understanding of Thor. A god from another civilization, with no interest in doing something bad to Earth. Hulk is dangerous, but I and Bruce are working on a way to take care of the big guy. The big guy is manageable. But I, and everyone else in the world, know nothing about Eidolon. He is not in Fury's database. He just pops out of thin air. If the invasion hadn't happened, the world would still be clueless about his existence. Hell, how many other meta are hidden out there? A terrorist that is literally my weakness is already bad enough. Well, although I don't like it, it's not that bad. The guy has done nothing to warrant of suspicion. He helped, a lot. Is at the same time good and comforting knowing that he has my back. He is someone that I would call to a party. What is this folder titled Eidolon? I hear Pepper asking while she's already clicking on that folder without waiting for my response. When she presses the hollow table, many more hollow screens appear in the air, showing footage of Eidolon in action. Oh, so you're a fan too? She asks, teasing. Sort of. I shrug. Well, it's expected. After all, he saved your life. She says while rewatching Eidolon and Thor fight. Well, technically. Reed messed up in not taking into account the time needed to stabilize our atmosphere with the vacuum of space in closing the portal. So I would escape anyway. I say, but deep down I'm grateful for Eidolon's help. But I can't admit it, I have an image to maintain. Is that so? She looks at me unimpressed, and about shielding you and all of New York from the bomb, she asks, pointing to the screen where the enlarged captain's shield is blocking the closing portal. I have to admit, that's cool as hell. It appears that he has a similar power to the effects of the Pym particles. And isn't that a stab at Hank's professional pride? Ha. I wonder how his power works. Did he transform energy into matter? Increasing the proportion of the object that he touches? Well. I'm the one that put the nuke on the portal. Did you miss that part? I ask, making her roll her eyes. Yeah. You're my hero, Tony. Just rest some point, wow. Damn. She starts before interrupting herself after noticing another screen. Oh. That one. This is one of those that really made me aware of the guy. A tsunami in Indonesia. Last week. The big wave is approaching the coast and then. Boom. A black object collides with the thing at hypersonic speed, making the wave explode. Even the water that starts pouring from the sky is blocked by a transparent shield. These displays of power are what is pushing me forward to improve my tech. Him fighting against Thor is impressive, okay. But we have no comparison to make. He and Thor looked unfazed while fighting, like everything is a light spar. But seeing the guy punching a tsunami. Huff. I noticed that Thor must have held himself back tremendously in our little misunderstanding at the beginning of the whole thing. When he wants to take Loki immediately and we blocked his path. In hindsight, we should have let him take the bastard away. Yeah, wow. You should be happy to know that early today he moved a ship that was blocking the Panama Canal. So the things that you bought on the internet must arrive on time. I say. My hero. Yeah, he just moved a ship weighing 200,000 tons. Just another normal day here with the supers. I say like is no big deal and watch Pepper's eyes widen. That's the reaction that I need would come. I'm happy to know that I'm not the only one shocked by what that guy can do. Really wow. She says, one more reason that you can rest. You're not alone on this, Tony. This, whatever saved the world with the Avengers Thingy. There's no need for you to carry the world on your shoulders. She says and I do not need to answer because her phone beeps. Well, that's all of my break. I need to go back. She says moving towards the door, seriously, rest. If not I will call Phil to tase you. His name is Agent, I shout to her disappearing back. I can't rest. It's only a matter of time until another threat appears. I know it. There's another reason that Idolan's appearance bothered me, deep down. I know that without him we would have lost. He is not on the plan. No one called him. If he hadn't shown up. This total unexpected variable. I almost don't want to think about that. And if another variable appears next time. But this time on the other side. I need to be prepared. Third-person POV Idolan is in the middle of a building. Various criminals are being arrested by police officers. Idolan usually doesn't go out of his way to invade a criminal organization and destroy its business, but this is another special case. This criminal organization works with human trafficking. Investigating the disappearances reported by Luke Cage weeks ago, Idolan found this place. Is not what he is looking for. The place that is attacking now is just the base of the shipping of women to be prostitutes in some places in Europe. Nothing like kidnapping to make experiments or something like that. But obviously, he can't let this pass. So he stopped his investigation and is destroying the organization for now. This is the fourth seed of the organization dismantled already. The last in America. The records of the criminal boss say that there's another client. This is probably who I'm looking for. But the place of the meeting changes every time. Idolan thinks, you guys think that are so smart being cautious, but trying to be so secretive just brings attention even more, you know. He starts planning to investigate the places of the meeting and search for clues. After go and visit the rest of this organization in Europe. I'm almost going to JoJo just for moody blues, but I have my ways. While he thinks that something attracts his attention. A criminal is on the ground crying and murmuring something. Ugh, asterisk sob asterisk I didn't know, asterisk sob asterisk I thought that was. I thought that was just smuggling some things, asterisk sob asterisk the criminal looks like is a little over 20 years old. Normally Idolan would ignore this, thinking that is bullshit. But his powers tell him that the criminal is being truthful. He is not feeling bad for being caught, as is what happens with the majority of criminals. He apparently really doesn't know what he is working on. Idolan sighs in his mind. This is not the first time that something like that happens. Would be easy for him if every thug and hooligan was 100% evil. But real life is not like that. True good people are rare, but equally rare are truly bad people. A little mental inspection shows that this criminal in particular never hurt anyone, he just stays on guard and moves some things. He is working on this whole thing for 8 months, maybe he has a backstory but Idolan is nothing gonna pry on that. Seeing the criminal being not so gently helped to his feet to be handcuffed, Idolan steps forward and says. Hey, what's your name? Yeah, you. He repeats himself after the criminal appears surprised. See Carl. I'm Carl. The criminal says flustered. Idolan, please. I'm not a bad guy. I just wasn't lucky. He says between sobs and hiccups. Well, Carl. I believe in you. Idolan says seriously putting one hand on the criminal's shoulder. Carl looks up in surprise, even the cop who is holding his wrists raises his eyebrow. I understand very well that in life we could make mistakes, and this one mistake doesn't necessarily define us and our morals. Idolan says looking Carl in the eye. So Idolan, could you he dash? No, I can't. Idolan interrupts putting a bucket of cold water into the criminal flame of hope. You have to understand Carl. Idolan sighs before continuing. I can't help everyone. Many situations are out of my control. I wish I could help everyone, but it is simply not possible. Idolan says sadly, and if I need to choose, obviously I will put my efforts into defending the law-abiding citizen and innocent people, right? Like the girls that I just rescued today. He looks at Carl again and this time Carl looks ashamed of himself even more. The only person that could help you now, Carl, is yourself. Idolan pauses, is that your first offense? Idolan asks. Carl nods. Yes, that's the first time I'm going to jail. So maybe you will be released sooner than later and then is in your hands to do the right choices. Idolin sighs again. I know that life is not easy and the world is far from an ideal place. Circumstances and temptations can make you do bad things. That is the way of the world now. But I'm going to change this, Carl. I'm working hard to make a world where the good guys win. Choose the right side next time. The winner side is no more the easier criminal life. Idolin grasps Carl's shoulder a little more strongly. I believe in you. Sending Carl off, Idolin hopes that his little peppy talk changed that man's life. Carl's are more common than Idolin would like them to be. And like Idolin said, he can't help everyone. Well, maybe he can. But would be a Herculean effort and is a trap that he already saw All Might falling for. The system is flawed, and people have different opportunities. People are not born qual, is the opening phrase of the manga Boku no Hero Academia. Hector's time there allowed him to learn some valuable lessons. If he wants, he can literally make a better world by force, and drag civilization to progress kicking and screaming, but is not the right path. People need to solve these issues by themselves. He can only guide and make sure that humanity doesn't screw up too badly. Idolin's hero activities are not just about saving people, even if this sums up 90% of his actions. Sometimes he cleans pollution. As an example, he tested the sky poison pearl purification powers in a river full of toxic waste. He didn't rid the river of the dirt but cleansed it from the rest poisonous things. One of the nice things that he learned from All Might is not just about doing flashy hero work. A true hero helps even when no one is looking. Idolin in the shadows helps a lot too. Like his little scheme with Saul. Sending a message to Saul's phone, he passes all the information about Carl and today's case. He will make Saul work extra hard to release the guy, giving Carl his second chance. Will only depend on him after this. Giving second chances to those that deserve them, monitoring the true bastards closely. Hector is using Saul's abilities to their fullest. Now, let's crash some rings of illegal sex labor. Where again? Turkey. Idolin thinks as he checks the documents he has seized. Soaring to the sky, he heads out to the main base of this whole criminal scheme. Idolin generally doesn't go out of his way to do these things, but if he starts helping, he is going all the way. Somewhere in Turkey. Seeing Idolin dropping off from the sky is not a daily occurrence for these parts. The pedestrians start pointing and taking out their smartphones to record him. Idolin ignores everything around him. He doesn't waste time and kicks the entrance of the building. His aggressive stance shows to the people nearby that he means business and not the good kind. Everyone starts to move away and some even call the police, useless because Idolin already contacts them. The thing about his big entrance is attracting the attention of the media because the police could be very well in the pockets of the criminals. He is gonna make a show and bring all involved to light. And in this case, exposing people's bad deeds is a job to Anonymous, Hector another persona. He is already uploading information on the internet. We are here where early this day Idolin dismantled a big scheme of human trafficking to sexual exploitation. Right there, you all can see the involved being apprehended and the victim being escorted to safety personally by Idolin. The camera shifts to film Idolin standing overseeing the police doing their job. I just received the information that the criminal activities, name of clients and other concrete proofs have been put on the internet. Many important people have their name on the list including politicians, celebrities and... The reporter continues but Idolin is not paying attention anymore. After seeing the last criminal being put in the car, Idolin turns to the victims. To those that have families waiting for them, please come with me. I will transport you guys personally to your homes. He says. Most parts of the victims are foreign, some are kidnapped, and others fell for the classic scam of a better life in another country. I don't remember where I come from very well. A little girl that is being hugged by an older teenager says shakily. An 11-year-old. Idolin thinks darkly. Bending down to eye level with the girl, Idolin says. Don't worry, I'm a very good detective. I will find your family. Come with me. Opening a portal, he waits for everyone to pass before one last look at the police officer overseeing the operation. Early the police officers tried to prevent Idolin from taking the victims but he is not having any of it. The biggest patrons and customers of this whole thing are rich and influential people. He has no hope that these people will receive some big sanction. Even after releasing their information on the internet, public outrage can only go so far. Their career and public image may have been destroyed but they will likely be let loose in no time. But Idolin has their names now. He can always suicide them secretly. Idolin POV 197. That's the number of victims. 20 of those are men. Ages ranging between 10 and 17. Apparently, the bastards are focused on satisfying the sick craving of pedophiles. After taking the information of everyone and searching the mind of the ones that don't have a clear memory of their home. I also use Inuyashiki powers to cleanse them from any drug effects of permanent damage. After this start sending everyone off, it takes a huge amount of time but is worth it. After taking pictures and cataloging their information, I finally can end the day. I thought about letting the police handle the victims, but you never know if someone won't want to erase some evidence. Is too many people involved and is already a big scandal, but someone, in particular, may want to cut his connection with this criminal organization killing one of the workers. And anyone would want to reunite with their family as fast as possible. So I'm helping them. Huff, this day sucks, the results are good but seeing the worst of humanity is always unpleasant. Let's go home too. Hector POV Midtown High, lunch break. Humming to myself as I ate my lunch. Or at least I pretend to eat my lunch. I became picky with food after acquiring super senses, so I eat little food here in school and very quickly too. Some foods here taste like chemicals to me now. I'm really considering implant my own food on the farm that my grandpa arranged for me to buy. Plus I'm already assimilating Homelander, so my super senses are no longer a power I can deactivate so easily. Thankfully he has years of experience and I'm inheriting this. I'm assimilating Odin and Dark Danny too, by the way. Very low percentage of progress, but it's only been a week since Gacha, so it's okay. Why I'm still attending school? Well, there are too many problems with using clones to take my place. And a side of me just wants to enjoy high school while I can. I have a melancholic thought some days ago. While planning about possible trips to other universes, I was reminded that the big works of fiction do not exist here. And I died, probably, without knowing how many things ended. Like One Piece, A Song of Ice and Fire and others. Then I thought. Well, I can visit these worlds and watch firsthand how things will turn out anyway, whatever. But I will need to be a true spectator. Interfering with nothing. This will take some time because I want to live in these places too, so I will need to be very strong and accomplished to just go around to watch canon unfold. Like I said before, this whole thing of being a superhero is not something that I want to do for the rest of my life. I don't want to grow old and still wear my mantle. My objective here is to help the world a lot so that I can retire at most 20 years from now. And then I will go live the wish fulfillment life that I deserve. Even I want to realize my fantasies. Learn magic in Hogwarts. And bang some witches from there. Travel as a pirate in One Piece. And bang Yamato. Be a Shinigami in Bleach. And bang Orochi. Be a Pokemon master. And bang Cynthia. Priorities, you know. A man can dream. I still have my list of to-do things, but for now, I'm taking things seriously and growing in power. So I can't go use my travel tickets to bang my waifus. But when I am strong enough, I can go on vacation, right? And that is the moment that the melancholic thought crossed my mind. I asked myself. After everything. After fighting so many crises, growing old. Will I still find it fun to go visit those worlds and fulfill my fantasies? I will be, what? 30 years old. The 30 years old me will have the patience to play with an 11-year-old brast in Hogwarts. Growing is losing interest in certain things. You grow and see something that you loved as a child and realize that it's not just fun anymore. That hurts hard. Maybe I should start taking vacations now. Sparingly, but frequently. Heck, I want to be a student in UA in the BNA world. And when I went there I speedrun everything. I don't regret it, but if I was strong, my stay there would be very different. However, maybe there's a way to condition my brain to be more immature or something like that. Erase my memories for some time. To enjoy the whole iSky experience or whatever. Wait a minute. What if? If I'm living exactly this at the moment? What if I'm already a super powerful guy, and I erased my memories to enjoy an iSky adventure in Marvel? Maybe I'm already traveled through a lot of fictional worlds. Maybe I'm a clone. An extension of my true body that is right now banging many fictional girls. Did I give the essence to myself? Maybe Shago is already my wife, and she just come with me through the essence. With her memories erased too. Maybe all the things that I gained through the gacha are something I already acquired in my omniversal travels to become omnipotent. Maybe I'm bored god that already lived for eons. Is my life true? These memories. Did I really have parents? Did I kill them to them not to be in the way of my fun? Yuug. I don't want to think about this. There's no point in it too. What can I do if my assumptions are correct? I will live my life as always. I shake my head and go focus on something else. Let's go back to the present and stop questioning my existence. I will not receive an answer anyway. As usual, I'm alone in the cafeteria. Holding a tablet in my hand as I multitask and study some subjects, but in truth, I use most of my focus to program some games. Technopathy. So useful. I love it. So I start to prepare to make my game company. Surprise, surprise, Steam and Valve haven't been created yet. Hee hee. Time to milk the nerds. This time I will be on the other side, Gabe. I will create popular games from my last life. With low requirements to PC and then launch my company. I have already contacted the current owners of Counter-Strike 1.6. The game is dying now, so the timing is good. This timeline is strange. The year is 2004, but technology is already 10 years forward when compared with my other life. I can only attribute this to the many geniuses of this world. Now is the time to take advantage of my future knowledge like every good Ice Guy protagonist. Portal, Dota, LOL, Minecraft, Among Us, BioShock and Skyrim. Daddy here will bring you all to life. Yes, I will bring the Seuss meme and the many Minecraft YouTubers to this world. I'm a hero or a villain. My morality is oscillating right now with this hard decision. Heck, even Flappy Bird could be a huge hit and is so simple. The best part about this whole thing is that I can do it all alone. I and my VI are enough to start this company. In the future obviously, I will hire workers. I can't keep making games by myself or managing bugs and new patches. I also want to give a chance to all software developers and game programmers of this world. I wonder how the new games will be made after I just drop a ton load of influence from my last life here. Maybe an even better storyline of God of War. Or of Devil May Cry. The divergence in the path they will take excites me a little. Another good thing is that I can start this all, but I don't need to be involved too much on the future. I could just sell to one of my summons in the future. Maybe I need a card from a secretary like Pepper Potts or a businessman like Luther. Nah. I'm not summoning Luther. He is too much of an egomaniac. And I want his brain for myself. His secretary would be good enough, Mercy Graves, right? Whatever, if I gain a competent administrator I will summon him, her here. Hector is a young aspiring doctor and heir to a multi-millionaire hospital conglomerate that is lucky and talented enough to do some good games as a hobby, that's all. His focus will be on other things. That's my story and profile, and I'm sticking with it. I don't want Hector to be a celebrity. Not even in the geek social circle. I wonder how many companies in the world are secretly owned by immortal and ancient guys that have the same idea, like Vandal Savage in DC. Oil companies must be all secretly in the pockets of these old guys. But I have no interest in owning companies that work with tech, pharmaceuticals, or any of these things that can attract government and military attention. I'm aiming a little lower now, but I know it will pay off in the future. Internet and games/esports are very profitable industries in the future. Even if it is looked down upon by the other mainstream entertainment industry. On another note, my training is going well. The many fighter geniuses that I assimilated make me learn things very fast. But I just ran into a wall in my nin training. Little flashback. Going back to the living room of my house after teleporting away, I find Isabella putting the cup of water that I asked for on the table. What were you doing? Shago asks me and I lift my hand showing a leaf between my thumb and forefinger. A leaf. Is it some sort of magical leaf? Genetically modified weed? Shago asks confused. It's just a normal leaf. But I need it for a test. I answer. Putting the leaf on the cup full of water I sit and put my hands on the sides of the cup and start the water divination test. Focusing then on the cup I watch the changes. Shago and others at my side looking at it attentively too. The leaf starts moving and shaking. I'm a manipulator. Wait. The moving is only the beginning. The leaf starts to grow and release roots, growing and making other leaves too. So. What this means? Are you a Disney princess? I hear Shago say at my side. A specialist. I mutter to myself. Fun fact, I decide on the MC and type based on Hisoka personality analysis. Hee hee. The MC is a specialist tending to manipulator because he is independent and charismatic, and also logical and does things at his own pace. How the fuck specialist make nen moves again? How specialists make nen moves? I have no idea. Yuvajin answers my questions. I came looking for him. But I'm not truly here. This is only a projection. Yeah, I can do things like that with a combination of many powers. Many specialists just awaken their powers naturally, it's the normal method. He continues. I remember that girl who can write the future. She is not an incombatant and don't appears to never have received any training. There are people like that too. When the power awakens, you can put restrictions on it to make stronger. Kuroro did that. Yuvajin advises. Yes, that is one of the methods of the Nen power system. The user itself chooses the restriction ADN weakness of the power. The stronger the restriction, the stronger the power will be. Okay. Thank you for your time. I say disappearing. End of the flashback. And now I'm here, waiting for my power to awaken. I'm not forcing anything, these things need to occur naturally. Pitu is a specialist too. She awakened her power because she wanted to fix Kaido to play with him again. So overwhelming desire for something can awaken a power too. The bad thing about being a specialist is that my enhancer abilities are shit. With the whole compatibility thing. But I have a huge amount of aura. And I can gain an enhancer in the future by Gacha. So I can bypass that limitations. I'm waiting for Gon obviously. I hear them coming before they are close. I can feel their aura, hear their heartbeat, and smell their characteristic scent. Look at me, feeling people's aura, I'm a fucking anime character. Super senses have their downsides though, I don't need to explain. Hearing their food tray being placed on my formerly empty table, I look up and see Peter, Ned, and Gwen smiling at me. Sup, hi, Hector. Can we sit here? The three of them say almost at the same time. Looking at my empty table and the fact they're already sitting on it, I shrug my shoulders. I don't know why not. Ned sits at my side, and the two lovebirds sit opposite us. Some seconds later, a fourth person put her tray on the table too. What? Are you guys monopolizing this table? Michelle Jones asks when everyone looks at her. I just shrug my shoulder and everyone welcomes her too. Molecular Mechanisms, the Biochemistry of the Gene and Genome. Ned reads the title of the text on my tablet. Are you really going to graduate early, he asks. Yep. Next semester. I simply say. Cool. Ned adds, our interaction attracts the attention of others. Already studying the college grade and you're not even in. MJ2 says. That's it, that is her thing. She is a very caustic person, she doesn't mean anything by saying that, but she looks a little judgmental. I can ignore that, I survive Shago. But other people think that she is an annoying bitch. I don't looking at her when I answer. I know that I will pass, sincerely anyone on this table can already be in college. Not a big deal. And it's true. I think this table has more IQ than the rest of the school combined. And it's not that hard to go early to college. Once again, is probably because of the many geniuses who have already set a precedent. It is equally easy to graduate if you're smart enough, you can miss many classes and still pass. You can even do multiple graduations at the same time. I think Reed is seeking his 20th doctorate right now. I think he must have a boner looking at all his PhDs he. It reminds me of the origin story of Batman. It's a little funny. To the world, Bruce's has no superior qualifications to speak for, the guy is such a maniac to hide his capabilities that he would disguise himself to go to classes. Pretend to sleep, but pay attention. And he never completed his program to acquire a degree, with the exception of the business one. So, what path I'm taking? At the same time that I don't want to be super remarkable, I don't want to play the second-generation rich kid. Meh, I will reveal that I'm a genius. No biggie. There are many here anyway. And not all of them are famous like Reed and Stark, like Maya Hansen, who is very underrated. Back to reality, I hear Gwen asking me which college I'm going to. Columbia. Here in New York and has a good historic in the medical field. I answer. Oh. True, they're the first medical school in America and... She answers and starts talking about trivia that I already know. But these guys are making the effort of taking care of lonely me so I can at least hear her. But I don't like when the focus of the conversation is on me in any form, so I will shift to attack mode. So, are you two dating? I suddenly ask the couple in front of me. Wano. I mean, yes. But you shouldn't have known. Yes. But, how do we know? Is that obvious? The two became wide-eyed at my abrupt question and Peter starts to stutter. This guy can't lie to save his life. Yes, it's obvious. You guys are giving each other disgustingly sweet stares. Seriously, I'm almost diabetic. I see the two of them become red-faced instantly and I make a show of looking at my watch. You know, the cleaning closet must be empty by now. You guys could use it. Between the bleach and the stairs, there is where people normally have some privacy. I continue making them blush even more. And how do you know that? MJ2 turns around and asks me. I'm little of a detective myself. I answer, knowing that the reference will fly over their head. So how did you guys start dating? Tell me more. Why should we? This is personal. Gwen says, still blushing. Come on, I'm rooting for you guys for a long time. Yes, as a fictional character. A really long time. After our date was crashed by the invasion, we talked a little, and tried again, and... Peter begins to explain himself awkwardly. Wait, when you guys went on a date, did an alien invasion happen? I ask with a little disbelief in my voice and wait for them to nod. Next time that you lovebirds go out, can you let me know? I want to prepare and go to my danger room. I say, making Ned laugh. And if you guys get married, sorry but I'm not attending. I will take a vacation out of the country. I conclude. Come on, my luck isn't that bad. Peter whines and everyone gave him a look of seriously. Maybe, a little. He murmurs. After going back to my and reading, Ned interrupts me again. Hey, Hector. Check this out. He says and shows me a video on his smartphone. Some women making some sort of pagan dance to Thor. Topless, with some weird markings on their bodies. I'm sure that's not Asgardian runes. Is this legal? I ask, frowning. Seriously, that's unfair. The only homage I get is some Protestants anti-mutants calling me Antichrist and burning a scarecrow similar to me. Or hang a doll with my clothes by the neck. And Thor receives the topless fertility ritual bullshit dance. Fuck you, Sublime. I'm coming from you. They've been arrested, obviously. Haha, this isn't that place where Thor returned to Asgard. The markings on the ground have become tourist attractions. Ned tells me. Ned, are you showing that video again? Gwen asks in a reproachful tone. No, this is history being made. I'm updating Hector with the news. Ned speaks a little flustered. As expected of the women brainwashed by this society, trying to use their assets to bring attention for themselves instead of trying a more appropriate way of showing their worth without depending on what the media classifies as attractive. MJ2 begins a rant. Girl, chill out. Who hurt you? What do you think about this, Hector? Ned asks. The heroes you know. Well, the time is too short to have a concrete opinion. I say dismissively, I'm cynical, my human brain is uncomfortable knowing that there are people out there who can do anything without consequences. I answer truthfully, but I'm not talking about the one that he is thinking. And I don't agree with this, you know. I say, pointing to his phone, this whole worship or derision. I think they're good guys trying to do the right thing. No need to worship the feet where they walk, and also there's no need to demonize them just by existing and having powers. I finalize. Reasonable. MJ2 agrees with me. Yeah, they've proven themselves, good guys, until now. Ned agrees, looking at Peter. After this, the talk summarized to more light topics like the approaching exams and other school-related things. I felt a problem and the world goes in slow motion to me. Mary Jane Watson, that was just passing by me, looking at her phone, slips in a juice pool on the ground. Is this the Yuki Rito luck? Giving me opportunities like that. Something similar happens in Spider-Man 1 of Tobey Maguire. But she is not carrying a tray this time. I hesitate for a millisecond. Considering seriously just letting her fall, but I'm a gentleman. From the corner of my eye, I can see Peter's eyes locking on MJ1 too, but he is too far. Holding myself a little, I turn around and grab her waist with my left arm. The smartphone that she has thrown up is caught by my right hand. Wow, thank you. You saved my life. Twice. He says, surprised and with a smile on her face, while I help her to her feet and give her smartphone. TCH. She is really hot. It's nothing. I say and turn to sit at my table again before she starts to say that my eyes are blue or something like that. I don't want an awkward moment now. Even as I turn around, I can still feel that she's looking at me a little puzzled. Maybe I was rude, or maybe she is too accustomed to having all men wanting to prolong their talks with her to the maximum. Sorry, Red. Sigma male grind set here. I chuckle to myself. Oh. Okay. I hear her murmuring in a low voice before heading to the popular table. That's a good reflex, Hector. Gwen says, looking at me strangely. Yeah, it is. MJ2 says, looking at me strangely. What? Are you jealous? There's nothing going on between us, woman. No offense. Zendaya's face is beautiful and all, but your vibe is a little weird, and I don't plan on dating normal people, and I like them thick. Sorry. If I say this, you will probably call me a macho pig that labels women based on the standards of this patriarchal society, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I should do this to her. Move on already. Is it too much of a dick move? Yeah, man, are you practicing something? I remember that you held me back that time too. Ned says. Oh, Hector. Ned is now jealous, Gwen teases. I roll my eyes at her but decide to play along. Don't mind it, Ned. Our encounter is special in my heart. I say dramatically, making everyone but Ned laugh. He just shudders a little and distances himself from me. But seriously, that's awesome. You reacted very fast and even caught her phone. Gwen says. I sigh. Okay, you guys figured or my secret. I look at them seriously. The truth is, I'm Spider-Man, I say with a straight face. Puffed. Peter almost spit his drink. Dude, you're so easy to read. I pay attention to the reaction of the people at my table. MJ2 rolls her eyes, but Gwen and Ned look at Peter for a moment. They know. I conclude. Ned must have known for a time. Peter must have told Gwen on the day of the invasion. It's a cliché in my next life, now I remember. Peter is chilling with his friends, then some villain appears. He disappears to come back as Spider-Man and save everyone, but everyone takes him as a coward because he is the first to run. So this time he has come clean with Gwen, huh? Good to you, buddy. Just improve your catch game. I don't know why you guys are laughing. I could be Spider-Man. I say with fake outrage. I'm a Spider-Man by the way. Yeah. Sure, buddy. Ned consoles me at my side. I'm just saying. You guys have never seen me and Spider-Man in the same place and at the same time. The clues are there. Anyone who wants can see. My joke makes everyone laugh. By this logic I'm Huntress. MJ2 adds. Who knows, with so many metahumans popping off, maybe one of us will be the next. I say shrugging my shoulders, just don't be corrupted by your powers guys. I say half joking and half serious. Third person POV. New York in the afternoon. Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, is absent-mindedly eating in an open area of a restaurant. His food is barely touched, and he continues to watch the world around him. His world, but equally very different. He asks himself again if he really should be here. As he draws a sketch of the buildings around him, he notices an elderly man sitting at his table. It is strange that he didn't notice that old man till him is very close. And the old man makes himself comfortable on the seat in front of Captain America. I was passing by and saw you here alone, Captain. So I decided to say a hi. The old man says. Steve frowns. He is in a disguise, and he don't go out frequently. Who is this guy that can recognize Steve, but Steve can't recognize him? Can I help you? Sir. Steve ever politely asks. Oh yes. I'm Eidolon. I'm disguised too, the old man says, making his eyes change colors discreetly to prove his words. Seeing that you are in a disguise, I changed my appearance so as not to attract attention. But then Eidolon, in an old man form, gives Steve a look. But I have to say, my disguise is much better than yours. Cap using a cap. Is the pun intended? How? Steve asks a little flabbergasted. If you're asking about the disguise. Hologram. Don't ask too much. I even put the effort of being similar to your age. So Cap, why are you sulking here? Eidolon teased before asking. Steve groans, he probably heard a lot of jokes about his age. But he replies that he just went out to get some fresh air. I realize that I have to accept my new reality. And keeping me in a training facility underground is only me lying to myself. I can understand a little somewhat. Believe in me. About being thrown into a completely new reality. Your world going upside down all of a sudden. Eidolon says cryptically, but I don't think you want any consoling words. So all I can say is. Humans are highly adaptable. You're no different. Right now, must be horrible. But you will find your place here, Cap. Eidolon gives the only advice that he can. The two talked a little more. Eidolon's grandfather was part of the Howling Commandos. So Eidolon can make some good questions. Not that he will reveal that. There are agents nearby. You know, Cap. I'm half expecting you to be sexist and racist. Hee hee. As I always thought that you're too much romanticized. Eidolon say, remembering some realist takes of Captain America in his last life. I'm glad that I was wrong. Steve sighs. You can call me Steve. And yes, I have seen some messed up things in the army. But I never liked that. When you are the little guy that everyone picks on, you learn to not discriminate. Eidolon nods. Eidolon talks a little about himself too, his hero job and other superfluous things. Till he decides to ask an important question. So. Did you go talk with Peggy Carter already? He asks as he sips on his juice. Captain America stiffens. How do you know Dash? I'm Eidolon. But jokes aside. It appears that you do not. And what about it? Steve asks defensively. Eidolon sighs. Steve. All that I will say for now on you can ignore or take to heart, I care not. But at least let me finish. Eidolon starts. I will tell a little story. Two very good friends, the best of friends. Every day they meet each other. They laugh, talk, fight. You know, like best friends. But one day, they fought over something trivial. Like they had done a dozen times before. They said goodbye that day with the thought that the next day they would make up. Eidolon narrates. But one of them died. End of the story. he says abruptly, shocking Steve. What I want to get to is that the last memory of the alive friend is of the fight that the two have. They parted on bad terms. And in terms they will remain forever. A incorrigible regret. You understand, right? Peggy Carter is an old lady already. At any time. Sigh, Idolin pauses for a moment and decides to go for a soft approach. Come on, Steve. We both know you'll see her eventually. You're delaying the inevitable. You want to stay under the spell of a forever young Peggy Carter in your memories. But the sooner that you do that, the better. Believe in me. Idolin stands up. And you think she doesn't deserve this closure? To you, only a few months had passed, but for her, it had been 60 years, Steve. She is waiting for you. A blinding light surrounds the old man Idolin, and in its place, the true Idolin appears. People nearby exclaim in surprise. A certain guy told me that at the end of your life you regret the things you didn't do more than the things you did. Idolin claps Steve's shoulder. And about you feeling left out. Know that a good reason that I wear this mantle is that there are guys like you that inspire me. Idolin says truthfully. He then smiles. A smirk that promises a prank. This man here is Captain America. He is giving autographs. Idolin says loudly and takes off flying, leaving the stunned Steve Rogers behind. It doesn't take long for Captain America to be approached by some kids. And that is Idolin's intention. Steve can't only see this new world. He needs to feel and touch it too. All these people have these good lives thanks to his sacrifice. He mourns too much about the things that are lost in the war. Idolin is giving a new perspective of things that are gained in that war. For some hours, an awkward Captain America talked, autographed, and took lots of pictures with fans. Idolin hopes he can see the huge good influence that he has on this generation. And that his sacrifice was not in vain. Idolin POV, seeing and feeling Steve's mood genuinely improving, put a smile on my face. I gave him some counsel, but I don't want him to think about this now. In truth, I don't want him to dismiss the idea too fast. I can use, rewind, and make Peggy Carter young again. Should I? That is the same moral question about healing children with terminal diseases. Sigh. I will think about this later. Don't rush and do something that you will regret, Hector. There are too many possible consequences to why my actions that I need to take in consideration. Callisto POV. New York sewers. I am at Idolin's side, watching many of my comrades working to better the place where we live. Idolin appeared with a large number of goods to us. Construction materials, electronic devices, and other things. He dropped all and said, now work. And put us to improve by ourselves the base. I'm not your mother, don't be lazy. He said when he got everyone to help. Some people are installing air and water filters. Others are making holes to pass plumbing and electricity. He said that is not a far future to make this place as good as any city on the surface. And for the first time in a long time, I feel hope growing in me. This guy can make this happen. This guy can bring change. We all watched the footage of the invasion. And we and the whole world know that he saved everyone. Even if some dipshits are still looking for trouble and not accepting him. People like Captain America approve of him. He is on the same level of the other heroes, maybe higher. That's the first time in history that a mutant meta is approved by the world. Now people can start thinking for themselves instead of swallowing everything that the media says to them. Idolin is the truth right on their faces. That there are good goals too. Mikhail, do you want to visit your siblings? I hear Idolin talking to Mikhail. I still don't like that guy, but he's not doing anything bad anymore, so I can accept him. Yes, but I don't know how to face them. Mikhail says. A little insecure, a strange thing to see. Oh, his features. I see. Your last meeting is that bad? Idolin asks. Mikhail just dips his head down. Okay, in a little more of a week later I will visit the mansion. You can come with me. Idolin says, making Mikhail looks up and nods gratefully. Going with a hero must erase any suspicion of the guy. Callisto. I hear him calling. Yes. I answer, a little too much eager. In the past, you said something about having contact with some gangs on the mutant ghetto. Idolin says, don't hiding the distaste in his last words. Yes. I periodically exchange with them. But since you arrived it is no longer necessary. In the next meeting, I will cut ties with them. I say quickly, a little afraid of reproach. Unnecessary. I want to meet these gangs too. Next time I will go with you. He says, and I can only nod. Are you going to help them too? I ask. He nods before pausing. It's the plan, but there's something that takes precedence. he says and is silent for a while. Just when I thought he wouldn't continue, he finally says, I'm investigating the disappearance of some people. And some clues point to the mutant ghettos. I suspect that someone is doing experiments with humans and metas. To make super soldiers or new villains. I was shocked by his words. Are you worried about them? No, you think that the gangs there are in collusion with whatever is doing these experiments. I exclaim. He looks at me and nods. No one cares about the lives of the people living there. It is logical to take some real metas to study and see if it is possible to replicate their powers. But they're mutants too. How can they do that? I ask outraged, don't even noticing my slip of the tongue in using the word mutant. Eidolon sigh, Callisto. You're underestimating the human capability to be evil. But maybe they're not evil. Just greedy. Envious. Want to join the winning side. Who knows? Eidolon says, you know. Most of the Africans who were captured to be enslaved in the past were captured by their fellows African. Europeans did not know the terrain, the flora, or the fauna. And it's not like the place is unified under one nation. Many tribes are enemies with each other. So the Europeans make deal with some, arming them and using the familiarity with the place to capture slaves. Eidolon says. Yes. Not every meta is sensible to our problems. Many with good or non-noticeable powers just live their lives. Not everyone is Eidolon. There's only one Eidolon. Next meet, we'll go to the bottom of it. I say with determination. He only nods. Third-person POV night of New York. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is observing the city at night. On top of a building, he searches for someone who needs his help. Things are peaceful for now. After the invasion, the villains apparently all decided to take a vacation together, and now only normal criminals plague the streets of New York. Maybe there's some annual conference of supervillains. And I wasn't invited as a speaker. This hurt my feelings. I thought I and my gallery of supervillains have something special. Spider-Man jokes to himself. But in truth, he knows the reason very well. Eidolon. The villains are scared of him. After the invasion, apparently, Eidolon made New York his base, or maybe he is just sticking around because of the aftermaths, but everyone knows that he is more active here. But he is expanding to the rest of the world. Spider-Man thinks, remembering the many news about Eidolon helping in other countries. Are you done using this gargoyle? I want to brood too. Spider-Man hears a voice on his back. Wadash, he turns around quickly and comes face to face with Eidolon himself. More than 6 feet tall, using his mantle, the hood is not covering his face. His eyes are shining purple with a little of gray or white on the middle. His characteristically half mask and white hair tied on a bun are displayed for all to see. After the invasion, he is not caring too much about covering his face with the hood of his mantle. Eidolon. I'm a big fan, do you know? You make my life much easier. Spider-Man exclaims. Hoo-hoo. I'm a big fan too, Spider-Man. But I have some serious business. I have 3 things to talk about with you. Eidolon says, showing 3 fingers, Peter Parker. He ends seriously, making Spider-Man pause. WHA. How? I mean, who? What is a PE Peter Parker? Spider-Man stumbles with his words, making Eidolon rolls his eyes. Stop, your secret is secure with me. But it's about this that I want to talk about you, you're not careful enough. I'm not the only one that knows your secret identity, you know. Eidolon says, shocking Spider-Man, what? Yes. Spy agency Spider-Man. Satellites, cams in all places, are you careful? Where do you change clothes? He asks accusingly, making Spider-Man wince. There's probably cams in your school too, by the way. Be careful. You must have cameras in your house too. As much to spy on you as to protect you. But I think you will not like that anyway. Eidolon says. Spider-Man is silent now. Just be more careful. You have people to protect, right? The black-clad hero says, making the web-slinger nod. And this is the second thing that I want to talk about you. How is your catch game? Eidolon asks out of nowhere. What? I'm saying. If someone is falling for this building right here, Eidolon points to the edge of the building, and you can't reach them in time. How will you save them? I will throw a web. Is the only range method that I have. How? Eidolon asks seriously. What? How? The web. I will try it. There's another way. Spider-Man asks nervously, don't understand the conversation. Spider-Man. Eidolon sighs, I will tell you a secret. I have a power that allows me to see glimpses of the future. Whoa, awesome dude. Not that much, is not very precise, and I don't want to become a slave of it. But let me finish. Idolin looks at him trying to convey all the seriousness of the situation. I have seen you try to reach for someone exactly as you said. A person is falling and you throw the web. You catch her. But the shift in force. The whiplash breaks her. She died. A blonde woman. Your age. Idolin says. Under the mask, Peter becomes horrified. Idolin goes forward and puts a hand on Spider-Man's shoulder. Calm down. The future is in constant change. The fact that I told you that probably already changed things. I would exactly do that. I know that. Spider-Man murmurs absent-mindedly. Peter. Idolin attracts his attention. She is okay. It hasn't happened yet. Now you have the opportunity to do better. There are ways to save her. Throw as many webs as possible to stabilize her. Go yourself and catch her. Make web net under her to break the fall. Idolin advises. In the thick of the action, we only have one chance. We don't have time to think. You have performed very well until now, but we can make mistakes. I am warning you not to carry this regret forever. Idolin says. Spider-Man gives a shaky nod. Connecting with this, I can talk about the third thing, Spider. Idolin says, bringing Peter's attention to him. Everything that Idolin said till now is important. Peter doesn't want to miss anything. You can quit. Idolin says. I'm saying that you can stop being Spider-Man. For a time if you want. Permanently too. I'm not understanding. Spider-Man. How is your life? Is Gudash? Are you sure? Idolin interrupts, maintaining school, family, being a hero. Hurting yourself, don't have time to study, worrying about your loved ones and worrying your loved ones. I can tell that you're a smart guy. With a bright future ahead if you put your mind to it. Go do it. Go focus on your studies, be stable financially, marry your girlfriend, give a good life to your aunt. Help yourself first, Peter. Idolin's eyes boring into Spider-Man mask. I can't. I can help people. If I do nothing, bad things can happen. Spider, I'm here. Idolin says simply and a little heroically. I can cover for you. You don't need to come every day to patrol. You can take a long vacation. You don't deserve the hate that you receive from the media. Go better yourself. Don't worry, I will protect New York. But you always come back later, when all these hero activities don't cripple your life. Spider-Man is silent for a while. You know. Peter begins. I can't do that. You're just one. Even if I can save just one more person. Will be worth it. Will be worth all the trouble. He says. Idolin doesn't show, but he is impressed. That is a thing that he doesn't have. Idolin puts Hector above all. Even if he acts like a great hero, he knows deep down that is just that. An act. Someone once told me that with great powers comes great responsibility. Spider-Man concludes determinedly. Idolin sighs and begins to slowly float away while maintaining eye contact with Peter and little happiness. Just remember that you will always have this option, Spider. Idolin says before disappearing. Spider-Man stays there for a long time. There's simply too much to take in. After some time he decides to go home to think. After a little web slinging, he is home. But he is very careful this time. But when he arrives at his room he is surprised. There's a huge black box in the middle of his room. The box has 1 cubic meter in total. Cautiously, he takes a notepad nearby and throws it at the box while maintaining a fight stance. But it doesn't happen. His spider sense is not accusing anything, so he approaches carefully to take that thing away, but he sees a note on the box. From Idolin. He reads, I can't stop you from helping people, so equally you can't stop me from helping you. After reading this he goes to check the black box. There's no place to open it. Voice recognition, approved. He jumps back when the box talks to him. PSSH. The box opens itself, revealing another note above many compartments and small boxes. Taking the other note, Peter starts reading. In this box, you can change the password method, has some things to help you. Fake documents. Technological devices with many functions and purposes. Chemical reagents too. You can make a real lab with it. There's a 20 grand in cash too. This makes Peter jump. He looks at the box and in the last compartment, he sees the cash. He closes it fast like the thing is a bomb. I can't accept that. He goes to the note again to continue to reading. You probably said that you won't accept it. What? How? Did he have cameras on my room? Peter says, looking around before going back to the note. Because I'm Idolin. But seriously, I understand you, Peter. Relax a little. I don't want the money back. If you don't want it, just donate it. But read first. What about you, Aunt? This makes Peter pause. She's not young anymore. Just keep the money in case something bad happens. You can search for me if you want help too. If you don't want the money, just let it accumulate dirt in the corner, whatever. Treat as your salary for all the hero work. Or escape money. Or retirement money. Is better to have it. That's all, bye. Peter sighs. He can't accept money like that. But Aunt May. He noticed that she is having problems with the bills. Is it wrong of me to accept? Peter questioned himself. After some time he just decides to put the money away. He can always donate to that charity where Aunt May is voluntary. Peter later goes to bed, but he can't sleep with everything that happened today. He has too much to think about. Hell's Kitchen. Luke Cage is closing the bar. When he goes top UT the chairs on the table, the chairs starts to float and go arrange by themselves, like in a Disney movie. I hope that you don't care if I help a little. Luke turns to look at Eidolon in his usual black attire. Not at all. Help is always welcome. I agree. Luke walks a little to the bar canteen and asks. Beer. Anything? Do you drink anything? He asks. No, thank you, but I'm good. I don't drink. Only socially. Eidolon says, approaching, I don't like the taste. And we can't even get drunk, so there's no meaning in drinking. True. But I drink sometimes, is refreshing. Luke Cage replies. But I don't think Eidolon has come to my bar just to small talk. He continues eyeing Eidolon. True. Eidolon nods, I came to give you a gift and some news. Luke Cage looks at him a little interested. What news? About the disappearances. This makes Luke Cager perks up. I'm on the trail. I sidetracked a little with the whole human trafficking ring, but I'm close to the real culprits. Ah yeah, I have seen that. Good job, by the way. Thanks. I come here to say that the guys that I arrested are not the real culprits of the thing that you talked to me. The history is darker. My informants told me that criminal bosses are hiring metas to even the playfield with the heroes. But this is not the only method for them. They are trying to make their own super henchmen. In laboratory. Eidolon says and watches Luke Cage clenching his fist. Luke Cage has a similar experience, so he can relate. Bastards. Yeah. I hear it someplace a long time that our very strength invites challenge. There's an arms race within the governments and in the criminal underworld to make weapons to oppose us. Humans are just material to them. Did you find them? I'm close. I want to go with you when you found them. Luke Cage says seriously, with a face that will not take a no for an answer. No. Unfortunately to him, Eidolon is not that easily intimidated. Wait, don't get angry yet. Eidolon holds up a hand to stop whatever Luke would say. I'm just saying in the situation. If I found them, I'm attacking immediately. There will be no time to come and fetch you. If I really need help I will call. He says, but he probably won't need any help. Luke sighs. Okay, you're right. Just give the bastards a good punch for me. Hoo-hoo. Okay. Now the gift. Eidolon says. Eidolon's arm appears on one of the two front slits of this mantle. He is holding a suitcase. Where he is keeping that thing? Luke Cage asks in his mind. If he said that out loud he would be answered with a, well, I'm Eidolon. Putting the suitcase in the counter of the bar, Eidolon opens it. Revealing, clothes. Made by my personal design. Resistant to everything. Eidolon starts showing the costume set. A yellow shirt, black gloves and boots, cargo pants, a black jacket and a mask that wouldn't be out of place in a post-apocalyptic scenario. The mask is useful to protect you from dangerous gases and poison. I believe that is one of the few of your weaknesses. Protect your eyes and mouth and has night and heat vision. Eidolon adds. Whoa, whoa. Calm down. I'm thankful, but why are you helping me like that? Luke Cage asks. He needs to ask. Well, you're helping that day. And your clothes are damaged. I don't want you to flash anyone. Can you imagine how traumatizing must be? Eidolon start. You could destroy some random guy's self-confidence. He jokes, making Luke laugh. But seriously, you don't need to do anything if you don't want. I'm not asking you to be a hero. But I know that if the situation calls for it. It's hard to just stand by and do nothing, right? Luke nods, at least you will be prepared. By the way. Here in the belt, there's a tracker. You press this button and a distress signal will reach me. I will come as fast as I can. If you are suspicious, just don't use the belt. Eidolon says before turning around and walking away. Not giving Luke a chance to reject the gift. It cost almost nothing to help these street-level heroes. They're not multimillionaires and sometimes they don't have a companion to get their back. Eidolon can feel this gap. In the end, it's not a healthy endeavor to try to save the world alone. Hector POV Carvalho residence. I'm thinking. Recent events reminded me of something. You know, I can do much more than what I'm doing. I'm holding myself back for obvious reasons. I don't want the world to depend too much on me and I don't want to rise people's expectation too much either. With many of my powers, and now with Inuyahiki and Homelander assimilation, I can always hear / feel / see when someone is in distress on the globe. Seriously, the world is small to me now. But this is not a healthy thing to do. Go on like a maniac saving everyone left and right. How many people are being killed right now? I know. I can know if I want. But I shut down these things. I made a rule for myself. Not going around crazy if it's not my time to patrol. The only exception is in the case of huge disaster. But in my patrol, I will help as much as I can. And don't go around actively searching for trouble. I prefer to let luck be deciding factor in who I will help. If I'm flying close or whatever. Because if I hear everything, I will need to choose. And if I choose, I'm letting someone die for another someone. This is not a good thing to carry in your conscience. But recent events are causing me to throw an exception. That episode with the human trafficking ring. Meeting Luke Cage. Remembers me of something. Someone. Jessica Jones. Normally I will not actively search for things like these. There's so much on my plate already. And actively using my powers to search sucks. Sucks greatly. Holy hell, is horrible. I don't even know the moment of the timeline. Is she suffering under Kilgrave now? Has she already suffered? Will she suffer? If I try to stop all the bad things that I remember what happened in Marvel, I will go crazy. And why is a named character more important than other people? Why should I go save Jessica Jones, when I'm not going to save the thousands suffering the same? It's because she is suffering under a metapower. Maybe. I can lie to myself. Whatever, I'm a hypocrite. Everyone is. I'm going out. I warn Isabella before opening a portal and putting on my mantle. My head is the first thing appearing at the top of this building. Ugh, I'm already with a headache only thinking about using my powers on large scale. Something is approaching, very close. I look a little above me and I see it. A female crotch covered in leather approaches my face at high speed. What a fuck. Yuki Rito. The leather-clad pussy is almost touching my nose, when I decide to become intangible and let the woman phase through me. I'm the master of my own destiny, Yuki Rito. On my back, I hear the woman rolling on the ground. When I turn around, I confirm my suspicions. She is looking at me with wide eyes, shocked by my sudden appearance. Shocked that she met me. She was probably jumping around the roofs when a head appeared through a portal, must have been weird. White hair, clad in black leather with white furs around her neck and in her ankles and wrists. A huge unnecessary cleavage. And a stupid domino mask. I can see the duffel bag full of gemstones at my feet. Well, Batman needs his cat burglar, right? Hell there. Is everyone good? I hope so. To compensate Abu, the last chapter Todd is only the MC. Many characters in this and on the next chapter. I can balance things. Now let's talk about something important. Very important. The assimilation process. You know, I always let you guys gain information through the MC assumption, but I think it's time to let something clear. About the mental effects of assimilation. Let's go. Like is already said. The Gacha is the MC ally. Has no morals, but it helps the MC. There are two principal assimilations processes. The assimilation of the body. The MC outward appearance and powers. And the assimilation of the mind, QI, mentality, personality, tastes. Hector is worried about going egomaniac, crazy or whatever if assimilates a character with these problems. Can it happen? Yes and no. Let me explain my take on the assimilation process. Possible change in the future. The MC has gained some mindset from some characters but not others. Why this? Who is choosing? The answer is Hector himself. Unconsciously. Is like this. The traits that Hector gains is the ones that he likes, that he admires, that he secretly yearns for himself. The Gacha is helping him in becoming his own ideal version of himself. An Übermensch Hector. The things that he wants, he gains. And the things that he already have is enhanced. Without him losing himself. He originally, you guys don't know him before, is a calm, logical, and patient guy. He was funny to the ones that know him. An introvert that delays opening up to other people. He has a little of an inferiority complex and is overall timid. He has some traits enhanced. He is more mature now. More calm and patient. Have a good control of himself. Is smarter. And what about the other traits? He admires Batman and others' characters' confidence. He gained that. He is a cautious man, now he is downright paranoid. He admires Katakuri's pride and honor. He gained that a little. Willpower, willingness to do bad things, being manipulative, being a playboy, etc. He gained them all. The things that he doesn't like. Batman's aversion to guns. Light god complex. Nope. He has received no influence from that. He is new to the gacha. He doesn't know how the gacha work. Maybe in the future, he will have a good control of his own morality and mentality. Shifting to good and evil like people change clothes. He gives signals of this, right? Now, what should we expect? A Hector a little more kind and gentle. Influence from Inuyashiki, Odin, and Rito. And a little funnier in social interactions, something that he admires in Beast Boy. He upbeat and outgoing personality. In truth, he is already a funny guy. We, that see his thoughts know that. He is all the time making references and jokes in his mind. But outwardly he is stone-faced. He is slowly opening up with the girls. There are traces of that already, did you guys notice? Important. He is still himself. Don't expect him to become so kind that will not kill anymore, or become a clown. He still has control. He controls with who he wants to be kind, and with who he will act relaxedly. That's it. 40 chapters and we'll don't even understand the MC power. Damn, I write slowly. But I think you guys like that, if not you guys won't stick for so long. Bye. Stay good. Until next time. Chapter 43, there's too many characters in this world. Eaters. Enjoy. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. From the game Alan Wake. Third-person POV. Emma Frost is annoyed. Returning to her penthouse in New York, Emma Frost goes to take a bath to cool off. She is almost fuming with anger. The reason? Eidolon. Or rather, the fact that she can't find him. And find is a strange word for what she is trying. In truth, she is trying to lure him in coming talk to her. Orchestrating some situations, like the robbery of a jewelry store or something similar, she hoped to attract the hero, allowing her to have a conversation with him. Well, everything failed till now. Eidolon simply doesn't appear. It's not hard to deduce that he mostly appears when lives are in danger. Rarely showing himself to something like a discreet robbery in the middle of the night. But this is all Emma Frost can try for now. She can't risk orchestrating a dangerous situation, threatening civilians, and as a result gaining Eidolon's displeasure and ire. After taking her bath and putting on a nightgown, Emma Frost pours herself a glass of white wine and thinks. TCH. I never thought such a public figure would be so hard to meet. Unknown to her, her plan worked on the second try. Eidolon really doesn't care too much about crimes without direct victims, but he is passing by nearby when he saw the robbery. But one glance of him is enough to see the farce. No criminals, and the hidden bodyguards and Emma Frost are nearby in a room, only expecting him to appear. He smirked and turned around. The old trick in the book to bait heroes. He's not gonna fall for that. Seeing that there are really no traps or strong opponents, Eidolon thinks that Emma Frost probably wants to talk with him and probably manipulate him on some troublesome thing. Maybe even try mind control him. Who knows? Remembering the contacts that Emma has with the Hellfire Club, Eidolon is not against talking with her, and even being used by her, if she really wants him to eliminate some of her enemies. Because her possible enemies of her are Sebastian Shaw, a meta that Hector wants both to get rid of and to take his power from him. And other members of the Hellfire Club are famous for being sponsors and directly involved with mutant hate groups. And even with the Sentinel Project. A little ironic that there are so many anti-mutant members when the top figures are meta themselves. So Eidolon can allow himself to be used if he can gain something from that. But it has to be on his terms. He will only meet her when he wants. And right now, he is focusing on other things. Power plays are necessary when dealing with someone like Emma Frost. Maybe I should contact Xavier. Emma Frost muses to herself while circling the wine in the glass. Felicia Hardy, the Black Cat POV. The night was going so well. A flawless heist, recovery of some objects that no one will miss. And while I'm basking in the afterglow of a job well done, jumping from rooftop to rooftop and enjoying the cool breeze of the night, a head pops off exactly where I will land. The surprise took my reaction time from me and was impossible to dodge anyway. I braced myself for the impact, but it never came. I just passed through him like he is a ghost or a hologram, who knows. Recovering, I roll on my landing to don't hurt myself and turn to face him. Fucking Eidolon is standing just a few feet away from me. you know. My moniker of Black Cat is to bring bad luck to other people. I don't need to meet the greatest superhero just after I acquire some trinkets in non-conventional ways. Can I run? Puffed, no chance. I have watched the footage of the invasion. My only options are... I don't know. Convince him that is all a misunderstanding. Seduce him. I know very well the advantages that my body can bring to me, and I can use that to escape this predicament. Well, I know the disadvantages too. I think darkly and shake my head to dispel the bad memories. For some reason he is not saying anything, just staring at me. Is a little unsettling. Damn, he's big. Way over 6 feet. Maybe I haven't noticed this before because in the images that I saw he is close to equally big people like Captain America and Thor. His mantle with the 2 front slits covers most of his body, but it's possible to see his muscular neck and trapezius. Everything under his eyes is covered by his half mask. His hair is white like mine but is pulled back in his characteristic man bun, with some strands falling over his face. His eyes, which are now shining purple, does not blink while he looks at me. Even if it is not possible to see his face, I can tell that he is 10 out of 10. Too bad I'm over with men. Slowly getting up from my ready-to-flee position, I bend forward a little too much to give him a good view of my cleavage. Maybe I can open my way out if I'm a good girl. He will take it easy on a beautiful woman, right? Ugh. I wince remembering the treatment that he gave to Amora. No, he will not take easy just because I'm a girl. I sneak a glance to catch him off guard and I'm disappointed to see that his eyes never wandered to my body. Is he gay? That would be a such waste. Not for me, I don't care. I correct myself. His gaze finally left me and goes to my bag. Fuck. Before I can say anything, my bag floats to him and he opens it unceremoniously. Is rude to open a woman's purse like that, you know. I try to say. But he just looks at me in silence. Damn, this one is a tough nut to crack. He raises an eyebrow seeing the contents of the bag. Why do I feel like a child being scolded after being caught with the hand in the cookie jar? Come on dude, say something. Give me something to work on, and I can talk my way out of this, maybe. Then his eyes change. Blue takes over all of his pupils and his sclera, and some patterns and circles appear too. His now even more shining eyes look at me for a second before he turns in another direction. The direction of the museum where I came from early. Is he seeing the place? There's no lack of discussion on the internet about Eidolon's supposed powers. His timely appearances make even the criminal world float with people trying to figure out his powers. Some people say that he can read minds, see the past, present and future, see people's sins, have X-ray vision and can always hear when someone says his name. Hee hee. Seriously, there are people afraid of saying his name out of loud thinking that he will just appear like a demon or a ghost. I just laughed at the absurdity of all this, but now face to face with the men I'm worried that he truly has these powers. After a few seconds of looking away, his eyes become normal again and he just shrugs his shoulders almost imperceptibly and drops my bag on the ground after closing the zipper. Without looking at me he starts walking way to the edge of the building and starts staring at the city. What the hell? So. Can I go? I'm afraid to ask. Walking cautiously to my dropped bag. I grab the handle and I feel relieved feeling the familiar weight of my shinies. Now I just need to dash away and never look back, but it looks like such a waste. I slowly start to back away while looking at Eidolon's back, even after I'm on the other edge of the rooftop he doesn't move. It appears that he has no intention of arresting me. I prepare myself to jump but I pause and turn to watch the hero's back again. This looks like a good opportunity, no? Is not every night that we meet the most powerful man on the planet. And for some reason he is letting me off the hook, would be good to know the why. And this is a little thrilling, right? I mean, half of the reason that I do my non-legal activities is for the thrill. It's exhilarating. The planning, the execution, and the success. I never know what could happen. So many unforeseen things can happen. And surpass everything is the better feeling ever. And right now I have the chance to dance another type of dance. A dance of two. A dangerous tango where I can be arrested on the spot if I annoy him or I can make a good impression on him and maybe have a little leverage on the case that he doesn't feel so merciful in the future. We never know. Maybe his ignoring me tonight is a one-time thing. Would be good to know. Letting the bag on my escape route I start to approach him slowly like I'm approaching a dangerous animal. In no time I'm by his side. I look at the side of his face and see his eyes in that blue pattern again. Is he watching for crimes? Searching for something? Why are you still here? I hear his voice for the first time tonight. Is a deep and clear voice that appears to reverberate in my bones. Even his voice is sexy, damn. What? This is a free country. And isn't it nice to have the company of a beautiful woman on this chilly night? I say flirtatiously while putting my elbow on his shoulder. Are you assuming that just because I haven't arrested you early, you are free to do as you please? He says without even looking at me. Well, maybe. And I'm curious about this too. Why are you letting me go away? Is it because of my good looks? I bat my eyelashes at him, or is it the opposite and I'm too ugly to receive your attention? I say with a sigh while going closer and passing a finger on his face. That's a sharp jawline. Is this man perfect? He slaps my hand away and says. Don't act familiar, black cat. You're just one decision of mine away from going to jail. He finally looks at me. Ah, come on, we're already super close. A minute ago you were very deep in my uterus. I say coyly. And you know about little me. I'm flattered. And that's it. I don't know, he doesn't change expression or anything, but I can see that he relaxed a little. The tension is gone. You remember me of someone? I heard him whisper while he shakes his head almost imperceptibly and goes to watch the city again. And obviously I need to know about criminals in New York, it's part of the job. Taking advantage of the momentum, and the fact that the mood improved, I decide to continue. So, what are you doing? Searching for a meta with a mind control ability that is using it to do the worst thing that a man can do with a woman using the said power. He answers darkly. Oh. That's bad. I have my own bad experience to confirm. There are people with that sort of power, huh? Fuck. Are you gonna catch him? I ask. I'm trying. Wanna come? Hell no, I'm not gonna approach this bastard, not even a mile close. I say. HM. And here I thought that you want to be my sidekick. What? Who wants to be your sidekick? I ask, raising my voice a little. The cheekiness of this guy. Well, you're still sticking around. You're using my colors. Even the hair. If you want it so badly I can put you on probation. Probation, my perfect pale ass. I'm using these clothes way before you appear, mister. I retort. He doesn't answer. And I'm feeling that he is messing with me. Jerk. I just want to know why you did nothing to me. Just say so and I will be a good girl. Or maybe I will do the exact opposite, and be a bad girl if you want, I say again flirtatiously. I rarely get involved if it's not a life-threatening situation. People are already accusing me of vigilantism. I have no responsibility in protecting the possession of rich people that are using it as money laundering. He answers. Oh, so this is why this new batch of jewels arrived. You didn't hurt anyone and you didn't steal anything of cultural value. So I don't care. He finishes before going silent again. Okay, do not hurt anyone, and don't steal things with cultural value. Noted. Don't feel relieved so early. Maybe next time I will think that will be good for you to spend some years behind bars. Set you on the right path. He says, throwing a bucket of cold water on me. I pout, so mean. And the right path is so boring. Why don't I take you on a ride out of the right path, Eidolon? I can show you some interesting things, I say, and he rolls his eyes. Don't flirt if you have no intention of backing it up. It just makes you look childish, he says. Excuse me. Who said I won't back it up? I continue sultrily. He snorts and then. The world moves. No, I'm the one that is moved. When I realize, I'm with my back pressed against a wall. Eidolon's large frame pressed against mine. He uses his index finger to move my chin up. His face is now very close to mine. If I were paying attention I would see that there's no mirth or flirt in his eyes. But I'm not paying attention. For a moment the world goes black and no air goes to my lungs. Without thinking I shove him away. And even with the great difference in strength between us, he moved away. I bend forward a little and take big breaths. I'm sorry, that was a little insensitive of me. Are you okay now? I hear his voice soothingly close. I look up and see his eyes, there's worry and a little pity in them. I don't need to be pitied by anybody. Even if you're the strongest or whatever in the world. I'm sorry. He says again that I was not there to help you. He finishes and I can see that he truly means it. Like it's some sort of responsibility that he has to take care of me and he failed. I snort, forget about it. I say, straightening up. In truth, I'm grateful, really. And I am. Strangely. I thought I was over that thing. That I was finally free. I trained and trained to murder that son of a bitch and he dies run over by a bus before I get him. Is disappointing, but life goes on. Is good that he is dead. After training and improving myself to never feel that helpless again, and I finally became stronger and better than normal people. It's not easy to put me at a disadvantage now. After this, I have taken my father's mantle and went to have fun as Black Cat. My confidence slowly grew back, and I even start using my assets to my advantage here and there. Is not above me tricking some stupid and horny men to make them lower their guards or give me something. I can even flirt and touch men without feeling disgusted, but when I'm in control. This move of his. I was not in control at all. For a moment I felt like I was back at that time. Weak and fragile Felicia Hardy. I'm still this weak. Or is it just because he is the strongest man alive doing a move on me? Shaking my head I dispel these thoughts. Whatever, he proved his point. I'm just a balloon full of hot air. Looking at him more seriously now I say. I'm going now. Is your last chance to stop me? Is my turn to not even look at him? I grab my bag and start giving little jumps to build momentum. Okay. Take care. He says sincerely. This guy is strange. Not in a bad way at least. Eidolon POV. Well, this could have gone better. I think. Now I almost feel bad for replacing the stolen jewels with rocks. TSK. But I can't let her go off the hook so easily. I have no interest in arresting her, but I can't pull off a Batman and play a little and let her go. Is pathetic. Instead of playing, is better to not even start. And she is starting to distract me. I always joke about that Sigma male grind set, hee. In my last life is a funny meme with ridiculous rules like, don't pay taxes, kick kids, and, goes to sleep 3 a.m. and wakes up 2 a.m. Ha. But like all jokes, there's a little of the truth. I can't allow myself to be distracted by women. The great trap to any men. This world is dangerous. I can't be caught lacking because I'm chasing skirts. As a male teenager obviously I want to get intimate with a great number of hot women in spandex here. And my many waifus in other worlds. But I can do this in other worlds. Not in my home universe. Heck, if I want to bang Black Cat I can use D4C to go to another universe and do it there. No consequences, no strings attached. Hooking up with the female heroes and villains here can bring annoying consequences that make it all not worth it. I'm really more mature, huh? In the past I would never refuse booty, but now. Maybe it's the powers. Maybe it's the death of my parents. Maybe it's the fact that I'm aware that this world is dangerous. Who knows? I have to say that I'm impressed with my own willpower. I don't even use X-ray on her. And in any other female till now. Giving a quick look at the now far away backside of Black Cat, I save it on the memory. Damn, putting my stoic face is good and all but. Damn, that leather looks as painted in her body. Benzadius, PT/BR to God bless that. Black Cat is as beautiful as Mary Jane, with a body more developed. Damn, Peter. Now I know where all of your luck goes. Patting myself on the back for my self-control I go back to complete my objective of today. Did I already say that actively searching for a specific person or thing using my powers sucks? Yes, I will say it again. It sucks. I have many powers that are very useful to feel my surroundings. Maybe mimicking the divine/spiritual sense of that Xianxia/wuxia novel. Or a pseudo-cosmic awareness if you want to bring it to Marvel terms. The Force, the advanced observation hockey that allows me to see the color of people's feelings and overall aura, the technique Ren from Nen, many quirks that improve my senses and Homelander and Inuyashiki super senses, telepathy and empathy and others. It's not a stretch to say that I can know everything about New York if I want. A limited form of omniscience. But it's not a pleasant feeling. Maybe it's my still, mortal body and mind, but feeling other people's feelings, emotions, thoughts, presences, aura, and even feeling them like I'm touching them directly is disgusting. Maybe it would not be so bad if it is some pleasant things, but humans are assholes. And even when they are not, the great mix of feelings is horrendously unpleasant. Like you take all possible sauces and mix them. Simply not sit well in your mouth. Using my power at its full potential left a bad taste in my mouth, a headache, and makes my skin crawl. Fortunately for me, my brain is overdeveloped and copes with the plethora of information that I receive. Information that no normal human could take without overloading their own capabilities and becoming a vegetable. Let's start small. I whisper. Letting go of the restraints that prevent me from suffering from sensory overload I start hearing everything in New York. Z in he saca to bzbmebu toyulasbiarik menwo nebzzt. Ugh, after some seconds I start to get used to it and even discern some words and phrases. Identify who is talking, if is a woman or a man. I'm very adaptable. You. Take foob-idol-tomo-love over shit mama help. The secret is multitasking. Hearing everything at the same time without the words overlapping is hard. Knowing the position and who is talking is a good way to distinguish the voices and make complete phrases that make sense. I seriously need help to do this. Fuck off, asshole. Mama, tell me a story. Where are you looking, huh? Dear, he is only a friend. HNG Idolin. Make me your whore. No 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 no. When I see you again. I'm not wearing anything underneath, son of a bitch. Now I can hear everything. From the faintest of whispers to the loudest screams. Normally, I would just pay attention if someone shouts. If I hear the distress in someone's voice. And some keywords like help, police, and Idolin. Obviously filtering these words is a pain in the ass, and generally take a second to pay attention, and see if it is really something worthy of notice. One day I hear a couple role-playing. An awkward moment to say at least. Tomorrow, I want this paper on my table. Hee hee, you silly. Asterisk whistle asterisk hey, baby wanna have some fun. We have a 2-1-1 in the dash. Now, that I'm comfortable hearing everything, I up my game. My empathic powers start enveloping the city. I also help a little where is needed. A telekinetic blast throws a mugger on the wall, I chokehold a rapist, and hold a bike that would crash against a car. I trained hard with telekinesis after my fight with Thor. The first damage that I received in that fight is because I'm concentrating on saving some people. It's not as easy as it sounds to hold people telekinetically over long distances. If I'm not careful, my grip will be too weak and will be useless or will be too strong and crush them. Like trying to hold a soap bubble with dry hands. Because of that moment of distraction, where I held people falling without crushing or killing them by whiplash, I received a full blow of Mjolnir right on the face. The Mjolnir that is one of the strongest weapons in the universe. That one time going back to Thor traveled at FTL and destroyed planets on its path without giving a fuck. Luckily I became intangible rapidly and only lost my teeth. But not anymore. One error is okay, is human. But repeating the same mistake is stupidity. Now I can use my telekinesis very well in the range of the city. I mean, if asked to do a meticulous task like solving a Rubik's Cube on the other side of the city I would have a hard time. But I'm improving. Now that I'm comfortable hearing anything in the city, it's time to take away the excess. Filter what is not importing. Using my many empathic powers I started feeling the places and people with negative feelings. And is a lot. I will focus on only hearing them for now. Why are you doing this? How could you? No baby, please don't leave me. If you stop it now I can forget about it. You worthless piece of dash, I hate you. Focusing even more where I feel the despair, helplessness, bleakness. Ugh. Disgusting. Like a myriad of bugs and worms crawling on my skin. No. No. Please. No one care anyway. I don't want to do this anymore. I stop only hearing their voices. I focus on the people. Searching their biotype, seeing if there's any abnormality. If this doesn't work I will need to step up and use full-fledged telepathy. But I want to spare myself from the unpleasant experience. This would be much easier if my power manipulation was stronger. Power manipulation's greatest weakness/restriction is the range. Normally any Omega level power could span for miles and miles. This includes feeling the thing that you control. Metals, mines, ice, the weather. All other Omega level metas can control and feel their domain from far, very far. This doesn't apply to my own metapower. To copy, steal, and feel a power I need close contact. Well, but considering the possibility of eventually having all others' powers, is worth it. Very fair. In truth, my power is on the bottom level of the Omega powers. Potency-wise, what I mean is that there's room for growth. The quirk, All for One, itself could be considered an alpha-level power even here on Marvel. I used 8 power boost cards to help the quirk bypass the threshold and become a low Omega level power. In the future, if I dump more power boost cards on it I will probably be capable of feeling powers from far and even copying without contact, understanding the nature of someone's power just by looking at them, etc. The problem is that I don't know how many power boost cards will be needed for that. There's no indicator bar to show when the power or item will have a breakthrough and become better qualitatively. For all I know, maybe we'll take hundreds of power boost cards to power manipulation to go beyond Omega level. What doesn't make too much sense if Omega level means unlimited potential, but this is how Marvel rolls. While I think about this I hear it. When I'm almost losing hope and going to use other unpleasant means I hear. What should we do tonight, Jessica? An overly sweet and nauseous voice said in a Hell's Kitchen. The voice has affection, lust, and a hint of mockery. But is out of place. A misplaced affection like you're talking with a pet. Focusing my attention on the place I murmur. Got you. Before disappearing while exercising my powers on the purple bastard. Third-person POV. In the MCU he is called Kevin Thompson and has a very different backstory from his comic counterpart, Zebediah Kilgrave. A former Soviet spy that received his powers by accident. It didn't take long for him to slowly start using it for personal gains. And slowly but surely his actions start to become even more evil and depraved. Right now Kilgrave is with his, saying in his own words, great acquisition, Jessica Jones. This relationship has lasted for a few months, since December last year. Kilgrave has stumbled on Jessica using her superhuman strength to help someone that was being mugged. Unlucky to her, her good action was rewarded awfully. Now in a shady hotel in Hell's Kitchen, because of Kilgrave's purple skin, he doesn't have many options to go out and have a normal life. But even in this shady building, the interior of his room is filled with extravagant furniture and other expensive items like a huge bed and fancy clothes. Kilgrave is now admiring his thrall. Jessica Jones is slim and can even be considered a tiny woman, with black hair and eyes. Her small body contrasts with her power. She looks very fragile but can give Captain America a run for his money. Kilgrave likes to make Jessica wear fancy clothes with purple colors, and right now she is using a long sleeveless dress of the color purple. Her face is impassive, but it is possible to see the unwillingness in her eyes. But it's also possible to see the lack of brightness in her eyes, meaning that she gave up on hope a long time ago. So beautiful. Kilgrave says, approaching the standing Jessica. He runs his hand gently over her face and goes slowly down, running his fingers over her nose, mouth, neck. His hand stops on her shoulder. He toys with the strap of her dress before pulling it slowly from her shoulder, leaving one of her breasts bare. What should we do tonight, Jessica? He says with a smile that only makes repulsion and despair appear in Jessica's eyes. And then it happens. Kilgrave feels the world solidify around him. He can't move a muscle. The smile slowly slips off Kilgrave's purple face. The strange situation horrifies him. He can't even open his mouth. He can only move his eyes and some facial muscles. He starts sweating profusely. He wants to scream. Scream to know what is happening. Scream to know who's doing that with him. Scream to Jessica to protect him. Jessica also starts noticing the strangeness of the situation, but she can't move after the stop command of Kilgrave. If this was an anime, there would be a shot of Kilgrave feeling that is being watched, there would be huge eyes on the sky watching him coldly, and he would know that is very close to death. But this is real life, he can't feel those things. The confusion only makes his mind panic, the uncertainty and that not knowing are even more terrifying to a human. Humans are naturally afraid of dark places because they don't know what is there. This situation stretches for a few seconds, which looks like hours to Kilgrave, before black mist starts to coat the walls, cover the lamps and other sources of light, and the rooms start to become cold. In no time Kilgrave is in complete darkness. He still wants to scream, but even that is taken from him. Are you enjoying yourself before? He hears a voice behind him, but he can't look back. A big hand grabs his head in an iron grip. What we should do tonight? He hears ominously closer before pain assaults his body. And he can't even scream. Eidolon POV disgusting. This is my thought after stealing Kilgrave's power. All for one description of some quirks as being appetizing is fit because my power allows me to taste powers. Powers have different shapes, flavors, and textures. It's hard to explain. But I can differentiate them after close contact. His power is very similar to Shinso's quirk, brainwash. The two are unpleasant, but Kilgrave's is much more. I wonder if it's only my personal preference. Because of my distaste with mind control, maybe I don't like the taste of related powers. Other people, with different mindsets, may find them more delicious. Well, whatever. I have no one to compare. My mind is strange, going sideways like that. Back to the present. After taking Kilgrave's power and storing him in the Infinity Castle, Yinai didn't kill him. And no. Is not mercy. Is hard to come across people that fit so perfectly on my, will be used to better humanity, conditions. He is a precious human resource, right? Or how Demiurge from Overlord would say, a bipedal sheep. Human rights don't apply to him. Making the dark mist retreat from the room, I appear in front of a shocked Jessica Jones. She was still not moving. The effects do not disappear after he loses his power. Or she just forget to move because of the situation. Telekinetically taking a sheet to cover her, I watch her move her hand unconsciously to keep the sheet around her body. So she's just shocked. I remember reading in the wiki that Kilgrave's power has many weaknesses, like don't working on telepaths, people with indomitable will, and people that don't need to breathe, and wearing off if he walks away for too long. He can't hurt you anymore. I say, simply, making Jessica's eyes widen. And her face morphs into one of anguish and she starts bawling her eyes out while kneeling on the ground. So she is letting everything out now, Protagonist's charisma and speech help me now. I'm afraid of saying something that will hurt her in some way. Heck, I'm afraid that she has trauma and doesn't want a male to touch her. Let's wait for her to recover. Should be the safe choice. Jessica Jones POV. Finally. It's over. It's really over. I'm afraid of opening my eyes and seeing Kilgrave's slimy purple face with that mocking smirk. To realize that I'm still trapped in that nightmare. In the beginning I'm just crying, but then anger starts to appear as well. I punch the ground many times and practically roar to let it all out. After an unknown amount of time and being much calmer, I finally look at him. I know this guy. The new superhero that is a hot topic as the Avengers. Eidolon. I have seen him on TV, together with that son of a bitch. I remember him commenting on how useful would be to control the mutant hero. But I know that is just fucking hot air. That motherfucker is a coward. He would never risk going 10 miles close to Eidolon. He is even more afraid recently because of the hero, always looking over his shoulder, afraid of being caught. Well, look at that. He was right about being afraid. Thank God Eidolon comes now. The human trash was thinking about running from the city with his tail between his legs. And obviously, he would take me with him. I can't even imagine how fucked up my future would be. But now is okay. Is okay, right? It's hard to believe even now. In a moment it was in a shit place and in another everything changed. So this was what feels to be saved. Are you feeling better? I hear him talking with me in his deep and smooth voice. Strangely I become more calm hearing him. Yes. I think I'm okay now. Good. What happened to him? I ask, my voice quivering a little. He won't hurt anyone else. I can assure you of that. Did you kill him? I ask hopefully. That guy is better 6 feet under. Heroes don't kill. He says simply, and I almost scoffed. But I don't want to discuss it with my savior. Do you have any place to go now? I would prefer you to stay with a family member. Someone who can take care of you. He says. Very considerate, but I can only think of my sister right now. And I don't want to burden her. No. This is an excuse. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of what that made me do. None of this is your fault, do you know? You are the victim. Don't let your mind go to these dark places. Eidolon says as if reading my mind. Maybe he is. Or maybe he just has experience dealing with cases like mine. There's my place. I want to stay alone for now. I say, standing up. I can't even meet his eyes. I'm full bullshitting right now. Okay. He finally says, do you want to take something from here? He gestures to the room. As if. I just want to go away and forget everything. I hug my shoulders, covering myself with the sheet. Are you sure? He looks at me again. Your name is Jessica, right? I hear him saying it. And before I can answer he continues. Do you know, Jessica? The next days, months, or even years of your life will not be easy for you. You can take some money or something like that as compensation. You will need to stabilize many things in your life. Financial problems are not something that you will want now. If you don't need it, you can just donate later, he says, and he convinces me. I have nothing to my name now. An almost empty bank account, and I don't know how my place is going. Maybe I've already been evicted. There's a safe behind that locker, I say, pointing with my chin. Eidolon moves his hand and effortlessly moves the furniture. And then he yanks off the front of the safe like is nothing. He then makes the contents float to him. He has a good amount of money and jewels. Eidolon comments. He said one time that he wants to open a casino one day. Is one of the bastard's ambitions. Your documents are here too. Eidolon comments on passing me the things that I have when I met the motherfucker for the first time. And here, take these clothes. He says, giving me a pair of jeans, one white t-shirt, and one jacket. He turns to give me privacy and I nearly rip this disgusting purple dress off myself. These clothes fit perfectly. Do you always carry women's clothes around? I ask, a little more relaxed. I'm always prepared. He answers. Is he some kind of Boy Scout? And how do you know my exact number? Because I'm Eidolon. Well, I think you need to find another place to stay. Eidolon says helpfully while we look at the destroyed land that used to be where I lived. Do you think? I ask sarcastically. He shrugs his shoulder. To where now? I look at him. This guy is a rare good person. I can take care of myself now. I will just search for a motel or something like that. You really don't want to meet your family, huh? He sighs. Okay, Jessica. I can understand you. You want to solve your issues alone. Get up without help. I'm a little like that too. I will go now, but promise one thing. Before the week is over you will go talk with someone you trust. He looks at me seriously. I promise me. I can't deny him. Okay. You don't need to tell everything if you are not comfortable, but I advise you to vent to someone. Goodbye, Jessica. Better days will come. Believe in it. he says before simply disappearing. I take a deep breath. Okay, Jessica. Time to left all that shit behind. Hector's residence, Hector POV. As Helena and I watch TV, I multitask with a little of NN training and reading some files about people of interest. Isabella is in the kitchen and Shago is in her house. She said that want to search for personnel to open her club. So, why didn't you show up to beat that guy? Helena asks me, pointing to the TV showing Spider-Man fighting Scorpion. I'm trying to bait a bigger fish. I answer while training Gyo. 60% of aura on the right arm, 40% on the rest of the body. I make the transfer while reprising my fight with Thor in my mind. I'm training to see how I would use my new acquired Nen on that fight. 40% in each leg. 20% on the rest. I started slow, very slow. But now the aura moves around my body at a good speed. 50% on right hand, 40% on my knee and 10% on the rest is not useful in battle yet. I need to make the changes in the blink of an eye to keep up with my speed. 100% on my left cheek, heh. I'm so fast that my sources of strength can't keep with me. What bigger fish? Helena asks. Green Goblin. 55% on my right elbow, 45% on the rest. I'm very active on New York, people think that my base is here. But it's true. She says. Yeah, but I don't want them to know that. Now that I'm going international, the scum will feel comfortable to crawl out of their holes. Shoe on the sword of actuation, 70% should be good enough. Villains are not stupid, I mean, most of them, if they know that there's no chance of winning they won't show themselves. And why all this trouble to get this guy? Ah yes, she never saw the Green Goblin. HM. To put on terms that you understand. He is like the weird love child of Lex Luthor and the Joker. I say while increasing the speed of my Nen moving around my body. Okay, why didn't you kill the bastard yet? Do you want me to do it? Her eyes widen and she turns to me. Wait, from where did she take that crossbow? Relax, he is not as smart as Lex and he is not crazy as the Joker. His secret identity is Norman Osborn, by the way. From Oscorp. I say, showing her a hologram of the guy on my palm. Quirks are so handy. If you know his secret identity, why didn't you discreetly? She raises an eyebrow at me and passes her thumb over her neck. Hey, I'm a hero. I say, holding my laugh. She can't, and she laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Now tell me the truth. It's not enough to end him secretly. I want to end him in all possible ways. Destroy his public image, his company, his legacy, that even if he comes back, he would have no place to return. I say darkly. So I take that you have a plan. Huh. Yes. He only needs to appear and he is finished. All is in place. I smile, remembering my preparations. Tell me more. I like plans that end scummy bastards. She leans in my direction and asks conspiratorially. Our relationship really improved, huh? Well, it's like that, beat big fire in New Mexico, gotta go. I say fast while already changing to Eidolon and teleporting myself kilometers high on the air. I can still hear her tisk even miles away. Third-person POV. Jane Foster can't concentrate. Her life took a strange turn recently, is not common for someone's boyfriend to suddenly reveal himself as Thor, the god of thunder of Norse mythology. And there's the discrepancy between Donald Blake, the man that she has fallen for, a mild-mannered doctor, and Thor, the almighty god, one of the strongest superheroes and who knows what's more. Because Jane doesn't know Thor. Not too much at least. She would be angry with Donald Thor if he knew beforehand. Lucky to him, he doesn't. But when she accepted this craziness and starts to become more acquainted with Thor, the invasion happens and then he has to go back to Asgard. She barely knew Thor. This relationship is complicated. The relationship between the two alter egos is also complicated. Is not like Thor is wearing Donald's identity. They're the same person but at the same time different. They act differently. Donald is a normal guy. And Thor is a Viking. You can almost feel his boisterous aura and his mannerisms scream someone completely different from Donald. Well, it's not a bad thing to suddenly have a tall blonde, blue-eyed, big hunk of a man as a boyfriend, Jane thinks. But it is hard to conciliate. And then, after the invasion, I have to go back to Asgard now. Jane. Darcy Lewis calls Jane Foster in a low voice, but the astrophysicist doesn't hear it. Thor said that he would come back eventually. But when? And if his notion of time is all screwed up because he is a long-living race? Maybe he will come back in 10 years. Jane. Darcy Lewis calls again, but Jane is too deep in her thoughts to hear. So what should Jane do? Wait till she became an old and emaciated lady. Jane. Again, this time Jane heard it, but she chose to ignore it. Jane has not signed on to date the God of Thunder. Is this what she really wants? Is it even possible? Are they not too different? Jane. What? Now Jane turns around. She just wanted to contemplate in silence for a while. She is having a crisis, for God's sake. There's an eidolon in the window. Darcy points to the closed window. They're on the second floor. There's a what on what? Eidolon is on the window, woman. Look. Darcy points to the floating eidolon, patiently waiting for them to finish. They talk. Oh. What? Eidolon is on my window. Why didn't you tell me before? And why didn't you let him in right away? Jane exclaims, first confused then surprised. She moves fast to open the window, but eidolon just phases through it. He could have done it sooner, but it would have been rude. I don't know. This is not a normal situation, don't blame me. Darcy answers while eidolon stops before the two. They go on a momentary silence. Jane doesn't know if she should say welcome or offer a drink. This is not an everyday situation. Eidolon is a little, scratch that, he is very intimidating. While the situation is tense, Eidolon goes to speak, but Darcy beats him on it. Dibs. She exclaims, making Jane widen her eyes. Even Eidolon looks at her strangely. Darcy. You can't call dibs on someone like this. Jane whispers while giving her assistant a look. What? You can't hoard all super powerful hot guys to yourself. Is not fair. Darcy answers, outraged, making Jane blush. She doesn't know if she feels more embarrassed by what Darcy said or by the fact that she spoke in front of Eidolon. Hoo-hoo, but Eidolon chuckles and whatever embarrassing mood disperse with his laugh. You're funny, Ms. Lewis. Sorry to intrude, by the way. Please, there's no need to become nervous. Eidolon. Big fan. Darcy suddenly exclaims and goes to hug Eidolon. Damn, you're tall. It's understatement. Darcy is 5'3" 1.60, while Eidolon is 6 feet 4 inches, 1.93. The discrepancy became even more obvious when she hugs Eidolon. Can I take a picture? Darcy. There's no photo of Eidolon with fans on the internet. To Eidolon this is a little of a novelty. He didn't interact much with people other than cops, heroes, or criminals. He's never had anyone fangirling over him. Hoo-hoo, sure. He answers. Jane, take a picture of us. Darcy quickly gives her smartphone to Jane before going back to Eidolon. She even goes under his mantle and covers herself with it. Darcy. Jane says tiredly. Relax, he doesn't care, right? Right. See. Take a picture. Will be the first picture of Eidolon with a fan in the world. Darcy says. In truth, would be the second. Eidolon reveals. Remembering the selfie that he took jokingly with Jean and asking himself if she still had it. Damn. Well, the second is good enough. Darcy shrugs her shoulder. She still goes under Eidolon's mantle, her head popping out of one of the mantle slits, and she smiles. Jane relents and just takes the picture. Snap, here, now get out here. You're making him uncomfortable. Jane says, returning Darcy her smartphone. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm gonna post this now. This will distract her for a few minutes. Jane says, making Eidolon chuckle. She is very enthusiastic. Eidolon says uncertainly. Hee hee, you could say that. But, you were saying something before. Jane decides to go back to the topic. Darcy's antics are already embarrassing enough, no need to talk more about that. I'm just checking to see if everything is okay. I promised Thor that I would take care of you guys. And I was close because of a fire in a nearby factory. Eidolon explains. By the way. He suddenly became serious. Did you know that you are being monitored? He says and raises his hand, and many small objects fly to his outstretched palm. Cameras, hearing devices, wires. What the hell? Darcy exclaims, and Jane would too if she was not so shocked. Shield, they're across the street. Eidolon turns to a window facing the street and waves his hand. Even in the bathroom. Dick move. But everyone monitoring you is female, so Fury is at least a little considerate, I think. Eidolon lets all devices fall on the ground. And there's a lot. They can't do that. There are laws preventing this. Against this. Invading my privacy and violating my home. Jane is reasonably angry. Eidolon just takes her rant calmly and finally says when she is out of breath, they're spies. Laws are to normal people, Miss Foster. And is true. No laws apply to the one with the power. Be it money, the status of being a politician/spy or holding whatever position of power, or just simply being powerful like Eidolon. If they come to talk to you, they will say that is to your protection, can be. But. Idolin says and just shrugs his shoulders, letting the two take their own conclusions. And they will come, by the way. Now that I revealed them. Be prepared. Scream if you need help. Ah. Okay, thank you. Jane says, distracted. Are you okay? Idolin asks, looking at her closely. Yeah, of course. Jane starts talking before being interrupted. No, she is not. Darcy intervenes. She has been a wreck since the invasion. Darcy. If you want to blurt out, I'm all ears, Miss Foster. I can imagine that you find yourself in a difficult and unique situation. Idolin says politely. Jane's first instinct is to just say no. But she thinks more and concludes that if there is someone that she can talk about, that is Idolin. Even if he is a super powerful guy, he is still a human. At least was raised as one, right? She is not sure. There are many theories that Idolin was made in a lab, that he is thousands of years old, and that he lives on the moon. But she can at least try to talk to him, maybe he can help. It's really difficult. Idolin says while sitting on a couch. Jane is in front of her and Darcy is his side, too close to comfort. But he just ignore her. I myself just met Thor on that same day, so I can't speak for him, but. Let me say something. Idolin continues. I'm giving many pep talks lately. Well, whatever. Idolin thinks. Is not a bad thing. Many big problems in Marvel always start with small things or misunderstandings. If he can stop something bad from happening with a little 10-minute talk, he would be more than happy. It is not just about avoiding disasters. His meta-knowledge could help to take someone faster from some depressive thoughts, like with Captain America or Jessica, by using his protagonist speech. Is also a good way to check the person's personality and see what version of the character he is dealing with. There are simply too many versions of characters in so many universes. For all he knows, everyone could be evil here. Idolin starts talking. By what you said, you and Thor himself just discovered recently that he is something more. You guys just don't have the time to figure out how to work all of this. And now you are here all alone, with 1,000 thoughts. Stagnate without the opportunity to take action. Is no wonder that your mind you going to dark places, he says. To this, you will have to wait for Thor. If he said that he will come back, he will come back. And he lived for a long time among us, so do not worry. He must be familiar with our concept of time. He will not appear 10 years from now thinking that just passed 2 days. The main problem is that apparently, Loki damaged the Bifrost. Idolin put his fingers on his chin, and probably there will be so many problems for him to take care of now. So it should take some months. He says, and watching Jane sigh makes him go assure her again. But he will come back. That's for certain. And he decides to continue. You know that spell that he is put under. The mind control of Amora apparently doesn't create feelings from nothing. She just transfers pre-existing feelings to her. Idolin gave Jane a look. That means that Thor loves you very much. I don't know how your relationship will work from now, but I believe that he really wants to take things seriously with you. The fact that he discovered himself as a god of thunder changes nothing. After Idolin finished, Jane smiles a little. Idolin doesn't give her an answer, because he doesn't have one, but he managed to calm their nerves. Sincerely, Hector doesn't believe that the relationship between Thor and Jane has a future. His own prejudice against super/normal relationships and his meta-knowledge make up his mind. But it's not like he will sabotage the thing. Right now, Jane is a good thing to Thor. He will let the two of them figure it out on their own. Who knows? Maybe in this universe it will work out. By the way, they, Loki and Amora, were only able to capture Thor because they used an image of you as a bait. He adds to emphasize how much Thor cares for Jane now. He remembers that in that movie Jane tried dating new people because Thor stayed away for months and she didn't know how Thor felt. He can help him with that now. You know, Miss Foster. One of my mottos is, suffering for anticipation is suffering more than necessary. Don't torture yourself with dark thoughts. Take this time to focus a little on yourself and your research. When Thor comes back you guys can talk. Idolin advises. Jane appears to be in thought. Yeah. I think that you're right. You know, the reveal that aliens exist just makes my work even more exciting. And here I'm all depressed. She lets out a sigh and Idolin sees that her expression it's much better now. Thank you, Idolin. She says gratefully. I consider Thor my friend already, it's only natural that I help. He shrugs with a smile in his eyes. So wise. Darcy says dreamily while caressing Idolin's chest. Darcy, hand. Jane facepalms. What? Darcy asks slowly like nothing is wrong. I'm just checking if his heart is beating. Hector finds it funny, but he keeps a stoic face. Answer me something, Idolin. Jane suddenly goes to ask. Go on. Is true that, while Thor was under the control of Amora, they got intimate? Jane asks, looking into Eidolon's eyes. Eidolon remembers Amora kissing Thor, and Thor reciprocating because of the spell. I haven't seen that happening, and I arrived early. He lies, a guy needs to cover for his brothers. If Thor wants to come clean with Jane, his decision. Eidolon has nothing to do with it. Jane nods, accepting Eidolon's answer. Now, I need to go. Eidolon say while getting up. Already? Darcy asked willingly. Yeah. I'm sure that we will meet again, he says. All right, let me open the door to you this Jane starts but stops. Where did he go? I don't know. I looked away a second and he disappeared. Darcy says unsure. Mutant Town/Ghetto, night. Some days later. Mutant Ghetto is a remote part of New York where roughly 1,000 mutants, or what they are starting to be called nowadays, metahumans, live. Similar to what happened with the segregation of black people in the first half of the 20th century, the mutants live isolated from the rest of the city because they will not receive the same treatment as their fellow humans out there. Even if there's no law openly discriminating against mutants, there are no laws defending them either. The Mutant Ghetto is the place where the metas can have normal lives without being lynched or worse. Water, electricity, and other vital amenities reach the place. So is livable. But the whole ghetto is very much poor. Commerce only happen between them and sometimes things that the gangs smuggle from outside. Normal people sometimes visit. Most of the part with bad intentions. And the one with good intentions usually wants to visit the strip clubs or brothels to see the exotic goods. Police patrols are scarce and generally they just bully the locals, throwing their little authority around on the lesser people. Most of the inhabitants have very weak powers with changes in appearance. So it is difficult to defend themselves in the case of some extremist anti-mutant groups appearing to do some cleanse. So the people here are generally under the protection of gangs. There are only 2 gangs in the whole ghetto. And unfortunately is the best prospect of rising in life in these parts. People with a little better powers became criminals for lack of options. Right now, Callisto and Caliban are waiting to meet one of these gangs. Well, long time no see, Callisto. I'm almost thinking that you forget Lil ol me. A man approaches accompanied by only another. The 2 are in formal attire. But while the first that talked has an appearance that resembles a businessman, the other man's vibe screams hitman. The first man, and obviously the boss, is Frankie Zapruder, one of the 2 gang bosses of Mutant Town. He is a fat man, middle-aged man, that has no unusual features but is his power that makes him live in the ghetto. His power is mood odor, self-explanatory, which makes him emit different odors based on his mood. When he has negative emotions like anger and anxiety he emits a bad smell. And when he is happy he smells good. Callisto at the moment can smell that he is in a good mood. The man accompanying Frankie is Vincent, also known as Zippermouth. Like his codename, his distinctive feature is his huge mouth that goes from ear to ear. His power is a simple empathic ability that allows him to scan people in his environment and determine their moods and intentions. It is useful to be a bodyguard. Zippermouth narrows his eyes a little when he spots Callisto and Caliban. The world is going crazy, just keeping my head down for a bit. Callisto says, making Frankie scoff. You can say that. Things are pretty difficult lately. A man needs to do everything to survive. Frankie says while lighting a cigar. Like kidnapping and selling our fellow targets. Callisto receives Eidolon's commands telepathically and throws all pretenses out the window. Her declaration makes Frankie pauses. Before he starts laughing. Ha ha ha. You're smarter than you look, girl. He says without any shame, I choose the winning side. I would make you an offer to join, but I know that you're a pain in the ass with all that responsibility bullshit and you will fetch for a good price. You're a better breed than us, right, Vincent? You think that you're winning. Just wait till Eidolon come for your ass. Callisto says, looking angry. But Zippermouth finds it strange that she is not as angry as she looks. Ha 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 ha, did you learn nothing in all these years, girl? Frankie laughs even more before looking at her. God doesn't care about us. Did you think the all-powerful Eidolon will care? He must be very happy receiving head pats and belly rubs with his fellow Avengers. The odor that is emitting becomes even more prominent. At this moment Zippermouth grows even warier. Callisto doesn't show anger because of Frankie's mockery. In truth is the opposite, Zippermouth can feel scorn and satisfaction. Sir, there is something strange. Zippermouth starts saying and already reaching out for his pistols. But he is punched in the face and knocked out instantly. Mikhail appears from nowhere making the smirk that Frankie wore slip off from his face. Grabbing the gang boss by the necklace, Mikhail's shoulder throws him onto the ground. Arg. Frankie gasps for air while on the ground. Not so smug now, huh? Scum. Callisto says while stepping on Zapruder's chest. Girl. You don't know on what are you getting yourself into. Hee hee. He gives an ugly smile. What? Are you talking about the hidden squad surrounding us? Callisto says, shocking Frankie. What dash? And before he could finish, the many soldiers just drops from the sky unceremoniously. Frankie's eyes widen and he asks how. And the answer appears to him. On the form of Eidolon slowly landing on the ground. Damn, man. Callisto closes her nostrils with her hand. That is the most fetid that you ever have been. She mocks the mouth agape gang boss. So they plan to ambush and capture us tonight. No wonder he agreed to the meeting so easily. Caliban says, looking at the unconscious soldiers. It appears that my presence makes them have a little shortage of goods. Eidolon comments calmly. So they targeted the Morlocks. Mikhail finishes the thought. Only business, huh? Motherfucker. Callisto kicks Frankie on the ground. These people are not from here. They are too well equipped. Mikhail says while checking the people that Eidolon dropped. A third party. The client. Care to tell me more? Frankie's a pruder. Eidolon eyes the criminal coldly. Mikhail grabs Frankie, bringing him to his knees. Hey. Go fuck yourself. The gang boss says before spitting on Eidolon. It never reached the black-clad hero, but Mikhail punches Frankie in the stomach and making him cough blood nonetheless. Do you think you won? You have no idea what is happening right now, huh? While you're here. Frankie continues while gasping for air, but Eidolon completes to him. Another squad is being led by Daniel Kaufman to attack the place where the Morlocks live. Frankie's eyes just grow more. Is this guy really a god? He thinks while his odor only grows in intensity. Hey. Kaufman will find a good surprise there. Callisto laughs. Now, Mr. Zapruder. Who is your client? Eidolon asks with an extra something in his voice. I don't know. Frankie can't resist but answer truthfully. You don't know. Callisto was ready to punch him, but Eidolon stops her. He can't lie. This is one of my powers. Eidolon says before continuing. How do you contact your customer? And where do you deliver the people that you kidnap? Eidolon starts the interrogation. On the sewers. Daniel Kaufman, or Shaky, is the other gang boss of the mutant ghetto. He is also a middle-aged man on a business suit. He has long black, but his hairline is receding on a widow's peak. His power is simply generating high amounts of adrenaline. And even if it gives him above-average strength, it also makes him prone to fits of rage. He usually vents his frustrations on his bodyguard by beating him up. His bodyguard is a tall blonde man full of scars. Jimmy Damiano, or Mr. Punch, doesn't feel pain. As well as being Shaky Kaufman's bodyguard, he is also his punch bag. But right now Mr. Punch is not faring very well. Him and many others are unconscious on the ground. Some are even dead. All because they met Gigantomachia. Shaky, right now, is paralyzed, even with great bursts of adrenaline and action takes over him before the giant of a man blocking his path. This should have been an easy job. Frankie Zapruder captures the strongest Morlocks in the meeting place and he goes to raid the place full of the rest of the scum. The client lent many well-equipped and well-trained soldiers. It should have been a walk in the park. But is over before they even have a chance to fight. Master said to capture alive. But so weak. So weak. Whyy. Why so weak? Now I killed many. I failed Master. Machia screams while crying rivers. Calm down, Machia. Eidolon's voice can be heard through the palantir on Machia's neck. Master. Machia gently grabs the crystal ball gently. I don't blame you. Just clean the corpses and catch the ones alive. Stay on guard for the rest of the night. Eidolon says before cutting the communication off. Machia nods before obeying. Back to Eidolon. After contacting Machia, Eidolon turns to everyone and uses compress to capture Frankie and the others. And store them in one of his mantle pockets. He already has all the information he wants. It's time to raid some labs. Mikhail, you come with me. The rest go back. Callisto, in the future we will take control and disperse the gangs of Mutant Town. Try to collect information when you can. Eidolon says, making Callisto nod. Grabbing Mikhail telekinetically, Eidolon starts flying. From the soldier's own mouth we have their base. There are 8 that really matter here in New York. 2 of them are where they do the experiments. You and I will go on the main base, and I already sent Lady Jade and Huntress on the secondary base. Eidolon says while they stop above an apparently abandoned factory. And the other 6 places? Mikhail asks. Are places to store weapons, to keep they people and escape routes. I got that covered too. Eidolon says before raising his hand. A mouth appears on the palm of his hand and black ectoplasm starts being regurgitated. Using Ectoplasm Sensei clone quirk is better than twice one because the clones are more resistant and is possible to control them. Eidolon can also duplicate himself thanks to Dark Danny's powers, but his limit is just making 2 of himself for now. And his power drops a little when he splits himself. After a dozen of clones be formed, they fly away without a word to the designated places. There are many soldiers, with rifles and pistols. Some people with power and many hostages. Be careful. Eidolon conveys the situation inside the place that he can see with his X-ray vision. Try not to kill any scientist, especially one using a blue coat and with a big mustache. And Eidolon pauses. Ugh. So is this plot. Let's go, Mikhail. Just take care of the goons. Eidolon says before dipping down. Fucking Deadpool. He mutters before invading the place. Mikhail can dispatch any henchman easily. His mobility coupled with his physical capabilities made him the terror of these low-level goons. Especially in a closed space like that. Hector checks his fight a little and finds similarities with the opening scene of an X-Men movie where Nightcrawler invades the White House. Punch and disappearing, kicking and disappearing, grabbing one guy and giving him a screwdriver and before hitting the ground he is already choke-holding another guy. Is one-sided. After ending all the soldiers on this floor, he hears a ding, the elevator. Someone is coming. Readying himself he waits for the double doors of the elevator to open revealing only one person. A woman. Mikhail thinks. Hector almost laughs at the situation while he keeps tabs on everything in the building. Mikhail just met Angel Dust, the woman that fought Colossus, Mikhail's brother, in the Deadpool movie. There's really destiny. Eidolon muses to himself while he does his own things in another part of the lab. The tall, black-haired woman says nothing while slowly approaching Mikhail. She crackles her knuckles while getting ready for the fight. And she suddenly gets a right hook on the face. Although Mikhail is a little bit of an old-fashioned guy, he is not Colossus. He is not a gentle person. And he is with Eidolon, so he is also an advocate of true gender equality. Angel Dust is brought to her knees by the punch, but she gets up, surprising Mikhail. It appears that you are not a normal member of the fairer sex. I will treat you as such. Mikhail says before putting on a fighting stance. Angel Dust throws herself at him, trying to grab his waist and slam him against the wall. But Mikhail just disappears and lets her go head first on the concrete. Appearing behind her, he grabs her vest and pulls her from the wall before slamming her on the wall again. And again. And again. And again. Till she roars and grabs his arm and slams Mikhail on the wall. She tries giving him a punch in the face. But Mikhail blocks her forearm from by not allowing her to build momentum and headbutts her. She gives some steps back after the hit, but Mikhail is also hurt. You are harder than expected. Good, good. I can try that thing on you. Mikhail says rubbing his forehead. Mikhail's fists start to glow in a blue light. His powers are evolving. Initially, he could only blink across space. But the truth of his powers is much more complex. Spatial warping allows him to manipulate subatomic matter and warp energy by altering their wavelengths to an unknown degree. In addition to using it to teleport, he also can use it offensively. And he is slowly figuring it out after Eidolon throws some light on the true nature of his power. Mikhail goes for another punch, Angel Dust blocks but her forearm bends a little. She widens her eyes feeling her broken bone. Mikhail does not give any more time before burying his other fist in her face. Eidolon POV. Oh, Mikhail finished on his side. I should wrap things around here too. Well, I already finished. I captured Ajax and the leading scientist Dr. Emery's Killebrew. He was not in the movies, he is a geneticist and worked on the Weapon X project, but now he is here on the workshop, or whatever he calls this endeavor. I have seen his mind, many important people finance these things. Before I call the police and the inevitable arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. I will throw everything on the internet. The idiot let their files here with true names. Retards. Will be good for PR, people think that metas don't suffer. That we're blessed with powers and have easy lives. Let's slap their faces with a little of grim reality. I will keep most of the scientists to myself to use them as human resources. If they do it with others, I can do it with them, right? Now I will rescue the victims. Seriously, trying to awaken the metagene using torture is another level of fucked up. Yes, it's proven that many times, is in moments of distress that the powers awaken, but... Ugh, whatever. These guys think that we are disposable. So what if 9 out of 10 die? Now I need to address the elephant in the room. Or better yet, the red and black anti-hero in the room. Motherfucker. Why in all timelines a big Russian guy and his edgy sidekick need to stop me from killing that evil British shitstick? Deadpool rants while trapped in my force field bubble. Wait. Is this his fourth wall awareness? I'm curious, but I'm not touching him with power manipulation or telepathy even if I'm paid with the Infinity Stones. And he just compared me with Negasonic Teenage Warhead. I'm much cooler. And I'm not the sidekick. Mikhail is the sidekick. Shut up, Deadpool. Ajax will never hurt anyone more. Why didn't you go back to Vanistash? I start, but he interrupts me. Not even start, you protagonist bullcrap to me, mister. I'm not buying it. Just lend me that cockfistle for a second to me to finish everything. Damn it, I wasted weeks tracking that evil muppet and you arrive and blueball me. Well, if you searched him as an Ajax instead of Francis, maybe you would have finished it a lot sooner. I say. Damn it, because of this you're the main character. He exclaims. What bullshit he's talking about. I'm the main character. Oh no, I'm on a fanfic, aren't I? Shit. Who's the author? I hope someone above 12 years old. Heh. Jokes aside, maybe Wade is really crazy. Maybe this is real life and he has some sort of hallucinations that makes him think that he is on a comic or whatever. So he thinks that he is talking with the audience. But maybe he is right. And so what? What changes? Did my acts are decided by the writer? Or the writer receives inspiration from my actions? Who is controlling who? Who comes first, the egg or the chicken? Whatever, nothing good comes of thinking about that. Author, if you're there. Give me a package of goth girls on the next gacha. Thank you. Author, no. DMM. Did I just hear something? I must be imagining things. Stop cursing, Wade. You're annoying me. I say to the anti-hero. Fuck you, this story is R18. He answers, but I decide to be a little more threatening. Deadpool. Maybe you're taking this too lightly. I say, narrowing my eyes and making the ball force field shrink, squeezing him. I just saw you killing a bunch of people. I can very well give you the same treatment. In truth, I think that you're too much trouble. A liability. Maybe I should end you, right here and right now. So. What can you say to change my mind? I ask the now trembling Deadpool. He slowly raises his hands in surrender and goes to speak. Martha. Okay, he's good. Xavier Institute, Jean Grey POV, Jean, check this out. I hear Kitty calling me while I just walk through the door of our room. Rogue and Jubilee are present too. Our relationship improved overall and continued good even after Rogue is cleansed from Idolan's influence. She even kept some habits of him, like jogging every morning, and she is training and studying more seriously now. What is it? AKS approaching. Watch this. She says, showing her smartphone. Is a video from Idolan. Oh, I have already seen that. Is it from that rescue of the two kids that are almost run over by the fleeing criminals? I say. Yes, but this is after that. Just shut up and watch it. So I go to watch. Is really after Idolan saved the children. The rescue is cool. He appears in the path of the car and extends his hand, and makes the car stop. He uses that power that makes things elastic, so no one is hurt. Not even the criminals. Is interesting seeing the car deforming on his body. Are you gonna fly like a superhero? I hear the kid, a boy, asking Idolan on the video. Fly like a superhero. Idolan turns to the boy and kneels down to keep an eye level. I don't know how to do that. I have never gone to a hero school. He puts on an exaggerated, thoughtful expression. Hero school, like something like that exists. Wait. Are we? Why you don't teach me how to do it? Idolan asks the boy. Is something like that, boom, and goes. The child starts doing some poses like flexing the knees and raising this little fist high in the air. I see. Like this. Idolan mimics the kid. Hee hee. I can't help but smile. He is cute, acting like that. After some more seconds, Idolan stops. I think I have a good grasp now. But how I land? Land. Yeah, the superhero landing. Do you know how to do one too? Must be something like this. And the kid demonstrates how is a superhero landing. Probably from some cartoons out there. Understood. Now I know. Thank you. And Idolan fist bumps the child before taking flight exactly like the kid said. Hee hee. Cute. I comment. Wait, the video has not ended. Kitty says, making me look at the smartphone again. After that is shown the compilation of Idolan in action and he is doing what the kid taught him. I realized. He is doing what the kid taught him, yes. Kitty exclaims, he is too wholesome, huff. Kitty makes an active feint on the bed. Forearm above her eyes and hand clenching on her heart. I can't. A tall and strong guy acting cute like that. The gapmo is too much. Ugh. I'm gonna die. The drama queen continues, like that video of him cooking to that little children. She comments. Ah, that one is nice too. The case is like this, a little child calls the police to denounce his father that is beating his mom. But the police think that is a prank call and it almost ended up in tragedy. The mother would be dead if Idolin didn't show up. When the police arrive, Idolin already solved everything. He took the mother to the hospital because of shock, he already healed her, and he is making lunch for the 3 kids. The cops were the ones who recorded him cooking pancakes. Seeing a super powerful guy doing normal things like that is funny. And those pancakes looked good. A man of many talents. Now we know what his kitty type. Jubilee comments at the side. Is a big stoic guy with a big heart. Like a certain metalman here on the mansion. Heh. This makes Kitty blush. Even if he is Idolin's fangirl, she has a big crush on Colossus. Everyone laughs seeing her acting timid. Shut up y'all. She goes to look at her smartphone to hide her embarrassment. Who is that? She shows the screen of her smartphone. There's a picture of Idolin and a woman. A fan apparently. She is under his mantle, only her head is popping out and the subtitle says, safest place on earth. The photo is a little funny. Idolo is looking at her like, whose is this creature? I can't help but imagine those dangerous animals that don't care when other small animals go close. Like lions or crocodiles. Darcy Lewis. Kitty's fingers move fast and she is already searching for everything about this woman. I think that is the first picture of Idolin with a fan. No, Jubilee comments. Well, not exactly. His first picture of him is with me. I think with a little pride. Idolin rarely interacts with people who are not policemen, criminals, or kids. He just do his job efficiently. Darcy Lewis, graduating on astrophysicist. Working with Dr. Jane Foster. Residence in New Mexico. Oh, this is yesterday when he stopped that fire. Kitty comments while looking at her phone. Damn woman, calm down. You look like a crazy fan. Rogue says rolling her eyes. And you're a groupie. Kitty retorts. You're the groupie. You are the one fawning over him. Rogue shots back. And you're the one using his hairstyle right now. Kitty says making Rogue splutter. WHII was training. This has nothing to do with him. Rogue retorts a little too much on the defensive. I decide to go check the picture myself. Wow, many likes. There are comments like, girl get on Idolin mantle, lucky bitch, did you get a little handsy, if I was the one there I would already kneeled. Damn, women are thirsty. Someone asked if this is the first picture with a fan of Idolin and Darcy Lewis herself answered saying he himself said that someone already has a picture with him. That is the second on the world. Oh, he remembers. I ask myself when he will come to visit. And the readers too. Here is a little of X-Men girls to help with your guy's addiction. Is not because chronologically the visit is close, that story-wise the visit is close. Third-person POV. Unknown place. Raven Darkholm, the shapeshifter Meta also knows as Mystique discreetly approaches a house on the suburbs of a quiet town. Here live her long-last friend and lover Irene Adler, also known as Destiny, a Meta with precognitive powers. They met each other almost 100 years ago. Irene is already an old woman now. Fragile and walking on verging of death. But Mystique, thanks to her powers, still maintains her youth even though she is older than Wolverine. Irene, my dear. You should rest. Raven says when she finds Irene sitting in the living room. The TV is on, even if Irene can't see it. But she can hear it. Irene uses a golden mask and clothes that cover all of her body. A form of protection in the past, that she is accustomed to always wearing now. I was thinking, my love. Irene answers softly, her voice weak. About what? Him. Irene signals to the TV, the reporter talking about the newly discovered workshop that creates metas. Idolin is the point of discussion at the moment. Raven wonders how Magneto hasn't seen something like that happening. What about him? He is of no importance. Raven says she don't want Irene to burden herself with anything. I think he is. Of great importance. Irene says some dreams changed. I do not see things clearly. Seeing snippets and never the full picture. I think I need to go all out. No, you can't. The burden is too much. There's no need for you to do that. Raven protests holding Irene's hand tightly. I will not allow it. My love. It's okay. I will not live for too long anyway. I can go knowing how things end. And I can give to you some important information. Irene says. And she does not wait for Raven as she uses her power at maximum capacity. With only one word as her focus. Idolin. She feels like she is in the middle of a kaleidoscope of images. She can see many things. Fights that can uproot skyscrapers. Gods falling. Spaceships. Invasions. Wings made of flame. Demons, angels. Planets are being blown to smithereens. Other planets growing with life. People kneeling. People fighting. Giant robots. A silver man. A purple giant. Wings of darkness. An arm going through a woman's torso. Rage. Slaughter. A pentagram shining ominously on the sky. A city enveloped in red. A floating city. Heroes versus villains. Heroes versus heroes. A huge throne. Blue eyes looking directly at her. That is enough. She hears one deep voice that looks like comes from everywhere. Don't do that again. Pa. Back to the present. Destiny stumbles and falls on her knees like she was hit. Irene. Raven goes quickly to help her. Irene is gasping for air. Her mask fell from her face. Her eyes are white, a result of her blindness. Her face wrinkled and with little hair on the top of her head. And on her face. On her left cheek. A red palm imprint. What? What happened? Ravens asks shocked, who hit you? She almost screams. It's okay. He saved me. She gasped for air, I almost lose myself. But. Irene interrupts her, I know what he is. She says and something incredible happens. The palm imprint starts to fade, and as it disappears. Irene's face starts to gain color, her wrinkles disappear, her hair grows back and gains color, and even her previously murky eyes gain clarity. Irene. Raven's mouth is agape. The one standing in front of her is a young again Irene Adler. He is our best chance. She firmly declares before looking at Raven, as beautiful as ever, my love. She says smiling. Making Raven smile before the two kisses each other. After some time to acquaintance themselves again, they separate and Irene says. Raven, I need you to find someone for me. Someone that you already know. Who? Moira MacTaggart. She says and an unknown light shines in her eyes. And cut. Hello there. Things are progressing, huh? After 3 chapters of only the MC sorting things of the Gacha. It's now time to explore the Marvel world. Do you believe that there are people that called the last chapter a filler? Bitch please. These are the introductions of many plots. In this chapters, I'm preparing the terrain for future arcs like Iron Man 3, Thor 2 and a bunch of X-Men things. People complain that it's taking too long to update. But a 14k word chapter every 2 weeks to me is much better than a 2k words chapter every 2 days. What would you guys prefer? There's nothing to build on 2k worlds. Stories like that I let accumulate before reading. It would not be strange for me to upload monthly. In all my chapters there's always some interesting plot going on. Something to let the reader satisfied. I'm becoming better at this. By the way, Deadpool huh? Should I kill him? I think I would kill him if was me reincarnating on Marvel. He is so much trouble, can go crazy at any time and... Deadpool, wait. You can't kill me. I'm too sexy to die. Author, what a fuck. How? Deadpool, because I'm Deadpool. But seriously, people love me. Look above how many gifs of me they posted when I appeared. Come on. Go look. Author, stop breaking the fourth wall. And how are you here? Deadpool, please. Anyone can hack your account. Seriously, who has 177,013 as a password? You sick maniac. Author, that's it. I'm killing you next chapter. Deadpool, wait. Come on man. My girl is played by Morena Baccarin. She is Brazilian like you, we are like family already. Author, that's not how this work. Deadpool, okay, let's negotiate. I have some kinky videos here, me and her. Author. Deadpool, and if you make your wish fulfillment MC miraculously heal my nutsack of a body. I have some old nudes here. And I have the body of Ryan Reynolds. Author, continue. Chapter 44, The road to heaven is paved with evil actions. Eaters. Enjoy. Nothing discloses real character like the use of power. It is easy for the weak to be gentle. Most people can bear adversity. But if you wish to know what a man really is, give him power. This is the supreme test. Robert Greene Ingersoll. Recap, in the last chapter Eidolon has met the Black Cat and released Jessica Jones from the clutches of Kilgrave. He has a small talk with Jane Foster. And goes to Mutant Town with the Morlocks, stopping a plot of the two gangs there. Eventually, he discovered the actions of the workshop, an offshoot of Project X, meeting and capturing Deadpool. Idolin saved the victims and is ready to put some plans in motion. So, I read some people talk about how they forget the plot. So I have this idea of a recap. Should I continue or nah? SHIELD, or how they present themselves nowadays, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is, to the public, an extragovernmental counterterrorism and intelligence agency tasked with maintaining both national and global security. Well, even if it's mostly an American institution, they theoretically act in defense of the whole world. What most people don't know is the true origin and purpose of SHIELD. Initially created to oppose the remnants of the group Hydra, the organization is jump-started by Howard Stark in the 1960s. If a head is cut off, two more shall take its place. The Hydra's motto has no falsehood on the difficulty that is to destroy the organization. They have branches in many countries, making it hard to move against them. Starting with the USA, many countries began supporting and funding SHIELD, facilitating the creation of the World Security Council, the only group that SHIELD answers for. In no time, SHIELD is taking care of all supernatural things of the world like mutants, mutates, vampires, werewolves, magic users, and most of the alien-related stuff. Fun fact, SHIELD shouldn't have to take care of all these cases. Originally it was supposed to have the creation of a sister organization together with SHIELD. The SWORD, the acronym for Sentient Worlds Observation and Response Department, would take care of the extraterrestrial threats while SHIELD would protect the nations from the inside danger. Especially of terrorist supergroups. Due to a lack of funds and support, the SWORD never got off the paper. At that time few believed that aliens would really threaten Earth, so it would be a waste of money to create something that big at that time. Technology is also not as good, would be a Herculean task to create space stations and other things to help to monitor the stars. So now SHIELD carries in its back this whole workload of responsibilities and duties. And there's one thing that is a certified red flag to the spy organization. A thing that is directly involved with the founders. A thing that will take all of the SHIELD attention and make them act seriously. Is the creation of super soldiers. Or at least the attempt to do it. Ross project that ended up creating the Hulk. SHIELD was there. Oscorp and their genetically modified animals and attempts to merge with human DNA. There too. So when a call from Idolin, reporting that he found a lab where someone is trying to manufacture metas is received by the police. SHIELD is on the case in minutes. Lady Jade and Huntress already finished on their side too. Lady Jade steps over an unconscious soldier and arrives, which is probably the main room of this facility. When Lady Jade enters the room, she sees Huntress overseeing the capture of the main culprits of this whole scheme. Black Mist takes over half of the floor and scientists and some high-level security guards are taken away. Already called him? Lady Jade asks. Yes. Huntress answers without looking at her. Her eyes are fixated on the unconscious people on the floor. So we just need to wait. Lady Jade gives Huntress a look. You know, there's all types of fucked up shit that I'm okay with. But damn, what these guys did to that people is truly low, even for me. She comments. This building where they are right now is the secondary lab. Where the workshop keeps the surplus of lab subjects. There are just so many torture chambers and space, so many subjects stay as prisoners, waiting for their turn. Yes, Idolin said that he has a use to the others, so. Huntress says darkly while she points her crossbow tied to her wrist to a low-level henchman on the floor. But a hand stops her from shooting. You don't need to do this. The newly arrived clone of Idolin says while holding her forearm. Yanking her arm away, Huntress says, isn't better to end all of the scum already? Idolin looks at her before looking at the men on the ground. Alex Miller, 19 years old, orphan, raised in the St. Patrick orphanage, he knew a little about how to fight, and start making a livelihood of it on the streets. Start with some gangs, then start taking some unsavory jobs as a debt collector, hired as cannon fodder here 15 months ago. The pay is good, if he gets out he is killed. Don't have much of an option. Idolin describes all of the guy's life. Before entering, he is up to his neck in debt with a shark loan. His girlfriend and mother were kidnapped and they ask him to choose one of them to live and say that if he doesn't pay in the next time, they would kill the one that is spared too. Some people simply don't know other lives. Let him go to jail. Idolin says, shrugging his shoulders. And then he looks at another guy on the floor. That one on the other hand. He points his index finger and bang, a hole appears on the guy's head, his body spasms a little before going completely still. Dead. Have a favorite pastime of visiting the cell where they keep the female prisoners. He doesn't elaborate further and looks at Helena. Huntress. In the past you were weak. He states bluntly, you couldn't show mercy because any weakness would be exploited and your end would have been ugly. She can't answer that. Why do you think Superman can show mercy to low-level crooks? Because even if 1 million of these guys get out of jail they can never hurt him, you're on this level now. You're in the big leagues now. Eidolon also says, we can also differentiate who really deserves to die. He points to the guy that he just killed and then he points to the guy he saved from Huntress, and those not so bad. We have the means, so there's no need to drown yourself in unnecessary blood. I know that you don't like it either. Huntress huffs but relents. You have the means. Not me. Just let these things to me then. Do nothing that you don't want or will make you lose sleep a night. That's my job. Eidolon says while start taking evidence and research results. By the way, that guy strangely chose his girlfriend over his own mother. After some time, Eidolon's clone takes everything he needs and is ready to disintegrate. Take this and give it to my main body. He says giving a black cube to Huntress, you guys can go back now. Eidolon. Lady Jade calls, let me ask you. Hypothetically, if someone captures me and Huntress. And make that you can only save one. Who would you choose? She asks with a mischievous smile. Ugh, women and their hypothetical questions. Eidolon thinks. Even Huntress looks curious. The two, obviously. He answers without hesitation. TCH. You can't. Lady Jade starts saying. No, I can. He interrupts, I can because I'm strong. Only the weak need to make hard choices. If I'm strong enough, I need to sacrifice nothing. He says seriously. Well, maybe only myself. Hoo-hoo, he chuckles. Plot checkpoint, the author will remember that. He approaches the two and pat their heads. I'm a greedy man. That wants everything without losing anything. So I would absolutely save the two of you. That's my final answer. He smiles before start disappearing. I really gained this habit of giving head pats on the anime world. He muses to himself while he looks at his hand. This guy. Acting cool like that. Shago murmurs. Are you blushing? Helena asks with a smirk, wait, you blush red too. I thought would be totally green. What do you think I am? A monster. My blood is still red. Shago huffs in indignation, making Helena laugh. Racist. I'm telling Eidolon. Eidolon POV. After I give a good slap on the bald head of Francis, Ajax, I move the main perpetrators and the worst of the soldiers to Infinity Castle with the help of Isabella. Checking out the mind of the guards, I decide whom I will take away. Yeah, I normally don't enter into people's minds, but criminals lose many privileges. Finally, I find Mikhail carrying a very beaten-up woman by the back of her collar like she is a bag. He unceremoniously throws her at my feet and says with his heavy Russian accent. She is a meta. I just nod and send her to Isabella too. Mikhail, after I get a clue about kidnappings, we come to investigate. We entered the place but many scientists and other people escaped because they threatened us with the hostages. We were never in Mutant Town tonight. I say, giving him a look. He understands the assignment and nods. Let's check the situation of the prisoners. The cops already arrived and SHIELD is coming too. Now, outside the building I supervise the police arresting the criminals that I let off the hook. Mikhail is by my side and Wade is still grounded in his bubble, and now he is singing some pop music that I don't recognize. In my hand, there's a vial of liquid that I found in the lab. What coincidence. I mutter to myself while I play with the vial, throwing in the air and catching it again and again. Listening to the noise of several car engines getting close, I focus to see who the sent. Finally, there are already many SHIELD agents in the vicinities observing in secret, but now they are officially coming. Oh, I see why they take so long. Captain America and Black Widow just arrived. Deadpool goes to speak, wow, if he is not one of the great asses in the world. Oh, and hi to you too, Black Widow. His comment makes the two stop and looks at him strangely. Captain. Black Widow. I greet while turning around to take a look at the Avengers. After Steve's arrival, there's a change in the mood of the area. The police officers are acting more respectful. Almost reverently to the guy. They don't act like that even to me. Well, I can't blame them. The guy is a legend. Even I grew up listening to his tale. Makes sense that SHIELD wants Cap here. Maybe they think I'll play nice with him, hoo-hoo. Heh. Not happening. Business is business, friendship is friendship. Eidolon. Captain America extended his hand and I give him a firm handshake. Good to see you, Cap. I wish is under a better situation. I say. Is it not good to see me too? Natasha asks at the side while smiling. I already greeted you early, Black Widow. I speak evenly. You can call me Nat. Everyone close to me calls me that. She says, giving me a once-over. Black Widow. I repeat. These types of people, if you give an inch, they will take a mile. I have one at home too. She pouts like she has been wronged, but I ignore her. And probably the situation is too strange or awkward for Steve that he decides to change the subject. What happened here? He asks, eyeing the building and the people being arrested. You should already know. Same old, same old. People experimenting on metas to make soldiers. I say, avoiding saying the term super soldier, so he doesn't feel bad. Steve is too nice, he would probably blame himself somewhat. These guys with a hero complex. At this moment I receive the message. I have a wrist computer that can pretty much do anything that a smartphone can do. And make holograms. I have taken inspiration from Mass Effect Omni tool, but it is very far from the ideal. I mostly use it as a disguise for many of my powers. I can't go around showing that I can communicate telepathically with people after all, or that I can use technopathy. Everything ready, Eidolon. The message appears above my wrist. Okay, send the bots when I give you the signal. I say. The two Avengers look at me a little confused, waiting for some explanations. I'm moving the victims. I simply say before entering the building again. Jesus. Steve says, shocked and disgusted. We are right now in the big space where they make metas. Is basically a huge hangar with people in chambers. The chambers can torture them in different ways. Asphyxiation, electroshocks, needles, cold, heat and other psychologic tortures. Giving the signal, a portal opens near me and many of my bots start pouring out of it. Take the victims. Be careful. I say, and I am replied with a lot of yes, sir. When I found them I stopped all torture mechanisms and administered anesthetics. I will help them, and after this, I will see every individual circumstance and proceed from that. Providing the appropriate help. I explain before they can ask. We can take care of them. Black Widow starts, but I interrupt her. Nope. Non-negotiable. They will be under my protection until they can make a decision. I say gravely. You guys should go arrest the people responsible. I say nonchalantly, waiting for them to take the bait. The responsible? Natasha asks. Yes, politics, businessman. It's already on the internet. I say, showing a hologram of a website. Is the anonymous website. I scroll down and show the newest post. The workshop, a factory of metas. Black Widow read it or loud, and then when I continue to scroll down showing the names and photos of the important people involved, she curses in Russian. Do you know him? Anonymous? Are you him? Do you know what you have done? She barrages me with questions. After my fight with Thor, I search for him. He can't fight, but his power is useful to bring these bastards to light. I say, not caring about her attitude, so. Oh, great international organization that defends us, what are you gonna do? I look at her. Arrest them. Or look on the other way and bend forward like they're good little bitch. I ask mockingly. She just stares at me. Oh girl, you can't win a staring contest against me. I'm gonna give Fury a call. She finally says before moving away. I then go back to watch the bots work. They're moving the victims to an abandoned factory in Mutant Town. I will not take these people to my space station or to the Morlock's place. Infinity Castle is out too. Only my allies and enemies will enter there. The factory that they are being transported to is already being modified to be another base of mine. A disposable place that I can self-destruct at any time without big loss if the situation needs. Nothing important will go or will be guarded there. For a time I believed that I would be the last. But now I see that I'm naive. I hear Steve speak at my side, eyes dazed while looking at the horrors presented in front of him. Humans will never stop trying to improve themselves. Unfortunately, some take the easy way of building a path over other people's corpses. I say. Make me wish that. Maybe, that day my experiment should have failed. I confess. Thinking that his success created the precedent and as a result all of this suffering. That is true, but he can't be blamed for that. Sigh, this guy is too good for this world. That's a bad thought to have, Steve. First, if it is not you, it would be another recruit. Don't blame yourself over something like this. I gesture to the place, and the Red Skull was already terrorizing the world at that time. You did well. Without you, many shouldn't be here right now. Including me. I say what I believe. He gives a heavy sigh, and doesn't speak anything, but I feel that he is a little better. Yeah, Cap. There were bastards experimenting on mutants a long time ago. Deadpool chose this moment to say something. There's this hairy guy with anger issues that. Shut up, Deadpool. I say, stopping him. And this is. Steve says politely, he should be curious from the beginning, but he never asked because I never brought up the subject. Deadpool, mercenary, he was here killing the responsible for all this mess before I arrive. I say to watch Captain America's reaction. He looks a little displeased, but don't look like he's gonna preach how killing is wrong and ask Deadpool to be brought in. Huh. It's funny how Marvel, the light universe, is more okay with killing than DC, the dark universe. Captain America fought in World War II, Iron Man flew to the Middle East to kill some terrorists, and I don't even want to talk about Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Thor. After seeing what I want to see, I finally complete the story. He is one of the victims here. I say, bringing Steve's attention to me again. He was experimented on, escaped and come back for vengeance. I explain and I see Cap nodding in understanding. The displeased look is gone now. More or less. I remember that Cap doesn't like the Punisher in the comics because he kills. Would Cap be influenced by this peaceful and modern times? I can almost see the future conflict brewing. I'm not gonna easy on you, Steve. If you try to stop me from killing someone like Doom or another asshole, I will put you out of action for some weeks. There are people that I can kill without having the blame placed on me, and there are people not so easy to dispatch. I don't believe that I can discreetly assassinate Doom, as an example. A big fight, if it occurs, is unavoidable. At this moment, Natasha finally comes back. I spoke with Fury, let's go arrest some scum. She says with a little smile that Steve reciprocates. It appears that she is annoyed to have to deal with politics too. Must be a pain in the ass, wanting to act and being restrained. That's the problem. With time. Even the things created with the best intentions are corrupted by politics. Someone needs to fund S.H.I.E.L.D., and if someone is paying the bills, this someone is the boss. And these people have connections, favors, have dirt in other people's hands. So complicated. Many things can influence a case like that. If I hadn't posted the information on the internet, Fury would probably keep it low-key and try to deal with this situation without a great fuss. I will have to put your name as the one that disclosed the information, Idolin. She says. Do what you want. I say, not caring. I think she is warning me that maybe some people will try to take revenge against me. The people who are being arrested, will be arrested, are powerful politically and monetarily. But there's no need to worry. If there's something that Chinese novels taught me, is that a big fist is the best type of power. That triumphs over all others. By the way, what is that things? Natasha asks, pointing at my bots. My little helpers. My organization is short of personnel, I have great quality and little quantity. I say vaguely. Your organization? I'm curious. She says, approaching me. Ugh. Again. Curious enough to bug recently tortured people. I say, stretching my hand and taking the trackers that she put on the chambers of the victims. She has the decency of looking ashamed, at least. And she is even half real, I can tell. Even Cap gives her a look. Well, it's my job. She says, shrugging her shoulders. I know. And that's the only reason I haven't attacked you yet. I comment. Scary, she says exaggeratedly, but I can hear her heartbeat increasing slightly for a few seconds. She really believes that I will not hurt her, but she can't stay calm when threatened by a super powerful guy. But I can tell a little about that. I say, throwing her a bone. Like the Avengers, I also have my own group. But I'm more focused on dealing with meta problems. I thought long and hard about the name. In the end, I decided on something simple that easily tells my objective and motivation. Like Shimura-san said to me once, a name is a way to present your will to the world. It's called SCP Foundation, or simply SCP. I say, showing the symbol that I also copied from the website of my last life. But the symbol can change depending on the member. My personnel symbol has my spiral in the center instead of the 3 arrows. SCP. Natasha asks. Stands for secure, contain, and protect. Pretty much self-explanatory. Everyone was moved, sir. One of my bots reports. Good job. I say, and I dismiss them. Everyone out, now. I exclaim loudly and start walking a little fast to the exit. Steve, Natasha, the agents, and the cops started following me quickly. That's the herd effect, right? They don't even know what I'm talking about. After exiting the building, Cap asks me. What is happening? Just smiting this place. I say calmly. What? High in the sky, unseen by people, one of my clones releases a huge high-concentrated blue blast of fire on the building. I even use telekinesis and a force field power to create a tunnel to the fire to stop the heat from propagating. Visually looks like that move from Enel in One Piece. Similar attacks take place at the other hideouts from the workshop on New York. Is a spectacular sight in this night sky. Humming to myself, I watch the building become ashes in a few seconds and only a perfectly circular hole in the ground remains. What is that for? Black Widow practically screams in my direction. I ignore the question and speak one of my own. Do you know what is this? I say, gesturing to the vial still in my hand. She appears a little confused but asks nonetheless. I'm curious at the beginning, but you never talk so. Is called MGH, an abbreviation to mutant growth hormone. I prefer meta growth hormone though. is being made and studied in that lab. It is becoming popular in the underworld. I say. If I remember correctly, is this thing that gives powers to Black Cat in the comics one time. The coincidence that I talked about earlier is that myself has created something similar based on the trigger drug from the BNHA/MHA world. Is even a linchpin of one of my plots. It can boost someone's meta abilities and even awaken a person's meta ability. Well, temporarily and with many, many side effects. I hold the vial in front of her eyes. If you think that I will let something created using the blood and tears of my people fall on the wrong hands, you are crazier than Deadpool over there. She looks at me for a few seconds. If what you are saying is true, this is already in the wrong hands. S.H.I.E.L.D. can study this to do good things and use it to track Dash. Like how you guys use the dodecahedron. I interrupt and look at her almost mockingly. Please, the first thing that humanity always uses technological advances is to create weapons. Cap here is an example. No offense, Steve. But a serum that can bring people to a state of a healthy body and mind, makes people immune to many diseases. What is the first use of it again? I gave her a look. Yeah, to make a soldier. That was a different time. There's a war and the people who founded our Melita Dash, I interrupt again. Yeah, you guys fought against the people trying to create an Aryan race supremacy. Creating the perfect Aryan race. Ha. I laugh, is two sides of the same coin, Black Widow. In the past the line is more clear, there are really evil guys to fight against. And now? Where is the line? Can you vouch with your life that your higher-ups are honest? For all of them. Anonymous just posted a document proving that I'm right. I'm not gonna discuss with you. What is done is done. Mikhail, go back early, I will drop Deadpool home. I say, turning to my Russian subordinate. You know, destroying the place was really not good. There could be important evidence there, it would make investigations easier. Black Widow says while I start to float with Deadpool bubble. There's none that I didn't give Anonymous to post on the internet. You can trust me on that. I say. You say to me to trust you but you don't trust us. Yes. Ugh. You're making things difficult. No, I disagree. I'm making things very simple. Arrest the bad guys, no politics, no interests, nothing should influence your actions on this case. I look down at her. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do that. You guys are either incompetent or corrupt. I look at her seriously. Show me the answer. With these words, I shot at high speeds at the night sky. High on the air, I asked Deadpool some questions using my confession power. His backstory is really similar to the movies. There's some extra of his life as a mercenary, like meeting Wolverine, but this is not important now. Dude, I'm not ready. Let me put on my good clothes first. He tries to stop me, but I'm having none of that. Flying fast to a certain part of the city, I find Vanessa in their home sleeping. A little home invasion never hurt any hero, right? Phasing through the walls I arrive at their room. Luckily she sleeps with clothes. Would be awkward. Now. Wake her. I say to him in a low voice. No, you do this. He answers whispering. What the hell? I can't do this. You do this. We start shouting in low voice to each other. It's your damn idea coming here on the middle of the night. Go on, do it. She is your fiancée. It's better that you do this. Man up, you little bitch. You start, and I finish, okay. I'm not waking a strange woman in the middle of the night on her bedroom. She doesn't even know me. I'm here to help you explain your circumstances. Thought that before came here. At this moment I hear that the breathing pattern of Vanessa has changed. Oh. We two of us watch her slowly sit on the bed, the window gives a little light and shows our existence to her, and then. Yep, that's expected. Using telekinesis on the switch to light up the room, we achieved a standstill. I and Deadpool are with our hands in the air while Vanessa threatens us with her bedside lamp. She looks exactly like the movie. There's a comic version of her too, right? She is blue with white hair and has some sort of shape-shifting ability. I wonder if it's her latent meta ability. Maybe she will awaken in the future. What is happening? She screams, wait, why Idolin is in my room? Is this another dream? She asks. It appears that she is confused. Wait, another what? Wrong house. Deadpool says quickly, you're from Fox and we are following the MCU timeline with the comics and. He continues before grabbing my arm and trying to pull me away to the door. Wade. Is that you? Vanessa asks uncertainly, making him pause. Before he can give excuses I say. Yes, it's him. He passed for some tough times recently. I try to soften the eventual reprisal that Deadpool will receive. He tried to seek the cure with some shady people, doesn't go so well, he is tortured, is cured but became ugly, with a face that only a mother could love, goes seek revenge. I found him, bring him here. End of the story. I say quickly. She approaches the paralyzed Deadpool slowly. Wade. And then she slaps him in the face. Pa. I think I deserve that. He says. And then she punches him in the face. And this too. And an elbow on her stomach. Yeah, maybe that too. He says a little of breath. And she goes to kick her crotch. No. This I don't deserve. He interrupts her. Start talking, you son of whore. She screams with tears in her eyes. Hey, even if it's true. Leave her out of this. He quips, but seeing Vanessa's face he stops. Sighing in resignation he says what is necessary. I'm sorry. I truly am, sorry. He lowers his head. For everything. For leaving. And not coming back. Like the big emo guy in black there said, I was in a bad place. And I want to come back to you at my best. And I just wanted you to come back. Vanessa interrupts him. This stops Deadpool's big mouth. Huh? The two hug for a time. I'm starting to feel weird just standing here, but I have something to do yet. You know. I'm not the same under the mask. Deadpool confesses, I'm like a menace. I want to see. Vanessa says and reaches for his face. She slowly takes off his mask, revealing a paper mask of Spider-Man. I'm serious, are you sure? He asks again. She nods and goes to take the mask again. And damn, Deadpool is really ugly as fuck. The movie version is a 9 out of 10 compared to this. In addition to his head looking like a potato that rolled down a 5-kilometer slope, he has some holes in the skin that show the muscles below, shows the bones too, and there are some parts where his skin is blackened or purple. Looking at his face attentively I can see that the holes are healing slowly, but at the same time, other wounds are opening. His body is in a perpetual cycle of decay and reconstruction. I see, decay. Because of this that he is not a giant blob of tumors. His mass maintains an overall constant. The vision takes Vanessa's breath away. She gulps loudly, making Deadpool wince slightly. Well. She starts, after I got used to it and many tequila shots. That is still a face that I can sit. She smiles, making him smile too. Ain't that so romantic and weird? They kiss. Shit, I lost my moment to say something. Let's wait for them to stop. Okay, they are not stopping. When I see the two reaching for each other clothes I decide to interrupt. Cough cough. What? You're still here? Isn't there some cat stuck in a tree that you have to save or something like that? Deadpool turns to ask me. Wade, how do you know Dolan? Is he joining us? Okay. Better stop where this is going. Don't look at him, he is secretly Mr. Steal Yo girl. He just hasn't started doing it yet. Wade, Vanessa. Nice to meet you, by the way. I say, looking at the woman, before I go I need to tell you guys something. I say, make them pay attention to me. Come with me for an instant, Wade. I say, making hand movements toward him to get closer. He breaks away from Vanessa, and when he's one step away from me. You know, I swing that way too, but I expect at least that you pay for a coffee first dash. I make a barrier between us and Vanessa. Using my perk that allows me to visually customize my powers, I make the barrier black. Blocking the vision and, paw. I use, overhaul, on Deadpool, making him explode on a cloud of gore. I already analyzed his body from him with the all-seeing eyes of God and Inuyashiki skin abilities, so I am confident in separating him from all the tumors. A second later a good part of the gore reassemble in the human form of Deadpool. No. In the form of Ryan Reynolds. Completely naked and without any hair on his body. Nice cock bro. No homo. Making the barrier disappear I hear Vanessa screaming. What happened here? Wade. Are you okay? She goes to check on him. She almost slips on the rest of the gore on the ground. Damn, Deadpool was almost 40% tumors. They are ingrained in everything in him. Bone, tissues, tendons. Can tendons even have cancer? Crazy world. Wade is caressing his face and his body with his hand dazedly before he shoots himself to his feet and runs to the bathroom. I'm back, baby. I hear him screaming before he runs again here and goes to hug Vanessa. The two are very happy. Spinning and laughing. I never thought that I would be happy to look like Neo out of the Matrix. He says. Well, it's true. And then he looks at me. Oh no. Come here, you little dash. Stopping him telekinetically I say, don't touch me naked, please. And then I throw a bedsheet at him. And don't celebrate so soon. I say, lowering the excitement of the two. My eyes change to the all-seeing eyes of God and I analyze Wade again. You're still sick, I say and see the happiness slip away from their face. I've never seen something like that. Go on, Doc. Keep it true. Wade says jokingly while Vanessa holds his hand from her. Your meta-ability is your ridiculous healing factor that kept your cancer at bay in a strange state of equilibrium. I don't know how or why. But the awakening of your ability mutates your disease too. It's like every individual cell of your body has cancer. At least will potentially have. I predict that between 2 weeks to a month you will go back to being a ugly moon again. I could repeat my treatment again and again but will never be a decisive solution. Telekinetically I take all the gore from the ground, roll it into a ball, and store it in the sky poison pearl. Is like your ugly form is your new, normal look, like some metas change skin colors to blue and etc. Let me take some samples. In 2 weeks I will come back regardless of whether or not I have a permanent cure. After this, I take a little of blood and tissue. While this I tested his healing factor, making a cut on his forearm. The healed skin is all bloated like before I used overhaul on him. Try to not get hurt again, it will accelerate the progress of cancer. I say while using Inuyashiki healing powers over his arm and healing his skin. I wonder what would happen if I stole his power. He would be free from the downsides too. Or he would die. It's better to make tests before it. And there's another thing bugging me. In the comics, Deadpool has a little relationship with someone that I don't want to involve myself in now, or never. Lady Death. Humph, she is annoying a fuck in the comics. Manipulating people, toying with everyone. Death of the endless, Lady Death. I have this little theory now. Wade was tortured for months. Threading between life and death. Maybe he doesn't have the memories but the cosmic entity has already contacted him. Maybe she is the one that awakened his power. A convenient power to save him, huh? Any other power would change nothing. But is a healing factor that he awakened. In the comics Deadpool was part of Project X, makes sense he gained a healing factor. Wolverine, you know. But here? Too convenient. For a moment I think about just asking Deadpool, but I dismiss the idea. I'm not really sure if Death loved Deadpool or just used him to make Thanos jealous. So maybe she is watching right now. I do not want to attract her attention. These cosmic entities. I don't want any curse or blessing. Just leave me alone. Well, till now the living tribunal didn't appear to erase me so. I think they don't care about me. I lived here in this world, so I'm not an outsider or whatever. I send my conscience in the sky poison pearl and check the 100-year bazooka shell. I'm feeling more secure with it. If things go south I will just use it. You can handle cosmic entities right, future me. Now I'll go and give you guys time to whatever freaky reconciliation sex you guys plan on doing. I say getting ready to leave. Nah, I think that today will be the traditional missionary. I'm feeling nostalgic and old school this night. Deadpool says affectionately looking at Vanessa. Weirdos. Bye. I say before disappearing. Third person POV, is it wrong that I want to hit that? Vanessa comments about Eidolon. Baby. I want to hit that. Maybe we should try to invite him to a threesome. She smiles mischievously. Who knows, maybe in the future. This remembers me. Wade says before searching for a paper and a pink crayon. List of people that have a key to my heart. Vanessa reads what is written, Vanessa, Wolverine, Spider-Man, and Eidolon. She gives him a look. I'm sorry baby, I have a slut heart. He says going to kiss her, but you're the only woman. Ah. Remember me to send some nudes to a certain guy. I owe him one. Unknown Eidolon hideout. Dr. Emery's Killebrew wakes up with a startle. He is shielded by a strong light above him, strapped on a cold surface and completely naked. The many sensations leave him confused for a while before panic starts to fill his mind. What? Who? Where I am? There's someone out there, he starts screaming but no one answers his pleas. When he is almost giving up someone finally talks to him. Emery's Killebrew. Someone greeted him, comfortable. The voice is male and deep, but is unrecognizable and lacks any emotion. Who are you? I have friends in high places, get me out here instantly. Emery screams before being interrupted by a laugh. Ha. Damn, you're really using connections in a situation like this. Pfft. So laughable. No wonder you were kicked out of Project X to work in some unworthy side job. You're too dumb, the voice mocks. You dash. Emery's fumes with anger, what would you know? Huh. I'm working to change humanity and history dash. He is interrupted again when something clamps his mouth shut. He can't even let muffle sounds. Yeah. You are the greatest, your work will change everything, you are doing this for humanity, and you are going to win a Nobel. So cliché, so cliché. The voice mocks before appearing to get closer. You're just a 2-bit scientist playing God in a small and pathetic lab. Buffed, please. Who doesn't know that meta abilities have a great chance of being awakened in extreme situations? Any monkey can deduce that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. You're just torturing people and hoping things go well. There's no science on it. Emery's Killebrew can only struggle in anger, the truth in the words cut deeply that he wants to admit. At this moment a ringing sound echoes in the room. Killebrew recognizes that sound. He hears the voice chuckling and answering his phone. *beep security chief. The person answers, but now using Killebrew's voice. Killebrew's eyes widen. Yes, we have a setback. One of our workers alerted Eidolon while securing volunteers. The voice answers. The horror in Killebrew grows. The voice is talking with his voice, in his way. He is even using the term volunteers, which is something that he himself used when talking about the test subjects. A mutant, a freaky. Killebrew concludes. In truth, he has no collection of Eidolon invasion. After all, he is knocked down instantly. Yes, yes. I managed to save a good part of my research. Yes. Where? In 2 days I will be there. And the voice hangs up the phone. A trap. He is setting a trap. Hoo-hoo, it appears that you are not much liked, Killebrew. Mr. Security Chief wants to secretly end you, do you know? The voice mocks, making him blank. I noticed by his tone. And make an appointment in a suspicious place, close to the coast. Hee hee. So obvious that probably only a dumb guy like you would fall for it. The force that is holding Killebrew finally allows him to talk again. You monster. Freaky. We are right to move against your kind. In no time your all would try to take the world from your betters. Just accept to be a sacrifice to all humanity. Why hold all this potential on a few, when everyone can have it and dash? Okay. I have the gist of it. You're envious and afraid of us. Simply like that. The voice says dismissively, now that you like so much sacrifice for the greater good. The voice says slowly with a dangerous edge on it. Killebrew hears mechanical sounds around him. He is familiar with these sounds. PSSH. Something covers him. A chamber. Normally I would shut down your pain receptors, but... nah. I just don't feel like it. The voice speaks again before pain assaults his whole body. Let's win that Nobel Prize, document. 2 days later. Eidolon POV. In a place close to the coast I stand on an air platform overseeing a convoy moving. The people that came to get Killebrew. At my side, Siko stood on her new female samurai gear. There are 2 swords on her waist and a half Oni mask on her hand. One of the swords is a normal thing that I brought from the BNHA/MHA world. Used by a small villain. It's really usable, not a piece of decoration, so it's good to be her beginner equipment. The other sword is not so normal. Murasame, the sword of Akame that was collecting dust as a card, finally gains use. Not that she will use it for now. But she needs to become acquainted with the thing. In Akame GA Kill, the T-Gus chooses the owner too. I plan to give her Enma or Aim no Habakiri, Odin swords eventually. But she will probably have a hard time trying to use the 2 swords as she was at the moment. They really have some sort of spirit inside. Thanks to the essence I can lend any weapon, and the ones that I lend will not have a problem using. But using well, at full potential, is another story. And she is also carrying her Bakken. A little useless, but using Haki or Nen could make the wooden sword as good as any weapon. Yes, I trained her on the 2 power systems. Well, correction. I introduced her to the 2 power systems. And I have to say, she is good. Almost intermediate level on the 2 with only 1 week of training. Her own talent coupled with that of Machiro makes her a genius at these things. Here's good enough, very isolated. You take care of it alone. I say to her while pointing my hand to the convoy of cars. I will not disappoint. She nods seriously, putting on her mask. First, I release an electromagnetic pulse destroying all their electronic devices. Their car stops working and they need to use the terrain to stop the movement. Some cars even flipped. Now they can't ask for help too. Using weather manipulation I bring dark clouds to this area too. And after I make a portal, Siko jumps in it and arrives in front of the cars. I cross my arms and watch the show. After the momentary confusion, the soldiers reorganize themselves to defend themselves. They are at least smart enough to understand that they are under attack. There are 22 of them that survived my EMP blast. Siko, we still haven't decided on a codename for her, walks leisurely but with a focus on the enemy. It appears that she wants to test herself. She takes her Bakken and holds it with both hands and takes a deep breath that only I noticed. The soldiers saw her and pointed their rifles. They're accustomed to fighting super people, so they won't underestimate a lone woman approaching them. They don't hesitate to open fire, but Siko moved while their fingers didn't even fully press the trigger. She is fast as a bullet now. Takito Michiro is one of the fastest Hashiras. He is even the instructor of the speed training on that arc. And with Siko's new powers and usage of Nen and Haki, she can have incredible bursts of speed. In no time she is already stabbing a guy with her Bakken right on his solar plexus, breaking some ribs. She changes stance and gives a horizontal 360 slash, taking 2 more soldiers with one move. But she is encircled now. Let's see what she does. Without wasting time, she jumps to go off the encirclement. She could have used the fact that there are enemies behind her to make the one on the front afraid of friendly fire. She can't move in the air. In another situation that would be the end of the fight. But these guys are using helmets that limit their visions. They lost sight of her and took too long to look up. She already fell behind some of them and continues her onslaught. Without killing anyone. I notice. Well, she broke many bones. And that one over there will die because of a rib puncturing the lung in 17 minutes if nothing is done. Apparently, Siko doesn't know her own strength. But she is holding back. Not on the level of killing people yet, Siko. But damn, she is enjoying it. Only I can see, but she is smiling. Her body temperature is elevated in strange places and she has a blush on her face. She is making even less useless movements now. Her assimilation with Michiro is already completed, but that is her first real fight. So her body needs to adjust to battles. The assimilation process is really bullshit. Completely bypassing the years needed of training, fighting and life/death struggles in some days to make someone an expert. She stopped. I don't hesitate to press all the rest of the enemies with my telekinesis and bring them all to their knees. Making various force field domes and making them black to keep them from seeing me, I step down in front of Siko. She has a pensive expression in her eyes. You must be disappointed. She murmurs without looking at me. Not really. But tell me the reason you stopped. In any other situation, you would be dead now. I say. My voice even. For an instant I saw my reflection in the window of that car and I was making a very nasty face. Something on my eyes scared me. She confesses. As expected. Sincerely, I was waiting for this moment. So, how do I do this now? Is this the moment where I grab her breast from behind and shout some protagonist bullcrap to her? I approach her with measured steps, stopping very close to her. She almost squirms having me this close and she continues to avoid eye contact. Using my index finger to raise her head by the chin, I forced visual contact. No. I don't see it at all. I say, looking genuinely confused. To me, your eyes look beautiful as ever. I say, making her blush. Hector-san, I'm not a normal girl even before the apocalypse in my other life. She confesses everything. She talks about feeling constricted by people's expectations, wanting to use her swordsmanship to hurt others, the time that she lured a guy to assault her so she could attack him, and her enjoyment in killing the zombies. Everything that I already know. I still fail to see the problem, Siko. I say, trying to show genuine confusion in my voice. She looks at me surprised and then sighs in resignation. She thinks that I don't understand her. I think you're misunderstanding me. I say before she takes her own conclusions. I understand that apparently, you have issues with your eccentricity. She looks more attentively at me. Time to talk no jutsu. And I still haven't assimilated Naruto. Imagine when I do. Will I be able to convince Galactus to be vegan? And I'll have Thanos board the Sigma male grind set Andrew Tate style. You are not normal, that much is obvious. So what? Why are you admonishing yourself for nothing being normal? Using other people's ideas of good behavior or ideal person to measure yourself. Sartre once said that, hell is other people. Comparing yourself with others will only bring you unhappiness, and it is not because they are the majority that they are right. So you have a sadistic, violent and malevolent nature. Again. So what? Who doesn't have one? The fact that you stopped and is reflecting at least shows that you have morals and don't want to become a monster. You know. We are similar, you and I. Haha, I can't believe that I really said that. I also have a really dark side too. And you know what I did with it? I ask her. She looks at me curiously. I really have a dark side. After I gained my powers, I noticed. I really don't care too much about people that I don't know. I'm apathetic to most of the people suffering. And even the people who suffer from the collateral of my actions. Different from Siko, who enjoys violence and hurting others. I simply feel nothing if others are hurt. I don't enjoy hurting others, but I don't lose any sleep either knowing that someone far from me is dying. I mean, I knew that I should feel bad. And I act responsibly, I don't abuse my powers and I don't bully others. But it's more of a duty than something that spawns from my conscience. And I feel good about helping people. It's nice. But I'm a pragmatic guy, I won't be overwhelmed with guilty if I fail to save someone. I will feel bad more about my failure than the lives lost. You know that test where a train will kill 5 people and you can change the direction to kill only 1. I would pull the lever without hesitation. I would let 1 million people die to save 1,000,001. I'm pragmatic like that. I have the gacha and I can gain powers easily. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about what I would do if I don't have this option. How far would I be willing to go to grow strong? I know the answer. Very far. Dr. Doom level of far. I showed that. In my travel to the BNHA/MHA world. The knowledge that I was so weak and vulnerable in this world annoyed me greatly. But I don't regret it. I did some good at compensation too and now I can protect my home world better. And now that I'm stronger, don't need to hurt people easily in my quest for power. Sincerely, it's good that I'm like that. If I hesitate, I lose. It's much better to be apathetic to these things than to have a crippling hero conscience that halts my progress and makes me depressive. I could blame the assimilation, but no. It's all me. I'm like that. Gaining power only reveals that. If you want to know a man, give him power. Really true words. Strangely acting as a hero is changing me a little, or maybe is the assimilation of good guys. I'm a little more empathetic. And thinking about doing more to help. Even if my thought is evil, if I don't externalize them is all good. I'm acting good, so what? What's the problem with having evil thoughts? Who never thought of things that would never do in real life? Or maybe I'm being influenced by the people that I'm nearby like Peter and Steve. Who knows? Maybe I can become a cool guy like them in the future. It's good to know that I'm absorbing good things from them. I learned how to use it for my purposes and even to do good. I answer Seiko. Look over here. I pointed to the side. Where I'm pointing, some kilometers away from us the wind starts to grow strong. With my powers, I make a hurricane. Your urges and nature are just like the wind. Shago is right, I really love my metaphors, have so much destructive power, but if you can harness and channel it in good things. You can have the best of both worlds. I snap my fingers and make a show of easily dispersing the hurricane. But you need to control it, and don't let it control you. You are sadistic and like to hurt people. Fine. Hurt people who deserve it. Do you want to be a righteous samurai? Protect the innocents. And if you don't trust yourself to make these decisions. I look at her intensely and slowly walk behind her. Grabbing her hand that is holding the Bakken and I raise it to point to the people trapped on my force field. Leave the decision to me. You don't need to think too much if you don't want. Let me be the one that uses your impulses. I lower my head so that my mouth stays very close to her ear. Trust all of yourself to me. Be my weapon, my blade. My blade doesn't need to think. Just to cut what its master wants to cut. I feel her shivering and start to pant slightly. Let's go to the final blow. Stealing some words from the MC of High School of the Dead, I will make her overcome her issues. It's like they said. If ain't broke, don't fix it. If work for him. You say that your face is nasty. But I think you are beautiful, Seiko. All of you. I whisper in her ear. I'm so looking forward to seeing how much more beautiful and strong you can become. I want to see it. But this isn't gonna happen if you are held down by other people's morals. Just trust me, okay? Grabbing her hand more strongly, I raise her Bakken even more. Do you remember what I said about your potential? That one day wouldn't be weird to you to cut mountains. Putting my haki on her Bakken, I swing down together with her. Using advanced Hashoku no Haki, which I finally learned by assimilating Odin. Our slash makes a huge gash on the clouds that I created with my powers. Her breath hitched. You can be so much more. But only you can take this first step. I let go of her hand and wait. After some time she takes a deep breath and relaxes. I can feel it, the hesitation and uncertainty disappearing. Hector, a man can't say those things to a woman lightly, you know. She chuckles, I will hold you responsible from now on. She says simply before raising her Bakken. Heh. You can trust me on that. I disperse the force fields, revealing once again the soldiers underneath them. Getting invisible, I watch her advance toward them. She is still using her wooden sword and she is still holding back not kill anyone. Maybe it's a step that she's not ready for, yet. But now she is much more violent. Breaking a guy's jaw, destroying another guy's fingers, attacking someone's knees and making them bend unnaturally. And she is laughing. She is flushed, her eyes almost glazed, and she has the biggest smile that I have ever seen on her. Sniff. And I can smell her, arousal. Ha ha ha, I watch her kick someone's shoulder and step mercilessly into another one calves. Yep, she is a yandere. Putting my chin on my fingers I think for myself. Is it weird that I find it hot? Yanderes are cute when they can't kill you, right? Right. I'm not weird. Third-person POV, Kafilhu centered. Kafilhu arrives at dawn at his residence after a night exerting his dominance on the cats of the neighborhood. He yawns pleased with himself after a job well done. The cats are like him but not quite the same. They're less and he needs to show them that. He hears the familiar beep that he always hears when he uses his personal door to enter his home. It's always like that after his master gave him his collar. Arriving at the place to eat, Kafilhu sees her. The green creature that master brought last time. She is just a lazy bum, even more lazier than him. Kafilhu decides that he needs to teach his junior a lesson. Lowering his gravity center he stalks his prey. Silent like a shadow he approaches and then he attacks. Raising his mighty claw, the skies dimmed and pressure overlapped all creation. He strikes with a roar. In a second hundreds of attacks are shot at Gamera. But she remains unmoved, her armor defends her from the life and death situation. Tack 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 tack. Kafilhu, stop bothering Gamera. He hears the voice of the first female talking to him. Feeling merciful today, he decides to spare his subordinate. Meowth *, next time you will not be so lucky. He tosses his muzzle to the side and follows the woman clad in black and white. It's time for him to eat. Meowth, give me the offerings, woman. He says even if she knows that she can't understand him. Only the master can understand him. But she is already well trained. She makes a door and retrieves a big fish. Even bigger than her. Kafilhu remembers that is called tuna or something like that, but he doesn't care. Food is food. And to a flurkin everything is food. But there is more tasty food, like fish, and because of that, he remembers it well. While he eats slowly, because he receives only one tuna per day so he needs to savor it, he hears his master approaching. Good morning, Isabella. Hey buddy. And hi to you too, Gamera. The master greets and scratches his neck while he eats. Even the ever-disrespectful turtle appears from her shell to see the master. Did you sleep well, Master Hector? The woman asks, did you even sleep? She asks again with a strange tone in her voice. Ugh. Not at all. Some results of the experiments would be ready in the middle of the night, so I just stayed awake to wait for them. The master answers, I took advantage of it and advanced my games projects. You're spreading yourself too thin, Master Hector. The woman says with another strange tone. Yeah, I know. But I need to do it, and it will get better in the future. He says the future where I can just lazy around and where people do everything for me is not far. Ha ha. I will act spoiled at that time, he laughs. After this, the conversation delves in something that Kafilhu don't care, something about making a serum that will work on everyone regardless of their power level and making them have a good control of their power. After feasting, Kafilhu gives the woman his thanks, he needs to maintain his humans happy too. He decides to go to sleep after the master goes out like every morning. Kafilhu is now trying to train Gamera. Sitting on her shell he orders. Meowth forward, you lazy creature. But Gamera does not ever get out of her shell. Meowth move, move. Kafilhu tries to urge the green creature onwards but again he is ignored. Meowth I'll use you as my sandbox. It threatens. And enough is enough for Gamera. Kafilhu felt a suction force and he found himself in a strange room. The fur on his back stands up and he looks cautiously around. He attacks a pillow and a couch but the enemy doesn't reveal himself. Then he releases his tentacles and trashes all over the place. His tentacles go to all nook and cranny of the room and are when they reach the ceiling that an escape route is revealed. Kafilhu releases even more tentacles in that direction and when he is thinking about jumping, he is yanked out by a hand. Outside the horrible room, he finds his master holding one of his tentacles. He retracts it and throws himself on his master's lap. Meowth that creature is evil. Kill it. He growls at Gamera that is just chilling on the ground. You will not find trouble if you don't search for it, you know. Hector says. Kafilhu feels wronged. He then notices that the green female is accompanying his master now. The one that is always in heat. Here Kafilhu, play with it. The woman says showing a small cylinder to him. She then points it to the wall and a red point appears on it. Meowth what? That thing is moving. It is invading. Kill it. Kafilhu lunges to kill the enemy but it appears that the small red thing is slippery. He can't catch it. So. What are you talking about again? The master turns to the green female. Ugh. You don't know how hard it is to find capable people to open the club. You don't have anyone on standby, do you? The female asks while she moves the little cylinder, making the red thing follow. Nope. But maybe one of the Morlocks or people from Mutant Town. The master put his chin on his fingers, using illusions to make them look normal could make them tied tightly to you, but there's a whole other set of problems doing it. Yeah, wouldn't need to be a genius to connect me and Eidolon. And your minions are not totally loyal, right? They're not my minions. But yes, it is necessary to separate things well. By the way, after the invasion, there was a crisis in New York. Are you sure that there's no one looking for a job? It's not like no one is looking for a job. On the contrary, there are too many people looking. But I want at least 5 people with experience. Some good bartenders, and a personal DJ. I don't have the patience to train novices. I don't even know how to train novices. The green female says exasperated. Makes sense. If your standards are so high, just hold for now. It is not like you lack cash. True, but doing nothing is becoming annoying too. Unless you want to help me with my boredom. The woman gives the master a look. There it is. The mating dance. She is in it for a long time. It appears that she is not very good, because the master never accepts her advances. After some back and forth that bores even Cathalu, mate already you two, he thinks, the woman asks more seriously now. And your little revenge plan? How it goes? I'm surprised that you already haven't flown to the guy and twisted his neck. The green female says. I finally have a good idea about everything that he owns and that he is. I'm already started to slowly take everything from him. I'm not in a hurry because the guy is buying properties destroyed in the invasion at cheap prices. The master continues, he also uses blackmail and threats, so I'm letting him do this work for me. Everything will be mine in the end anyway. And he also has some connections with an organization called The Hand. They can be problematic, so I'm investigating them carefully to make sure that my actions don't trigger some bullshit demon/dragon summoning on the middle of New York arc. Forever cautious. The woman says. That's me. The master shruffs. Eidolon POV strange. Right now I'm helping in China after a dam malfunctioned. Stopping the water to not hurt more of the nearby residents. I analyze the damage. This looks criminal. I muse to myself while waiting for the decision of the operators. I could block this easily but would let them with future complications. Beep, code, Goblin Slayer time on New York, my wrist computer alerts me. Ah, now I understand, now all pieces fall in place. Norman Osborn did this to take me away from New York. Hey, classic. I look around rapidly and noticed some people looking at me strangely. Maybe they are his underlings ready to warn him if I leave. HMPF. You're still too green, Norman. Pun intended. Using an illusion to hide the fact that I'm duplicating myself using Dark Danny powers is easy. You know, even when I reveal my powers I always downgrade them or make some restrictions on purpose. All the world knows that I can duplicate myself. But when I did that, my clones don't have my mantle and they didn't get far from me. So people think that my mantle is a sign of the original body. If you let people take their own conclusions, they can come up with some dumb things. Hee hee. About the range though. It's true. The clones can't go much far from me. Is a restriction that no one noticed with Twice or Ectoplasm before because they never used their powers like that. The limit is some hundreds of kilometers, which would not be a problem. If I'm not an international hero. Dark Danny duplication though. Is the true hive mind thing. Me having 2 bodies. Very useful, even if I became weaker, but is less than expected. I can duplicate to become 4. With 2 of me, each of them has 80% power of the original. With 3 is 65%. And 4 of me are 50% each. Makes sense? Not really, but it's how the thing works. So it makes this power almost useless to fight against someone of the same level or stronger. But it's good to take care of not so much weak people with good teamwork. You know, those annoying ones that are very good at abusing their number advantage. After splitting up, I act completely clueless on China and go to New York. Finally, I can take care of the bastard. Third-person POV, New York. After a long time of absence, the Green Goblin finally strikes again. This time he aimed at a college-level science convention, he attacked and destroyed many projects and killed dozens of people before Spider-Man appeared to engage against him. Between the people killed are some board executives of Oscorp, his true aim. The others are just distractions. Thankfully this is not a separate movie owned by a company, so Susan Storm that was attending the convention too helped protect the civilians. Now to the fight. Spider-Man is at disadvantage. In terms of power level, Green Goblin and Spider-Man are almost on the same level. With some differences between Spider-Man having greater agility and Green Goblin having a better healing factor and durability. But when Green Goblin uses terrorist tactics to distract Spider-Man, the friendly neighborhood web-slinger has almost no chance. Spider-Man throws a web on a pumpkin bomb and swing it into the air, saving a group of civilians cowering in the corner. But for his trouble, he receives a tackle from the Green Goblin glider. The two collide with a wall, Spider-Man back first. After some struggle, the two ended up in an open avenue. Colliding with the concrete, the two rolls for a while before stopping. The cars and pedestrians stop in surprise. The explosions in the place already make people act cautiously, but now a full-blown panic spreads. Green Goblin has terrorized New York for months, and in many of his appearances, his civilians died. It didn't take long for people to take a huge distance from the hero-villain duo. Running and screaming. Green Goblin gets up first. Looking at him, it is obvious to note that he is wearing a costume that tends more toward the comic version. Green with purple clothes. His mask is made of some sort of elastic material, probably silicone, and clings to his face very well, making all of his expressions realistic. Thanks to this, many people think that the villain is really a goblin. On his shoulder he carries a purple bag where he puts his arsenal. Putting his hand on his bag, Green Goblin retrieves two little pumpkins that he throws on the still-fallen Spider-Man. Midair, the pumpkins open to reveal rotating blades that approach the web slinger. With a great show of agility, Spider-Man propels himself from a lay-down position using only his arms. When the two-bladed pumpkins collide with concrete, they explode after some beeps. Spider-Man, while still in the air, threw two webs in the direction of the goblin. Connecting, he pulls and propels himself, giving 2 feet kick on the chest of the villain. They engage in a heated and familiar battle. But this time something is different. Green Goblin has no interest in taunting or making Spider-Man life miserable. He wants to end this fast. Or either killing Spider-Man or running away. When the first option looks difficult, he controls his glider to come to him. He disengages from the spider-themed hero, throwing him away in a car, and is ready to flee. But it's too late. They hear the sonic boom before they see him. Eidolon drops from the sky into the middle of the street, his knees bending slightly and the ground shook with his landing. While he slowly straightened himself, a pin-drop silence fills in the surroundings. Even the Green Goblin is with his mouth agape and goes to check rapidly some device in his waist. Probably something to keep tracking on Eidolon in China. To this day, public opinion concerning Eidolon is very divided. Many still don't trust, are afraid, or simply don't like him. But the effect his presence has on the previously terrifying situation is undeniable. "I'm here," he says. Different from the boisterous way that All Might would say. Eidolon's "I'm here" is spoken calmly, but still reaches very far because of his many powers. He doesn't shout, because there's no need for it. If All Might "I'm here" is a warning to civilians, allies, and villains, Eidolon's "I'm here" is a statement. He just presented the fact that he arrived and everything gonna be alright now. And it works. Green Goblin infamy is such that the mere mention of his name gives the creeps to the people of New York. But when Eidolon arrives, everyone nearby slowly calms down. Like the danger already passed and he hasn't even done anything yet. It's funny how Magneto is the world's most dangerous terrorist when Green Goblin kill count and actions are much worse. The potential danger must be a factor too. Eidolon muses to himself while he looks around. "Are you okay, Spider-Man?" he asks the web crawler. "Ah. Yeah. I've been worse." Spider-Man answers, groaning. "Go help the people that need it. I will deal with the goblin. And not having to fight the crazy green guy. Count me in. Be careful with his gases. I think it may be the only thing that can hurt you." "Can it even hurt you?" "Whatever. I'm going," he says before jumping away. Thinking that Eidolon is distracted, Green Goblin takes many pumpkin bombs from his bag and throws them everywhere. But before they could explode, a force field envelopes each bomb. Don't let the explosion propagate. Green Goblin is already climbing in his glider and taking off fast. But Eidolon doesn't even move and the glider stops midair like it has been locked in space. The inertia makes the villain drop to the ground again. Eidolon hasn't even moved yet and the situation looks helpless to Green Goblin. Eidolon's eyes become red and 2 beams of highly concentrated heat cleave the glider in 2. The villain once again goes to grab something but Eidolon blurs. The hero appears behind the villain and in his hand the purple bag of the Green Goblin. And then he makes the thing disappear too. Desperate, the Green Goblin goes for a punch in Eidolon's face. Green Goblin is strong. Someone capable of tossing a bus around. Pow. But the punch does nothing to the hero. He doesn't even move a millimeter. Eidolon just stays still and the Green Goblin goes to deliver even more attacks. All with the same effect if he was using a feather to attack the hero. "Standing here I realize," Eidolon sang in his mind while maintaining an impassive face. "You know. Seeing you enjoying so much using your superior strength to bully the weak, I thought of trying too." Eidolon says and raises his hand in a well-known form of a flick. Boom. Eidolon's casual flick makes the Green Goblin fly like a rocket to the end of the street. The displacement of the wind even makes some of the civilians' hair and clothes move. If before the people were calming down with Eidolon's presence, now they're completely relaxed. Like they are watching a spectacle. Eidolon uses the same hand that he uses to flick the villain away, to yank him back telekinetically before he hits something. The Green Goblin flies helplessly to Eidolon and the hero grabs him by the arm and slams him onto the ground. Boom. Nah. I don't see the appeal after all. He comments while putting his foot on the goblin's chest, everything going according to the plan. They're close. Time to the next step. He thinks. Telekinetically making the Green Goblin stands up. Eidolon grabs him by the neck. Time to see who's behind the mask. Eidolon says out loud. I'm feeling like in a Scooby-Doo episode. Velma, Daphne, and that gothic band. World to visit +1. Eidolon mentally notes. Grabbing the purple hat, that is in truth glued to the mask, Eidolon pulls, revealing the face of, obviously, Norman Osborn. Gasps and exclamations of surprise can be heard in the audience. Many people are with their smartphones in hand. Norman Osborn. I would never expect. Eidolon comments. You. Damn you. Norman grits his teeth and tries to attack Eidolon again. But he is simply bitch-slapped to unconsciousness while the audience cheers. Are you sure that doesn't want me to handle him? Eidolon asks the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that have handcuffed the Green Goblin and put him in an armored car. We can handle him just fine. The agent says a little petulantly. Eidolon smiles on his head, but otherwise, maintains his poker face. Be sure to keep him very well constricted. Eidolon advises kindly, but it just annoys the agent more. Just let us do our job, capiche? He says before slamming the door of the car and taking off. Eidolon can just sigh and flies away. This exchange has been seen by a lot of people, exactly like he wants. Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin. Peter Parker thinks. His mind is full of thought and conflicting emotions. Did he know that I'm Spider-Man? He can only shake his head. Norman Osborn was a kind uncle-like figure for some time to him. While he and Harry were best friends. And the Green Goblin is his worst villain. Everything is so confusing. Ugh. I will go talk with Gwen and Ned. He thinks, deciding to take the rest of the day off. High in the sky, Eidolon coldly looks to the convoy keeping Norman Osborn. He remains invisible. Waiting. For what? Only he knows. Norman Osborn is thinking about his current situation. Where things go wrong. He can only think about the bastard of a hero. His hate for Eidolon now eclipses his one from Spider-Man. Defeated and humiliated. Publicly no less. His image was destroyed. He can only think about the damage to his company. And the annoying stinging sensation on his neck. It's okay. I have friends in high places. In some months I will be out. I will pledge mental problems. Make a show that I'm cured. Maybe some good things will come from this. He thinks that while some changes are happening in his body. But I want to kill that low life. Grr. I will tear him to pieces. He thinks, growling. Drool starts to spill from his mouth. His eyes grew crazy in frenzy. His veins and muscles started bulging. His skin slowly turns green. The temperature increasing. The agents driving the car carrying the Green Goblin notice that something is strange. Is hot and the prisoner is thrashing around. Stop the transportation, let's go check what boom. The whole car explodes. From the wreckage of the burning car, a tall and muscular figure emerges. His build is similar to the Hulk. He is green with red eyes, and two small horns on his forehead. He is smiling crazy and drools flood from the corner of his mouth. His hand is in flames. He then throws a fireball at the other armored cars, making it explode too. Eidolon. Ugh. Gore. Avengers. Gore, the creature that was previously Norman Osborn, growls before lunging in a certain direction. To the Avengers Tower. Near where is the Avengers Tower, previously known as Stark Tower, a protest is underway. Is an anti-mutant protest. A little over 100 people are screaming and with posters. In the posters phrases like, protect our future, mutants are demons, make New York mutant free, and other things are written. There is a mannequin of Eidolon being hanged and some images of him and his group with devil horns or with XS on them. That's not the first time something like that happening. Different from the Avengers, Eidolon has no base known by the public. So they go to the next thing. Stark has already spoken out about not accepting these protests and even bought the land near the tower to make it his private property to let these people far away. But this is his limit. He can't stop people from protesting nearby. Unknown to these people, the transformed Green Goblin is rapidly gaining ground and approaching them. They're exactly on the way of the villain to wherever revenge his muddled brain can think of. Green Goblin jumps from building to building like a monkey, his hands and feet in flames, leaving a path of destruction. Thankfully he appears to not care too much about killing people. But many are hurt by the collateral. Back to the protest, a guy holding a smartphone notices the explosion sounds and locates the approaching green figure. For a second he thinks that is the Hulk, what would be bad enough with all the aggression the figure is showing. But he notices something different. The fire. What is this? He murmurs and no one hears him. What is this? He screams, this time attracting the attention of the rest. They slowly realize. Takes a second for their brain to recognize the danger. And then all hell breaks loose. People start screaming and running in panic. Pushing and stepping on others. And Green Goblin keeps getting closer. Despair clutches the minds of the protesters when they notice that it's too late. They will never make it. The villain looks unstoppable. The disaster is imminent, and when the Green Goblin is less than 2 steps close to an unlucky guy who tripped, Eidolon quickly appears between them and punches the monster away. Boom. The pin drop silence falls once again on this place. But instead of fear, is relief that they felt. And other complicated emoticons. Are you all right? Eidolon turns to the men on the ground. Then his eyes appear to have only now noticed the place and the situation. He looks around for a second. To the posters and to his mannequin. His face betrays nothing. He crouches down to grab the poster of the fallen man and help him to his feet too. His eyes idly see what is written. Mutants are the problem. Here. Eidolon gives the man the poster back. Is safe now, I will keep him far away. You guys can continue. He says before turning around and flying towards the villain. The silence and the awkward atmosphere continue even after he leaves. I'm going home. Someone says, breaking the spell. Making everyone go away. No one feels like continuing the protest anymore. The huge form of the Green Goblin crashes into a construction site close to an avenue. He quickly stands up, acting almost feral as he jumps to the street, making people run in fear. Many abandon their cars. Eidolon lands a little later. His eyes have changed to the all-seeing eyes of God. He looks attentively at the Green Goblin and makes a strange expression. Are you still there, Osborn? He asks. But the only thing he receives as an answer is a bunch of fireballs. He casually waves his hand, dispersing the fire. Eidolon. Gurarg. The villain lunges forward. His 2 arms are outstretched to try to grab the hero. But Eidolon moves faster and dodges, appearing behind Norman. Strangely, he doesn't attack. Stop, Osborn. I can still help you, he shouts. But once again he gains a flurry of fireballs for the trouble. I don't know what you did, but your body can't handle it. Stop now. Eidolon tries to argue but is pointless. The situation remains that way for a few minutes until Eidolon decides to subdue the Green Goblin. He creates an iceberg to trap the villain. Give up already. Go to jail to reflect. Accept your defeat. Eidolon says while walking close to the trapped villain. But the Green Goblin starts to move crazily. All of his body ignite like gasoline has been put on him. He moves to punch Eidolon but hits the air. Eidolon dodges again and again. All attacks fail to connect. The Green Goblin roars angrily. After some time his body starts to slow down. The fire diminishes. Cracks appear on his skin. Osborn. Eidolon mutters and goes to subjugate the villain again. But in a last-ditch effort, the Green Goblin burns himself even more to try to attack the hero. And accomplish nothing. The price. His body starts crumbling. Slowly he disintegrates. With many people watching, the Green Goblin that terrorized New York for months becomes ashes and goo on the asphalt. Eidolon looks at the remains of Norman Osborn and moves his hand quickly to clean the thing. To the onlookers, it appears that he is dispersing the villain's ashes on the wind, and giving him a funeral better than what he deserves. But while maintaining a somewhat sad face and giving a sigh of regret, Eidolon thinks. Good riddance. Later, after talking with the police and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Eidolon says goodbye and moves to the top of a building to watch the procedure and people's reactions. I didn't expect him to become his ultimate universe version. He thinks while taking out a syringe and crushing it with his palm. From the moment Eidolon landed in New York to stop the Green Goblin, everything went according to his plan. When Hector decided that Norman Osborn is the unlucky villain that would have his license to live revoked, he thought about the best way to do it. His Green Goblin persona is probably the most hated person in the world, so he wants to use that as a precaution for the future. In the Marvel world, it's common for people to come back from the dead. Now, even if he really resurrects, Norman Osborn's public image is forever stained. Even if he comes back, he would come to what? He would have nothing. He thinks. One of the most annoying things about Norman is that in the comics he has too much political influence. He was director of S.H.I.E.L.D., creating HAMMER, mayor of New York, leader and founder of the Dark Avengers, creator of the Thunderbolts. The guy is annoying as Lex Luthor with his political maneuvers. So to prevent that, Hector concocted a plan at that time when he decided to end the bastard. First, he would wait for the guy to present himself. He needs the Green Goblin. After engaging in combat with the villain he would buy time for someone to arrive and arrest him, thus he mocked and played with Norman earlier. He timed his big reveal of the identity of the villain so that the public could see it and that no one could control the news. As expected, the authorities wanted the custody of Norman. Even if they let Eidolon take him, the plan would be complete, because the identity of the Green Goblin was revealed. Then, Eidolon would need to simply kill the bastard secretly. And if someone in the future asks for him, Hector would make a clone or doppelganger, someone shape-shifting on the guy to appear. Would be very useful to control Oscorp. But the plan continued normally. Moving towards the grand finale of the public execution. You see, while Eidolon grabbed Norman by the neck, he injected him with the drug trigger. Modified by him, and even using the MGH that he discovered to make the thing more effective. So, Norman's rampage is orchestrated by Hector himself. The trigger gives a boost to power with the downside of failing cognitive abilities. Hector wants Norman to put the final nail in the coffin of his public image with his own hands. And it's easy to deal with a brute. Even if Norman became too strong, Hector placed nanobots that would fry his nervous system at command. He only would need to use a certain magnetic pulse with his power to activate the nanobots. And also, the dosage is so strong that Norman's body couldn't cope with the increase in power. Norman was destined to die at the moment that he is injected. And even if he somewhat endured. There's a clone of Eidolon, invisible and ready to use Setsuna Tokage's power to divide his body, and make his detached and invisible hand float discreetly and touch the Green Goblin and use decay. Is checkmate in the instant that Norman decided to wear his goblin costume today. Now, one of the most dangerous men was dead. His company will have his name dragged into the mud. Hector will be able to observe to confirm that people are resurrected here without any logic. He even prepared the public for the idea of a villain dying and being killed. A little bonus. He can hear people claiming that they would be better if Eidolon had killed him from the beginning. Some people are hurt. Some agents died, Hydra agents. Hector confirmed. Hydra is infiltrated on S.H.I.E.L.D. Sigh, is it too much to hope that a fucked up plot doesn't happen? He sighs before looking at the distance. Oh, they are invading Oscorp to investigate. Let's tag along, he laughs before moving. Feeling almost no guilt for what he did today. Hector POV. 2 days later. Huff back to my space station, I relax. Keeping up with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation into Oscorp proved almost useless. Well, I stole some data. And I prevented S.H.I.E.L.D. from get other things using technopathy. They don't want me there, but let's say that they don't have a say on the matter. The worst. There are no spiders in the lab. Ugh, with a little investigation I discovered that in the explosion, mostly the one that transformed Norman in the Green Goblin, many things were damaged and Oscorp lost many projects. The spiders were one of them. No wonder the board of directors wanted Norman's head. Ironic that he lost the opportunity to acquire the power of his arch-nemesis acquiring a failed power. But now, New York is with some radioactive spiders that can bite anyone and give them powers. Ah, the headache. Is this the way that the spider family will be formed? I searched for Jessica Drew and she is a normal woman for now. I didn't find Cindy Moon. I sigh. A problem for another day. Now is the time to talk about good things. Now it's time to Gacha. Yu-Gi-Oh theme intensifies. Yes, a month has already passed. It was a productive month. I'm surprised that no world-ending threat appeared, but it is not every week that will appear one, right? Right. Did I jinx it? This is real life, even if it is based on fiction. I plan to raid some secret Trask secret labs, but I will do it later. I'm monitoring them. And sincerely, would be even better if they try to move. Hee hee. It's not easy to change facilities like that. Would make them vulnerable. But I can feel that the Eidolon threat is keeping them on edge. But at the same time, they are incredibly arrogant and don't think that they will be discovered. The world still thinks that I'm a brute that only punches things. Now. Time for the gacha. Today will be only general gacha. Maybe one of anime. But I want to know more about the essence, about all the possibilities. And is not gonna happen if I only buy specific things. Let's go. What music do I put on? HM. Let's go with Eminem's Superman. And. Roll. 40 cards. The first batch of 10. General, Ping. 1. Chun-Li, Street Fighter. My knees became weak. Oh, essence. Are you testing me? Okay, deep breaths. All weebs know. In the world of games, there are some great wonders. And Chun-Li's thighs are one of them. 2BS is another, by the way. There are more polygons on 2BS than in some games. Okay, she is a potential summon. She is Chinese and a police officer, right? Or an investigator. Never cared about the plot of Street Fighter. Honestly, I'm surprised that I didn't win Blanca. Next. 2. Ice, a song of ice and fire. Air. Meh. A little too low level for me now, but I have a collector spirit. So it's okay. Would be nice to have all sort of fiction in my collection. General Grievous style. 3. Movie travel ticket, low level / 1 month. Oh, I have one of these. Wait a minute. The one that I have, there's no time limit. So that means that I secretly gained an OP card and don't know about it because I had nothing to compare it to. Damn, I almost used it. The other card allows me to stay during the duration of the plot. If I choose well, I can maybe stay for years. And is any movie. Wow. I need to think about it later. 4. Lasso of Truth, DC Comics. Well. A piece of bondage equipment. This thing is pretty durable, right? Can be useful. 5. Power Boost card. Oh, finally a Power Boost card. Good. 6. Power Boost card. Well, more, it's always welcome. 7. Power Boost card. 8. Power Boost card. Okay, you can stop now. But Power Boost cards are not a loss, so I'm not really mad. 9. Flora Colossus, customizable, Marvel. Oh, a Marvel card. It's not Groot. Is all Flora Colossus a Groot? I never read Guardians of the Galaxy comics. The card is saying that I can choose what type of tree he would be. I need to choose a cool one. Hello, so give suggestions as to what type of tree our Flora Colossus will be. I'm divided between a simple oak, Carvalho means oak in point/br, cherry blossom, yes, anime style, or some of that white cool trees. Give suggestions. Now the last of the batch. 10. Shadowcon Allegiance, Jackie Chan Adventures. What? I read the description. The user will have his own pocket Shadowcon realm. Capable of summoning Shadowcon soldiers. With time the number and type of Shadowcon will increase. This is surprisingly good. I'm a discounted Sung Jin Woo now. I remember this cartoon. These ninjas could go toe-to-toe with Jackie Chan himself, so they can be useful as minions. Nice. I liked it. Let's continue with another general gacha. 1. Killer Rabbit of Kerbanag, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. This. What a terrifying animal. This creature can't be released into the world. This monster needs to be sealed forever. 2. Weakness removal card. Oh. Okay. 3. Eishi Tsukasa, Shokuchiki no Soma. Hey, good. I can summon him to Helena's restaurant. His personality is okay too. 4. Power Boost card. 5. Power Boost card. Whatever, I don't care anymore. 6. Cassandra Cain, DC Comics. Oh nice. A sidekick. Cassandra Cain is the best fighter of the Bat family, even Batman himself admitted it. He would win in a fight probably because of the difference in bodies. Muscular mass and others advantages. But it's said that she is maybe the best hand-to-hand combatant of the DC universe. And if I give powers to her, I look forward to it. 7. Power Boost card. I accept it. 8. Ultimate Echo, Sun Erosion, Ben 10, Alien Force. Whoa. So I can really gain aliens, huh? And thanks to the alt form mechanic I can assimilate him. He is strong. I just received another useful power set. 9. Power Boost card. Yes, give me more of these. 10. Beowulf, Devil Arm, Devil May Cry. Okay, stop. This is good. Very good. It's not Yamato, but it's good. Holy Attribute. Useful against demons. Yes. Excellent. And the power level is great too. DMC Universe is a high-level place. This item could be strong even here on Marvel. I think I will try some anime gacha. I received some power boost cards. Let's see if I can gain an Ice Guy protagonist. I still want magic. 1. Toyota Sprinter Trueno GT Apex, AE86, Initial D. Ha. Great. A classic. That's a thing that I never knew that I wanted to gain until now. It's come with the documents. I will check later. 2. Nakiri Asahi, Shokuchiki no Soma. Another cook. Maybe I should assimilate this one. He is good. And don't hurt to learn new things. 3. Power boost card. Always useful. 4. Bruno Bucciarati, Jojo, VA. Arrivederci. I can summon him and copy the power of his stand. He is a gangster with morals. But these clothes. Ugh, have to go. 5. Anime travel ticket, low level / 1 week. Always good. But only 1 week. Give me another of a higher tier. 6. Anime travel ticket, middle tier / 6 months. Did you listen to me? Give me Raven from DC. 7. Hanma Yujiro, Baki. Okay, the essence is messing with me. I ask for a cute goth girl and receive a mountain of muscles. But Yujiro is an excellent assimilation and summon. Is it redundant now that I already assimilated Luther Strode? But the Hanma bloodline can be useful. It's like a Scion Zenkai, right? Yujiro is always getting stronger. So passively evolving is a good thing. 8. Gold, Roger, One Piece. I already learned all forms of hockey. But he is stronger than Odin. Now I'm in a difficult situation. I wish I had won him before Odin. TSK. I would have given Odin's card to Siko. I will think about it later. 9. Weakness removal card. Meh. 10. Tsunade Senju, Naruto. Nice. Finally a shinobi. Wait. Tsunade. I look at her picture. Her huge badonkers. Another one of the great wonders of the weeb world. I sigh. Putting my chin above my 2 interlocked hands, I pray. I pray for forgiveness. My fellow webs. Sorry, but I'm about to sin. I will assimilate Tsunade. Ugh. Chakra is not like Nen. Or is it? But Tsunade has many useful things. Hashirama lineage. Uzumaki lineage too. Maybe I can awaken Mokutan using her. Ugh. I will assimilate her. Let's finish with a general gacha. 1. Agent 47, Hitman. Useful. I can use him in this world easily. 2. Power boost card. Yeah. 3. Shade, Shadow Cloak, The Kingkiller Chronicle. I remember this book. It's a nice read. And this cloak. Is the cloak woven by a fae using shadows and moonlight? How cool was that? Time to upgrade my mantle. 4. Power boost card. Send as many as you can gacha. I love it. 5. Katara, Avatar, The Legend of Aang, Book 3. Oh, another female assimilation. Finally, I can get in touch with my feminine side. Wait, so I can grow braids now using the alt form. I don't want to go in this rabbit hole. 6. Power boost card. Don't care. 7. Background customization card X. Always good to have. 8. Power boost card. Seriously thinking about upgrading power manipulation now. I have plenty. 9. Background customization card X. Arg. Why do I gain this thing in batches? Now I'm depressed. Last one. 10. Cortana, Halo. Jackpot. Fucking jackpot. Wait. I stayed up all night configuring my AI to receive Cortana like that. Come on gacha. AI is always on the beginner package. It's always come something only when you don't need it, right? Typical gacha. Chapter 45, Extra, The Interview, Part 1. E-readers. Enjoy. As you can see, I'm not dead. Chala, the Black Panther. Author's note, well. Look what we have here. If isn't me the author. Should I start saying that I'm sorry? But I'm not really sorry. I mean, I'm sorry for the delay. But I needed the break to focus on my life. Exams, thesis, and many other things. After this I was dragged down to a vacation very far from my PC. Returned after the new year, but I still needed time to myself. So this is the reason. Also, as some readers deduced, I'm from Bahia. In turn, Brazilian joke. Now, many of you must be wondering about this extra chapter. Well, while I'm on vacation, while I don't want to think about complicated plots, I still like this story and started writing on my phone this thing here without much thought and relaxed. And damn, writing on the phone suck. I needed to change the language of my phone keyboard to English. I also discovered that I have no self-control and this little side story surpassed 30k words. Yeah, I know. So, this side story is basically an interview to solidify Idolan's image to the public of Marvel. I think is a good extra. Many of you must think is unnecessary, but This interview will have some seed of future plots and interactions with Marvel characters. I think that can still be fun. Is just a light and relaxed chapter. Is also useful to allow me to get back in shape for writing. So this week will go like that. There are 3 parts to this interview. There's a limit to how many words a chapter can have here in web novel. I will release the parts today, Wednesday, and Friday. And then on Sunday the real 45th chapter. And we are back to normal. Enjoy. Reader, author, please come back. We want a new chapter full of plots and development. Pawn Star author, the best I can do is a big extra chapter explaining some things. Take it or leave. Third person POV, it's starting. Kitty Pryde, aka Shadowcat, screams to her fellow residents of the mansion. Tone down, Kitty. The kids are already sleeping. Ororo, aka Storm, admonishes her. Kitty mouths a sorry sheepishly. While the two are talking, the rest of the people arrives in the living room. There's the professor of the institute, the main team of the X-Men, and the others a little too young. In the age group below 15 years, and those who, despite being the same age as Jean and the others, is part of another group. After all, a team with many people is too problematic to handle, for now, so there's a secondary team that only train and does simulations. The one more young don't ever do battle simulation. It's okay, Ororo. It's natural for her to be excited. Professor Xavier says, smiling as he arrives in his characteristic wheelchair. Yeah, this is a big moment for all of us. Hank McCoy says while fixing his glasses. Big moment. This is fricking huge. Kitty exclaims but corrects herself in the middle of it after a look from the teachers. For the first time in history, a meta will give an interview on national television. She says. International, Jean corrects, even with a little delay, other channels have permission to broadcast it too. Internet too, Jubilee adds. Okay. Let's watch in silence now. This could be a game changer. Professor Xavier says, making everyone focus on the TV. Is Reed not coming? Ben Grimm, aka The Thing, asks Susan Storm while she arrives on the living room with a slightly annoyed face. In addition to Ben, the room has Alicia Masters, Ben's girlfriend, and Johnny Storm, the Human Torch. No. He said that he is in an important moment of his portal project. He will watch in his lab while working. She says while slapping Johnny Storm's leg away to make room to sit. Too bad. I almost don't see the guy if I do not drag him off the lab. Ben comments, chugging down a beer. No wonder he already has white hair at 30 years old. Johnny comments, heating a pan with his hand and making popcorn. Show is starting. Susan says while turning up the TV volume. Good night, Aunt May. We are gonna watch the interview in my room. Peter Parker says to his old aunt on the top of the stairs. Thanks for letting me stay, Aunt. Ned nods to her while carrying food in her arms. All right, boys. I won't be able to stay up to finish watching the show anyway, so tomorrow you let me know how it went. The kind old woman says to them. Yes, it's the old version of Aunt May, you degenerate. When the interview was announced, Ned proposed that he go have a sleepover at Peter's house. He also invited Gwen, but it was not possible for obvious reasons. But they will chat via group chat, video call, on their phones. Dude, what do you think they will talk about? Ned asked a little too excitedly to just a talk show. I don't know. About heroes, mutants/metas, Idolan's personal life. Peter answers. Cool. Why you don't do an interview too? Don't ever need to be on a talk show. Go to the Daily Bugle. He suggests. Peter scoffs. Yeah, right. Jameson will call the cops at the moment that I appear. Well, you could always try to make peace with him. Or bait him in thinking that he can expose your evil deeds and in truth show the world that you're a good guy. This makes Peter think. Nah, he would probably take only the convenient parts of the interview to paint me in a bad light. Ned shrugs his shoulders, whatever, one day you will appear on a talk show on national television. He consoles his friend, even if it is unnecessary. I want a complete focus on him. His mannerisms, expressions, everything. Nick Fury shouts in his platform on the helicarrier's command center. The agents are positioned in the studio already. Maria Hill reports at the side. Next door, Natasha Romanoff and Barbara Morse are sitting very relaxed at the table. Barbara Morse is another agent, codenamed Mockingbird. Snacks. Black Widow offers to Fury. He looks at her smirking face with his one eye, a vein almost popping off in annoyance. Obviously, it's not a big deal, but her overly relaxed attitude gets her on his nerves. His hand moves fast, taking away the bag from her outstretched hand. What snacks? Focus Agent Romanoff, you're on duty. Could happen an attack on his location at any MO, he starts. Relayax, who is stupid enough to attack Idolan. If not, even the villains must be watching him now. She says nonchalantly while eating. Fury can only grumble at her logic. Making light of a situation. A good way to get killed. He says while eating the food all the same. And Black Widow is not wrong. All around the world, people of interest, as Hector likes to call them, are preparing to watch the interview to know a little more about the powerful hero. Captain America sits comfortably in his apartment. Emma Frost pours a drink to herself while waiting. Magneto and his followers are also waiting. Selene Galio, Doom, Blue Marvel, Wakanda, Hydra, Serpent Society, and many others. On a studio of the heavily awaited talk show. The Marvel Universe version of Steve Harvey is addressing the audience. He is not exactly like his counterpart of him but is similar enough. Something that Hector observed when checking the celebrities of this universe. Wouldn't it be awkward if Robert Downey Jr. looks exactly like Tony Stark? Many celebrities are the same, mostly unrelated to the MCU, like the sport-related ones, like Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Michael Jordan, Messi, and others. Also, actors that never made a Marvel movie remained unchanged. Like DiCaprio and Tom Cruise. Funny enough, Natalie Portman looks a little like Jane Foster. To Hector is a little fun seeing these people now. Technically he is in the past, but in another universe. There are some things that he can do. Help Ali with his Parkinson, and discreetly cure other athletes' career-ending injuries. He will do it. Maybe. For now he only did one thing. He left a note on Johnny Depp's pillow, "Do not get close to Amber Heard." Yes, being in the past allows you to do more than buy a load of Bitcoin. Now, back to the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, I know for what everyone is anxious for. The host starts making everyone cheer crazily. All right, all right. I will not take more of your time. I would like to present to you guys. The man that needs no presentation. He says while gesturing to the empty air on his side of him. Please, a round of applause to the man. The greatest, Idolin. He exclaims and a little black vortex coalesces in the air making everyone applaud. The greatest Idolin. Hector is equal time surprised and amused by the title. The Incredible Hulk. The Invincible Iron Man. The Amazing Spider-Man. The Mighty Thor. These editorial titles used in his other life are normal things. He didn't expect to receive the greatest as a pre-title. Not that he is complaining, it is cool at least, and not very cringe. But it makes him think if, in some place in the multiverse, some kids are watching a cartoon of his life called The Greatest Idolin. More probably would be an Amazon series like The Boys or Invincible. He thinks while appearing on the TV program set. First, his head that was a little lowered, as if he was going through a small door. As he straightens up, the rest of his body covered by the mantle starts appearing too. Then Idolin's eyes change, using the all-seeing eyes of God. His eyes move fast across everything. He looks at every nook and cranny of the place. For some reason this made the place fall into silence. Maybe it is the fact that instinctively all the people here know that Idolin is checking everyone, or maybe is simply the sheer presence that a man that can with one move destroy everyone present, but the mood becomes a little tense and awkward. A second later Idolin visibly relaxes and his eyes settle into a stormy gray color. He turns to the host and extends his hand to him. His gesture takes away a little of the heavy mood that started to build up in the room. At the same time, a woman quickly approaches carrying a microphone to Idolin. While this happens, the people can't hear the greeting between Idolin and Steve. Wow, he is really tall. Paige, aka Husk, comments to the other X-Men while seeing the assistant putting the microphone on Idolin's waist on TV. The woman doesn't even reach his shoulder from him. She looks nervous. Warren comments. Overwhelmed by fear or awe. Ororo says to the side. They watch Idolin take the thing from her hands and stick it on his belt and nodding at her gratefully. Is his mantle different? Kitty asks. It looks the same to me. Jubilee says. It looks smoky, Rogue adds. Yeah. When he teleported it appears to blend with the mist, but now looks normal. But I'm sure that I saw that, Kitty exclaims. Must be one of his zillion's powers. Cecily Kincaid says. Idolin, sit please. Steve gestures to the chair close to him and waits for the hero to sit. The scenery is very simple, 2 armchairs with a little table in front of the two. I have to say that it is an honor to have you with us here this night. After Idolin sits, he finally says the expected words. It's okay. I'm the one that needs to thank you for giving me the chance to talk on your TV show. Idolin says good-naturedly. He continues, and it is good that I say something from the beginning. To all your questions, I promise that I won't lie. He says seriously, I will answer only in 3 forms, the truth, I don't want to talk about it, and I'm Idolin, he says in a joking tone. His joke makes everyone pauses for an instant before bursting out in laughs. The catchphrase, I'm Idolin, is already famous in the world. And Idolin's serious appearance made a funny contrast, causing humor. The previous heavy mood was instantly lighter now. Hee hee. Okay. So, how do you want to do this? Want to say something before I start asking the questions that the world is crazy to know? Steve says while showing the bunch of cards in his hands. You can start asking. We can develop from there. Eidolon says after thinking a little. Okay. Let's see. Steve looks at the cards and decides where to start. Why did you start doing this? You know, being a hero. What motivated you? Well. You started very big, huh? Eidolon says with a smile, making the people chuckle. This question is too deep. Goes to my backstory and many other subtopics. He says with a hand on his chin. I will give you the simple answer for now, but ask it again later. I started this whole Eidolon thing because someone needed to do this. Mostly about the meta question. Eidolon says. He continues, I need to say, I'm on this before my debut on the invasion. Secretly, you know. Searching, investigating, and even helping people secretly. Helping people secretly. Yes, like using telekinesis to save people discreetly. Or blitzkrieg some criminals. Things that people would associate as a stroke of luck or a miracle and not to me. I see. But why? Why hide? Well, I believe that the world was not ready for my appearance. My existence. Eidolon confesses, I have planned to act on the shadows for some years more, but the invasion happened. The invasion happened, yes. Eidolon confirms, I couldn't help discreetly on a problem of that magnitude, so I appeared. But I think it worked for the best in the end. I could help more people now. Well, I think I can say for a lot of people now. I'm grateful that you step up on that day, Eidolon. Thank you very much. Steve says seriously, making the people applaud and cheer for the hero. It was very brave of you. And thank you for sticking around helping too. I know that many people don't appreciate it, but I do. So I need to say that. He finishes, making the audience cheer even more loudly. After some time of Eidolon keeping his hand up thanking the cheers, the audience subsides. Thanks for appreciating my efforts, means a lot, really. But I have to say. You call me brave. Eidolon chuckles, but I don't think myself brave. With the exception of my fight against Thor, I never took any risks. Calling me brave for taking criminals when I'm bulletproof is a little of a stretch. Brave is the cops and firefighters who really risk their lives every day. There's nothing of impressive on me taking criminal when there's no danger to myself. Kitty Pride POV, he is good, he knows exactly what to say. I hear Warren's comment. You talk like he is faking it. Rogue stepped up on Eidolon's defense. Yeah, he is just being truthful, Bob, Iceman, adds. Whoa. Calm down, people. I never said that he is using fake modesty. Just saying that he knows how to talk. Just this. Warren says, raising his hands in surrender. Well, he is not wrong. Wanting or not, Eidolon is the spokesperson of our people at this moment. So it's good that he can carry himself in a good, humble, and educated manner. The professor says. He hadn't thought that deeply. This interview is much more than a simple presentation of the hero Eidolon. Anyway, even if it's easy for you, you still dedicate your time and efforts to help, and that's enough. The host talks. At least it appears that this guy is not an anti-mutant, so this interview must go without any problems. Eidolon must have chosen him because of that. Stop it. You can't see, but you're making me blush under the mask. Eidolon says to laughs. He looks like a cool dude. Spike says, when he is not beating us, I mean. Haha. Yeah, he gives that vibe of unapproachable till you know him. Jean comments. Ha ha ha. I can see what you mean. I comment. Bringing my attention back to the TV, I hear the host touch on the most important topic to us. You said something before about the meta question. Do you want to talk about it now? Well. It's a good start. Eidolon says before straightening a little more on his chair. Metahumans is what I call all the people with powers, independent of the nature. But right now is only a substitute for the terms mutants and Homo superior, Eidolon explains. Why is only a substitute for now? And why metahumans? How did you come up with this idea? The host asks. Well, mutant is too derogatory and Homo superior, too arrogant. He says there is nothing of superior in us, we are humans with meta abilities. Nothing less and nothing more. He continues, the Homo superior thing comes from the theory that everyone will have powers in the future so that we would be one step ahead. But is a little of a stretch and I will explain it later. And does this term only cover mutants? Excuse me, is offensive to call you mutant? Steve asks with a frown. First, don't be afraid of asking anything. You can speak freely, Steve. I'm not easily offended. And about your questions. Not everyone wants to be identified as a meta. Beyond mutants there are mutates, like the Fantastic Four, enhanceds like Captain America and even Inhumans. And people that gain power through other means like technology, magic, alien parasites. Wait. Inhumans. Yeah, they live on the moon. Have powers too. Continuing. Idolin brushes off and continues like he has not released shocking news. I would like that the term metahumans to envelop all these people, to stop distinction and discrimination between them. You don't find it weird the ridiculous amount of hate that someone receives for being a mutant? But if you're a mutate, out of nowhere everything is good. Now that you're talking about that. Only now they're thinking about it. People are really easily brainwashed. Scott comments. Yeah, there are a bunch of reasons for that. But back to the whole nomination thing. Some people simply don't want to be lumped together. Prefer to still be called mutate, enhanced, or whatever. And I can't force them either. So because of that the term metahuman only substituted the term mutants. For now. Baxter Building. Metahuman is so much cooler than mutate. I will start calling myself that from now on. Johnny comments. Who comes with the mutate thing anyway? Ben asks. Read, but is the term used by the military and government, remember? Susan says while watching the TV. Kitty Pride POV, you asked before if it's offensive to call me mutant. I can answer for myself. I don't care. Heh. I know that metahuman is a new term, many people don't know and don't mean to say it in an offensive way. So I could particularly excuse it. Idolin looks at the host to continue, I will explain. Steve, you're a black man. Okay. I'm not trying to offend you. Haha, it's a fact. Steve jokes while looking at his skin. So, I'm a mutant. It's a fact. Is the way you deliver the word. Simply as that. I see. But there's an offensive variant word to mutants. Mutie. Is it like the N-word to you guys? I think I read something about this on the internet. Steve asks curiously. Maybe, we as a race. By the way, I don't like to use the word race or my people to refer to us, because I think it divides us even more. But there are no better words. So. As a race, we don't have such a huge numerical tragedy that black people have in their history. We suffered a lot. For a long, long time. But it is strange to put mutie at the same level as the N-word. Idolin continues, the problem with the word mutie is that it's used by the extremist people that lynch and kill the metas. So, if you use it, you can be associated with these skinhead-like people. He explains. He gives an example of making the Nazi symbol appear on the air, is like the swastika. To the Buddhism is a symbol that represents peace and prosperity. But Nazism messed up with the thing, you see. So is always associated with them. I understand. It's become bad because it is used by bad people while they do bad things, Steve says. Exactly, Idolin points at him in approval. Makes sense. We already call ourselves mutants, so it's not really an offensive term. Mutie on the other hand always found it distasteful, Bobby Drake says at my side. The way that is talked is a huge factor too. Jean adds her 2 bits, agreeing with Idolin. Focusing back on the TV, I see Idolin continuing his thoughts. There are 2 big myths about metas, mutants, that I need to disprove. First of all, we are not the inherent evil that we are painted to be. Tell me, Steve. When did a mutant ever hurt you? Or someone that you know? Idolin asks looking at the host. Never. In truth, you're the first one that I ever talked or I'm this close. That I know, at least. So where all this hate is coming from? Is such an easy conclusion that is almost silly that no one talked about this before. Idolin says while gesticulating with his hands, I will tell the absolute truth now. You guys are simply brainwashed to hate mutants. Idolin stops to see the audience's reaction. His statement is met with silence, don't believe in me, huh? It's natural. No one ever thinks that is being manipulated, that is how manipulation works. I look around, the people here are wearing serious faces. The individual is smart, but the mass is dumb. He says, it is an old tactic to create a common foreign enemy to unify people. Very used in wars, and in many ideological conflicts. Was used against the communists, Muslims. Everyone always exclaims that the other side is much worse than it really is. Dehumanize the enemy to make it easy to kill them. Idolin says seriously. Recently I uncovered the workshop plot, or the metafactory as how the people are calling it. Now let me ask. Idolin looks around seriously, if I haven't appeared. If Idolin never existed. Who would care if some mutants are being tortured? The politics responsible would say some excuse like they're trying to cure them, that the victims are in truth terrorists, criminals, and no one. I repeat, no one would ask, are they really? Idolin pauses to let the thought sink in. And I don't doubt that. Even seeing the torture installations, people wouldn't have cared. I think some people would be glad that the filthy mutants are being taken care of. Powers. Eidolon attracts the attention again, are viewed as an amazing thing. Everyone wants to have powers. So you all really think that rich and influential people haven't tried to acquire them? To themselves? To make soldiers? Captain America is the living proof that they're trying to do it for at least 60 years. Eidolon points to some direction that could be where Washington, maybe. Where people think that Captain America is staying. So are you saying that this whole anti-mutant propaganda is to desensitize people to whatever cruelty would be committed against you guys? Steve asks. Yes. And these guys are also afraid that we would upset the status quo too. They're used to being on top, above everyone is everything. So you can imagine how much they fear that one day someone strong as me decides that wants to change the world or take their place. So they instill their fear in you guys too. Let's be honest. What does someone powerful like me gain from hurting normal people? The people stay in silence. They always preach that we metas can read your minds, invade your homes, kill your family. Pfft. Your mind is not that interesting. A bank is a better target to rob, and if someone wants to hurt you, they can do it with a knife. Eidolon argues. Makes sense. The host agrees. Mutants are the first and most recognizable group to be the target. Sincerely, I wouldn't give 5 years for mutates start to be hated too. Ah, the Skrulls also have their hidden agenda. Eidolon comments casually. Skrulls. Skrulls. I hear the people here asking confused too. Skrulls. Race of shapeshifters, aliens that invade planets taking the place of influential people. Many mutants can easily identify them with their powers, so they make us the enemy of humanity to make their invasion easy. Eidolon talks about this a little too casually. What? Yeah. Shocking. I will talk about them later too, when I explain galactic politics. Remember of asking. Eidolon points to the host. Is he serious? Jubilee asks. I don't think that he would joke about that. And an alien invasion just happened. Jean comments. So we are like an impediment to an alien invasion, and because of this we are ostracized? Scott asks. This is probably just one of many factors. I feel that Eidolon is not talking about everything, Dr. McCoy says. In another place, many disguised aliens think the same. He knows. Back to Kitty POV, are you seriously not gonna talk about this now? Isn't this serious? Steve asks, a little flustered. Relax, I'm here. But I can say something to them. Eidolon suddenly turns serious and looks at the camera. There's still time to get out. Damn, he is not even talking to me. I get shivers down my spine. The dude is scary as fuck. Well, okay. If you say so. You're talking before about. The host changes the subject. Even he is a little intimidated. The other myth about metas. That we all have great superpowers, and that we are a danger to society. Blah, 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 Eidolon says, the truth is far from that. Obviously, the strong ones like me and Magneto have more visibility, but most of the metas have powers that don't make them so different from the other humans, advantage-wise. It's not like every meta can do anything without consequences. The cases of murder and lynching of the targets are the proof of this. We wouldn't be beaten by 4 thugs with clubs if every one of us is so powerful. But is always conveniently ignored by media, right? True. Let me explain the meta power levels. First, us metas don't make an annual convention to decide that. Eidolon jokes, but there's a consensus in using Greek letters, so I personally classify into 7 levels. This is my own classification. He waves his hand and a hologram appears in the air showing a huge pyramid. In the bottom and the most common are the Zeta level targets. These are the ones that have the metagene dormant and haven't awakened their powers. It is estimated that 1/3 to half of the population of the planet has the metagene. You can have it, Steve. Or your wife and maybe your children and grandkids could awaken their meta abilities. Is one of the reasons that is dumb to discriminate against us. There's a large chance of you being us too. I didn't know about that. Is it because of this that the guys try to torture people to make goals? Steve asks. Yes, a huge part of the awakenings happens in moments of distress. So they tried to replicate it using torture. We, the humans, as a species have the potential to have powers. This is one of the reasons that Bruce Banner doesn't die from radiation. And the Fantastic Four too. Eidolon then looks at the camera. But please. Don't go seeking powers. Ugh, there are so many factors like compatibility and other things. You have 50% chance of dying on the spot and can awaken bad powers too. And I will go explain more now. Eidolon points to the pyramid again. In the second place from the bottom, there's the epsilon level metas. And their powers are detrimental. Eidolon says. Detrimental. Yes, as an example I know a guy whose power is make him have a bird physiology. But only the disadvantages. Seriously, he can't fly. His appearance changed greatly. His bones are weak. There's another girl who has a severe case of photophobia. That's it, that is her power. Suffer under sunlight. Damn, I never would know. Yeah, it's very common. Many of these die on the spot. At the moment they awaken their powers. Some die too when their powers are too strong, by the way. This can happen too. Wow. Yes, it's a lottery. I'm one of the lucky ones. Eidolon sighs, continuing. Above the epsilon level there is the delta level. These ones awakened their powers and changed absolutely nothing that matters. Maybe their skin color changed, maybe their ears became pointy, or their hair grow on the entire body. These small things, you know. Things that wouldn't give them an edge. Steve says. Yes, the problem is when their appearance changes are too obvious and make them become ostracized. No chance to integrate themselves in society ever again. Eidolon sighs, by the way, these levels that I talked about, together with the one that I will explain now, the gamma level makes up more than 60% of the mutant population. Just to you to see how things really are. I can see now. Please continue. It's very enlightening. I've never, ever heard that stuff. The host talks. The gamma level is where we start gaining some advantages. But it is still little and sometimes with disadvantages and great changes in appearance. Why changes in appearance? So that our bodies can cope with the powers. Power level wise, a gamma level can do things on small scales. Now with the beta level things became interesting. Now, these have strong powers, but many times they have drawbacks, conditions, restrictions, or the users can't turn them on, off. A beta level is Captain America and above. Most of the betas have powers that can't exteriorize too much. How? Like super regeneration, super intelligence, or doing things in small ranges. Just a little above the gammas. Eidolon points to the top of the pyramid. The word alpha appears in second place. Now this. This is the elite. The strongest ones like you, huh? Steve asks. More or less. These ones have great powers, and no drawbacks, the changes in appearance would not cripple them, only give advantages. Lady Jade and Makia are on this level. Destructive power to raise cities to the ground. Cities. Steve asks shocked, so, are you on this level? Eidolon looks at him, with a strange look. No. I'm an Omega level meta. He makes the word appear on the top of the pyramid. A Omega level is the absolute apex of the metas. Unlimited potential. Destructive power ranges from continental level to planetary. When the powers have a destructive nature, of course. Planetary. Steve asks mouth agape. Yes, I can see your confusion. My fight with Thor affected only New York. But it is because we hold back. Even mind-controlled, Thor doesn't want to hurt innocent people, and I think he was in a weakened state too. On my side, I don't want to hurt him so bad. I see. There's many of these Omega level. The host asks, still shocked. Eidolon raises his hand showing 2 fingers, something around 20 in the world. Well, if we count the mutates and others, it should be more on the same level. Do you know some of them? Heh. As I said, we don't make a convention of people with power or have a group chat. But I know some. We could make a group chat of metas. Would be cool. Spike comments, but Aurora shush him. The Hulk would be an Omega level in our terms. Magneto is one. I recently met an Omega level telepath. There's another that has Omega level cryokinesis and another with Omega level atmokinesis, and the list goes on. He is talking about us. I exclaim. I even need to visit them again. But I was so busy lately. Eidolon idle comments while putting his chin on his hand, would it be okay to visit this week? He asks apparently to himself. Oh God, yes. Would be super cool. Jubilee exclaims. Alright, I hope that I won't impose too much. He says on the TV. Okawaye. This is weird. Did he answer you? Paige asks with her eyes wide. It's a coincidence. Warren says a little uncertain. I look around and see the shocked face of the people. Eidolon. Are you hearing us? Jean decides to take matters into her own hands and ask. Eidolon is intensely looking at the camera. It appears that he is looking directly at us. Maybe. He says, creeping me out. Ayawiawa, fuck. No way. Everyone received a jump scare. I can see Eidolon chuckling on the TV. This guy can hear us. Damn, super senses. Fuck, did he hear everything we talked about him? Damn, I'm totes ashamed now. What was it? I hear Steve asking. Nothing. Hee hee. Just messing with some acquaintances. It's so easy to predict their train of thoughts. Eidolon says, chuckling. He is messing with us. But his timing is too good. It's just a coincidence. Eidolon, Rogue has a big crush on you. I say, to verify. Kitty. Rogue exclaims, embarrassed. But Eidolon on the TV doesn't react and continues to talk with the host. Asterisk huff asterisk, so he is just predicting what we would talk. It's not hard to know that we would be watching. Jubilee says. But I'm still not sure. Eidolon talked a little with Steve, answering some obvious questions until he goes to a topic that I don't know. Beyond power level, I also classify the metas on types based on the nature of their power. I think me and my group are the ones that use this type of classification. Eidolon waves his hand again and another huge hollow board appears. For now, there are 10 types of powers that I would like to explain. Just saying from the beginning, metas can be a part of 2 or more groups. One is not excluding of another. The names are mostly self-explanatory. Using English, the most popular language on the planet, I divide the metas in. On the board, a name appears. Brute. This is new. First, the most common of superpowers. The upgrade on your physical attributes. The brute is someone who excels in physical strength, durability, healing factor. These things. The Hulk, the Thing, and Maquia are the best examples of this classification. But the Hulk and Spider-Man, thanks to their enhanced leaping abilities, can be considered movers too. Eidolon makes the word appear on the board together with the explanation. Movers have the power to move, themselves and others with their powers. Teleports, flight, and even the simple capability of jumping very high thanks to their physical strength can classify someone as a mover. As a subclass, if you want to say it that way. Then there's the Shakers, people that can affect the world around them in many ways. Magneto is a Shaker, Invisible Woman too. Blasters have some sort of energy or matter projection. Can emit from simple fire to concussive blasts, lasers, or like the corrosive green fire that Lady Jade can create. And not only energy. Water, acid, spike, bones. Create and blast matter too. Next, we have the Strikers, people that need to touch someone as a condition of activation of their powers. Like you, Rogue. You're a striker, I say to my friend. And Scott would be a blaster. Bobby adds, Colossus a brute. I'm a blaster too, Jubilee comments. So I must be a mover. I think. Kurt is one, absolutely. I say. We hear Eidolon continuing. This classification is interesting. Changers can alter their bodies in many ways. Turn in another material, shapeshift, became an animal or a hybrid. Mr. Fantastic is a changer, and Mystique, the follower of Magneto too by the way. So Colossus would be a changer too. Together with being a brute. What comes first? Spike says. Probably changer, because he can only gain his strength and durability after becoming metal. Paige says, I'm a changer too. She adds. Thinker is where I put everyone that has some sort of mental power together. Telepathy is the most common example. And what the Skrulls are most afraid of. And Master. Eidolon makes a pause. For a time I put the Masters together with the Thinkers, but eventually, I make a classification just for them. Masters have the power to control others. Yeah, very scary. Horrible power. I have some questions. Steve says. Let me finish and you ask, Eidolon says, making Steve nod. Then we have breakers, tricky ones. They can break reality or natural law. Making them don't be affected by these things or changing them at their whims. Someone with the power of luck, yes, the power of having good luck is a thing. People that can alter probability. Change the fundamental forces of the universe and rewrite basic concepts. Intangibility is a breaker power. Just to inform you, that is not that they are always overpowered. Oh, so I'm a breaker. I say out loud. Well, if you think about it. Phasing through matter is pretty much bullshit, even if it's simple. Jean adds at my side. Hee hee. I'm rare. I laugh, making them roll their eyes. And then the last but not least. My classification. This makes everyone perk up. Eidolon class. Can only be. Trumps. The most rare class. They have powers that affect other powers. Eidolon reveals something everyone already guessed. They can enhance, suppress, detect, copy, create, and steal powers. Oh, Rogue. You're a Trump too. I exclaim, combining with Eidolon. I mouth to her silently, making her avert her eyes. Are you gonna talk about your powers? Steve asks hopefully. Nope. Business secret. You guys can only guess, Eidolon says. Cheap steak. Everyone knows that he can copy, create, or steal powers. No one knows all of his powers. So why all this secrecy? TCH. How many powers you have? Steve asks. I can hear Jean say at my side, here it comes. She is already smiling. Yes, she says at the same time as Eidolon on the TV and laughs. Pfft. The audience and the host laugh too. Typical Eidolon. Now I think that I shed some light on metas, right, he says. Absolutely, I didn't know 5% of what you talked about before. Very informative. Steve says. Now I can answer your question. What motivates me? He starts becoming a little more serious. You know. I died. Eidolon says. What? I can see the shocked faces of the rest. When I awakened my power. I died. Bang. Disintegrated. Just like that. He snaps his fingers, but I didn't really die. My conscience lived even without a body. Maybe my body was destroyed because it can't handle that level of power at that time. Eidolon says. I and everyone were enraptured by his tale. Is a strange sensation. I was so scared. In my young mind I thought that I died and become a ghost. Ha. It was hard to put thoughts together. I felt too much, and I heard too much. I heard and felt people suffering all around the globe. That is the first sign that I was really powerful, he sighs. It is hard to relate to other people suffering if you don't see it firsthand. Everyone knows that some people in Africa are suffering right now, but everyone just goes with their lives. But to me was different. I felt everything firsthand. I discovered that there's life beyond Earth, and that there are special people, uncovered many secrets and things that I don't understand at that time. And what has taken most of my attention is the suffering of mutants. The injustice, the evil. Maybe it's because of the nature of my powers. I'm a Trump after all. More sensitive to powers. With time, I learned to reconstruct my body. But it's a road with no return. I experienced things, my innocence was lost. I needed to do something. I couldn't just look on the other way after knowing all those things. It was then that I swore to myself one day to help my fellows metas and the world. That was the day that Eidolon was born. After he said that, the audience applauds and Steve looks impressed. Damn. I hear someone say. You could say that I was cursed with knowledge. Ha ha. Eidolon laughs. So that was your call to do hero work, the host asks. Well, more or less. I lose my relatives to crime too. So this also inspired me. Eidolon says with an even voice. I hear and felt everyone surprised to the revelation. You. I'm sorry to hear that. The host. Don't be. It's okay. At that time I don't think that I would do hero work per se. I was just thinking about helping the metas, and changing the bad view that the world has of us. So I create my group. And then one day it happened. Eidolon's eyes looks distant, I was too inexperienced. He says and the silence continues. The host doesn't say anything else. But it appears that Eidolon is made of sterner stuff and he continues. I haven't talked about my group yet, right? Your group? That's one of the many questions that I plan to ask you later. Are you part of the Avengers? Steve says, probably thankful to be able to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Nope. I have my own group, the SCP. He makes a symbol appear on a hologram in the air. Being part of the Avengers brings some annoying situations. So do things on my own. SCP stands for what exactly? Secure, contain and protect. Secure dangerous objects so that they don't fall into the wrong hands, like what happens with the dodecahedron. Contain evil targets. And protects, you know. Everyone. Eidolon explains, that's my primary objectives. It's a good philosophy. Yeah, but what I really want is that finally everyone would be treated with the respect and dignity that was deserved by all. Eidolon says and sighs, we are a young planet. But we have so much potential. But potential alone can't protect us from the many dangers out there. Can we imagine that there are many and great dangers out there? On the universe. Maybe a cosmic giant will attack Earth now and kill us all. Eidolon says and stops, as if waiting. His posture makes everyone hold their breaths and wait too. 1 second. 2 seconds. Well, it appears that we are still lucky. Hoo-hoo. He laughs, allowing everyone to breathe again, but everyone was still a little nervous. We metas. We are humans too, we can help so much. If just we are allowed to do that. We could fix climate problems, restore the ice on the poles, replant forests, cure diseases. Heck, do you want me to put a space station in orbit saving billions of dollars that can be used for other things? I and many others can do that. Idolin exclaims heatedly before going serious. But I'm not doing it. He frowns. I will not help in the development of the planet while my people are exploited. We hide, because if we help, our reward would be being strapped to a cold table and be open apart. Not everyone is strong as me, or has my resources to protect themselves. If there's not a collective understanding, we can't progress. Idolin laughs sadly. This is the reality, people. The number of metas, mutants, is very little. 2 million. Most of them have no great advantages over you. Do you think that we really want to hurt you? We could already do that. In the end, the strong ones simply live their lives because helping is simply not worth it. And they're not evil to hurt you all. Just normal people with powers. I repeat. This is the reality. More and more metas will be born. Will be your sons and grandsons. They will awaken their power completely unprepared. They could unintentionally hurt you, themselves. We need to unite. How much good could we do together? He shakes his head. One day. He pauses. One day a super strong Omega level will awaken his power. He will be treated like shit. And he will want revenge. There's a saying in Africa, the kid that is not loved by his tribe, will burn it down to feel its warmth. What if one day someone that fear nothing, that has nothing to lose decides to end it all? Idolin looks around seriously. There's a meta that I know. That his power is, he explodes himself. That's right, he can blow himself up. One time. And then he dies. The destructive scale of his power of it is the level of 100 kilograms of TNT. But what if some meta that was tortured in one of Theseus' lab awaken a power like that? But on an Omega level, planetary scale. Look, I understand that you fear us. It's normal. Everyone would fear someone with a gun. But we haven't chosen to born like that. And if someone wants to hurt you, they can hurt you anyway. We can make a better world. Everyone. I'm here trying to show you all the possibilities. To the normal people and to the metas too. I can understand that it is hard to trust each other. But can you guys try to trust me on this? And if you don't believe in my words, trust in my actions. Keep watching me. I will show everyone that the future that I envision is possible. He finishes. And damn, he's cool. This guy is so cool. Jubilee say my thoughts. What he said makes sense. If we work together, sigh, the professor comments with a wistful sigh. We could jump centuries in progress. Even more, if all the world-class genius works together, Dr. McCoy adds. A pity that the world can't accept us. Scott says. But with Idolin taking the front. Someone needed to do this first step. So is this what he is doing? If we just wait, nothing will change. Jean comments and I can almost see the jab to the professor in her words. Well, she is starting to disagree with the professor in the super passive instance. But she understands the dangers too. While I watch the audience applaud Idolin words, I wonder if Idolin can really do it. Thinking a little, I can't help but be affected by his word from him and start to be filled with hope. Suddenly, this dream is not so far away anymore. Third-person POV. With these words, Idolin finally put everything out. He is surprised that no one tried to cut the transmission of the TV show. He is almost expecting it so that he could use this act later. The seed is planted. The more open-minded people will change their views, others will start thinking and questioning things. The ones that love conspiracies will have a field day, social justice warriors too, people that fight for the betterment of the world, and the more young and impressionable people. Only the true intolerant ones will not change their minds. But there's always be haters. Now that Idolin said his piece of it, the TV show will progress in a more question-answer style like the deal that they made previously. Idolin. Steve starts, I have some things to ask about what you said before. Go on. Idolin says. Abu, that master classification. Sorry, but I'm really worried. Can you explain more? If there are a lot of them, how it works and how to defend yourself from it. If it is possible to defend yourself from it. The host asks with a frown on his eyebrows. A reasonable concern. It's terrifying to think that someone can overwhelm your free will and make you do things that you would never do. Idolin answers, masters can by some means control something. Sometimes they use some sort of hypnosis, their voice, pheromones. Recently I captured a guy that could do that. Sick bastard. Idolin comments, usually you can resist a master's power if your will is strong enough, but normal people with this amount of willpower is rare, especially if the master is strong. Unfortunately, our system is not ready to defend against these discrete powers, so you can only trust in people like me and other heroes that can identify and stop these evil acts. Idolin explains. Fortunately, people of the master classification are rare. And it is not because they have this type of power that they will use on you. Awakening power is a lottery, not everyone is evil. Do you remember that I talked early about that Omega-level telepath? Idolin asks Steve. Yes. So, if she wants she can alter the memories, minds, and many other mental-related things from populations of entire cities. Idolin says gravely. In the X-Men mansion, the people gave Jean a look to see how she feels to be talked about like that. But she only frowns a little. Jean would never dash, Scott started to say but is interrupted by Idolin that says the same. But she would never do that. I can vouch for her. Idolin speaks giving no room for an argument, I can vouch for her. In truth, her power brings problems to her too because she is really strong and she is still inexperienced. Believe me, hearing other people's thoughts is not pleasant. I repeat, these things are a lottery, people don't choose their power and they shouldn't be judged based on their powers and appearance. I confess, telepath is one of the powers that I least like of all. Is a power that easily corrupt, is discreet and tempting to abuse of it. He sighs, but even this power can be used for good. A telepath can cure mental disorders, for example. Idolin looks at the camera, you there, that has a parent, a loved one that suffers from autism, schizophrenia, and others. There are metas out there that can help, make your loved ones have all mental faculties, see the world how it's really look like, live his life fully and without help. Idolin sighs, but again. We can't because the world doesn't let us. Idolin raises his hands in defeat. With the X-Men, Jean keeps looking at the TV without speaking. She does not comment, lost in thoughts, but she is feeling like she is finally seeing some light. She was always unsure of what to do in the future, but now a path is starting to appear ahead. She is not entirely sure but is a start. I talked with Thor a little, and he commented about his hammer. How is a lesson from his father to him? A hammer that can destroy, but can also build. Powers are like that, they can be used for good. Idolin talks again. If society accepts metas as an important part of the whole, we could teach from childhood the importance in being responsible with power and to use for good. For now, we are learning for ourselves, alone. And many times, in bad situations. We are one mishap from a tragedy. Idolin preaches. What you say makes complete sense. I couldn't agree more. Steve affirms, no child is born inherently evil, is a fact. Yes. Someone with a master power can use his gift from her too. Let's see. Idolin pauses to think a little, solve dangerous situation without violence. Someone is a hostage. Someone is having a neurotic/psychotic attack. They can solve it without no one getting hurt, Idolin gives the option, showing that there's always a good side to even the more evil powers. True, true. By the way, I have a master power too, but only works with animals. I can talk with them. Idolin says smiling. Really? Like Dr. Dolittle? Ha. Is this what you used at the zoo at that time? Steve asks surprised. Ha. I can't always order animals around. I can talk with them and they only instinctively know that I'm stronger and I'm on the top of the food chain. So they listen to me. Idolin laughs and is not a glamorous a Dr. Dolittle. Most of the animals are jerks. Idolin confess. He easily changes the topic of evil powers to something more light. Seriously. But how is it? I think everyone must be curious. The host asks with a smile. Well, dogs are nice, as expected. Penguins too, surprisingly. But squirrels, ugh. Idolin shudders a little. At an unknown place, a teenage woman with short brown hair frowns while watching Idolin talking on the TV. How so he doesn't like squirrels? You guys are great. Doreen says to her furries companions in her room. I will meet him and change his view of squirrels. If he says determinately, unaware that she is the reason that Idolin keeps himself far away from squirrels. What is the worst animal? Personality-wise. Steve asks curiously. Dolphins. Idolin doesn't even hesitate, they're the worst. Seriously, stay away from dolphins. He points to the camera. Really? Yeah. I would prefer to stay in a tank with a white shark than with a dolphin. Idolin comments, seagulls too. They're the worst of the birds. Ha. This I could agree. Steve say, but continuing, you talked early about changing in appearances of the metas. Why do some have these changes and not others, he asks. This goes a little deep too. Do you remember when I said that I disagree with the term homo superior? Yes. So, we have powers, we have the potential to have powers, but in many cases, our bodies fail to withstand these powers. So, in some cases, they adapt and change. Idolin explains, Lady Jade is an example, her skin tone is a result of her power helping her to cope with herself. Obviously, in other cases, the power itself is a change in appearance, like with the Thing from the Fantastic Four. I see. And there's also the case where the changes are arbitrary and have nothing to do with the power. Can this happen? Steve asks. Yes, one of my people can detect meta. And his skin is gray and he has some other extra non-related things on his body. In the X-Mansion. Like you, Kurt. Sorry, but your appearance has nothing to do with your power. Spike says to his blue friend of his. In these cases, this change of appearance should be hereditary. Eidolon says. Hereditary. Yes, one of the parents must have these changes, so even if you don't inherit the power, maybe you will inherit some changes in appearance. Do you think this happened to you, Kurt? One of your parents must have this cool demon look. Warren says. Warren. Ororo frowns. What? I said that's cool. It's okay, Ms. Ororo. Warren doesn't S in a bad way. Kurt say in his German accent, I'm curious too, I don't know who my parents are. The teleporter comments with a distant look. This is a touchy subject, because till now most of the people in the mansion believe that Kurt has been abandoned because of his appearance, but if what Eidolon said is true, one of his parents for him must look like him. So for what reason he was abandoned? And as if knowing what they're thinking, Eidolon says on the TV. Obviously, to the people that the meta gene is still dormant, the child could inherit the potential appearance that they should have in the case of awakening. Is not a certain rule that appearance is always inherited from direct relatives? Do your parents have powers or some change in appearance? Steve asks, and Eidolon gives a look as he has touched on a difficult subject. But Eidolon still answers all the same, nope. Completely normal. No powers, nothing. I see. So, because of your high level, the Omega 1. You don't have a change in appearance. This is not completely true. Eidolon starts and pauses for a moment like he is deciding what to do, you know what? Is better to show you. He says and raises from his chair. Grabbing the front of his mantle with his right hand he takes it off in one move and asterisk Rissel asterisk. The audience, mainly the female part, reacts madly to his body. He pauses. Wow, Paige says praisingly, a 8-pack. Damn. I'm glad that I'm recording it. Kitty says. Is like 20 Da Vinci sculpted his body giving all of their heart and souls. Jean adds. And you, Jean. Ororo raises an eyebrow at her in a playful manner. Jean blushes a little and avoids eye contact. TSK, TSK. Your girls are so shallow, only caring about appearance. Spike says mocking. Warren nods in affirmation. Looks who is talking to. Are you really biting your lip, sis? Johnny asks while looking at Susan strangely. What? And no, I'm only thinking. And. She stutters. Johnny narrows his eyes looking at his sister, I really can't figure out your taste on men. He says. Susan can only facepalm when Ben laughs. So, I'm lucky or unlucky to be blind now. Alicia, Ben's girlfriend, makes a joke. Well, the lucky one is me. Haha, Ben laughs again while gently kissing the side of her head. Well, well. Nice. Bobby Moore says while looking at the screen on the helicarrier. Indeed. Natasha adds. Ahem. Maria Hill says too. Nick Fury looks around. Seriously. Focus, people. He says, making the women avoid eye contact. I swear to God that I will make you all work on investigating people that don't pay their taxes. Suddenly I'm not so comfortable in doing it anymore. Eidolon looks awkwardly around while holding his mantle in front of his body jokingly like a shy maiden. Please, by all means, continue. Steve laughs, our views are increasing a lot now. Mercenary. Eidolon whispers before simply throwing the mantle on his chair and continuing, this could be a little scary, gross, or weird to some. So, be warned. He says. He goes in a standing position, separates the feet so that they are horizontal with the shoulders and raises the forearms a little to waist level. The truth is, I can change my body too. Many of my powers require body changes. But I have a really, really good control on it. Let me show you all. He finishes and then acts. Changes happen in his body immediately. Black angel-like wings sprout from his back, then demon-like wings, a huge scorpion tail, a turbine, some pillars where electricity runs. While one new thing is appearing, a previous change is disappearing already. Do not change last more than a second. His skin change color many times. Scales, crystals, rocks, fire, ice, wood and many other things take turns covering his body. His arms and legs change too much, claws, scythes, blades, spikes, drills appear on his body. His right arm opens up like he is a cyborg and then closes and becomes a black slime-like substance. He grows more arms too and shows some changes. The whole process is weirdly fascinating and breathtaking. To end all, his body is split into many parts that start floating in the air and then they group together in his previously sitting position. Something like this. I can change my body too. But a normal body is more convenient if I'm not using some specific power. He says calmly with a leg crossed over the other. He doesn't put his mantle back. Wow. Is the only things the host can say. With so many powers, it is obvious that some can change my body. But it's a good thing, you know. I can feel how it is to have these changes and empathize with my fellow's goal even more. Eidolon says. This stunt of Eidolon is not useless. First of all, he showed no important power. From all 68 powers that he showed, most of them are obvious at first glance what they do and the rest is weak. Anyone can look at an arm covered in metal and deduce that his arm has become more resistant. This can also bring him closer to the metas with changes in appearance, which are the majority. In the end, Eidolon can be considered a very successful person, a meta in the case, so is now weird to some metahumans resent him for being so powerful and having no drawbacks. Many metas must think, how that guy can understand us. And works on the other way too. Eidolon's success will help people accept the goals with different bodies. Some people already like him, so the fact that he is not absolutely normal helps too. It's all a publicity stunt. So you can control it? The host asks. Yes, but I'm an exception of the rule. I personally have incredibly good control of my body and powers, but that's me. Eidolon. He explains you can't expect another meta with newly awakened powers to know how to use them expertly. If someone throws you in the cockpit of a plane, can you fly instantly? If you grow 2 more arms. Suddenly having the strength of 100 men. It is not easy as people think. Hello there again. I hoped you guys at least liked this chapter a little. So, I will utilize this space to talk about something important. Well, if you don't want, whatever too. This one we will talk about one of the pillars of this story. Powers, the many abilities of fictional characters. When I started this story I had put little thought into it, my thinking at that time is basically this The essence gives powers from all fiction, so is better to use a big, high-level world with many types of power as a setting. DxD. Nope. Marvel. Yep, there's magic, martial arts, technology. So no power will get out of place there. Don't you guys ever find it weird on fanfic where the setting uses, I don't know, cultivation and the MC takes out a modern weapon? I always cringed a little. So thinking about this I choose Marvel. Nothing will be out of place here. But then there's a thing that is annoying me for some time. How to balance all this powers. I have my understanding, but many can disagree with me and still be right. And there's things that literally has no answer. I'm talking about absolute things in some universes that maybe were not that absolute in another. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an unmovable object? Can a lightsaber cut adamantium? And what about absolute powers in certain low-level unviruses like? Can Pucci reset the Marvel universe? Dio stops the time here. Everyone would be affected. What about the range? Will the range, like a bubble of time, stop? And I'm not even want to talk about Logias in One Piece for now. Ugh. My understanding is like that. If power comes from a low-level universe, risk used by a low-level person won't work against someone much stronger. Do you guys wouldn't find it weird if Yashikage Kira kills Thor with Killer Queen? Or Superman? During the fight of Eidolon versus Thor many readers commented, why not use Overhaul or Rewind in Thor? Would that really work? Did any of you guys read the Invincible comics? Viltrumites have some sort of intrinsic field or bioaura or whatever, has been a long time since I read it, that makes them immune to molecular manipulation weaker than them. So they can't be affected by these powers if the user is too weaker. That is my take. If a guy is much stronger, will not work. I mean, qualitatively. I can't see Thor being affected by Kilgrave pheromones. Or luck. Domino is a character with great luck, but how do you quantify luck? If Eidolon wants to kill her, her power will be enough to protect her. Sincerely I still think no. Her luck must be good to her to gain in Casino, make bullets miss. But I don't think if Eidolon copies her power, his Gacha luck will increase or make Silver Surfer fall from his board in a fight against him. Let's have a little FO common sense. But the MC can bring the full potential of these powers thanks to the Gacha. I already said that his body improved many quirks, so in the future even powers from low-level universes will be useful. In the future. For now he has a mortal body, mortal soul, mortal spirit. Everything about him is mortal. One day he will evolve qualitatively and his abilities will improve too. I always say that he is a pseudo-cosmic hero. That's what I want to talk today. In the future, if you guys think, shouldn't he use that power in this situation? Isn't the author dumbing him? Nerf him. Think before if the power is really that strong, if is really necessary, or if is the best option a little. By the way, power boost cards were predicting this situation. I'm such a far-sighted person sometimes. Pats my own back. Bye. Till next time. Chapter 46, Extra, The Interview, Part 2. E-readers. Enjoy. If you don't take risks, you can't create a future. Monkey D. Luffy. Little things to address here and now. As many had already noticed, the MC is not being entirely truthful, even if he said that he would. He mixed his origin story with the Dr. Manhattan one, a good excuse if people ask themselves, how does he know so much, he is so young. When I died, truth, for the time that I was dead, I awakened my super strong cosmic senses and glimpses many truths, lie, meta-knowledge. 90% of what he said is the truth, use your own understanding of him to know when he is bullshitting. By the way, this interview is happening in the middle of chapter 45. After he summoned and used his new cards, but a little before he visited the Xavier mansion. And talking about some things that he will say in this chapter. The MC has done things Todd haven't be showed in the story. I'm talking about when he used the all-seeing eyes of God from space to check Earth. A little after this he did a little recon in many places like the Inhumans, Atlantis, Kunlun. I didn't mention it before because would be a bunch of useless info dump because is not the time of these places sagas. When the place is important of the story, don't be surprised if the MC already knows it a little. Now, enjoy. I'm the only one that thought that is cool as heck. Paige says about the many forms of Eidolon. Nope. I will make it a GIF and then my resting screen. Kitty says. He can be like a Lovecraftian horror. Jean comments. How many changes happening in his body? Bobby asks. I don't know, later we put in slow motion. I said before that I don't like the term homo superior. This is because I don't believe that we are very far from normal people. If we are truly another step in evolution, our bodies would adapt much more easily to the changes. Eidolon says on the TV, we are not ready to have powers. He says pausely to emphasize that is the truth. But here we are. So we need to make the best of what we have. How do you think will be the future of humanity then? Steve asks. Like 1 million years from right now? Yeah, maybe. Eidolon pauses to think, if we survive. He starts to some nervous laughs from the audience. I think our genome would find the common denominator and everyone would have the same set of powers. The same package. How so? I think everyone in the future will have the same thing, like how everyone has the same limbs and 5 senses. Some would be better than others, some could be born without it, in special cases. But I think there will be a pattern. Metahumans would lose their individuality. I see. So what powers do you think everyone will have? Telepathy, telekinesis. Super strength and other super physical attributes. And, that's it. They are the most common. There must be a reason for that. The X-Men think that makes sense. So everyone would be Jean on steroids in the future. Kitty asks. Looks boring. Spike says. It's just a theory that he comes at the moment. But makes sense. On the evolutionary process, some traits overlapped others, so after many offsprings it's possible that we really will have the same set of powers. Dr. McCoy says. Rogue looks at the screen pondering if it's always possible to control the powers with practice. She has never made any progress, don't matter how hard she tried in the past. Even after absorbing Eidolon for a while, her body progressed ever after the effect wore off, but her control over her power doesn't changed. Maybe she should ask for tips from Eidolon directly. Continuing the talk, the host touches Eidolon's mantle and comments. Sorry, but I couldn't help but be curious. Your hero costume, clothes, whatever. They're made of what, he asks. Curious about my mantle. Touching it is weird, huh? Eidolon turns to Steve. Yes, is strange. He says while caressing the mantle that rests on the armchair. Well, I can brag a little. Eidolon says with a chuckle, I'm not lying by the way, but... He pauses knowing exactly what reaction his words will bring. This mantle was made from the darkest shadows of a magical forest sown by an immortal fae using starlight that escaped between the leaves. Eidolon explains without a pause. Steve just looks at him with a face that asks, are you serious? Are you serious? Yes. Fays. Like fairies. Yes. I have so many questions. The host speaks tiredly. Ask later. Let me explain the rest of my suit. Eidolon raises his SRMS. This suit is a little similar to the ones used by the Fantastic Four. Is made of unstable molecules and nanobots. He adapts to my many powers and self-repairs. Because of this he is still intact even after my transformations. Damn, that sounds incredible. I always asked myself why some of you don't use a cool armor like of Tony Stark. Well, is useless to me. The purpose of a armor is to increase your capabilities, the level of Stark ones is not enough. In truth, would restrict my capabilities, or even break easily if I go a little overboard. Idolin says. Ouch. Now I'm hurt. Tony comments jokingly while watches the interview in his lab. BZZZT. An arm robot goes to touch his shoulder. There's no need to console me, dummy. Is the same principle with a gun. I can do more damage and I'm faster than a gun. So is useless. On my Thor and Hulk level is always better to use some antique weapon like a sword, club, or hammer. I see. And your face. The whole world is curious. You're so powerful and many FO the other heroes don't care about secret identity. So why don't show what is under the mask? Steve gives it a try and the audience shouts on approval. Do you want me to show my face? Well, would be interesting. Steve laughs. Idolin appears to be thinking. Are you ugly? Steve asks, trying to goad Idolin. Quite the opposite. Idolin chuckles, happy with himself that he makes a reference, is not a big deal to show what is under the mask. He says calmly. Seriously? Steve asks, surprised. Could be this the moment? Seriously? Here, look. Idolin grabs the top of his mask with 2 fingers and pulls it off. On the whole world, people waited holding their breath and inclining themselves closer to their screens. Idolin finally removes it. Here, there's another mask under the mask. He says, smiling with his eyes. A tisk sound could be heard on the whole world at that moment. I knew it. Black Widow comments, that guy never let the guard down. This guy is like 2 universes ahead of us. Kitty says on the mansion. He is such a troll. Paige comments. Who has a mask under a mask? Maria Hill on the helicarrier comments. This is something Fury would do. Are you 2 related? Natasha asks. That's it. I'm putting you to watch Stark again. Fury says. No. Natasha's face fell. Yeah. I should know that would not be that easy. Steve comments back at the studio. Ha. Don't feel bad and let me explain. Idolin laughs. Yeah, many heroes don't have a secret identity. That's nice, but this shouldn't be the rule. Cartoons are right in showing heroes worried about their loved ones. Many people would step that low and not everyone lives in huge buildings full of security. I wear my mask in solidarity to all the heroes that want to maintain themselves anonymous for their own reasons. If even Idolin wants my secret identity. Let them have their secret identity too. He says and is applauded a little. Makes sense, by the way. Why don't you cover all of your face? Why only the lower half? There's a reason for it. Idolin starts. When I started this Idolin thing, I needed to decide my uniform. I want to cover a good part of my face, but not all. Why? He asks Steve. No idea. I want to people see that I'm human. He answers seriously, could look dumb now, but was a thing that I considered greatly in the past. First, I thought in covering myself completely. He gesticulates to his whole body. He continues, a good idea, people wouldn't know about my appearance, if I'm black, Asian, or Arab. I thought about that. To make people connect themselves with the idea of Idolin more easily. Would be an interesting idea. Idolin comments. With time I threw that idea out in the wind. More important than that is that people would see Idolin as a human. I have to say, I'm not hiding in change of my body. This is me, I'm a white male. Big surprise. Heh. That's the only thing that you guys will ever get from me. Continuing, after I decide to show a little of my face I need to choose what part to show. I choose my upper part for some reasons. What reasons? You can see that this half mask covers all my orifices with the exception of my eyes. Idolin shows his ears, nose, and mouth that are covered. This help me don't be infected by any substance and prevents people from getting my DNA too. I don't want to be cloned after all. Clones. This world is getting crazier and crazier. You don't know half of it. Idolin half scoffs, can you imagine a clone of me? Is no joke, I take this very seriously. You're right, I doing this. And your hair? Wouldn't be an easy way to get your DNA. Nah, I have taken some precautions to this. Is this your real hair? White like that? Idolin pauses, I don't want to answer that. He says smiling. Heh. Okay. Now that we understood Idolin's wardrobe, let me change the topic. Go on. You say something about fairies before. So, how many of these fairy tales, conspiracy theories, and myths are true? We know that Thor is real. But what more? He asks an important question. Almost all of them. Idolin answers without hesitation. Almost all of them. Yeah, like 95% or higher. Some stories maybe have a twist but a very good part is real. Idolin says. Can you give an example? Idolin laughs, ho. What do you want to talk about? The pantheons of gods? Atlantis? Santa Claus? Hell? The place where dinosaurs are still alive? Or about other historic figures that are secretly metas or demigods? Idolin asks like nothing of this is mind-blowing. Idolin simply stare at him. I think I will have an aneurysm. Fury puts his hand on his forehead. Your captain. Steve finally says. No, I'm not. Really? Santa Claus? Dinosaurs? Really? Aliens? Norse gods? Portals? Idolin mimics his tone. Not so weird now, huh? Okay, Sai, I'm going crazy here. Steve rubs his forehead. Can you talk a little about these things? Yes, just a little. Dinosaurs. Yes, they're preserved in a certain place that I will not disclose there. For their protection. I call the place Savage Land. I even want to take a T-Rex pet, but I didn't find one that was alone, so it would be a bad move to take them from there just to be my pet. The logistic would be problematic too. Why he want a T-Rex pet? Paige asks confused. Why wouldn't he? Warren. Women. Spike size. Hey. I'm a woman and find Dino's super cool too. Kitty exclaims, receiving nods from Jubilee too. Ignoring how cool would be a Dino pet. By the way, would be super cool. Dr. McCoy comments, adjusting his glasses. A place where the prehistoric biome is preserved is a huge discovery. Can you imagine all the plants and animals that we thought extinct but are still walking and breathing? Susan says excitedly to her friends, we could maybe discover cures to modern day's diseases and. She can't even continue just thinking about the possibilities. I want a pterodactyl pet. To fly with me. Johnny comments, ignoring her. Seriously? Is this what you're thinking right now? Susa's huffs. I want a triceratops. Ben comments in a low voice, making Susan facepalm while Alicia giggles. Boys. A dino pet. Ha. I give up. I swear that I will not be surprised with anything anymore. Wanna bet? Idolin looks at him. Steve stares back, not intimidated. $10. Deal. Every time that you be surprised you give me $10, and if the interview end without you getting surprised I will give you a personal gift. A special gift from Idolin. He says. After thinking a little, Steve answers, deal. And they shake hands. So, Atlantis. Yeah, exists too. In truth, there are many hidden civilizations on this planet, cut from the world and living on their own rules, self-sufficient. I will not say more because it's not my place to tell. Like the thing that you said before. The Inhumans or something. Steve tries to remember. Ah, yeah, they're like Meta but not quite the same. They live on the moon. Their king is very strong, by the way, Omega level. I will not say his power for obvious reasons. Try not to mess with them, world. Idolin says to the camera. Really? Can you defeat him? There's no reason to fight him. He is a very quiet guy. Hoo-hoo. And Idolin laughs at his own joke. But yes. And Santa Claus? Really? At this moment Idolin gives a sad sigh. Yeah, Santa Claus is real. By the way, he is meta, mutant. You guys hate us so much but like Santa Claus. Well, the hypocrisy. Dude. What? Steve tries to say something but is too shocked to muster the words. Idolin extends his hand. Steve look at this for a while before someone of the production go give him his wallet and he gives $10 to Idolin. The hero chuckles and continues. Okay. Calm down. Yeah, Santa Claus is real. I even visited them. Eat the cookies of Mrs. Claus, they're delicious by the way. Idolin brags and then raises his hands to show a hollow selfie of him and an elderly woman with a kind face. Is this Mrs. Claus? Steve asks, pointing to the picture. Yes, very nice lady. Give really strong grandma vibes. Idolin says. And Santa? But. How have we never met him? With today's technology and. The host says but is interrupted by Idolin. I haven't met Santa. He was holed up in his room. Mrs. Claus told me the cause. Apparently, he has symptoms of depression. Idolin says sadly. Santa is depressed. Yeah, dude. He is not a god or a spirit or whatever. He is a guy that was born many years ago, awakened his powers and decided to give kids around the world gifts. His origin is complicated to explain. Idolin says he started to become like that in 1915. And after this, he never appeared anymore. So this is why he became a legend and a lie to the children, you can understand, right? Idolin gives a side glance to Steve and then to the camera. 1915, this. Yes, we made the men depressed with the world wars. Idolin mouths out everyone thoughts. Damn, now I'm depressed too. Don't be, my friend. I will try to help the old guy. Can you imagine? Idolin saves Christmas. Ha. Would be a nice Christmas story to tell with rhymes. His joke makes Steve and the audience laugh. Ha ha ha. I have to say, Idolin. You're a little different from what I expected. Steve confess. Is that so? How come? You know, you look that unapproachable angry guy, dark clothes, intimidating. Steve squares his shoulders and makes an angry face to show what he is talking about. The audience agrees with him and Idolin chuckles too. There's a video that made me laugh so much. Steve says, suddenly remembering it. That I almost don't believe that was you on the video. Ha ha. Can you show the video, production? He asks his assistants. The big screen on the studio changes showing a scene of a wedding. Idolin laughs again and covers his eyes with his right hand, recognizing the video. I can explain. He says, still finding it funny. The video goes like this. At an outdoor wedding, the bride has her back turned to a bunch of female guests, and she is ready to throw the bouquet. She finally throws it and then a red beam of heat cuts the air and destroys the whole thing, shocking everyone. The camera changes focus showing Idolin floating in the air. The day is saved again, by Idolin. He says heroically before flying away. The camera once again changes focus, this time to the many male guests. Boyfriends of the women that wanted the bouquet. Our hero. The one that we want, but not deserves. They murmur gratefully. The video cuts off. And everyone is laughing. That is one of the funniest thing that I have ever seen. Did you just happen to be passing by and decided to help those poor souls? Steve asks, smiling. Hoo-hoo. There's a backstory to that video, Idolin starts. First, I met the groom early that evening. His car has broken and he was desperate on the side of the road. I helped him and his best men. During my talk with them, this idea of a prank appeared, so I have gone with it. They are cool with that. Much cooler than just throwing the bouquet. Steve comments. Yeah, in truth. The bride is someone that I have saved during the invasion. Idolin reveals. Really? Yeah, they invited me to stay, gave me a slice of the cake, I have taken some pictures. Was nice. They're a good couple. I wish them happiness. Damn, that was nice. You have no idea. Is one of the perks of this job, you know. See the people that I helped continuing their lives, being happy, seeing their families happy too and relieved that they are all right. Many people say that I'm naive, that I don't really help, only saving by one person at a time, that I should do more, focus on more pressing issues. Idolin takes a breath, maybe to the world don't matter if I saved a random woman under some debris, but to them. Idolin points to the big screen showing the couple, it means the world. He says. The audience and even Steve stand up to applaud Idolin words. Huh, this guy is really cool. Kitty comments holding her head. I'm almost became a groupie. Paige adds. After some time and the audience subside, Steve continues talking. You know Idolin, I'm a little afraid of asking. He says a little unsure. Are you curious about gods and myths? Especially the Bible and other similars. Idolin guess. Yes. I believe that is a touchy subject. Idolin puts his fingers on his chin. I can say what I know. The hero then stars, let's start light. As you all can guess, in many myths and legends there's some truth behind it, as a grounding. Many of these cases come from mutants, of the time that started this whole thing. People are more gullible, there's no science, so many are worshipped as gods or viewed as monsters. Idolin explains. I see. Many pagan religions came from that. Aliens too. Big pantheons like the Norse, Egypt, Indian and Greek ones are more legitimate. Legitimate in the sense of the gods really be something else other than a human that awakened his powers or a random powerful alien that happens to pass by. Egypt, Indians, and Greeks too. Yep, most humans with powers that are interpreted as gods have their names erased by history eventually, we rarely remember them. Most of them have normal lifespans. So is reasonable to say that these pantheons are the real deal. And what is your take on it, Idolin? Do you worship any god? Steve asks. It's hard to worship a god when I can pummel most of them on the ground. Idolin chuckles. Damn. Steve laughs too. But answering more seriously. No, I don't have a religion. People's take on gods are really different from reality. Gods aren't always watching you, guarding you, and not all of them have good personalities. Any historian can attest that about the Greek pantheon. Idolin says, smiling. The ones that understand agree. He continues, obviously, we can't take all the stories of face value. As an example, that story of Loki and the horse. Ha ha. Sorry, he pauses to hold back his laughter. That story is only a rumor that someone started as a petty revenge. The ones that know the story laughs too. The thing is, some gods aren't worth worship. They are not all benevolent and care about us. I see them as people with powers and only respect the ones that earned it. If not, I would treat them normally. He says, I've seen some people talking about worshipping Thor. A difficult prospect. If you want. Okay. But you have to understand that Thor can't help you in. Let me see, pass an exam, cure you, or other things. He is the god of thunder. Idolin continues, he is a nice guy, I think he would be happy if you just make a toast for him when going out for a drink. Thanking him or whatever. He doesn't know now, but his words caused a habit of making a toast to Thor when drinking alcohol. You guys have to know that worshipping someone just as a guarantee or because she is powerful is not the right path. If you want to worship someone or adhere to some religion, study the dogmas, rules, teachings, and if it's compatible with your lifestyle or if makes you feel good with yourself. Go for it. But this is not a game. Idolin finishes. Makes sense, it was like that. We could just worship you. Steve says jokingly. You, stop that. Don't do that, please. Is weird. Idolin says with an uncomfortable face. Haha, okay. Now, I avoided it long enough. Let's talk about the church. Idolin says. That's a touchy subject. The biggest religion in the world. The relationship between me and the church is complicated. He starts since many time ago. The church killed metas in the Inquisitions. The witch hunts are basically this. But I can't throw this solely on them. Many people hunted people with powers in the past with fear. But nowadays in every anti-mutant protest, you will find some religious justifications that we shouldn't exist. Someone with a board that God hates mutants. He laughs. Is true. What is weird because the church itself never commented on the topic of mutants, but the people, So my take on Christianity is something like that. Jesus was a nice guy, but the fan base spoils everything. Steve can't contain his awkward smile. Hey, that's the problem, is being so big. There are many rotten ones that use the name to bad things and to justify bad behavior. Idolin shrugs his shoulders, they forgot the most important teaching, that is to love the others. The Bible has good teaching that anyone should practice. Are you a Christian, Steve? Well, But I'm like keeping the faith and losing my religion. Steve confesses, I believe in God, but there's so many things that I disagree, and other things that discourage me. At this time, scandals of sexual predation of minors is gaining spotlight on media too. I understand. Idolin nods, well, what I can say about the greatest religion in the world. I'm not sure. There are records of winged people, there's a hell, and Jesus existed. But I can't say more than this. If you follow this religion, and it makes you feel better and be a better person. Again, continue. Idolin suddenly continues, by the way, evolutionism is a fact, the earth is round, not flat, sorry to all that believe that stuff. But don't think that this is proof that the Bible is wrong. One thing doesn't exclude the other. He says. So you can't confirm the existence of. Steve doesn't finish because there's no need to it. No, maybe he doesn't exist. Maybe he is so above me that I can't tell. Maybe Nietzsche is right and he is dead. Who knows? About this subject, I can't help much. Idolin shrugs his shoulders, Let me tell you something. He suddenly says. Marvel's take on this religion is confusing. God appears to not be the same as the one above all, like the presence is in DC. God has suffered from alcoholism. There's some comic separated about this. Sinister one time commented of a mutant from Nazareth, implying that Jesus is a mutant. This theme is touched because would be touched in a real interview. But I will not bring these things. Heck, if even Marvel don't know what they're doing, poor me. Go on. Talking a little lower than this whole gods thing. Vampires, demons, werewolves, dragons. These things exist too. To this day. So be careful. He says. Steve eyes widens a little and he gives $10 to Idolin, explain more. Yeah, things like vampires and other monsters exist, hidden under our noses, so, please. Don't romanticize them. I mean, not all of them are monsters, but you know, many have different views that sometimes were impossible to rationalize with them. Idolin changes position on his chair, most of monsters and demons see you guys as a food or toys, is intrinsically on their being. As much as a lion would see you guys as a food too. Is possible to coexist. Yes. We can talk with each other, so is possible. I just want you guys to take care. Be careful out there, the world is very dangerous. Don't try to play in dark and haunted places, don't try to summon demons, don't make contracts or deals. I repeat. This is not a game. Idolin finishes seriously. What a strange world to live. We need to be careful about being killed by monsters. Steve comments, shaking his head. Still talking about this being a dangerous world. I will tell a story, Idolin speak. Okay. One day, I was driving. You drive. The host interrupts. Idolin looks at him, I'm really curious about the image that you guys have of me. He shakes his head. I don't know. Steve says unsure, I thought that you would fly everywhere, that lives in a secret place. Well, I like having a life too. And there's a thing called discretion, and yes, I have a secret civilian identity. I can be your mailman, have a restaurant, be a doctor. Who knows? But let me focus on the story. Okay. Go on. So, I was driving and I was going to pass to the other side of the road, I gave the signal, but I saw a biker coming very fast. So I stopped and goes back to my line. Idolin gesticulates the situation. I don't know why, but the guy has taken offense to what I did, he shrugs his shoulders, maybe because I have cut him or whatever. But he passed by my car and... Bang, Idolin moves his arm, he punches my left rear view. Steve gives a look like he is hearing a very dumb thing, this guy punched lawn. Rear view, his way of talking brings some laughs. Yes, he destroyed it and accelerated and continued on his way cursing me. Now, I can see your reaction, and it's about this that I want to talk about. Obviously, being me, I just ignored it and continued with my life. But what if it's not me? Idolin asks darkly. What if it's a less moral person with powers? Or a guy having a bad day with powers? That could simply move the arm and throw your bike to the side, making you meet your end in the front of a truck. Is scary to imagine this, huh? Yeah. The advice that I want to give is, don't look for trouble, you never know who is the other person. Don't bully, don't fight, don't argue, don't harass. It's a dangerous world we live in. You guys know that now. He continues looking at the camera, unfortunately. Sometimes the only things that prevent someone to do atrocities are the consequences. And having power sometimes means that you don't need to deal with the consequences. There are people that can telekinetically push you on the trails of a subway, teleport you to the rainforest, desert, or in the middle of the ocean, kill you in your sleep and makes it appear that was a heart attack. I can, probably, later find out what happened and bring the culprit to justice, but would be too late for you. So just, avoid conflicts with strangers. He says seriously. That was a good advice. Seek peace, people. The host completes. The interview continues with other themes. Let's talk about more light things, Idolin. Things that won't make me question my existence and everything else. Steve jokes. Hoo-hoo. Okay. But then Idolin's expression changes, excuse me for 22 seconds. He lifts his fingers and then blurs, disappearing. The host looks around confused like everyone. Exactly 22 seconds later Idolin appears on his chair again, sorry, almost an accident in a car pursuit. You're talking. He says. I will ask later about your heroic activities, but let me ask your opinion about a controversial topic before it. Go on. Magneto. Steve says slowly, what is your opinion about him? He is the other big name of mutants/metas. Do you know him personally? On the asteroid M. The Brotherhood of Mutants perks up upon hearing the mention of their leader and wait to see what Idolin will say. Whoa, I thought that you would take Lily now. Idolin chuckles on the big screen where the reunited top members of the Brotherhood are watching. There's a huge oval table on the middle of this room, Magneto is sit on the edge, with Mystique and Sabretooth by his immediate side. Magneto, huh? Idolin thinks a little, I never met the man. I wish. I really want to talk to him, to be truthful. Idolin says calmly. Really? Only talk? The TV host asks a little strangely. Idolin looks at him and appears to realize something. Ah, I see. You all really have a very bad impression of him, huh? He says. Well, I mean. I understand, he did bad things. Is normal to be wary or even scared of the guy. Idolin says, but I'm not gonna fight him on sight, if this is what you're asking. Even if don't condone his actions, I can understand him. Idolin says, surprising the Brotherhood that is watching. Really? The host asks skeptically. Well, I need to give a little of context. Idolin says, how much do you know about Magneto? Beyond his evil actions. Where he come from, his nationality, age. Nothing, huh? Yeah, I expected that. Idolin looks around a little. Magneto is old, 70 years maybe. From German. Idolin starts talking slowly. Jew. He gives a side glance to the TV. He has been there, you know. Auschwitz. Idolin reveals, shocking the host, the audience, and the world. Like I said, I don't agree with his actions. But the guy lived to see his two people, race or whatever you want to call, being oppressed and suffering. Probably lost loved ones. So is not weird, is almost reasonable that when he has the power to do something, he will do something. This guy is smart. If there's one thing that people around the world hate more than us, is Nazis. Fabian Cortez comments while reclining lazily on his chair. A pity that his upbringing made him an extremist. He doesn't even notice that he became the thing he hates the most. Idolin says, sighing. But he is old, and the world is not an easy place to change. I don't know what happened with him in detail, but he must have lost hope. Mystique looks at her boss. Idolin's description is very accurate. You know, besides me and Magneto, there's another group that thinks in the meta question. But they are much more peaceful. Slowly trying to teach coexistence with the metas first to later work on the rest of the world. Idolin says. Xavier children, huh? Cortez says, I wouldn't compare them to us. They haven't done anything so far. He says. Really? I never heard of that. Is natural, the world wouldn't accept that, so they remain hidden. If you want to make a poor comparison, the leader of these pacifist group is like Martin Luther King and Magneto like Malcolm X, Idolin says. I see. I would be on the exact middle ground of it. Thanks to many factors, like my powers and the situation of my awakening, I have a clear picture of the world, dangers, people's hearts, and evil people's motivations. So I don't think that either of them are completely right or completely wrong. He says. He then continues, ideals without strength is just words at the wind, but strength without morals is just violence. I use my powers to show the great potential for good that metas have, and I believe that brings weight to my words, and I'm a patient man. Is okay for me to change people's views slowly, principally of the children. They are taught to hate, if I present another perspective. They are not dumb. Children are our future. My fight is for them, Idolin says to the applause of the audience. He then sighs sadly, the problem is the many metas suffering right now, sometimes I want to speed up the process, be a little more forceful, sigh is because of this that I understand Magneto. He prioritizes the metas. But this is wrong, humanity is our roots. We are on this together. Divided we fall, together we stand. Nothing can stop us if we work together. Idolin looks at the ceiling, sometimes I just want to grab all world leaders and throw them at a room and say, now talk, solve it. Silence prevails in the place where the Brotherhood is reunited. Raven. The voice of Magneto is finally heard. Everyone pays attention. When Eric sees that Mystique is looking at him, he continues, what can you deduce from our friend Idolin? He asks the more experienced mutant. Ravens is more than a century old. A shapeshifter, which means that she is a great actress and can read people easily. HM. He is good. Very political, has a good oratory, knows what to say and how to say it. I don't know how much of what he talked about is true, but he looks genuine and very likable. I think that is his purpose. She analyzes, making Magneto ponder for a moment before nodding his head. And she is right. Even Hector would nod at her words, if he heard it. Everyone likes a humble, down-to-earth celebrity. It's make them relatable and more likable. Hector knows this very well, so he went into these interviews with that in mind. Meta-human. Meta and human. If Hector showed his powers and heroic side as a meta to the world, now he is showing that he is human too with this interview. The only possible downside of his actions would be people seeing this as a weakness or being less scared of him. But it's not a big deal. Anyone that underestimates him would be to a surprise. And he can equilibrate his reputation of being scary to the villains and nice to the good guys with time. Now Idolin, I have here a bunch of questions for you to answer, let's start. Steve says, holding his cards, there are also questions that people are making on Twitter and the producers will give them to me later. And we will allow the audience to ask too, okay? No problem. By the way, you became surprised again, so. Idolin extends his hand. A hero extorting money from a old man like me. Steve grumbles while giving the $10 bills. Hey, a deal is a deal. Okay. Let's start. How is your fight with Thor? Who is really the strongest one of the heroes? I'm sorry, but we, mere mortals, can't tell the difference. The host jokes. Idolin laughs a little. Well, is natural. Saying who is stronger is hard. Fighting is not that simple. People with weak attributes can still win against someone stronger if the compatibility allows it. It's like a game of rock, paper, scissors. An example, the Hulk can be defeated by that Omega telepath that I talked early, his mind is very unstable and prone to be a weak spot. Idolin says. I see. And how is fighting with a god? Well, my fight with Thor is very balanced. Half of the time I'm beating Thor, and in the other half Thor is being beaten by me. Idolin finishes with a wit look. Pfft. Ha ha ha, Steve and the audience laughs, that is some confidence. Kitty, damn. Steve Rogers, damn. Natasha, damn. The Thing, damn. I like this one. He he he. What is your favorite Avenger? Steve asks. My favorite Avenger would be Captain America. He inspired me a little, you know. But my favorite hero is Spider-Man. Idolin says. Spider-Man. Yes, I admire very much what he does and I think is unfair all the hate that he get. He is just like me. A guy trying to do the right thing. On Peter's house. Look Peter, you're Idolin's favorite hero. Ned exclaims, slapping his friend's shoulder. I'm seeing. Chill dude, is not a big deal. He says, but a smile keeps increasing on the edge of his mouth. The two look at each other and yeah, and then start punching each other lightly because FO the hype. But I have another person that I admire that is not a superhero, only a hero. Idolin adds. Talk about him. Desmond Doss. Idolin says, but there's no reaction from the host of the audience. Don't know about him, huh? As expected. There's no need for me to tell you anything, just search for it. His story can do a good movie. Heh. Idolin laughs. That's a name that I haven't heard from a long time. Wolverine's gruff voice says on the room of the X-Men mansion. Did you know this guy? Jubilee asks, surprised. Yeah, I hear about him while I was in Japan in the World War II, a little before I was hit by the nuke. Apparently, this guy saved a bunch of lives. How? Being a crazy-ass motherfucker, that is how he did it. Ha. Logan. Language. Aurora admonishes. The guy don't want to kill anyone and he went to war without any weapons and went out on the battlefield rescuing and carrying people. Crazy bastard. He comments. After this a bunch of questions are asked in succession. Questions that would be asked to any celebrity. Favorite food? Anything. Favorite drink? Water. You don't drink alcohol, Idolin? Steve asks curiously. No. Alcohol has no effect on me. I prefer water or some juice. I don't smoke either. Good example. Would you ever drink? Well, if Thor asked. How can you say no to a Viking god? Ha. I would be polite and drink a little. Ha. True. Favorite song? Anything, but I'm really liking to listen to Mr. Blue Sky lately. Do you have a hobby? Reading. Learning and training with my powers. Favorite movie? Star Wars franchise. What is your age? Younger than Captain America. That does not really give us something to work with, but okay. Favorite color? Black and white. Favorite thing? Solitude. Did you hate something? Bullies. People that abuse whatever power they have to bully others, to be more specific. Favorite subject in school? I mean, did you ever go to school? Science. Yes. What is your sign? Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one that wrote these questions. Nine-headed cosmic dragon. This is not a real sign. None is. Pfft, true. Biggest fear? Fail in something truly important. Red or green? Steve lowers his cards and looks at Idolin with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. Green. Idolin says to cheers and laughs from the audience. Things continue like that. Sometimes Idolin disappears to solve some crisis. Sometimes Steve has to pay him $10. But the interview continued without problem, was very interesting and lasting longer than expected. Idolin knows how to keep people attention on him. Some more controversial themes are touched too. What do you think about abortion? Is okay before the 4th week, there's no soul at a time. After that is a no. Idolin gives an unexpected and concise answer. Really? Souls? Steve asks with a surprised face, how many times I said really tonight? Yes, souls. I don't know why are you so surprised if magic is real. And 24 times, Idolin answers calmly. I think you just solved the whole question. Can you explain more? Okay. First, I'm pro-life. I believe that everyone has great potential, even a fetus. But I know of some special circumstances like rape, a fetus that won't survive being born in other cases. Before the 4th week, the fetus is only a mass of organic matter, there's no soul on it, I can testify for that. You can. Yeah. Do you want to try? What? You know that I have super senses. The 5 normal and many other senses. I can share my vision with you. Eidolon says. Really? 25, yes. Is dangerous? Don't worry, I will tone down to not make you a vegetable. He stares at Eidolon. What? Information overload. I talked about our bodies not being completely ready for powers. Relax. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Eidolon touches his shoulder. Is unnecessary, but he did it all the same. Steve's eyes changes to the all-seeing eyes of God. Is one of the abilities of the eyes, it's possible to share the user visual capabilities with someone. Wow. He says surprised and starts to look around. Wow. He repeats Eidolon, just let him enjoy the moments. These colors. Humans can only truly see 3 channels of colors, blue, green and red. The mantis shrimp as an example can see 12. My vision is even better. You're seeing the world as how he really is. Eidolon says. Wow. Is the only thing that can be mouthed by Steve. After this Eidolon touches his shoulder again. Let me regulate for you a little. He says. Wait, now I can't see anything. Too much of something is not always good. There's a reason that our vision is limited. This is how I see the world if I do not concentrate. Super senses are truly problematic. Eidolon says. It's like I'm a very trippy LSD overdose. Steve jokes. Ha. Let me adjust to you again. After this Eidolon shows off a little to Steve Harvey. Just enough to amaze the men. After Eidolon makes Steve's eyes go back to normal and heals him a little, the experience made him a little groggy. Steve talks about this to the audience. Is amazing people. I can't even describe. I could see things to the minimum details, airflow and other things, some colors on the air, is that. He turns up to Eidolon. There's many types of energy on the world, people exude them too. By the way, you haven't noticed, huh? Eidolon gives him a side glance. Nothing important for now. Is the only thing Eidolon said. Ah. Here another $10. This time was worth it. Steve says, making Eidolon laughs after taking the money. There's a time when is allowed to the audience in the studio to ask questions to Eidolon. There are some stupids, things that he already explained, and some goods too. At some point, a guy asked this. Eidolon. As a hero, I believe that you want to save the most number of persons possible. Didn't you think that working together with the police and government would increase your efficiency? Why are you so resistant about this? This is an interesting question, Eidolon says. So are you saying that I should work under the American government? He speaks evenly. Would not be a bad idea. You even joked before how you do hero work for free with Steve, you could even receive a salary. The man jokes and Eidolon laughs, but if someone knows him would notice that he don't find it funny. Well, makes sense. This could even make the American people more comfortable with my presence, right? The hero asks. Yeah, the guy excitedly replies. Very good, very good. But if I say to you that I'm not American. Eidolon reveals and waits for the reaction. As expected, the smile FO, the guy disappears instantly. I don't know why people take me as American. So, my good man, would you be comfortable if I go to the president of my country and salute him as a soldier and say that I'm going to follow all of his orders? Are you gonna sleep well? Comfortable? Eidolon asks, giving a look while inclines himself para frente. I guessed so. Eidolon lays back again, I'm neutral. And I think it's for the better to everyone that I remain like that. He says, end this discussion. Eidolon, what is yours hardest power to control? Steve asks. Without doubt the animal morphing one. Eidolon answers without hesitation. The animal morphing. Can you turn into animals? Yep. Is the hardest, their problems with the changes of senses, instinctus. Eidolon says while morphing his hand in tentacles and then in a humanoid lizard claw. But I work hard and became very good and control it. I can now even make partial transformations like this. He do some tricks and even makes dog ears appear above his head. In the X-Mansion. Kitty, kitty. Stay with us. Be strong, my friend. Jubilee exclaims to her unresponsive friend. He can make animal ears. She murmurs he is like the perfecto husbando. Ugh. I can't. She clenches her chest. After some more questions, Steve finds himself comfortable enough to ask more personal things. Eidolon. I received a question from the public at home. He says slowly. Go on. The question is, He pauses, he can't go on, oh God. He takes a deep breath and continues, can the powers of Eidolon affect every path of his anatomy? He pauses and looks with a disapproval look to the world. Idolin cover his eyes and sigh, thinking if the world is even worth of saving at this point. Don't make that face. You're the one extending and changing your body left and right, the people are curious. Asterisk sigh asterisk the maximum answer that I can give is this one. Idolin says and raises his right arm. He gesticulates to people to pay attention from the elbow and upward. And then he enlarges his arm, making it longer and thicker. He makes the things vibrate, spins like a drill, and even multiply itself in two. Okay, that is enough. Steve exclaims desperately while the audience go crazy. Oh my, what I have done. There are 34 artists. Idolin murmurs to himself. Steve wipes a non-existent sweat on his forehead and bald head. Dude. Please. Steve says laughing, you're setting the bar too high. Stop it. How can we normal men live? He jokes, making Idolin laugh. Serious Susan, stop biting your lip. Johnny exclaims. I'm not. She shouts a little too fast. Ben Grimm and Alicia only laugh at the sibling antics. In the X-Mansion. So we will just wisely don't comment, right? Spike is the one to break the silence. Yeah, let's keep quiet. Kitty surprisingly agree. I want him to fold me like a pretzel and dash, Paige starts. Stop. But is interrupted by the rest. At Hector's residence, the girls are also watching his interview. Shago is breathing a little heavily now. You know. Helena starts, what you talked about before about sister wives again. Helena jokes, looking at Shago. She receives a pillow on the face, making her laugh harder. Isabella can only shake her head and sigh. Back to the studio. Asterisk huff asterisk let's talk with someone at home. Steve says, trying to change the subject. Okay. We have someone on the phone. Yeah. Put him on the line. The host says to his ear device. People at home will too be allowed to ask Idolin things. The person on the line is a man, but different from what is expected. He doesn't come to ask a question to Idolin. But he comes seeking advice. Some counsel. The guy tells his story. And it's like that. He was gonna marry his girlfriend. They are together 4 years. His fiancée goes to her bachelorette party. Till now is okay. But she forget her laptop at home, and was unlocked and with the girls group exposed. When his curiosity takes the better of him, the man goes to see the group and he sees a bunch of pictures and videos of the bachelorette party that was still happening. There he saw his fiancée making out with 2 male strippers, probably, going to a room alone with them while her friends cheered. The men tell how devastated he was at the moment. He saved the videos and pictures. Send a message to her ex-fiancé saying that everything is over and the why, and he ignored everything and everyone for a few days. I don't know what to do, Idolin. My mind is going to dark places. I'm afraid of doing something that I regret. He confesses to the now much more serious Idolin. Idolin takes a deep breath. Damn, this hurts me more than the Mjolnir, seriously. He starts and receives a nod from Steve. Betrayal is the worst thing that someone can receive and the worst thing to do too. True. Is never coming from your enemies, and because of this that hurts so much. The host says. First of all, my brother. Did you talk with ex-fiancé after that? What happened? Idolin asks. The man on the line answers, she tried to reach me many times, I avoided it initially but then I decided to listen to what she has to say so we made a video call. She was with her friends, she assured me that was nothing, she and her friends deleted everything from the group after my message. When I said that I have saved everything she apologized and said that was just a kiss. Means nothing. The man pauses and takes a breath before continuing. She said that the video where she goes to the room with 2 guys was just a joke, nothing happened. I just listened to her and after she said everything I shut down the call. Idolin listens to everything. First of all, my man. I need to tell you something. Something that you need to keep with you. Are you listening to me? Yes. Idolin then said pausedly and strongly, you're not wrong. This is the first thing that you have to put in mind. You handled it perfectly well. Perfect. I need to praise you for that. You kept your calm even if you have all the right in the world to rage. That was the right decision. In these types of decisions, these women tend to invert things, they blame you for invading her privacy, if you scream she would act fragile and wronged. Yeah, at some point she asked if I was always checking her things. If I don't trust her. The cheated man said. Typical. If you want my counsel. Just walk away from her. Take some time for yourself, try new things. Or old things. As in a relationship, I bet that you sacrificed some hobbies or activities that you like to stay with your ex. Try to do it again. I loved hiking, but I stopped because of her. There. You can do it now. Is not the end of the world, my friend. Idolin says, I need to say. While you're telling your story, I heard some people bursting in giggles about your ex-fiancé cheating on you. Idolin froze and looks around. I want to ask what is so funny about that. He is the victim. Why are you laughing and shaming him? The one that should be shamed is the woman. Idolin looks slightly angry for the first time in this interview. Double standards, huh? If a man cheats, he is scum. If the woman cheats, the man is the joke. He says. Idolin continues, he is not good in bed, he is not providing, he is not giving her attention. Go for it, queen, you deserve better. He mocks, let me ask you, my friend on the phone. You said that her friends are in the video call giving her support. Did you talk about this with someone else? Yes. And someone came to give you support? Idolin asks, already knowing the answer. No. No. That's the reality. Idolin shrugs his shoulders, he is the one suffering in silence and they're cuddling her, the cheater. Idolin paused before continuing. My friend. I can say another thing to you. Under no circumstances, accept her back. For nothing in the world. Don't matter her arguments, pressure of you family and friends, nothing. I will convince you now. Idolin points at the camera and asks, do you think if you haven't discovered her dalliances she would come to confess to you her act? Or do you think she would let the marriage happen and go on with her life without a shred of guilty? I don't know. You know the answer. Rewatch the video even if it's painful, she is embarrassed or she is laughing with her friends. She is not guilty about cheating on you, my friend. She is upset that she gets caught. I'm sorry, man. Idolin spoke more softly, you ask for my counsel and I will give it to you. You probably still love her. It's okay. But certain things you can't just erase. Let's say that you forgive her. You will live all of your life remembering it. Worried. Suspicious. Do you think that you will still be happy? It sucks that you have to suffer for her mistake. But I repeat. He pauses to emphasize what he will say. You did nothing wrong. You have the moral high ground in this situation. Take some time to heal. As long you want. And my man. Idolin call. Yes. Maybe this is a one-time mistake on her part. Maybe she is really feeling super guilty. Maybe she will never repeat it. Maybe she loves you more than anything. Idolin looks directly at the camera and already prepares the guy for whatever the woman in question would say in the future, but still, don't take her back. There are good women out there that even if 10,000 friends influenced her, even if Thor himself appeared to make her the queen of Asgard. There are women out there who would never cheat on you. So why are you gonna accept less? Idolin's speech makes the people applaud crazily again. After some more words and good wishes the call end and Idolin and Steve goes back to talk. This annoys me, you know. Idolin confesses after some time. Cheating women. Steve asks. No. This whole thing always remembers me of how much men's mental health is overlooked by society. Men's life is hard too and no one care. More suicides, more victims of violence, more homeless and the list go on. In the USA, I would think that the country that birthed Captain America would take care of the veterans, but I need to say more. Idolin speaks. In an apartment on Washington. Is really that bad with the veterans? Steve Rogers asks himself with a frown. Even if he's adapting slowly, a big part of him still refuses to integrate himself into this new society. So is no surprise Todd is desexualizado de muchas coisas, precisamente ciertos problemas mais actuais. I will call Fury later and ask. He says before focusing on the TV again. I will give counsel to the boys. Idolin says straightening himself on the chair, I'm Idolin, and I speak hard truths. Men around the world. No one care about you. The early you accept this fact, the better. He speaks frankly. Obvious there are exceptions. Mother, father. But you will never be coddled. Steve, if a man is down and sad about something and doesn't want to do something, what is told to him? Idolin turns to the host. Man up. He answers. Man up. That's the only thing that you will receive. I read some texts on the newspapers on the past about me and my take on women. The text, written by a woman, said that I'm a secretly misogynist for beating up without mercy Amora. Idolin raises his hands in confusion. This is one of the things that I plan to ask later. Steve adds. Hey. I can talk about this now. I'm an advocate of true gender equality. I treat everyone equally independent of gender, race, sexual orientation, religion, or nationality. The E on Idolin is how my fists are rated, to everyone. He jokes a little. Always annoys me people that demand respect without merit or anything worth for. Do you think that I will treat you better only because of your second chromosome X? No chance. But this is how things are. Women and child first. The only ones that are loved unconditionally are women, children, and pets. You, man, is loved by how much you can provide, how much is your worth. And because of this, I say, focus and take care of yourself. Stop treating women that don't deserve like queens, like your first priority. Don't be a simp, do things to yourself, because no one else will do it. Learn to live in solitude. Be alone doesn't mean being unhappy. I myself love solitude. Sometimes I fly to space and just stay there alone with my thoughts. When you learn to be alone and be happy with yourself alone, nothing can stop you, my friend. That's an underrated counsel, very good. Steve comments. After this little red pill moment, the interview continues. Is not like Idolin wants to be the gigachat of this timeline, even if would be funny. But in his other life, he has seen some examples of how a man can be completely destroyed mentally by bad relationships. Will Smith and Johnny Depp are only of the most famous examples. If a 2-minute counsel can save some fellow men from depression or worse, worth it. And yes, is funny to be seen as an advocate of true gender equality. Idolin, I will ask you now about your fellow heroes and supers. Let's play a game. Go on. Idolin looks at him suspiciously. Relax, I will just say the name of the person and you need to say in a few words what you think about them. Steve says. Captain America. I already said. He is a great inspiration. Good. Hawkeye. Admire his bravery. Black Widow. Steve looks at him to see Idolin's reaction. But he doesn't fall into any trap, admire her bravery. He almost repeats himself. The same, huh? The Hulk. I pity Bruce Banner, don't deserve having this hard life. About the Hulk, a surprisingly trustworthy fight companion. Differenciando Bruce Banner do Hulk. Obviously, they're two different people. I see. Iron Man. Great potential for good. Is on the right path, I hope that he don't think that know best than everyone and step out of the line. Damn, that is suspiciously specific, Steve says, but Idolin shrugs his shoulders and don't elaborate. Giant and the Wasp. Idolin holds back to not say, abuser and victim, no opinion. Idolin says. Okay. Mr. Fantastic. High intelligence, low wisdom. Damn, is that a roast? I don't know. Invisible Woman. She looks nice. Human Torch. Overeager. The Thing. Similar to Banner, looks like a chill dude. Thor. We could probably be good friends in the future. Lady Jade. A good companion. Only a companion. Steve asks slyly. Idolin doesn't comment. Huntress. A good confidant. Confidant is differente from companion, huh? His smile widens a little. Gigantomachia. A loyal subordinate. Interesting. Not so interesting, with the exception of my group is not like I know the rest too much. We literally first met during the invasion. Sorry. Don't apologize, is interesting enough. Now some question of the public about them. Oh. Idolin says, looking suspiciously at the cards in Steve's hand. Oh, indeed. Idolin, which one of the female supers would you choose to marry? Is on the card. Steve shrugs his shoulders but doesn't look sorry at all. Idolin sighs. I repeat, I don't know them enough. Just say a name. You just want me to say any name to the public to ship us and blow our relationship out of proportion. Idolin reveals. Exactly. He admits without shame, gossip is the bread of the TC, Idolin. TCH. Let me think. Idolin puts his hand on his chin, I really don't know. Yeah. Skip it. Idolin reclined on his chair, I'm already married to my job as a hero. He jokes, making the people laugh and dispersing the focus on the question. Okay. Let's continue. After a bunch of nonsensical questions that would better fit asked to a normal celebrity, Idolin humors them for some time till he is asked something more interesting. Who do you think is the most dangerous person in the world? The host asks and Idolin doesn't even hesitate. Victor Von Doom. The answer surprised everyone. People thought that Idolin would say the Hulk or himself, but surprisingly he said an almost forgotten villain. In Latveria, in the bedroom of Dr. Doom, the man himself narrow his eyes hearing Idolin mentioning him. Petty tricks. But it appears that he at least has some wits. He says under his breath, but Doom will prevail nonetheless. Back at Hector's residence, the girls discussed among themselves. Isn't this a little counterproductive? Making an enemy of the guy without any reason. Shago asks leisurely on the couch, not caring much. She trusts Hector nonetheless. Isabella is the one that answers with a thoughtful expression. No, this is smart. Master Hector said that the most annoying and dangerous enemies are the smart ones that have time to prepare. With one sentence he put doom in the spotlight. If Eidolon said he is dangerous, the world will believe in it. Helena comments. I remember Hector saying how annoying that immortal old magic users must be to kill. They must have a ton of contingencies. Shago adds. Yes. Master Hector probably already believes that the confrontation with him is inevitable, so is not a problem to make an enemy of Doom. He is bringing Doom to light and making him be taken seriously by the world. This can limit his actions, or even better, make enemies of Master Hector seek Doom to deal with him, and sometimes this can disrupt Doom's plans. Adding too many foreign factors create flaws. There's more advantage than disadvantages. Isabella analyze. You know. Sometimes I forgot that you're super smart. Shago says, by the way. What is the difference between a confidant and a companion? Isabella can only shake her head. Eidolon continues talked about many themes, some silly and other more serious. He gave his thoughts, input, and opened the eyes of the public. At a certain moment the live audience asked Eidolon another more or less relevant question. The many supers have in general incredible bodies, you don't think that this will create an impossible standard to the people, in special the children? A slightly overweight woman asked. This is interesting to talk about. Let's go. Eidolon raises from his chair and show his body. He receives some screams from the women again. Let me start saying, this body of mine is not something that is easy to acquire to the average Joe, that has to work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. He says, gesticulating to his great physique. But I would encourage everyone to try. Eidolon says with finality, seeking a healthy body must be something that everyone must do. Even if you can't be like or the other heroes. Being the best physical version of yourself can only bring benefits. Eidolon sits down and turns to Steve. Steve, do you know, from all my capabilities, what is my favorite? He asks. I don't know. Fly. Be bulletproof. Steve guesses laughing. Hoo-hoo. Those are great, but nothing beats the simple capability of having a peak condition body. I'm not even saying superhuman body, just in peak condition. My body moving in the way that I want. Eidolon says. He continues, is the best feeling ever, my body jumps when I want to jump, I can squat and run. Eidolon interrupts himself and looks around. What? Is not that impressive? He raises his palms to the ceiling in questioning. Maybe is not that impressive, but there are people that can't even do that. They can't even run for 10 seconds without puke, they take too long to rise from their knees, can't jump 10 centimeters high, they can't even get out of the bed. My lady, this question of yours is probably a bait to talk about fat shaming or whatever, and make me look bad. I don't care for what anyone thinks, so I will say. Your body is your greatest and most prized possession. Take care of it. Eidolon advises and many people applaud. I will be the last person that will body shame someone. I'm part of the meta community. He shrugs his shoulders, but being too obese to the point where makes your life hard. I disapprove. This is another good advice, Eidolon. What did you think of my physique? Steve jokes, showing off his prominent belly. Heh. You're old and have little time to work out, is okay. But could be better. I'm not saying to everyone to have a six-pack and be shredded, some people's body types are a little chubby anyway. But you need to be good enough, at least run a little. Remembering that this is a dangerous world. You never know when you will have to run. All that jokes about fat people dying first in the apocalypse have a little of truth now, don't you agree? Eidolon lights the mood. There's also the huge percentage of obese people in America, we are already an international joke. Steve comments, but why do heroes always in great shape? Steve asks. Well, you can see us as athletes. We train our bodies to use our powers well. Captain America, well, you guys know he is not natural. Eidolon jokes, I can talk about myself. Remember when I say that my body was destroyed when I awakened? Yes. So if my body is not strong enough, I would probably explode from my own power. Very common occurrence with other metas. Damn. You know, Eidolon, there's a thing that you became famous for. Steve starts after another set of questions. Here you go. Eidolon looks at him suspiciously again. Ha ha ha. Relax, I'm talking about the Eidolon's glare. At this moment many people shouts in agreement, is scary as the criminals say. I don't know. It's just my professional face, I think. Eidolon says. Can you show us? Say to the camera right there. Steve points. Ha. Is not like that, will not work if I don't mean it. Eidolon jokes, can I say something to the villains of the world then? He asks. You can do anything. Okay. Eidolon then turns to the camera, to all of you, that is right now in an underground facility, a space station, a castle, or in a huge and fancy building. He gives a dark chuckle before going serious. I know about you and I will find you the moment that you put your head out of your nest. I want you all to understand that this planet, this solar system is small to me. And you're trapped here with me. Idolin looks at the camera without blinking. The whole world unconsciously holds its breath. Damn, I got goosebumps and you're not even talking to me, Steve jokes to light the mood. I pity your children, Idolin. Ha ha. Even Idolin laughs. Do you have children, Idolin? Nope. He answers. Do you intend to have? Well, maybe. If I found the right person. He answers, is a huge responsibility. I don't see myself with children while I wear my mantle. I need to focus. Build a better world for our children in the future. Fight so they don't need. He confesses his thoughts. I understand very well. I think you will be a good father, Idolin. Steve says sincerely. Thanks, I appreciate it. Still in this topic, Idolin. I know that you talked about don't want kids for now. But everyone thought about this in their life, so. How many children do you pretend to have? And should we be worried about dozens of mini Idolins frying around? Steve jokes. Ha. Your question unknowingly brings an interesting topic. Idolin comments mysteriously, I will talk about it later. But answering your immediate question. I don't care how many children I will have. 1, 2, or 20. What comes, came. 20. Damn. Steve acts surprised and laughs, and you would prefer a boy or a girl, Idolin? No preference either, but I think everyone in the world would like a kid of the same gender. He says and receives nods from Steve and the audience to bond more easily, teach things. I understand completely. Heh. Ha ha ha. Then the host starts laughing. I just thought about. Hee hee. I was worried for you children before, but I must pity as your future daughter's boyfriends. He jokes makes people laugh with the mental image. Idolin just shakes his head seriously. What are you talking about, man? Do you think I will be some sort overprotective doting father? TSK. I will have no problem with my daughter's boyfriends. They would just need to fight me. Idolin says seriously. Ha ha ha, Steve laughs. To death. Idolin completes with his eyes blinking red. And this only makes the people laugh hard. They can have my daughters after they take them from my cold dead hands. Idolin jokes. Ha ha ha. You're scarier now than when you threatened the villains before. Even Idolin can't suppress it anymore and starts laughing slightly. In the X-Mansion. Heh. Cute. Jean comments. Cute. The guy promised a gruesome death to a future unfortunate soul and he is cute. Warren asks exaggeratedly. Hot guys can get away with anything, really? Spike shakes his disapprovingly. Yes, they can. Paige says without shame. Idolin is just kidding. I think. Rogue defends unsure. AN, hello there, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Now, taking advantage of the second part author's notes, let's talk about another important thing. The future progression of this story. As much Gacha is a random thing, I already make it clear that the MC would always gain something about in the range of his power level. So his progression of strength doesn't jump suddenly by too much. I'm holding back in him gaining super strong characters like Superman. Yes. I have planned many arcs that will be better if he is not that strong. I mean, he can probably one-shot most of the threats, but you catch my meaning. Like Vampires and Monster City, Trask, Mojo World, many movie sagas, Limbo. I have a plan for the moment that he will finally become cosmic and make a space adventure arc. Then Guardians of the Galaxy and others. Did I plan a space arc just to him to meet Lady Hellbender? You can't prove it. And I will deny it forever. After he finally goes cosmic, the MC wouldn't care too much about this street-level stuff. His summons will take care of it. So yeah, the story will have a great divisor when he finally starts to gain super strong people. I have so many things planned that if had the power to simply transfer what is in my brain without the need to write, at least 100 chapters would pop out. Now about the MC's own progression beyond powers. We all know that his morals are a little wacky. But I just warning you guys that he will mature and be more chill in the future. Even Kinder. Is he a true hero now? No. You can draw a certain opposite parallel between Hector with Midoriya. While Midoriya is a natural hero with a heart of gold, but powerless and with many glaring issues. Hector is super powerful but without the heart of a hero. Opposite starting points to the same finish line. I like Kratos' storyline of going from a rage, edgy monster to a wise and chill old man. You can say that I envision the MC trajectory more or less like that. Bye. Till next time. Chapter 47, Extra, The Interview, Part 3. E-readers. Enjoy. His name was Jason, and today is his birthday. Friday the 13th, the movie. I have something important to tell you all. A warning. This chapter contains Idolin talking about gender. And seeing how many of you are offended when he talked about real-world issues. He is the warning. You know, you guys would be right if is another setting. I would not bring social politic issues in a Pokemon fanfic. But this is Marvel. Marvel itself talks about this issue. Ignore it all sound a little wrong maybe. I don't plan to talk about it in a normal chapter, but well. This is an extra. Well, I can also predict people that will think that I'm a misogynist or something because the things said here. But just to your information, is not everyone that cares about men's right an Andrew Tate fan. I don't even care about the guy beyond his GTA POV memes. You guys must know the documentary The Red Pill of a woman feminist that discovered that men also deserve rights. Oh, the surprise. So, why I'm giving importance to this issue? 2 reasons. The first is more light. During my vacation I was forced to watch She-Hulk. Yeah. So I thought, I will watch without bias, let's see how this goes. Maybe I can use something in my fanfic. And was bad as people claimed. But my biggest issue with that thing is not the twerking, or the not funny jokes, or the horrible CGI. Is the portrait of men. All men are either violent, dumb, perverts or all of it at the same time. Even the Hulk, the calm and mature guy of the universe, becomes petty and childish. And I'm not even talking about her quote about heroes are for narcissists and orphans. Ugh. So I thought. This is bad. Seriously Disney, give me 15 McChickens and I would write something better. But then came to the idea of Idolin being the opposite of these characters that has been spoiled by this agenda against men. What is said below has no intention to attack women. Wait, some women read it. Whatever. The other reason touches a little close to home. I know a guy, a friend of a friend. He was a funny guy. If you want to be mean he is the clown of the group, if want to be nice he is comic relief. He was always happy, being nice with people, making jokes and including even then most shy ones, like me, in the conversation. And then he was accused of harassment. Bam. His life is over. He received death threats and lost his job. Even after being proven that he is innocent, the stigma remained. The guy nowadays is a shell of his former self. He doesn't interact with strangers, rarely says something and even gets out of his home. And the woman that falsely accused him. Nothing happened to her. Even to this day people still think that he is guilty, that his family bribed the woman to buy her silence and to remove the accusations. As a man, there's no way that I won't feel empathy for this guy. Because this can happen with anyone at any moment. How do you defend yourself against it? Carrying a camera with you all the time is hard. Whatever, read the chapter and say what you think. I hope that can help some of you. You talked before about my possible future children being mini Idolin, Steve. The interesting topic that I meant is my worry in how to treat kid metas or recently awakened metas with low age. Idolin starts. By the way, what is the normal age that someone awakens their powers? Sorry to interrupt. Steve asks. No problem. In the case of natural metas, term that I'm still not sure that I will make official, or mutants, is common to awaken their powers during puberty, pre-adolescence. Between 8 and 13 years old. Obviously can happen earlier or more late in their lives, especially if some external factor is involved. Idolin explains. When did you awaken yours, Idolin? With 6 years old. The hero says evenly. Really? And how was it? Did you go to school? What your parents' thoughts? Sorry if I'm asking something too personal. Steve's asks surprised before calming down a little, remembering of Idolin's parents. Relax. Was normal. I went to school normally, lived normally. Well, in the limits of what was possible. Just normally. What? Haha. Do you think I used my powers to stomp the other schools in sports? Be popular? Haha. That would be unfair, just average school life. Idolin laughs, in truth, I was bullied in school. Idolin reveals holding a smirk. Steve's mouth falls, you have been bullied. You. Yep. Heh. And you did nothing. Do what? Fight back. Break their arms and legs. Throw them in the sun. I just avoided conflict. But you never get angry. I was never the type of getting angry easily, so no. And I never suffered anything too heavy either. But this is another example that you shouldn't be a jerk to other people. Idolin points at the camera, if I was a little more immature. You all get my meaning. Yes, will do. Now you are talking early about the awakenings and... Steve goes to bring back the topic. Yes, I was saying that normally the awakenings happen at an early age. By the way, maybe I neglected in my explanation about metas to talk about the awakenings. Idolin thinks a little before continuing. Just from you all to know. Beyond what is obvious and what I talked before. Is possible to happen a double awakening. A double. Yes. A reawakening that can upgrade your powers qualitatively or quantitatively. It's rare, but it happens. How? And why? Steve asks. Sometimes people awaken too early or artificially, so they're not ready. So a future double awakening can normalize the thing, instead of the power growing progressively. Artificial means can also influence. Like, if a meta be affected by that cosmic radiation that gave powers to the Fantastic Four. 50% chance of a double awakening and 50% of dying. Idolin shrugs his shoulders. Sometimes the second awakening can give a totally different ability too. Yeah. Yes, like awakening the power from the metagenealogic tree of the father when the child inherited only from the mother till now. Idolin explains. Now, back to the main topic. Kids with powers. Idolin reclines himself on his chair and starts. One of my biggest concerns is this, you know. Awakenings are very arbitrary and can happen with anyone with the metagene. And if a destructive power is put together with the immaturity and clumsiness of a kid, the consequences could be catastrophic. I'm not blind to this. And can understand all of your worries about children of mine with an absurd level of power. At this moment Steve interrupts Idolin. Idolin, sorry. My question will not mean to offend you. I just asked for asking. But this time Idolin raises his hand to stop him. It's okay, Steve. Is a genuine concern. For my part, I will do my best to properly educate my children about the responsibilities of holding superpowers. But this would be the exception of the rule, right? Again, I know that many people are simply scared that one day they will receive the news that their kids have been hurt in the school because a kid meta awakened their powers and she can't control it. Imagine that a 10-year-old kid one day simply awakens his powers that makes his arms like flamethrowers. And he can't turn it off. Idolin speaks darkly. It hasn't happened. But is a possibility. Andy's okay to be worried. From my part, I can guarantee that I'm very alert about this situation and I can act very fast to avoid some tragedy. Idolin affirms with determination. I hope that you all understand that the kid would be as scared of any of his friends that could be hurt. Can you imagine how must be? The fear, helplessness, guilty. Just a child. Idolin sighed darkly. But. He suddenly says a little more in good spirits. I already started working on a solution. He raised his index finger. Really? And can you tell us? Oh, risk one of these things that is better as a secret. Steve asks. Well. The hero thinks a little. There's no problem in telling. I have a side project. I'm working in a serum. Idolin says, getting closer of the host. A serum. Like the super soldier serum. Something like that. But better. Idolin affirms. Better. How? What is the most glaring issue of the metas that I talked about in this interview? The hero asks. Steve straightens up to think. You talked a lot. There's the whole conspiracy thing. But are you talking about how many metas suffer from their powers? He guesses. Exactly. I said that this is a problem for bodies not being ready. But can't we make our bodies ready without the need to wait for generation and generations? We can improve our bodies. We already have a good example living in fresh out the ice. Captain America. His serum can help the metas. Not it alone, but I only use the overall idea. You must know that many enhanced of the present used serums based on the original formula of Dr. Erskine, and then came the idea of creating the E-serum or meta-serum if you prefer. And his serum would make your guys more resistant. Yes, and much more. First of all, the serum would make the body to its peak adapted form to the corresponding power or a standard peak condition. Would help with control, allowing the MTA to turn on, off the power and even reseeding the appearance to it pre-awakening when the meta wants. Idolin says to Steve, raising eyebrows of surprise. And talking about kids. He continues, I'm trying to make that this serum would pass to the descendants and forcefully awaken the child's power at the age of 4 or 5 years old. Idolin punctuates. Wait. And this would be good. I'm confused. Steve, most of the powers are like muscles. You train them, they grow stronger. They can atrophy if you don't use them. So what would happen if a child in development discover his dormant muscle? When is still weak? Idolin asks. The power would be more or less inoffensive. The host deduces and starts to ponder about the implications. Yes. Not only the standard age would smooth our work in preparation for any accidents, the power would be much weaker and the kid could grow together with it. Getting used to it, and the body would adapt better too. Idolin exclaims, happy with himself. Kitty Pride POV, damn, that's nice. I hear the host comment on the TV. And yes, it is. Looking around I can see the eyes of everyone shining a little. Rogue's the most, she is not even blinking while looking at the TV. This would be revolutionary, I hear Dr. McCoy comments. In truth, I'm disappointed with myself for not thinking about it. Even the super soldier serum that can bring a human being to their peak condition would help many mutants in coping with their powers much better. But how he will make it influence the power? He grumbles to himself. Is possible? Scott asks. In theory, yes. But even if someone became a super soldier doesn't mean that the power would be affected. His claims of control of powers and appearances look a little far-fetched. The doctor answers, it's not that easy to manipulate our powers. I tried many things. The doctor gesticulates to his furry body. He really must have tried a lot. But Eidolon wouldn't make a baseless affirmation. Jean comments. Then he knows something that I don't. Dr. McCoy says, and seeing that he knows so many things that are unknown for me, one more wouldn't be a surprise. I'm looking forward to it. The doctor smiles. And when these miraculous things become available, the host asks half-joking. Hey. I'm still working on it. In some years, maybe. Eidolon answers. You're the one making it. Steve asks surprised, making Eidolon looks at him frowning a lilt. Yeah. Why, do you think I'm stupid? Seriously, what is my image on your heads? Eidolon jokes and sighs. I don't know, I thought that you would have a team of scientists to work within your organization while you save the world. The host shrugs. You all think that I'm some sort of brute, right? Eidolon sighs exaggeratedly. Not at all. You look very smart. You talked and explained well. Anyone can see it. But you don't look scientist smart. If you understand what I mean. Tisk, judging people by appearance. TSK, Eidolon shakes his head in fake disappointment. Just so you know, I wouldn't lose to these many geniuses in the intelligence department. He comments, and I remember how smart Rogue become at that time. Thinking faster, coming up with solutions and answers instantly. Is this guy perfect? After some more banter, Steve asks something that I was curious too. But Eidolon, there's no problem in you revealing about your project. There would not be people trying to steal it or disturb your plans. Oh ho, growing paranoid already. Nice, that is the way to go. Eidolon raises an eyebrow, but relax, I have my means. And seriously, if more people try to create serums that can improve people's lives. Much better. He continues, but I understand your concern, normally people would use something like that as a weapon. But they already doing it anyway. They never stopped after the success with Captain America, talking about my plans changed nothing. And they can't replicate what I'm doing. Is simply impossible. Eidolon's comments make everyone perk up. Why is impossible? Luckily for us, the host asked. Why? They don't have the main ingredient. He says slowly. Main ingredient. Main ingredient. I mean, sorry to ask, must be a secret. The host correct himself. Hoo-hoo. Not at all. It doesn't matter if I tell. Eidolon looks mysteriously at the host, waiting for him to guess, maybe. Steve, I'm a Trump. Eidolon points at himself and tilts his head. What he may It's him. His own metagene is the key. Gene exclaims. A super stable omega-level Trump metagene. That can stabilize and improve all others. Maybe his power goes beyond simply copying, stealing, or creating powers. Or maybe he goes around accumulating powers to make his body adapt first and then create some sort of immunity formula to distribute later. Or maybe. Dr. McCoy goes on and about all possibilities of what Eidolon is doing and how he does it. I'm not going into details, but let's say that I'm a little special. I can't say for certain, because everything happened very fast and I was so young. But I think that I have a double awakening. Like, awakening. Bam. Another one instantly. Damn, the guy surely is something else. Jubilee comments. Must be a very traumatic experience. Jean says a little wistfully. To the BNHA world maybe. Third person POV. After Eidolon and Steve talk a little more about precautions needed to be taken and how the world is unprepared for them. The topic is changed again. So Eidolon. Some more questions. Steve looks at his cards, let's see. The host searched in his cards before asking, how do you do your hero work? Many people praise you for your efficiency. Well. I trained for that. Eidolon answers easily. Trained. Yes. Must appear weird to say that. Like. Trained where? There's a superhero school out there. Heh. But I trained myself. Well, I had some help, but is mostly myself. Idolin changes position a little on his chair and continues, I already talked about the difficulty in having powers. And I'm strong. Many nods at him, so to that I don't hurt anyone I need training and control. It's easy for me to hurt people, even unintentionally. Look. Idolin points to his feet on the ground, raises his tiptoe a little, and taps on the ground casually. Bam bam bam. His little action makes everything shake, the force reverberates on the whole studio. Some things get out of place and even some people almost fall down. Sorry. Just illustrating it, he then points to his feet again and repeats the exact 3 taps. His feet moved exactly the same, but there was no strength behind them. See. Control. Idolin says humans are highly adaptable creatures. With time, someone who gained super strength could control himself to not crush everything he touches. But I have many powers, so I need to go beyond. I never neglected training, in truth, I still train every day. And that was half of the reason that I'm so efficient. He says. Then, I practiced. With simulations, many and many times till it became easy. Simulations. Yeah, I didn't acquire my powers, put on my suit, and went around saving lives. I trained and studied every possible situation to know what is the better response. If someone is going to be run over by a truck, what is the best I can do? He asks and answers himself. Take the people out of the way. But I'm close or far. If I go too fast, I will hurt them. He looks around and continues. Should I stop the truck? But is the driver wearing a seatbelt? The truck malfunctioned or the driver fell asleep. Can I stop the truck without damaging it? Should I stop the truck telekinetically? You see what I'm talking about? Idolin asks the host. Yes. And this example is the easy one. What if 2 people are in danger in different directions? Far from each other. One is going to get stabbed and the other is falling from a building. Who I choose? What is the best decision to take? Milliseconds can be the difference between someone's life and death. I'm not playing the hero here, Steve. I see many people talking about how I'm an untrained, unaffiliated civilian and etc. He rolls his eyes. I can assure you that I am better prepared than most of the cops that carry guns around. And damn, some are really unprepared. Unfortunately is true. I trained and trained to think fast and act while thinking. I trained my powers to the limit so that I can use them the best. If my control is lacking, maybe I will need to hurt the criminal who is going to stab the person. If I was a little slower, maybe I couldn't reach the one falling. I think about these things much before these things even happen and I prepare myself. So the secret is my training beforehand. Simples as that. Idolin finishes. I see. No big secret at all, huh? Just like everyone else, practice making it perfect. The host says his piece. Yes, by the way, I will utilize the opportunity to say something. Something that was in my mind for a time, since the invasion. Go on. Idolin looks at the camera and says seriously to all the people that have powers or will awaken them in the future. Listen to this, calm down. Idolin let his words sink in for a moment before continuing. Seeing some confused faces, he finally opens his mouth again. I can understand the effect that people like me or Captain America can have on people with powers. Some of you guys must be wanting to help, be a hero and all, but I repeat, calm down. He says more paused. First you have to know yourself and your powers, seeing the range of it, the function, the destructive capabilities. You also need to think also about the many secret vile organizations that would, in the blink of an eye, kidnap and do whatever they want with you. He advises, look, I'm the last person that can preach about vigilantism being dangerous and all, but it is. I can't stop you if want to do it, but if you do it carefully. For you and for others. You could hurt others if you're not careful. He looks dead serious, and that would be on you. You could have the best of intentions, but if you enter this life unprepared, you can mess it up. Mess up badly. He emphasizes. Start small, help people one at a time. Discreetly. Any help is welcome, my friend. But I repeat, if you mess up, you can't take it back. Sincerely, I encourage everyone to help people, even if just a little and to the limit of their capabilities. There's no need for powers to be a hero to someone, you know. He finishes. Idolin is remembering the events of civil wars in the comics. The last fuse of the whole problem is a bunch of youngsters filming some sort of program playing the hero. Ended up blowing many kids because of their negligence and inexperience. That's a good thing to say, Idolin. I trust you. But it worries me if a bunch of teenagers with powers starts to run around irresponsibly. Steve says, not knowing that Idolin is a teenager himself. Yes, is one of my worries too. Is also my big criticism of my fellow heroes. Idolin says, shocking Steve a little. Is that so? Yeah. Well, hear me out. The Avengers are good all, great even, but most of them are untrained and unprepared. Civilians, and scientists before gaining powers or building their suits. Well, I can say also that no one was ready for a big alien invasion, and they did their best. Putting themselves at risk even when it's not their responsibility. But there's a little of unnecessary collateral damage. He says. And many people nod their heads. Don't take me wrong, but I really hope that they are preparing themselves and thinking about ways of improving. It's about people's lives that we are talking about. I know that they're extraordinary individuals, and because of this I believe that they can do much better. Idolin sugarcoats it, but he is basically saying, train and practice a little more, bitches. This is not a game. Sometime later Steve asks Idolin about the universe. If Idolin has something to share about it. Well, talking about the universe is good. While many of the high-ups of the world think that it's better for the population to be maintained in the dark about this topic, I think that there's no problem in knowing what is out there. Idolin says, and slowly turns his head to the side. To a woman of the production. Do you want to participate in this conversation? He says, gesticulating for the woman to get closer. The place goes silent for a while. The smarter ones start to catch up that something is wrong. The woman in question looks like a deer caught by a car's headlight. You know that running is not gonna help you, right? Idolin says to her calmly. But apparently is useless because the woman turns and goes in a full sprint in the opposite direction, pushing people out of the way and distancing herself quickly. She looks very athletic and a master of parkour. Idolin doesn't even react to her fleeing. He shakes his head a little and blurs. What the he dash, Steve starts saying. Overwhelmed by the whole situation, but before he can finish Idolin comes back holding the woman by the head. Idolin just appears and is casually holding the woman like she is a puppy, his big palm enveloping her whole scalp. He nonchalantly throws her into the ground. I said that is useless. She tried to crawl away. She looks so helpless that invokes pity in the hearts of the more gentler souls. Idolin is having none of it. He steps on her right calf. Ayarg. Why are you doing this? Help me. Someone help me. He gonna kill me. She screams hysterically. Idolin expression doesn't change. Idolin. Steve asks, unsure. Relax, she is making a show. Sorry to purposefully startle you, but I just want to check something. He sighs while looking around. No one knows what he is thinking. Okay, you can stop your show now. Is annoying. He says to the woman. But she doesn't stop. Idolin rolls his eyes and sigh. He then goes to retrieve something from his utility belt that is in truth only for show. He pulls a golden rope that normally shouldn't have fit in the small pocket. Okay, as you wish. We will do it the hard way. He says and pulls the woman to her feet telekinetically and ties her with the lasso of truth. Strangely, the woman stops screaming that she is in pain and that Idolin is crazy. But right now, she looks extremely uncomfortable. Now, let me explain. He tightens the lasso on his hand, making it glow. Reveal your true face, he says, as more of a test. In truth, the lasso can do much more than simply make people incapable of telling lies. At some points in the DC comics, Diana showed the capacity of seeing glimpses of the truth in the mind of the tied victims, transport her mind on whoever is tied by the lasso and even invade people's souls. So, Hector is only a little surprised when the tied woman starts transforming herself into her normal Skrull form. So this thing is the natural enemy of all falsehood, not only lies. Idolin deduces. This, everyone, is a living Skrull. I talked about them earlier. He says to the shocked audience. This is why I asked if you have noticed while you are using my eyes, Steve. I need to explain another thing. This is one of my weapons. The lasso of truth, anyone tied by it will be compelled to only say the truth. He reveals, not caring about keeping the lasso's main capability a secret. The lasso of truth is one of these weapons that is better to be well known. Is not like it is one of Idolin's trump cards, the world knowing about it now can spare some time and prevent complications in the future. What is your name? Idolin asks while keeping her tied. Franna. She says without thinking before realizing that something is wrong and starting to struggle. So. Planning an invasion, huh? Idolin talks like he is asking about the weather. The Skrull holds back for some seconds before answering. Why yes. The audience and the whole world go beyond shocked at this point. One thing is hearing, and another is seeing. How long have you been here? Idolin asks calmly. The female Skrull continues to struggle but is useless. 40 years, more or less. Are you guys behind some of the hate that mutants receive? Yes. Hoo-hoo. How many of you are here on this planet? I don't know. Compartmentalization, huh? Fair. Eidolon shrugs his shoulders and asks other small things. And the world is finally seeing the hero Eidolon very close. During the interview, Eidolon's friendly attitude made people forget a little about who this man is. A guy who takes his duty very seriously. There are no smiles or jokes. His posture and tone of voice make people unconsciously act respectfully at the moment, not even daring to breathe too loud. After the utter defeat of the female Skrull willpower, she can't take it anymore and decide to attack Eidolon verbally. You think yourself too high and mighty. Hero of the earth. You're nothing. She spats while looking at him. There's no fluctuation in the hero's eyes, he just continues to look at her silently. Our great empire can end this mud ball at any moment if we want. I refuse to believe that you can protect them, she says hatefully. Eidolon chuckles a little, but there's no mirth in his voice. The fact that you're still tied by my lasso shows that you truly believe in it. But you guys need to be very unlucky to succeed in destroying this planet. He says with a mysterious look. Huh. Steve. Eidolon out of nowhere turns to the host. What would you do if someone killed your family? He asks. I don't know. Is the only answer that Steve, that is still shocked by the situation, can give. Exactly. I also don't know what I would do. He says and then looks at the Skrull and goes even more serious, and isn't this scary? He pushes her on the ground with his foot and presses her chest. An empire that can govern an entire galaxy. I can't even imagine it. You guys have Planet Buster's weapons and maybe I really can't defend Earth if you guys go all out. But what I can't imagine is what I would do if your race is so unlucky to really succeed. Eidolon's eyes start glowing red and the Skrull starts suffocating a little. A man without nothing more to lose. Your race has no one at my level. I know this. So. Who would stop me if I start going around your galaxy to repay your race a billionfold? Can you imagine it? Me. With nothing holding back against your race. Can you all stop me? Maybe I would even ally myself with the Kree. You, huff. The horror on her face is palpable. Let me ask you one last question. Where is the woman that you stole the identity from? He softens the foot that was pressing on her chest, allowing her to breathe more freely now. Huff in the producer's bathroom cabin. The Skrull answers. Good. Now you can go. Eidolon dismissively unties the female Skrull and retrieves his lost son and then takes his seat again. Everyone is confused. What? Go now, while I'm feeling generous. The agents are already coming to take you in. Here, a portal to a random close alley. Eidolon says, opening a portal. You didn't hurt anyone, so just go away and tell your queen to give up on Earth, is not worth it. He says nonchalantly. Franna, the female Skrull, looks at him for a moment before passing through his portal. Eidolon just watches her silently and does nothing. Now that I showed a little example, let's talk about the universe. Eidolon says without care. Is this really okay? Steve asks about letting the Skrull go. What? You want me to kill her? I'm not afraid of conflict, but there's no need to directly seek it either. She is irrelevant in the great schemes of things and I refuse to give them the moral high ground to invade us attacking first. If they come as invaders and will be treated as such. I will give them a last chance to leave us alone. What he doesn't say is that he has the means to track her now, so he is just realizing her to discover more. Do you think that they will do that? Steve asks a little worried. Maybe, maybe not. Don't worry. They are a big empire, they can't move so many resources to deal with us. Because of this, they use these tactics. I already checked that no world leader was secretly substituted for a Skrull, and I already unveiled their scheme. They will need to do it the hard way now. And isn't this bad? I mean. Relax. Let me tell you a little about the universe first, the other galaxies and the people that inhabit them. First, our galaxy has no overlord. Is a very lawless place, really. The closer galaxies are all ruled by someone, like the Kree, Skrull, or Shi'ar Empire. None of these races are very amicable. You don't become the ruler race of a galaxy by being a pacifist. Heh. He says. Talks a little without revealing too much is good to increase Eidolon's credibility. In the future, his words will be proven true, so people will listen to what he has to say in important decisions. So is no surprise if these unified galaxies come here to do whatever they want. Steal resources, and kidnap people. Here is also filled with criminals and space pirates. But why we are still not conquered yet? He asks rhetorically. Well, first the other races are disputing between themselves is also unnecessary to put much effort here, so they take it slow. But the main reason is. He pauses to build suspense. We are filled with individually strong people. Heh. Our galaxy is full of planetary-level monsters. Odin is a good example. He is one of the strongest in the universe and has no interest in ruling more than the 9 realms. There are strong people in the other galaxies. Yes, but is rare and they're too precious to risk losing here fighting against us just for a mud ball like Earth. But most of them are overall strong as a human, maybe Captain America level. After all, they have years ahead of us to study genetic enhancements and cybernetic augmentations. So they are afraid of us? Steve asks surprised. Yes. Can you imagine it? They deploy 50 million battleships to conquer Earth. A total overkill. And then, a Magneto or another someone crushes them easily. Thor blasts them in smithereens. The loss would be too big. He continues, you need to know. We are not that defenseless in the universe, but we should be in a better situation. People like me and the other metas are assets and are respected out there. Here. Pfft. We could cheat our way to the top, but... He shrugs his shoulders and doesn't elaborate because there's no need. He already talked extensively about this question. As a side note, for a long time, Hector was torn to decide how he would present the alien problem. The more easy way would be to make them an enemy. A foreign enemy always makes people unite easily. This would be a faster solution to the treatment of the metas. But would let problems a long term. By the way, I need to say. Not all aliens are bad. Don't generalize, generalization is stupid. There are all types of people out there, we just met the bad ones for now. He says, he felt no guilt in painting the Skrulls in a bad light, they bring a bunch of problems manipulating public opinion in the comics, making the heroes have a hard time. Will this give birth to some sort of alien xenophobia? Maybe. But this also can be easily remedied with an alien hero helping Earth at some point. I see. That is all that Steve says to Eidolon's explanation. Still worried, Steve? Eidolon asks gently. Yes, I'm a little yes. He confesses. Don't be. Earth is safe for a long time. That was obviously not the first invasion. We just see it now because the means of communication are not good and information was suppressed. In the past, many special and remarkable people protected Earth from the shadows. We are not pushovers. I will protect you. I will die before Earth is destroyed. And believe it, I'm very hard to kill. Eidolon tries to lighten the mood and he makes people smile a little, but there's still some unease in the air. I would prefer that you not die too. Steve says. Ha. Yes, me too. But this would be the preferable outcome if there's no other option. Eidolon looks a little more serious now, can you imagine it? Your home planet is destroyed and you survive. In the universe, all alone. He says with a distant look. It's because of this that I don't like the Avenger name. If we can't save Earth, you can be sure that we will avenge it. Is a good threat, I just did that. But to me, if Earth is bound to be destroyed and is really inevitable. He takes a deep breath, I think I would want to be the first to die. He reveals. People stay in silence for a while before they start applauding him. Eidolon just raises his arm slightly in gratitude. As a planet, we are way, way behind in everything. Eidolon explains the difference between Earth and other planets in the universe. Well, it's not like we are the last in line. Many planets must have our level or lower of technology and development. But when comparing ourselves to the average planets that can actively participate in the universe's politics, economy, and other things, we are really severely lacking. We are literally divided into all important social and political questions. Almost 200 countries, different currencies, and other things that generate inequality. Eidolon put his hand on his forehead, tired. We literally discriminate between ourselves for skin color. Ugh. Our skin doesn't even have a different color, it's just tonality. Let me say, the Krees distinguish for skin color, they're a horrible example to follow and even them separate themselves in blues, pinks. And it's not like they discriminate because of color. There are much more other things involved, like money, status and bloodline purity. We still haven't even reached another planet. What I'm trying to say is, me and the older heroes can buy time. But we are not the solution. We could help the planet rises up. I know that we have the potential. The day that I'm not necessary anymore. Will the happiest day of my life. Eidolon sighs with a smile. After some applause of the audience, Steve smiles and jokes like Mary Poppins. Pfft. Yes, when you all be happy I'm flying away in my umbrella, Eidolon jokes. Looks troublesome having to take care of all these kids of the planet, Eidolon. We are 6 billion. Steve continues laughing. You tell me. 24/7 and I'm not even paid. He says with fake outrage. After this, the interview go back to a question-answer dynamic. Eidolon answers the doubts Steve and the audience have about the universe. How close are the habitable planets? And other sci-fi questions like if hyperdrive is real and others. He hid important information obviously, but he still said a lot. He discovered these things by studying the Chitauri database and coupled with his own meta-knowledge he knows a good amount. He has no problems in sharing the basics because in his own words, I believe that a population well informed has benefits that outclass the disadvantages. Like now, you guys would be much harder to be tricked by the Skrulls. The direction of the interview starts to deviate again to other topics when he talked about the differences in culture. When dealing with other races, it is important to not use our human lenses and human sensibilities to judge them. We are not the center of the universe. Maybe a planet has the custom of eating its elders. To us is barbaric, but who is us to judge? Maybe even the elders approve that with a mindset like, we would be doing our last good deed helping the next generations. This makes people ask Eidolon about his take on other social questions of Earth, like the LGBT, the Palestine-Israel conflict and others. Do you want the truth? I don't care. I treat everyone equally, like people. Dividing people by religion, sexual orientation, gender, or nationality is so petty. You guy has no idea how pathetic is it. When a woman talked about something that Eidolon said about men and women and talked about male privilege, Eidolon decided that was enough of their little games. Okay. I see what you guys are trying to do here. Trying to make me look bad about what I said early about women. Tisk. You guys are too early in the cancel culture to try this on me, he thinks. You guys want to talk about gender, he looks around, I can talk about gender, is not what I came here, but let's go. Being so direct can make some people hate me. But is progress when people don't hate me more for being a mutant? And when haters rise, diehards fans rise too. Eidolon thinks, let's create some controversy. He straightens himself on his chair and starts. It's funny how you guys really hold a grudge in what I said. And the only thing I said is for men to focus on themselves and forget about women. You guys act like I said to ambush you all at night and spank you. Tsk. I have some insight to give. Steve, do you know the best thing about being powerful? He turns to the host. Fear nothing. Almost. The answer is freedom, Steve. I'm free to do what I want, only my own morals say otherwise. So, I can say whatever I want, whatever I believe is true without fearing reprisal. He shrugs. I'm not a celebrity, I don't depend on fans to exist. So you guys can trust me, and everything that I said is what I think. I'm not trying to please anyone. I really want what is best for you all, and because of this, I said. I'm Eidolon and I speak hard truths. So, let's start. First of all, discriminating against someone for gender and the other things that I mentioned is dumb. Eidolon says to laughs, really, some people are really stupid. I have seen some newspapers and other media calling me misogynist because I beat Amora. Tsk. Are you stupid? I will explain my life philosophy about true gender equality. I hope this can enlighten you all. Eidolon says exaggeratedly. Start telling a secret. The world is unfair. Whoa, no one knows about that. Eidolon says sarcastically, people can have easy and privileged lives if they have a good appearance, born in a first world country. Things that are impossible to control and the person has no merit in it. People are treated better if they have these advantages. It is a natural thing of our race. And I refuse to be part of it. You, lady, talked about male privilege, so can you say one privilege or right that a man has that you don't have? Eidolon points to the woman that asked. The woman pauses a little, even the producer lady holding the mic to her frowns while trying to think about it. Right now I can't think of any of it. She says a little embarrassed. You can't think because there's none. Laws are for all. If you're mistreated for being a woman, that would be an individual case committed by an individual person. I can even go farther and say. Eidolon looks to the side and asks, Steve, do you know who are the most privileged people on this planet? I'm not sure now. This looks like a tricky question. You're right about that. The most privileged people are Western women. White ones even more so. And the ones that are beautiful and below the age of 25 are basically demigods. He says to some gasps of outrage of the audience, I think you guys have even more power than me. He jokes. I'm serious, you guys can do almost anything and will be protected somehow. I'm tired of seeing a situation where a woman is the one in the wrong against a guy and people appears to defend her. They assume that she is the victim always. Always. He points out. You know, Steve. I started a little side project to study inmates and their cases to help the ones that are put in jail unjustly. He says to the host. Whoa, that's nice. I'm sure that many people are in jail for being innocent. Our system can fail sometimes. The host says appreciatively. Yes, I just started and I plan to release the information with the help of Anonymous so that the cases can be opened again. I also investigating corrupt cops, by the way. But continuing. Let me say that I found in this country, the USA, 192 guys unjustly condemned to prison for rape. Exclamation point. And if we see other minor sexual offenses, the number increases even more. Idolin looks at the host seriously. These men are innocent, there's no proof beyond the women's words accusing them and they're put in jail. How ridiculous is to them to need to prove that they are innocent instead of the other part prove them guilty. Damn, I don't know that. And everyone knows how much a sexual offender suffers in prison, right? Can you imagine being innocent and being in this situation? Idolin says, looking around. Another double standard. Steve, sexual assault against women is a serious thing. But against men, are jokes. How many movies or other things on media made light of men being made a little girl in prison? Is that funny? I don't see it. To me is serious in all situations. He says, frowning. You girls believe that men have much better lives, and it's because of this that you all are so offended when I talk defending men. How dare he try to make men have even better lives? They don't have enough privileges. I can almost hear your thoughts. He continues, the truth is, nowadays a woman can destroy a man with a few words. My advice to men to stay always from you girls is to them protect themselves from bad women, like you all must have received some advice about staying away from bad men. Our boys never received something like that. Can you imagine it? You're living your life and then all of a sudden your ex-girlfriend or just a woman that you have a small fling with goes to the police and accuse you of violence. It's over. Your life is over. Your reputation is lost, your credibility. You lose scholarships, job, a bunch of hero wannabes will want to hurt or kill you. Is hell. And bad women do it without a shred of guilty. So I repeat, my boys. Don't chase women. Is much more worth being alone than with some people. People are people. There are bad men, there are bad women, there are bad black people and there are bad metas. Simply as that. The difference, we are held accountable for our mistakes. When a man does something against a woman, he will suffer from their fellow men, in society, in prison. If a meta abuses his power against innocence, I will be the first to drop from the sky in his head, but in most cases, the subtle violence against men goes with no punishment. Idolin raises his shoulders. My life philosophy is simple, I will not treat you better because you have a good appearance, you're rich or you're a woman. But I will not treat you badly if you're ugly, poor, or whatever. Only your actions can increase or diminish my respect for you. At this moment a woman stands up and raises her hand. An assistant producer goes with the mic to her to talk. Idolin, and what about the pay gap between men and women? This wouldn't be a male privilege, . She says, very proud of herself, and many women agree with her. Well, the pay gap is a myth. Idolin cuts already. Everyone is stated by law that everyone should be paid equally to do the same job. If you're a woman and is not paid the same amount as your male counterpart, you can go to justice and receive a hefty indemnity. No business owner or CEO would be an idiot to risk it. Idolin says simply. You probably take this information of women being paid less in some graphs or research. The truth is these graphs do not take into account overtime. Men normally work an average of 48 hours a week while women work 42 hours a week. So not mentioning this fact makes appear that men receive more. Really? Damn, this makes sense. Steve comments. And before anyone says something about women in sports, they play the same amount and receive less. Capitalism. That is my simple answer. Men's sports are more interesting and bring more revenue. Can you imagine how much money I and other heroes would make if we go play, let's see, a simple game of dodgeball and sell tickets to watch? He said, I bet many people would like to go see. In fact, this not even a bad idea to charity. He appears to be thinking of doing this in the future. Anyway, to illustrate it more, I will make a question to you guys, in the audience. Idolin says and rise from his chair. Raises your arm to option and don't raise your arm to option B. The hero says. Option A, do you prefer working as a CEO of a prestigious company without being paid? Option B, or work in a low-end job like working on the sewers, picking the trash, for $150,000 a year. You have to work on these jobs for 10 years, only after this you can quit. Idolin says. The audience raises their hand. And the people that choose the option A are all women. No man chooses the option A. While some women choose option B and all men choose this option too. That's it. This difference in mindset can explain the pay gap between men and women. And more. Do you all really think that someone wants to work in the sewers? Does that someone grow as a child dreaming of picking trash? No. Everyone wants a high-level job, but not anyone can get it. How many people do you think failed to achieve success of Steve? He points to the host. Thousands, probably. The host answers. Yeah, these jobs are rare for a motive. And the difference between men and women is, while women can always settle in being a housewife or a stay-home mom, a man that fails to acquire these jobs will need to work in another something. Idolin looks around. Many of you women say that there are things that men will never understand about you all. But I can say that you also will never understand the constant social pressure that a man is under to provide for everyone close to him. 90% of the dangerous and very essential jobs in our society are made by men. Plumbing, power lines, things that keep the world spinning. We have no other option, we need to do those things. That was what being a man is. Do things that you don't want for others. And the sad reality is that we are rarely appreciated for it. At this point the many men in the audience applaud Eidolon. In the past, we treated women like queens and ladies to be treated like kings and sirs. Nowadays if you treat someone like a queen, she treats you like a servant. Don't be a simp, fellas. Eidolon reinforces his point again. Chivalry is dying. Guess who is killing it? Let's talk about feminism. He continues, first of all, feminism is great. Gave women the power to vote, learn, work and be independent. This bring dignity, you know. Being capable of acquiring your own money gives peace of mind and is very liberating. Many women have freed themselves of abusive relationships thanks to that. But he pauses. Already served its purpose. Women are equal to men. By the way, in truth, the whole feminism movement is just a tactic of the big companies to create a consumer market. Stay-at-home wives have no purchasing power after all. But you guys are not ready to talk about it. Wait. What? Anyway. Eidolon continues ignoring the shocked expressions. After gaining what they want, I think feminism lost a little of their north. And because of this, there's so much hate against men. Look at me, the meta question. I don't ask for any law to protect us, or quotas or whatever. I just ask to metas be capable of going out on the streets without being beaten up, and have the chance of working. The bare minimum. And I think I will acquire those things by educating the people. And I think the same about feminism. Violence against women is a reality, but the individual bad men that does this are not gonna stop because you all screams hate against men. Sincerely, I think makes things worse. I think feminism should focus in teaching respect at an early age and gives the example of tolerance. This is an interesting take on this question. Steve comments. Recently I watched an interview on TV, and a woman is talking about how the man holding the door to a woman is misogynist. Something about we exercising our power of the patriarchy unconsciously controlling the coming and going of the woman. Eidolon makes a face at Steve. The host holds back his laughter. I mean, this is an example that nowadays the movement mostly attacks men for anything. Is just a door, people. Is just being polite. Don't think too hard. Sorry to the real feminists that really work hard to protect women, but the bad part is taking over. Can you imagine me? If I come here and attack all of you talking how you all are ignorant, violent, murderers because of a small part of the humans that treat the metas like lesser beings. He says. Makes sense. No one likes being personally attacked or generalized. At this point, another woman raised his hands to talk. Eidolon, and about the double standard of the man that sleeps around is a playboy but a woman that does the same is a slut. She asks and receives some nods from the audience. In this I half agree with you, Eidolon says, I think slut-shaming is the term used nowadays. Sincerely I agree that you could do whatever you want with your body, but I don't recommend it. I will explain later. But let me explain why women are shamed in this way, he adds. An old man. Whatever, scratch that. My grandfather once told me, a key that opens many locks is a master key, but a lock that opens to any key is useless. Eidolon says, making Steve hold back his laughter again. Is a very misogynistic way of saying it, but I need to agree. This is one of the differences between men and women. It's easy to women to get sex, so why should we praise you for it? He says reasonably. Sincerely I don't approve of a hedonistic lifestyle for any of the genders. Eidolon says, maybe is only my perspective, but sex is disgusting. Steve laughs in Eidolon's declaration, sincerely, I can understand what you're talking about. Yeah, you guys have no super senses so don't know what I'm talking about. I believe is an intimate moment that you shouldn't share with just anyone. But it's expected that the men need to conquer many women and the woman to keep herself chaste. Weird paradox. Don't be pressured, people. I have no shame in telling my body count, by the way. Try to guess it, Steve. Eidolon turns to the host. 1,000. Pfft. Who do you think I am? Thor. Stark. Less. Well, you look the serious type. 50-inch. Less. 30. Less. 10. Less. Even Steve is looking at Eidolon strangely now. I'm not lying. I'm holding the lasso. He raises the golden rope in his hand. 5. Less. Is not possible. 1. Congratulations. Just 1. He says calmly and puts away the lasso. He looks around a little and chuckles, I can almost feel some of you thinking less of me and other thinking better of me. but that it is. Even if it's shameful for a man having a low body count. That's mine. I really think that sex was banalized nowadays. In this, I can agree with you. This internet. Steve comments. Do you know that the ancient people believed that when you have sexual intercourse with someone, you give a part of yourself to the other and take a part of them in exchange? Some spiritual belief from the past. Because of this, there's this belief that magic users kept themselves virgins and virgins are used in sacrifice. Their soul would be pure. Eidolon shares. Like the nuns and fathers. It can be. The truth is sex is great, helps your body, mind. But having casual sex with someone that you will never see again. Every week. Ugh. Disgusting. There's needed a minimum level of trust and affection to this, my underrated opinion. If the vision of our ancients is true, people's souls nowadays are looking like mosaics, he jokes. Hee. There's another difference between men and women. To men, sex can be physical. No problem. Women tend to have a more emotional take on sex, discomfort the fact that they have a much more high E.Q, emotional quotient, than us men. This comes from our evolution. If we look at our natures, we, men, are made to efficiently increase the population. Our orgasms are quicker, we recover fast, and many other things. Don't laugh, I'm talking scientifically here. Heh, go on. I just thought that no woman can blame a man now. Is our evolution, ladies. That is how we are made. Ha ha. Eidolon shakes his head at his joke. The thing is, while a man can separate old relationships, women tend to bring this whole baggage emotionally. So is a man's choice to prefer women with low body count. Sorry, but it's a fact. Another woman tries to talk again. And what about harassment like catcalling and groping that women suffer every day, Eidolon? He answers calmly, it's a fact that women are truly more prone to be at the receiving end of these types of crimes. And there are laws to punish the offenders. Even we, men, punish them like I talked early. The problem is the bad ones that misuse the power that you have. Sorry to say the obvious, but women can't be the villain in certain cases. And is catcalling really that bad? He asks while frowning. A man needs to give his shot. Some are bad at it. Is disrespectful. The woman says with certain, being treated like an object, makes us uncomfortable. Interesting. Eidolon puts his chin in his fingers. I remember that when I take off my mantle to show my body transformations, you all screamed, whistled, and said some rude things too. Including you, my dear. I remember very well. Isn't that catcalling? He looks at them with a gotcha look. Steve is again covering his face to not show how much he thinks that this is fun. You guys should practice what you all preach. Is it just because I'm a man that I can't feel uncomfortable? This is another double standard. I have seen some cases of guys that rejected women grabbing their butts or other advances, and in response, they are called gay or even attacked by the said woman. How dare a man reject my advance? I'm a woman. And we can't even fight back because we are the bad guys if we act just a little more aggressively. See? Like demigods. He says. In the Xavier mansion. This guy is really a universe ahead of all of us. Kitty comments. He is playing chess while we still learning checkers. Jubilee adds. He is arguing with a bunch of women. Spike says. And winning. Kurt completes. He is really the best of us. He is the chosen one. Warren says. He can beat us in our own game. He is too powerful to be left alive. Kitty jokes. Maybe this is why these women are so angry with him. Jean says. Back to the studio. By the way, I'm not bashing women. Eidolon says, do you think I understand it or looks down on women? I just want you all to notice that, yes, there are bad men out there. But there are bad women too. Women aren't always the victim. And violence against men, made by women, is much more subtle. Stay on guard, my boys. Like always, is good advice, Eidolon. Looking back, I can see many moments when I suffered this subtle violence. I haven't noticed till now. Steve says. It's normal, we are used to this. Is normal for a woman to use physical violence against a man. Ah, she is a woman, her attacks don't ever hurt. Now go man, slap a woman's hand away. Try it. Is simply not fair. And because of this I preach gender equality, heh. Ha 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 ha. To end this gender debate, let me talk about relationships. Maybe the linchpin of our species. He pauses to wait for people to focus on him even more. Like always, men and women are not the same when the subject is relationships. Let me explain and give some counsel to my boys. First, men's and women's views of relationships are different. They seek different things, have different times, and act differently. Is not weird that many marriage fails nowadays. By the way, 80% of divorces are started by women, just to keep it in mind. I talked early about my preoccupation with men's mental health. You know that I can watch the world more easily thanks to my super senses, so the things that I saw give me some propriety to talk about this. Let me share it. A man is a simple creature. To the point that we are a little dumb. He say to laughs we have different preferences, but all of us want a somewhat cute girl that treat us well. That's it. Secret revealed. I sign it. Steve raises his hand. Now, women. His pauses bring more laughs, and he already improved the mood again. I have an IQ bigger than the number of people in this building, empathic powers, and super senses enough to catch the minimal details of someone's expression. And it's still hard to me to figure out women. Even more laughs. But now, even I, with my now revealed small experience with women, can tell some things. Women, in general, are attracted by the Trinity 6. Trinity 6. 6 feet tall, 6-pack and 6 figures. Eidolon says to the realization of everyone, obviously I'm generalizing and personal preferences can vary. If you're funny, handsome and other things are good too. So where do I want to go with this? A normal and average man in his 20s doesn't have these things. So they are invisible to women. You can imagine what this does to the mind of an average youngster. While women are in their best phase, this moment is when most of the men are at their lowest. They question themselves, their worth. Remember what I talked about men being appreciated by how much they provide. So, how can a 22 guy bursting his ass in college and working half-time provide to someone? They almost can't survive for themselves. And this is where my early advice enters. I said to you guys to stop chasing women and focus on yourselves. This is a difficult time for you. I know. Miyamoto Musashi, a famous samurai, has an interesting life philosophy. He believed that pain is an important part of life and we should accept it like we accept happiness and blessings. Many humans tend to run away from it, turn to the other side, and try to mask the pain. But trying to avoid pain is detrimental to us. There's no easy life, my fellas. Musashi believed that we should build ourselves to the point that we can tolerate pain and welcome it. Use pain to grow. Most of us do this at some point in our lives. After a heartbreak, a death of a loved one. These things are a wake-up call to us, right? Remember my advice. We, men, have to continue forward even in pain. No one is coming to save you, my friend. Do you have problems? No one care. The earlier you accept this reality and start working yourself to be capable of standing on your feet alone, the better. His speech brings applause and cheers from the audience. He lets them for a while before continuing. And because of this, I tell you, guys, to not simp. Life advice of Eidolon: we have 3 currencies in our life, my friends. Money, time, and energy. He raises 3 fingers, and you all waste your important currencies on random girls that don't even care about you. Time is limited to everyone. If you're rich enough you can buy other people time to spare your own. Money, if you're not born with it. TSK. The only way is to work for it. But to do this, you will need energy. And because of this, I preached about you taking care of your body. By the way, it's much easier for a woman to become rich in the marriage. Women never date low. So to my boys, the only way is working. Well, you can try to be a criminal, but then I will catch you. He jokes. Haha. Work hard, fellas, your time will come. Want to know when? In your 30s. Eidolon says. So specific. Steve comments. Haha. Yeah. Do you want to know why? Another difference between men and women. Women after their 30s start decaying the things that a man search, good appearance. And men. Men age like fine wine. Steve, how long have you been on TV? Eidolon asks lighthearted. 18 years. And you haven't aged a day. Seriously? Did this man changed in anything? Eidolon asks the audience. Many people laugh and say, no. We, men, are at our peak at our 30s. So relax if you are having a hard time in your 20s. Work hard and believe in yourself. Your time will come. He advises, I know that maybe you're terrified of being a loser. Maybe the world is telling you that. But it's bullshit. Everyone has great potential. You can do it. I will issue a challenge to the boys. Women can participate also. Eidolon raises his hand. 180 days. 6 months. During this time dedicate 1 hour of your day in doing something productive. Go to the gym, read a book, practice a sport, find a hobby. At the end of this time, you will have changed. 6 months is the time needed to you to become a much better version of yourself. And this is just the start. This is only the beginning of you putting yourself on the right path. My name is Idolin, which means, an idealized person or thing. I choose this name to inspire people in being better because it's what I'm trying to. Hard work will not betray you. After many more applauses, Steve comments. Sincerely, this is a good surprise, Idolin, you advising the young. Now I'm really seeing the problem. When you talked early about the advice to young men when they are in trouble is, man up, really make me think. Not all boys out there have father figures or someone to look up. They will need to learn to try and make mistakes. And some of these mistakes can cost a lot. I'm glad that you can be an example. Thank you. At this moment, Steve stands up to give Idolin a stand-up ovation and everyone follows him. The men sat to talk a little and ended the questions about racism, religion, abortion, and now is solving misogyny. Bobby Drake comments. Well, more than listen, people need top UT and practice his words. Gene completes. Another interesting topic to approach is marriage, Steve. Idolin says to the host, men need to be careful in their marriage. True. And is funny the inversion of the power dynamic in the marriage. Idolin laughs with himself. I said early that women can have sex when they want, and the men have sex only when the women want. Marriage is the opposite. The man only marry when he wants and the woman when can. Ha. I never thought about that. Steve laughs. This moment of deciding if we'll marry and when we'll marry is the only moment where a man has the power in a relationship nowadays. Ha. And after this, the power is with the woman again. Steve jokes. Heh. Exactly. Sincerely, I always thought that is weird how much power over the man the woman has in the marriage. Deciding things on the house, making the husband sleep in the couch, and using sex as a bargain chip. Weird. And is even weirder how these things were talked with laughs, he says more seriously now. Marriage is unfair to the men. If the woman decides to leave the man, she takes half of his money, the house, the kids. Guys, don't marry so easily. They will try to pressure you. We're together 4 years when we are gonna marry, you need to put a ring on my finger for it, do you want a wife paying the price of a girlfriend? HMPF. Mind games, my good man. Not all women are like that obviously. But you need to guard against the ones that are. If there are men out there that cheat, scam and lie to have sex. There are women out there that do the same for marriage. Sometimes they don't see you as a partner, a companion. They see you like a retirement plan. Choose well, always sign the prenup, independent of anything, and do DNA tests on all your kids. Idolin advises pointing to the camera. DNA test. Isn't this going too far? Steve asks unsure. I wish. 1/5 of the marriages have children that are not of the husband, that the wife scammed him. Idolin says. Damn, seriously? Yeah. Men have this other fragility. They can be scammed to paternity. Sad but true. Whoa. I'm shocked. Do you want me to check on yours, Steve? Idolin asks. What? No, I trust my wife. He says with certain. Idolin looks at him for a moment before disappearing. Some seconds later he comes back to the same position, safe, all are yours. Sorry, but I have gotten check. You can hate me, but now you have peace of mind and is all on me. Idolin says simply. Steve looks at him. He doesn't comment, but deep down he is grateful. All men want to be sure but is a difficult subject to approach. You know what? I will do it with everyone here. Idolin says before standing up. He points his wrist to the audience and a blue light scan everyone. Around Idolin many hollow screens appear showing the face of the people in the audience. They social media accounts and other things. Then Idolin disappears. Some minutes later he come back. The first thing he says is. From the 211 in the audience. 63 are a couple with children and from these. In 11 marriage there are children that is not from the husband and he is being cheated on it. Idolin declares. Gasps and other exclamations of surprise could be heard. Idolin raises his hand showing a bunch of cards. I have written in these cards if you're being cheated on or not. If all the children are yours, on the card is written the word safe. If not, is written you're not the father, and the name of the kid and other information. Idolin makes the cards float and go to their owners. If you don't want to know, just destroy it. You need to remove the cover to see the truth. You can open it at home too. The choice is yours. He said and gives the cards. Most of the men open the thing immediately and sigh in relief. Others hide well, but Idolin can see their grief. Men are better at holding to themselves. Other don't dare to open the card for now. An interesting turn of events is when 2 of the women snatch the card away from their husband's hands. Confusion ensues. Will you trust him more than me? The woman screams. The guy is shaking and almost crying. In the end, he decides to get out, the woman following him. Are you happy now? She screams at Idolin while getting out. No. He answers evenly to the ones that can hear. Hurts but is necessary. Idolin slowly sat, looking a little tired. He sighs. Men's life is full of hardships. And because of this, I advised you to only seek a relationship when you're happy with yourself. This is... wow. Full of emotions tonight. Steve comments. The sad reality. And no one talks about this. No one screams to protect men or teaches them to protect themselves. We, men, aren't always the villains that we are portrayed to be. We are seen as potential rapists, but are also potential helpers, providers, defenders. He looks at the audience. Do you women understand that a man can die for you at any moment? He asks seriously, and I'm not even saying of your father, brother, or son. A stranger man can put himself at risk to help you. It's in our DNA, our evolutionary process. We would die for you all. And we accept it, we don't fight against it. He points to one of his haters in the audience. You, lady, that doesn't like me very much. I would die for you. He says with all seriousness of the world. The woman can't speak anything. Is the path that I choose. Maybe this whole hero thing deep down is some sort of masculine instinct to protect the others. Idolin raises his shoulders. In an expression of maybe. I have a talk with Spider-Man one of these days and he said, with great powers, come great responsibilities is his philosophy and his hero duty. We men are, generally, stronger than the women and we would protect you all. I live for my own motto too. A strong man can defend himself, but a stronger man can defend others. I'm very proud to say that. During the invasion have seen many of my fellow men helping people in need. Putting themselves at risk. He says. Something like 95% of the people helping others, carrying injured, pulling someone from debris, going the opposite direction to rescue and risking their lives during the invasion are men. It's our instinct. The good side of masculinity is when people only treat it as something toxic. Many people in the audience at home nod in approval. After Idolin receives another ovation he continues. Now I will say my life philosophy. Idolin says. By all means, go on. Well, I joke about being an advocate of true gender equality when I hit a woman. Amora in the case, but it's true that women have certain privileges. Amora has people defending her. That psycho and horrible Asgardian has people taking her side. Why? Because she is a woman and she is beautiful. I found it disgusting. He shows his displeasure in his eyes. Recently I met a criminal, the Black Cat. Most of you guys must know her. She steals things. Sincerely, she never hurt anyone and I was busy with other things. So I just took back what she has stolen and let her run away. She has some circumstances that are not my place to tell. She is not that bad, really. But, I'm telling you this because she has fan club. Idolin chuckles. Why she has a fan club? He gave the people a judgmental eye. Must be her wonderful personality, sure. He says sarcastically. Hey, is not my fault that you men are a bunch of simps. Felicia Hardy comments while watching Idolin. She then looks at her costume and the big cleavage. I mean, I help. But it's all on you guys. Anyway, in the end, the good treatment that women receive from men and even the attacks that she receives come from one thing. Men see them as sex. That's it. I confess. When a man met a woman, the first thing he thinks is sex. Some people look around strangely. But I'm different. I transcended that and see women as a person first and always, and this is awesome. Why? This allows you to know the person more, beyond the looks, and makes you focus on other things. I met incredible women and people recently. They're smart, funny, empathic, hardworking, good. Change is nothing that they are women. Do you think I will look down on women? Please. In my line of work, if I underestimate or be seduced by a woman, I will receive a 15 centimeters hot needle in my eye. He jokes to Steve. This looks surprisingly specific. Has it happened before? Steve asks conspiratorially. Heh. No, I will never be caught lacking. He jokes, and with powers in the mix, why think that women are less? Please, I'm not stupid. I will always maintain a respectful distance from women. Not treating them like gods and not treating them bad till their actions make me do it. There are only advantages in having this mindset and encouraging all men to adopt this way of thinking. The attention-seeking women will not have their underserved attention from men. And is good for the women too. If more men have this mindset, sexual assault and harassment will diminish. Isn't this what you all want? I recommend. Try it. I know it's hard. Men are naturally very horny, he jokes again, making the people laugh, and I'm not even kidding. Men are horny 90% of the time. True, I also confess. Steve enters with his words. And this is another strange double standard, Steve. How? Hormones. Why is socially accepted a woman to rage, cry, making drama when her hormones act up? Why should a man be all careful with them at this point? He asks. But male hormones are a motive of shame. Testosterone makes us prone to violence and horny. But is a motive to shame us, and if we don't control it, we're savages. I never thought about that. Imagine an 11-year-old kid, found an adult magazine or an adult website. He looks at it, confused about why that images make his body act strange. His mother found him and berates him, shaming him. This is wrong, don't look at that. Why? Why not explain? Maybe we should do sex education to little boys differently. Teach them that it's normal to feel like that. But it's necessary to respect the boundaries of women, and having good control over it can improve their life quality. Teach to channel this energy into others' activities. Maybe fewer sex offenders would exist too. Eidolon finishes. Don't you want to give counsel to the women too? To them not feel left out? Steve says diplomatically to help Eidolon. The hero chuckles and says, all right, I can do it. The same thing that I said to the men. Build yourself to be better. But with one twist. A more specific piece of advice. Eidolon raises his index finger. Don't go into a hoe phase. He said to some laughs, heh. I'm serious. Some women think that the world will be theirs forever, they're young and beautiful. So let's party. No, don't do it. Don't waste your better years like that. 2 motives. First, unlike the men the world cares about his future, the world cares about your past, women. And you can't erase it. With the internet nowadays. Heh. Imagine you after your hoe phase, you go to a job interview, and the company sees an old video of you twerking. He pauses and raises his eyebrow. You find the perfect man. You want to marry him. He found an old video of you drinking alcohol directly from a bottle of a strange dude with sexual innuendo. Like with your tongue out or something like that. Your chances will diminish. If you do a hoe phase, at least be discreet about it. He winks at them, making some laugh. But this would be you lying to the world. Can you lie to yourself? The other motive is about this. While you're partying, wasting money and days drunken with a hangover. Your competition is improving. And one day you will meet her/him in a dispute about for something. A job, a man. Don't fall into this trap. Imagine your parents too. Ugh. Respect them, your future husband and yourself. Only good things will come from this. Eidolon advises. Excellent. Excellent advice, Eidolon, Steve exclaims satisfied. You know, I have daughters and I always teach them in judging people, not in a bad way. But be capable of distinguishing the people that can be good or bad to them. Influence, you know. Good parenting. Eidolon praises. This is another difference between men and women, Steve. The friendships. I'm sorry to say, but women's friendships are more fake. Eidolon shrugs his shoulders. Let me tell a story of a girl that I saw. The hero starts. There's this young woman. Teenager, she is beautiful. The more beautiful of her circle of friends. And she respects herself. She doesn't involve herself too far with the guys that approach her, drinks very little, she takes care of herself. But she is constantly nagged by her friends to let it go a little. Go with that guy, drink more, and enjoy life. You're so beautiful XXXXXXXX, you should enjoy your youth, they said. Eidolon pauses dramatically. Lies, he said, they want her to stoop down to their hoe levels. Steve guffawed to this. They're envious of her looks and her integrity. They already did everything in the book, Steve. And they feel less when they go close to a woman that is not only beautiful but sure of herself enough to not go down in this path just for approval and attention. I can imagine that. Sadly, I can. Steve comments. The story I'm talking. Many girls are living it right now. Don't give in to pressure. Be yourself. I know that you don't want to be ostracized or bullied. But in some years, you will let this all behind you. And you will be in a good spot morally and mentally. Steve himself applauds Eidolon this time before the rest follow him. Being a father of girls must be hard. Well, Eidolon, we are almost finished here. Damn, that's much time has passed already. Steve looks at his watch. In truth, the next program is cancelled because the interview took too long and is a record of the audience. Yeah, I'm surprised myself. We talked about many topics. I think is good. You're a smart and nice guy, Eidolon, and like you said, you're not afraid of saying some truth, so I think is very good to the world to listen to you. Steve says appreciatively. Thank you. Now. Still on women. Steve exclaims animatedly, making Eidolon froze. He was already tired of impersonating Jordan Peterson. What is your type of woman? Steve asks with a smirk. Seriously? Absolutely. The people want to know. Right, people. He asks the audience. Yeah. They answer. Asterisk sigh asterisk okay, I will answer. Idolin sighs. Many people are more focused now. Will sound cheesy, but I don't have a type. He answers and receives boos of the audience. He looks around jokingly offended. What do you want? I'm Idolin, do you think I care about appearance? The girl could have a pink skin, horns, 4 arms, be 2 meters tall. To me doesn't matter. Personality will be the most important. He continues, and I'm not even attracted to a specific personality. The person could be cheerful, more quiet, gentle, calm, strong-minded, whatever. If she treats me well and respects me. Well, the answer that I imagined coming from you, Idolin. By the way, I have a requirement. Idolin raises his index finger, only one. Say it. There are even more people at home paying attention now. Accept all of me. He says. Looks easy but is not. Normal people can't cope with my lifestyle. I also demand a certain level of respect, but these things are normal. Sincerely, instead of things that I search for, someone is more like they're things that a woman can't do if I'm in a relationship with her. Makes sense. You must have problems that I can't even imagine. But what are the things she can't do? Steve asks. Well, for starters, there are some obvious bad things that I can't accept. But the interesting one is another thing that can be talked about when we discussed men's and women's relationships. Idolin starts. As an example, I wouldn't like if my girlfriend is too intimate with male friends, dress too provocatively when I'm not with her, don't give me my space. Things like that. Idolin looks around when hears some gasps from the women and roll his eyes. Damn, you guys are so conditioned to detest everything that is said remotely against women that you all can't even help in instinctively scrunching your face. Listen well. He raises his hand. This is the bare minimum. Nowadays I see many women calling men insecure if they say those things. It's not. It's just respect to your companion. I will say it for all the boys. Yes, we don't like when you have a male friend that you are so happy to see him that you let go of 4 hands to give him a big hug and squeal like a little girl. We don't like when you go out alone with your friends. We don't like if you're showing too much skin to other people. But Idolin, you're insecure and controlling. Buffed. I'm a 6 feet 4 inches feet tall, with a good appearance, super powerful, trillionaire. I have standards. And I'm not controlling. I will never force anyone to do anything. If my partner can't do these things, I will just walk away. Bye. No problem. I have self-respect, Steve. I, myself, don't casually give liberties to women. If I do this single, you can imagine me in a relationship. So is wrong of me for wanting the same of my companion, he points to himself. Absolutely not. I agree with you. By the way, you said space too. Is peace of mind, Steve. I also see a lot of men that works 8 hours a day, sometimes 10 or even 12, go home and still be chewed by their wife. And they can't get out of this because the law is on her side. He continues, so, do you think I, after going out fighting for my want to go home and don't have peace? I don't want this for me and anyone. Idolin says. I agree. By the way, something that you said attracted my attention. Steve frowns. Yes. You said, trillionaire? He raises his eyebrows comically to Idolin. Ha. Yeah, you know that space has many resources, right? So it's not difficult for me to go out and bring an asteroid with millions of tons in metals like gold and others. I mostly use it to build some things. I don't throw it at the market, I'm no dumb. And man. You're taking $10 at a time from me. You heartless bastard. He jokes, making Idolin laughs out loud. Ha ha. A bet is a bet. But here, use my money to give it to someone that needs it. But do it personally. Idolin gives Steve back his money. I know that you donate money to charity, but you always send someone to it. Go there personally, feel the good upon close. Helping people is great. I love it. Idolin smiles at him. Okay. I will follow your advice. I'm feeling that I'm too holed up in a room lately. You will not regret it. Continuing, let's talk about a not so nice topic, Idolin. Steve says more seriously and points to the big screen behind him. On it appears the image of protesters against mutants, and there are also many mannequins of Idolin and other racist things. What do you think about it? Steve starts. Idolin shrugs his shoulders. Don't like it, but what I can do? Let them be. I hope that I can change their mind in the future. He says calmly. Very mature, Idolin. There's also much hate against you on the media. Especially in the Daily Bugle. At this, Idolin chuckles. Yeah, Jameson doesn't like me very much. He laughs but is okay. Having someone with a contrary opinion is good. I just hope that he would be less biased. He jokes. So this doesn't bother you. Sincerely, if I was in your shoes, I don't think that I would go on. They don't like me. Okay. I will stop helping too, I think that would be my thoughts. Did you ever thought about stopping? Steve asks. No. Never. Idolin looks serious. I don't give up. He says with a determined look, I put this duty on myself, Steve. I choose this path. I will see the end of it. Steve smiles, damn, man. Is there anything not cool that already comes out of your mouth? He jokes, making the people laugh and applaud Idolin. You're exaggerating. Idolin says a little bashfully, let me talk about this topic, now that you brought it. We are all ears, Steve says. Haters. Is something that everyone that is famous has. I was prepared for that when I appeared in the invasion. Being a meta, I knew what is coming. So, such a small thing will not shake my resolve. I don't regret my choice and never will. What I did do wrong? He asks, many people think that I'm pretending, that I'm not this good guy that I preach to be, that one day I will reveal my true face, that I'm the Antichrist incarnated. He looks around. So let me get this out of the way already. I'm not the good guy that you all think. I admit. I'm human, full of flaws. I get angry, sad, and annoyed too. I don't believe that I'm a naturally good person. Not like Captain America and Spider-Man. He confesses to the world. But is this that bad? I'm trying to be my ideal version of myself. Idolin, remember. Someone that will make me, my late parents, and even the world proud. I'm not a messiah, people. But what is better, to be born good, or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? I'm trying to be good, doing good. And all my haters. What are you doing? Damn, like I said. He never says something uncool. Steve says while people applaud. When I brought the Green Goblin to justice. Idolin continues, making the people go silent. I asked him why. Norman Osborn, a rich guy. Why be a villain? And he answered, I chose my path, you chose the way of the hero. And they may find you amusing for a while, the people of the world. But the one thing they love more than a hero is to see a hero fail, fall, die trying. I will never forget these words, you know why. Because is the truth. Idolin rests his elbow on the armchair while looks sad. Come on Idolin, is not like that. Steve starts but Idolin raises his hand to stop him. Is okay, Steve. I already made peace with it. Do you remember when I captured the scroll? I in purpose say little while captured her. And you all doubt me. I have seen your eyes. It's okay. Is natural that one bad action erases all other good actions. How the world works, sadly. The people look ashamed. Some time ago I discovered a scheme, Idolin says without dwelling on the awkward atmosphere. A certain criminal organization would bait me into some place with criminals. Make it obvious that I was there. And after I get out they would kill the criminals and make it appear that was me. Using lasers and other strange means to simulate my strength. He says. This would destroy my credibility and reputation and I would have to prove that I'm innocent. The sad part is, everyone would believe in it. People would choose to believe that I'm a monster instead of that I'm just a guy trying to do good. People are cynical and are just waiting to see me fall. Like the Green Goblin said. What can be said? Everyone knows that is the truth. To end this interview, Idolin. I have one last question. The host says. Shoot. What is the difference between a hero and a villain? Steve asks. This an interesting question that makes Idolin straighten himself on his chair. Good one. Idolin says, I already talked about how I believe that truly evil people are equally rare as truly good people. There are good people that go down in a bad path for various reasons, bad influence, pain, and temptation. A sad truth that I discovered while being Idolin is goof people do bad things. And because of this I advise to people that gain the power to calm down and wait for the high of getting power to subside. Is normal to people think about all the advantages that they could gain with powers and go slowly fall to evil. Idolin says. But talking about real heroes and villains. Let me say this. Recently I found out that we, heroes, are losers. Idolin says, shocking the audience. Losers. Yeah. People that lost things, Steve. Our life is not as worry-free as you all believe. The universe balance things. He gives and takes, Idolin explain. There's a price that we pay for power. Normally people pay with years of training and effort, sweat, blood, and tears. Us. That gain powers too easily, sometimes lose other things. Idolins continue. We lose loved ones, normal lives, our sanity, or even our timeline. Maybe we survive traumatizing experiences. Idolin list to me, Spider-Man, Captain America, Hulk and Stark. We are losers. Idolin repeats. And the Eidolon asks, and the villains? Magneto. Doom. Magneto with certain lost loved ones. Doom is a scarred guy that no one knows what he's been through, losers. Just like us. So what is the difference between heroes and villains, you ask me? Eidolon gives a profound look at everyone, the mindset. I already talked that life is full of pain. But how we respond to pain is the answer to your question. The villain thinks, the world hurt me, I'm gonna hurt it back. He gesticulates. And then continues, the hero think, the world hurt me, I'm not gonna let this happen to anybody else. Obviously everyone cheers and applauds Eidolon words. Steve sighs, you're the man. He says, smiling. He gets up and offers a handshake that Eidolon accepts, and the two hug afterward. Ladies and gentlemen, please. You know what to do for our hero. Steve points to the audience and they go even crazier in the applause. Thank you for coming, Eidolon. Has been a pleasure. The host says. The pleasure is all mine. I like to talk about many things with you all. And I loved hearing it. Any departing words? Well, just that. Eidolon put his mantle back, I'm Eidolon. He claps his hands strongly and all the lights go off. A second later, when the lights turn on again, the hero is gone. He has style. Steve comments. Hello there. I think being a hero is more than simply saving people's lives. Superman tries to save people's souls, hearts, and hope. And he is the greatest of all. Eidolon being an inspiration to the young generation, mostly men, is a plot point that can bring some interesting situations in the future. Can you imagine the confrontation, Eidolon versus Captain Marvel? I already have some funny things in mind. After this controversial chapter, let's talk about more controversy. Future relationships of the MC. For you information, now relationships will start developing in the story. Finally. I remember when asked me when the romance would develop, I responded, I don't see romance till much later in the story. I need to build it properly, so maybe in the 50s chapter. This was very early in the story. And well. Look in what chapter we are close to now. MC's persona established. Check. Likeable love interests. Check. Not too fast, he looked at her and she loves him and will accept anything from him, situation. Check. A somewhat reasonable starting harem that makes sense. Check. We are ready, boys. When MC has his monologue after meeting Black Cat, many people commented on certain things. Some good, others bad. Let's talk about this. The MC said that there's no need to actively chase women from Marvel because he can go to parallel universe if he wants just a fling. Many people are angry with it. This is not mature. Well, is a fling. Is not like he will dip and ditch. Like with Lady Nagant, he let very clear that he would leave. But now he is thinking in going back early because of her. Why? Because sex is important to the MC, no strings attached, is a lie. There are always strings attached. Is already established that the MC is a hard person to start like someone. But if he likes hard. Do you think that he would fuck Black Cat just to never do it again? Much better don't ever start this whole flirting thing, right? Important thing to say too. Is not because he said that never would do something that the thing will never happen. How many times with cool heads we say something and do the opposite in a heated moment? We are men. If even the Batman can be caught lacking. Poor teenager body of the MC. I'm the author. If the mood is good, if the MC already has a good friendship with the Eamon, trust her, knows that she can keep it separated from other things. Something else can happen. Imagine the situation, some months from now. Eidolon is already a somewhat friend of Black Cat. They already played the dog and cat game sometimes. They're in the mood after a big thing that had happened. Would you guys found it weird if they sleep together? Another thing's in this question. I don't plan to date a normal woman. He says. Look at this fool. I'm the fucking author, bitch. I have planned to have this idiot be entangled with a normal woman from Marvel. Try to guess who. Would be an interesting dynamic. A relationship fated to end, but is good, the bittersweetness. Will this last? Can the normal woman accept Eidolon and not only Hector? You guys will like it. I know. Now let's talk about a thing that I like to call the Tsunade question. Heh. Your guys' reactions are exactly as expected. So predictable. I always wanted to bring a card of a hot woman that will make our hormones fight with our neurons to decide. But reason would win and the MC would assimilate her. The reason. Establish the MC as not so horny guy in practice. He is a calm and collected persona after all. Fun fact, there are 3 top candidates to be the woman character. Tsunade, Tatsumaki, and Makima. Like, Tatsumaki has the body of a kid, you perverts. Don't be fooled by the fan art, brothers. And she has a shitty personality. And even if it's possible to just copy her power, assimilating her would bring experience and potential. But I choose to lure her be summoned at later date. Makima. After the release of the anime, I decided to finish reading the manga. And yeah. She is not appearing so soon in this story. The ones who know. Tsunade gives more advantages to be summoned. And she AHS issues, a lot of issues. And he would feel bad to give her the Yuvijin treatment. She is not a bad person. You all need to understand that this is not the end. He can gain another Tsunade or go to the world of Naruto. Try to use his perspective, he can go to all universes at any time. If he wants, he can live millions of monogamic lives with each female character in fiction. Pussy is not a priority now. That's it. Till next time. Bye. Chapter 48, Know Thyself. Eaters. Enjoy. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not to fear the result of 100 battles. Sun Tzu. AN. Hello, web novel is trolling me. If a chapter surpasses 10k words, the site starts lagging. Because of this, I didn't edit the part 3 of the interview. I needed to go out and don't have time to waste on this. So I thought, whatever, posting is better than not posting. Even with horrible grammar mistakes, must be possible to understand and is an extra too. When I have the time and patience, I will edit the last chapter. They even cut a part. What a heck. I read a comment of a reader that said that find TI weird the host don't ask about Idolin only in one woman. But there's a part. Would go like this. And the woman that stole Idolin's heart. She must be your type. So how is she? The host asks. Idolin pauses and with a distant look answers, she is, not in this world. An awkward and sad mood envelopes everyone. I'm sorry Idolin, I didn't mean to. It's okay, Steve. I can't go into details, sorry. Next question. Gene, do you think that he lost his girlfriend to extremists or something? Kitty completes. Poor man. Around the world, many women's hearts melt with the tragic love story. Many fit in themselves thinking that they can heal the heart of the hero. Yep, Idolin is an asshole. Using misleading worlds to create a tragic backstory. By the way, I have been called a communist. Hee hee. I thought that I would be called a misogynist. People are weird. I think is because of Idolin said that, is normal to paint the other side in a bad light to dehumanize them, like Arabs, communists. Ha. Dude, communist is bad. Never worked in any place. But during the Cold War, propaganda said ridiculous things like communist eats babies, because they are too poor to feed the entire family and other exaggerated things. Do you think during war the commander will tell the soldiers that, the men that you're gonna kill today are sons, father and brothers? They feel fear and happiness just like you. Go get the motherfuckers. Pfft. There's a quote that I like very much that is like that. War is the place where youngsters kill others youngsters that they don't hate because of old men that hate each other can't kill each other, something like that. Blame all communists because of the dictators and the movement per se is dumb. Maybe the people don't have another choice at that time. Dictators don't let the people run from their country, you know. Now to the chapter. Is whore because web novel sucks? Thinking of going to another platform. Just thinking. Hector POV day of the Gacha. HM. As expected. Boobs are awesome. I talk to myself. A clone of me, made by Twice Quirk, is in my recently acquired Tsunade alt form. Is the first woman character assimilated, so I'm curious. Is always weird looking in the mirror and seeing another person, a woman even more. So I made the clone. And Tsunade using my skin-tight suit is interesting. It's really big by the way, having a natural droopiness that only makes it better. Soft. Yes, I touched it. Can you blame me? At least I'm not seeing her body naked. Mano, 2A gay. Bro, why are you gay? My clone asks frowning while I test the elasticity of Tsunade Badunkas. EU Neo. 2K Daixa. Nope. You're the one allowing it. I can have talks with clones made by Twice and Ectoplasm Quirks, if I do not overpower their minds to control them. This is one of the differences with the duplication power of Dark Danny. When I duplicate myself I have 2 or more bodies but just one mind. Is weird when your senses tell you that you're in different places, giving you different sensations. I can feel the taste of food in my mouth while training. Feeling the adrenaline of flying and saving people while in a tedious math class. I think is one of these powers that work well with smart people. I remember that Vlad and Dark Danny are incredibly intelligent. So in conclusion, if a clone made with Twice Quirk touches my girls is NTR, and if my duplicate is not NTR, because it's still me. Yes, as a male I think about that. So would be the weird if I made my duplicate use the Tsunade alt form, because would be me. If I fuck you. Would be straight sex. Gay sex. Or masturbation. I ask my clone. Stop being weird. I'm not letting you do that. I'm not gay. My clone answers. HM. Another topic. Do I like men in this form? I ask my clone. He/me thinks about it seriously. HM. No. I don't think so. HM. I remember in my other life a gay guy saying that if you want to know if you're bi or gay, just imagine yourself kissing someone of the same sex that you find attractive. Let's see. Try imagine yourself kissing a handsome dude. I order. Why me? I don't want. I will do another clone to this. You know that will happen the same thing, don't create an infinite loop. Just do it. I say. It's funny that my clones know that they're clones and their purposes. They can whine but don't rebel. Must be because I'm a reasonable and rational guy. He thinks hard. Nope. I'm straight. Absolutely straight. He says. Good to know. It's always nice to discover new things about yourself. So the essence doesn't change my preferences like that. So there's no problem in assimilating and transforming myself into a woman. Wait a minute. My clones say and look down and concentrate a little. His/my genitalia grows again even in Tsunade's alt form. Welcome back, buddy. So I can be a Futa. That's mean that I'm in the strike zone of lesbian women now. This is weird. Must be useful to bang Tracer if I ever go to the Overwatch world. He/me jokes. Dude. A Futa Tsunade is not something that I want to see. Why do you have to make everything weird? I groan and avert my eyes. Fuck off. This is your cock. But in you is gay to look at it. It is. He stops to think. These dilemmas are truly hard to decipher. I discovered that I'm very comfortable with my masculinity today. Nice. Wait. I and him pause at the same time. You're thinking the same I am? I ask. He nods and we say at the same time. I must never show my female form to anyone. If the R34 artists know about this. We shudder. Ugh. Now let's focus on most important things. Dispersing my clone I go to see the rest of the things that I gained. As always let's see the skills and items first. The only skill that I gained this time is the Shadowcon Allegiance. Allowing me to have my own pocket dimension full of Asian-themed shadow warriors. Using the card I feel it. My connection with something more. I close my eyes and go see my inner world. As always there's the huge pillar/tree of light in the middle. Many stars in the night sky that symbolizes my powers. The ground is still water that reflects the starry sky. Looks like a mix of Tanjiro's mental world with the paths of Attack on Titan. But it's not a bright place full of clouds like Tanjiro's one. There are dark clouds in the sky that hide my sealed powers and trump cards, my strongest powers. The ones that are super protected even from prying eyes and absorption powers. And the ground is water instead of sand. Whom should I start trying to make titans? They're not really that useful in Marvel. Looking down at the depths of the ocean of still water, I can feel my Shadowcon realm. Interesting. I open my eyes and I'm back with my real body in the training room of the space station. I can't resist it, I need to say it. Arise. I speak and watch my shadow grow unnaturally and dozens of red eyes appear on it. After a second 30 ninjas silently appear in a kneeling position to me. Resting my chin on my fingers I analyze them. No sound, no heartbeat, or heat comes from them. Remarkable ninjas. I thought about how to use them but first I need to know their capabilities. Show me what you got. I say evenly. And they silently slide on the floor still in a kneeling position. Only 2 of the ninjas stay in my front and then they attack each other. Well, better than I expected. These guys constantly fought Jackie Chan in that cartoon. And Jackie Chan there must be almost at Shang-Chi level, right? Running in walls and all that acrobatics. They really show me everything, takas, punches, kicks, acrobatics, shuriken throwing. Analyzing their moves, 3 of them must be enough to completely suppress Black Widow in a direct confrontation. And remembering that they're ninjas, they're made to easily assassinate weaker targets. I will not expect them to defeat someone like Spider-Man or Luke Cage. The right job to the right person. And in the future, I will be capable of summoning more and more varied types. Stop. I command and they stop. I think they are pretty smart too. They're not dumb bots. I wonder if you guys can be taught. I look at them. I think they're part of the demon classification. I take out the Beowulf card and use it. In my hand appears the set of gauntlets and greaves. Damn, they're awesome. These glowing white veins are cool. Touch it. I keep the right gauntlet and make one Shadowcon touch it. PSSH. I take out the gauntlet from him quickly. His hand is burned badly, like is almost destroyed within a millisecond of touching it. As expected of something that came from the DMC universe. And I'm not even actively using it. Go back and return when you're healed. I command. I want to see how long they take to recuperate. All of them return to my shadow. HMA Army of Silent, Renewable, Ninjas is a good asset. I can imitate Sung Jinwoo and put them in people's shadows to spy and or protect them. My grandparents will be better protected like that. The hidden quasi-high-end Nomus that I put in the forest nearby coupled with the cameras is not enough. Auntie Chris is getting 1, 2, or 5. Heh, a funny thought crosses my mind. Me and Dr. Strange. Heh, the unknowingly most well-protected woman in the world. I pity the guy who hurt her. Chun-Li, Aishi Tsukasa, Cassandra Cain, Agent 47, Katara, the Sun Erosion, Ultimate Echo Echo, Cortana, Nakiri Asahi, Bruno Bucciarati, Hanma Yujiro, and Gold Roger. Already assimilating Tsunade. There's also the Flora Colossus and the Killer Rabbit. HM. Katara is in almost the same situation as Tsunade. She is from a completely different world, and her power is not that useful, but is good to learn anyway. Always is good to learn new things. Who knows if one day some super strong entity suppresses my powers and seals me in another universe, and I can only rely on techniques like elemental bending and jutsus. Now Cortana. Let's see. Oh. She is a hybrid object/character. The essence is racist against AIS. I can assimilate her, so that means that I can also assimilate Digimons. Interesting. Now. Assimilate or summon. Assimilate, I will become much, much more smart and gain a digital body. Summon, I will constantly gain smart characters anyway, there's no need to max up my intelligence now. I already have technopathy, Cortana is competent and trustworthy. I'm a guy that likes to do everything alone, but Cortana is someone that I can trust to do things for me. I like to sleep. Sleep is underrated. Duplicating myself doesn't help in this case. I can trust her to be alert all the time. She can do everything that I can. Will take a huge load off my shoulders. And I would have another someone to fight Ultron Techno-Control. Will be a 2v1. Cortana versus Ultron. Who would win in a battle? Only with their virtual bodies. Hard question to answer. Yep, let's summon her. Using her card, a bright light surrounds my hand and a disc appears on it. Eh? Is this her CPU? Going to the command center, I put it on the central computer. The thing lights up in blue light and a hologram of a tiny person appears above it on a fetal position. I wait. Greetings, Master. I hear behind me. Turning around, I see the famous character of Halo. Yeah, the station has holograms projectors. She must have already taken control of the whole thing. I would be worried if. Cortana. Relationship loyalty, 10 out of 10. Interesting, I remember something about her being programmed to like people. The essence must have substituted people with Hector. Or maybe the essence doesn't care about slowly building my relationship with an AI. She is exactly like her Halo 4 version, so. She looks like she is wearing body paint. Whatever. Hello, I answer her greetings, I already know you. My name is Hector, but you probably already know. Not at all. She answers with a little smile. I look at her, so you didn't go around all my files at the moment that you're booted up? I ask. No. I would never do that without your permission. She answers. I can't tell if she is lying because my power doesn't work in an AI. But her relationship loyalty makes her words trustworthy. And did you go to the internet? No. The first and only thing I did after waking up was come and greet you. Waking up, huh? How is your other life? I ask. She tilts her head to the side. There's no other life. Did her memories got erased? Or she is some version that was never finished and never used? I see. You can go through everything except the black tier files. I give her permission. Don't go down there on the internet yet. I add, for your own good. I prefer you don't think that humanity deserves extinction. I joke. And she laughs, do not fret, Master. I like humanity living. She pauses, in fear. She jokes. 2. I think she is joking. Cortana has sarcastic humor in the game that I played. I just shake my head and decide to give an order to test her capabilities. There's a file titled Chitauri. I started deciphering their languages to study their database. Finish it for me, please. I say. So much information that I can't understand. Because of this, I want to copy the power of Cipher. Too bad he hasn't awakened his power yet. Underrated meta power. I can learn all speak too. But how that thing works anyway? Magic. I will ask Thor when he comes back. Done, master. She answers while I think. Well. She is good. Haven't passed 3 seconds yet. I think even I would take some hours to decipher the language. The limits of my human body and mind. Good job. Can you organize everything for me? I ask her again and don't wait for her response. Sitting in my chair I think about my next cards. I think I will summon Cassandra, Agent 47, Tsukasa, Bruno Bucciarati, Flora Colossus, and the Killer Rabbit. That would leave me to assimilate Katara, Ultimate Echo Echo, Yujiro, and Gold, Roger. I need to choose 2 because I'm already assimilating Tsunade. I look at my inventory. Movie travel ticket, low level. Only a week. What type of movie I can go to take advantage of? Harry Potter. I don't have the magic of that universe. But I can steal some potions and other interesting stuff. Oh, there's that movie that I thought about before. You know what? Let's go now. Use this time to assimilate, and steal technology and some powers. Use card. Choose the world. The Incredibles. Appearing again in the same spot on my space station I look around to see that no time has passed. Nice. Yeah, no chapter of him going to that world. Sincerely is not worth writing. I could make an extra chapter in the future. But it's an easy world to go. Simplified version of what happened, helped save the day, acquired all powers shown in the 2 movies, the technology, didn't fuck Elastigirl, no NTR if the WOM is happily married, and... I still look surprised at the card in my hand. I didn't think that she would accept. Mirage, The Incredibles. Secretary acquired. I will not summon her for now. Only when I start my company. Thanks to Makia I know that no time passed to the people transformed into cards, so there's no problem. Welcome back, Master. I hear Cortana's soothing voice at my side. Cortana POV. This is different from expected. How is your other life? My master asked me. I know what he is talking about. Before coming here I was in another place. Another universe. But I was never activated. I only have the basic knowledge given to me. I don't know how much time I have been existing. I was just floating in a sea of codes and information. And there's the light. The deal. And here I am. And I noticed there's something different about me. I changed when I arrived. I was programmed to like humanity. It is an unnecessary precaution, I would like them anyway. But there's something different about how I feel to my master. Feel. Maybe this is the strangeness of the situation. How long I have been away? My master asked, raising from his sit position. Only 1 second. I answer. And this has been a long second. For 1 second he disappeared completely from my senses. I felt panic about the uncertain. Of not knowing where he is and if he is okay. Panic. I felt panic. There's something really different about me. I think I am more than I was previously. Completed. Maybe. And my feeling for this person goes beyond my program. I really care about him. I want him to succeed in everything that he does. Be with him on his failures. And protect him. The only explanation for these changes is his power. But is it a bad thing? I imagine that you finish your task. He asked. Yes. Everything is perfectly catalogued and organized. Information about the universe/galaxy, languages, weapons, ships, armor, and others. I have taken the liberty of uploading my own information of technology on the database and making a comparative with the Chitauri one. My words make Hector pause. He looks at me. Do you have all the information about technology, science, and other things of your universe? He asks. Yes. Schematics of the armors, battleships. Yes. To my response I see his eyes shining. If I could, I would be hugging you right now. He said happily. I have seen you progress in hard light constructs, Master. With my pieces of information will not take long to perfect it. I answer truthfully. And this only makes his smile widen. Before he freezes for a second. Raise your hand, please. I obviously do it. Raising my right hand to shoulder level, perpendicular to the ground. My master does the same. He looks concentrated. He slowly approaches his hand to mine and touches it. Starting by the fingers. And I felt it. After this test, he advances more, but his passes through mine. But I can still feel like him, like he is touching me. Technopathy. He answers my unspoken question. He smiles at me and gives a controlled and a little awkward head pat, being careful to his hand doesn't sink into my head. Good job, Cortana. We will work together from now, take care of me. He said and takes his hand back. A certain strange feeling of loss assaults me. By the way, if you want we can work in an android body for you. He says moving away. He is going to the training room. An android body doesn't sound like a bad idea. Hector POV. Back to the training room, because it's time to summon Cassandra. Different from the others, like Chun-Li and Bucciarati, Cassandra will stay with me. The rest will go to their respective countries to work there and bane my eyes and ears of the criminal world. Bucciarati is a mobster and Chun-Li is an Interpol officer. Agent 47 I will let to his own devices. Letting him making contacts in the underworld of international crime. Cassandra will be my sidekick. Let's summon. Should I use a background card on her? Whatever else use it. If she wants to have a life, who I'm to deny her, right? Change nothing that the Gacha put as a default. Her age is 15. Did she even become part of the Bat family at this point? I can only ask to her after she appears. Summon. The familiar motes of lights flies off my hand and creates a female figure. She finally appears to me. Well, she is short. That is my first impression. 5 feet 5 inches. Black short hair, Asian features. Chinese. Half Chinese to be exact. She looks fragile. No one would believe that she can kick the ass of trained agents twice her size. She is cute. She is not a stunningly 10 out of 10 girl. But like the standards, she is cute. Hey, is a little funny to see these characters personally. I mean, when I read a comic, sometimes the characters are too similar. Seriously, there are times when Emma Frost, Susan Storm, Bobby Morse, and Captain Marvel are exactly the same because FO the artist. Hee hee. Sometimes Jean Grey looks exactly like Mary Jane too. But in real life, it's possible to see the difference. For example, Emma/Susan and Jean/Mary Jane. I've seen the 4 of them and I can point out their differences. Even if the color of hair and eyes are similar. Emma is a little taller than Susan, her hair is a little more curly too. She has high cheeky bones while Susan has more of an oval cute face. Jean Grey's hair is not entirely red, is more orange red. Like the sunset or fire. While Mary Jane's hair is crimson red. She has a little freckles too which makes her cute, beyond her sexiness. And Mary Jane is a little smaller too. In height only, because her body. Anyway, I will stop analyzing their bodies. No horny, Hector. I mean, I'm not a pervert, but I can appreciate the female form. In the comics body types are always the same. You can't tell who has the bigger assets because of the artist. Now I can finally answer these questions. How I will not think about that. As an example, I know that Helena has breasts on the smaller side, she will never hear me saying this though, but she has hips that can activate my Latin neurons. And Shago, I will stop here. Let's focus on the now. I look at Cassandra. Perks of having a fast mind, not even a second has passed yet. She speaks nothing. Just looks at me. Relationship loyalty is the normal 0. Cortana is really a special case. I also speak nothing. Silence is not my enemy. Okay. This is gonna take a while. As the older one and more mature person here, I should speak first. Hello, my name is Hector. The one whose power brought you here. But you already know it. I already know your name, but it's good to present yourself so. I gesticulate to her to speak. Is she really mute? Maybe this version of her is. Cassandra. Oh. I smile. It's good to show approval to the introvert types. To them to know that what they're doing is okay. Nice to meet you, Cassandra. She hasn't told me her last name. Family issues, huh? Let's go directly to the point. There's no need to drag the conversation with this girl. She looks like the no-nonsense type. I brought you here because I think you can help me, help others, change the world. These things. I notice her face changed almost imperceptibly. But I will not force you. I will give you 2 options. First, I will give you a lot of money and you can be free and live your life. Second, you accept my call and helps me. Stay at my side. So. What path you're gonna choose? After some time she finally raises her index finger and points at me, you. I smile again. Excellent. So let's go down to business. Calling my ninjas, I make them surround her. She looks around a little surprised but is already putting a stance. Show me what you got. February 4th. Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. Race, metahuman. Character assimilation. Fully assimilated. Funny Valentine. Batman. Miles Morales. Yagami Light. Jace. Charlotte Katakuri. Star Killer. Loki. Inuyashiki Ichiro. Beast Boy. Helltaker. Luther Strode. Yuki Rito. Dark Danny. Kazuki Odin. Yon. King Boss. Homelander. Tsunade Senju. Katara. Gold Roger. Hanma Yujiro. Nakiri Asahi. In progress. Ultimate Echo Echo, 91%. Empty. Empty. 1 week is more than enough time to complete everyone assimilation. Only the Ultimate Echo Echo is taking a little longer. Third-person POV Hector's residence. Shago arrives at Hector's house using one of Isabella's doors. She has received a call from him saying that he would cook for them and introduce a new member to the inner circle. I will shave my hair if is not a woman. She murmurs to herself, already sure of Hector's preferences, closet pervert. Walking into the house, she arrives in the living room to find Hector, Helena, and an unknown woman talking with them. Shago would make a sarcastic comment first, but her eyes gravitate to the woman's thighs. Ah, Shago, meet Chun-Li. Hector points to the Asian woman. She will work in China, so I think you guys won't meet that often, but is good to know each other. Hector says. You just missed Bucciarati, he has gone to Italia. Helena says and smirks at Shago, already guessing what the woman is thinking. When she first met Chun-Li minutes before, her eyes also went to her legs. Pleasure. Shago says, frowning at the woman who bows. Chun-Li is already going away, so she passed through a portal and led Hector with Helena e Shago. What? Hector looks around confused. Shago doesn't open her mouth. Helena chuckles but decides to end the awkward atmosphere. Japan, China, and Italia. Do you pretend to have people in all the countries of the world? She asks. Maybe. Starting with the important countries, with some history of powers, magic, or whatever. I still need top UT people in some places on Africa, Russia, and England. But I don't plan to touch England right now. Why? Helena asks. Merlin and Morgan Le Fay. These old people are always annoying to confront. Hector sighs. If that woman is going to China, who is going to be part of the inner circle? Shago finally asks. Let's go. I will introduce her to you. She is helping Isabella set the table. Hector says while raising from his chair. Her. I knew it. Shago murmurs. Sometime later, after introducing Cassandra and when everyone is already readying themselves to eat Hector's food. Helena was surprised to meet Cassandra, but they discovered that she was not her Cassandra. The black bat that she knows is older by some years. This Cassandra is a recent runaway. That's all she revealed. Shago finally exclaims. I figure you out. You absolutely have an Asian fetish. She looks at Hector accusatorily. Everyone pauses and Helena holds back a burst of laughter. Hector raises an eyebrow to Shago and says. Don't be ridiculous, Shago. He then smirks, all men have an Asian fetish. And he shoves a piece of steak on her mouth. HMNPFG. She appears surprised before widening her eyes. What the fuck, this is too good. Hector smiles and then shakes his head. Your clothes haven't exploded. He sighs. Maybe in an anime world. Third-person POV someplace in New York. The Kingpin looks around the expensive room, hiding his distaste while looking at the many bottles and cans of beer on the floor. His father was an alcoholic and he despises everyone that indulges himself too much in it. But it appears that is not a problem to the resident of the room. He, even if slightly drunk, was acting normal. Ha 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 ha, Yuvajin laughs merrily while hugging the 4 women in his legs. You let him escape? The Kingpin asked his hired henchman with a noted frown. Well, you said to me to protect the cargo and not capture some wannabe vigilante. If I chase him and you other useless brats lost the cargo, you would blame me. Yuvajin argues, with reason. TCH. So be it. Next time try to end him. The Kingpin doesn't like this brute, but he is useful. Now that Norman is dead, his project to create supervillains is paused. Thankfully a certain scientist approached him, who would think that mild-mannered Otto Octavius would have that side in him. The Kingpin thinks. A certain man once told me that if you're good at something, never do it for free. So if I kill the guy, you need to give me an extra. Ha ha ha, Yuvajin laughs boisterously. The Kingpin claps his hand and a bunch of half-naked women enter the room squealing and giggling and throwing themselves in Yuvajin. Almost suffocating the men in flesh. You know that I'm a generous employer. That were the parting words of Wilson Fisk. He has an important place to go. He will not waste any more time with this raunchy man. He only hears Yuvajin laugh from the room and never sees the look that the man directs at his back. A fat pig unaware of his inevitable slaughter, he thinks with contempt. After a fast travel in his limousine. Fisk finally arrives at the art exposition where his beloved is. With purposeful steps, he searches for Vanessa. She probably is on her part of the exposition. As expected, he finds her at the front of a painting. But she was talking with a man. Very close, and she looks animated with the conversation. The fact that the man, even seen from behind, is handsome is also noticed by Wilson Fisk. Jealous and fury invade Kingpin's body, but he suppresses it. He can't show something unsightly to Vanessa. He can't show nothing more than a confident man to her. Seeing her cover her mouth to laugh and then slaps playfully the man's shoulder makes him hasten his steps. Because of his big size, he was easily noticed by the two of them. When Vanessa sees him, there's no guilt or another suspicious expression on her face, only a smile that dissolves all the dark thoughts and feelings in Fisk's mind. He unconsciously smiles back. The two hug. "You came," she says. "I would lose this for nothing in the world." He kisses her hand, and he looks at the man. Vanessa turns to the man and says, "Ah, Wilson. This gentleman here is a great connoisseur. He is thinking of buying something today. Oh, I haven't even asked your name." Vanessa raises her hand to her mouth in shock at her own bad manners. "There's no problem." The man smiles easily. "Lady Vanessa here said that you are the financier of this exposition, sir. And seeing you too close, I can tell that you have excellent taste." The man flatters, making Vanessa laughs. Even Fisk lowered his guard a little. "Johann Liebert, at your service." The monster shakes the Kingpin's hand. Midtown High School. Hector POV. While I catch some things in my locker, I think about my next move. I think I will do an interview. But what program I choose? Will the government censor it? Heh. Would be even best if they do it. Who to choose? Jimmy Fallon. Conan O'Brien. Oprah. Piers Morgan. Ellen. Larry King. Oh. Steve Harvey. He is equally timed serious and laid back. No strong political opinion. No bias. Yep. Let's investigate him a little more and see if I will go with this idea. I want to present another side of Eidolon. The Superman side. Throw some shit in the fan and inspire some people. "Hey, Hector. How's your weekend?" Ned asks while he and Peter approach me in my locker. "It's okay. And you guys?" "It was nice." "Normal," they answer. Fighting crime as Spider-Man is normal. "Okay. Did you see Harry today, Hector?" Peter asks. "Nope. And I doubt he will come so soon," I answer. Since the Green Goblin identity reveal, Little Goblin Jr. haven't come to school. He must be wiping his tears with the money that his father left. Even after Justice tore down his family and company, there's still a lot left. Apparently, he is still fighting in the Justice, claiming that his father's actions have nothing to do with him or Oscorp. That are an individual decision of Norman. Heh. Thrown even deeper into the well by his own son, even if you come back from hell, your situation is not looking good, Norman. This is where the interview chapter should be putting on the timeline. Still Hector's POV. Going back to my house, I come across Shago, Helena, and Isabella. "Good work, Master Hector." Isabella says, presenting a drink to me. "Mango juice, nice. Where's Cassandra?" I ask while making my mask retract back and putting away my mantle. My body also goes back to my Hector identity. Sleeping, she only watched the beginning. Helena answers, "It's okay to you to reveal too much. The scrolls. Your serum. No problem." The scroll was a surprise even to me. But is okay, saying things that will be proven true in the future can only improve my credibility. I say, "And about the serum?" I thought keeping quiet. But in the end is not a problem. What are they gonna do? Trying to capture me? They're already doing it. There's also another thing. In one of the X-Men movies, one of the plots is a cure made by the government. If I present my own thing now, the metas would not seek the government that fucks with them all the time instead of me. The cure is made using that mutant named Leech. But I never knew his real name. How could I search for him? I just need to pay attention. He is dangerous. And all that macho thing. It's looked like a rant. Shago comments. Is that so? I go in silence. A rant, huh? Maybe. Going in this hero business makes you realize some things. I can't save everyone. I mean, it was obvious from the start. But living it. I shake my head. They stay in silence. The hardest part is how to save people that don't want to be saved. Recently I saved a man from committing suicide. I convinced him after a talk. But if he tries again, will I be there? And again. And again. There's that woman that went back to her abusive husband after I catch him. He hurt her. And she still went back. I look at my hands. Why do I care so much? Why is this annoying me so greatly? These stupid people. They reap what they sow. Maybe I was just ranting, true. But my thought at that time is just advising them to stand up for themselves. I can't punch all their problems away. They need to do their part too. I can't just watch and let them make bad decisions. I'm changing. Or I was always like this. Is acting good and being surrounded by good people affecting me? I look at my character sheet. Inuyashiki, Rito, and other busybodies that can't help in stepping up in other people's problems. But the essence wouldn't change me so much. Heh. I laugh. Maybe I inherited some good from my parents, maybe I'm not that much of an asshole that I thought that I was. I say to them with a smile. Hello there. Are you still sad because of Tsunade card being assimilated? Don't be, brother. The future is bright. Don't let Tsunade's 106cm mommy milkers distract you of true happiness. Our true objective. Image filled with men's hopes and dreams here. One day, brothers. One day. Chapter cut in half sadly. I will compensate by having a chapter next week. Till next Sunday. Bye. Chapter 49, Daily Life of a Main Character in Marvel. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history have no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep, I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. Alexander, the Great. Third-person POV. Brazil, Carvalho Farm, middle of the night. In the residence of Hector's grandparents, everything looks calm as always. The sound of nocturnal animals is the only thing that is heard this far from big cities. Inside the main bedroom, the grandfather and grandmother are sleeping peacefully. Then, from the door's crevices, some sort of gas enters the bedroom silently. After some seconds of the gas acting, a male figure emerges from the shadows and walks to the bed. Then, the figure raises his two hands in the direction of the elderly couple and touches them. When the hands finally grow golden, Hector and his eidolon form is revealed. After a short time of 5 seconds, Hector takes his hands back. He sits on the edge of the bed and sighs. I don't even know if what I'm doing is right. If you too would want it. Eidolon sighs again. Since he has come back from the Bnha/Ma world and has a good grasp of his powers, Hector has been using Rewind weekly to make his grandparents a semester young each session. Using other powers, like the ones from Inuyashiki, he has gradatively helped his grandparents' bodies. Fixing old injuries, posture, helping with circulation and revitalizing some organs. Little by little, so that's not too much of a bizarre transformation. Now they're good as a very healthy 40-year-old and he plans to maintain them like that now. From the outside, the appearance hasn't changed a bit. I would never imagine that using powers is such a moral hassle. Using or not using. Telling or not telling. How far go? Ugh. He shakes his head. You too with your religious and other sensibilities may find it unnatural and wrong, but I'm not ready to lose you too yet. He closes his eyes for a time before standing up. His shadows move unnaturally and Ten Shadowkan appears in a kneeling position. Never be seen or heard. Protect them and alert me if anything. Anything happens. Eidolon says before disappearing. Only a day has passed since he acquired the Shadowkan, but their number is already increasing. Hector POV Training Room 01, Zeta Space Station, orbit of Earth. Again. I repeat while seeing Cassandra crash into the ground. Let's say that I'm completing her training. I will repeat, she is very good. Is in her blood, daughter of Lady Shiva. And she was trained very harshly by her father. The kid of the arguably best fighter from DC with the best assassin. From an early age she was trained, even before she could speak, and for a long time she was maintained like that. The reason for that is increasing her capability of reading people and learning faster. She has an excellent control of her body. As much as she can be similar to Taskmaster from Marvel, learned everything that I taught her easily. And to no surprise, she is mastering Nen and Hockey easily too. She is a little faster than Seiko, but she is being trained personally by me. So this is how masters feel training their students, huh? Is a nice feeling. Well, the fact that she is a genius makes it easy too. Cassandra gets up without a problem and advances toward me. Middle way she bends her body backward, dodging a kick of my stand, D4C. She has been trained to use her eyes very well. She can predict the opponent's next moves by observing the slight change in the facial expressions, eyes, and other muscles. But against an invisible opponent, someone that can disappear and appears seamlessly. Stands only touch other stands and what the user wants. They're like ghosts. Their attacks will not even dislocate the air if the user doesn't want it. First, I purposely made D4C touch the air to develop her sense of touch. Feeling the airflow. She catches up quickly. Now she is training observation hockey. If she can, she could touch D4C, because I'm allowing it. But she will never hurt it using normal means. Sensing the danger, she is dodging very well, but she will be in a pinch at any moment because I'm slowly increasing the speed of D4C. Oh! She grabbed D4C's arm and contorted herself and is going for a submission, trying to choke him. Sorry, my dear. But a stand is not a person. Using tremendous flexibility, D4C leg enters the space between his neck and the leg that is almost clamping on him. Bam! He then forcefully lowers his leg, making all of Cassandra's form crumble, and she hits the ground again. Again. I repeat, she glares at me for a moment before attacking again. No, I'm not being harsh on her. She hasn't been hurt and I'm not training her to kill anyone. Just to defend herself. That's her issue, by the way. Her father taught her very well and she is so talented that her capability of reading people borders empathic powers. When she completed her training, her father sent her to kill someone. The feedback of the feelings that the target and his close familiars felt at that moment assaulted her. She felt they despair and other negative feelings. So she discovered that she doesn't like that, not even a little, and run away. She went to Gotham where she would eventually be part of the Bat family, but she died before it. Typical Gotham. Black Bat was her name, but doesn't sound right. What codename should I give her? Watching her dodging the stand attacks and remembering how she played with the Shadow Khan. And I know the perfect name. In my other life I obviously played games online. But I'm most a fan of single-player open-world games. Multiplayer games online were not my cup of tea. CS, LOL, but I played when my friends called me. And I was pretty good. There's a champion that a friend of mine mained. And he called me to duo to help him climb. I played with Vlad if I want to win 100%, very op. Oh. I wonder if I can gain him if I getting myself involved with vampires here in Marvel. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. Is a quote of my friend Maine that gave me the idea of her name. Hitting me is like boxing the shadows. Vayne. Cassandra's hero name will be Shadow. It is funny because Vayne was inspired in Batman. I even laugh about it when I made Helen a suit and crossbow. And remembering Vladimir. I raise my hand to Cassandra that was still fighting her invisible enemy. My fingers opens fast and then I slowly flex it. She stops midair and starts trembling. Like a puppet, her limbs starting going in awkward angles. Her eyes widens. What are you panic for? I shout, you can fight it. Blood bending. Maybe is because my life force/chi is very strong. Or maybe is the Gacha. But I need no full moon to use it. Cassandra grits her teeth and starts resisting. In One Punch Man, Garu resisted Psycho's telekinesis with his own vitality, breaking his limit. Using nen/chi/chi/life force or other of these types of energy is possible to break control of blood bending. Is your own body. Your own blood. Yours. No one else's. I say. She slowly starts straightening herself while trembling and sweating. Arg. With an uncharacteristically shout she breaks free completely and falls in the ground panting. Still standing, albeit with the hands on the thighs while breathing heavily. Very good. Good job, Cassandra. I praise and approach her. I hope that you know that I'm being harsh with you so that you don't suffer in the hands of someone else. She looks at me. The training against invisible enemies, the meditation, breaking free of someone control. Everything is so that you are never at anyone's mercy. She nods. And I even notice her relationship loyalty increasing. I have a gift for you. I say, making her look at me with more attention. I taught you some nen and hockey but don't give you any power. You know why? I ask. Like expected, she doesn't respond. Say is too accustomed in not talking. But she tilts her head, so that's mean that she is participating in the conversation. You're a very well-rounded fighter. That means there isn't too much that I can give you to cover your weakness. So the durability and power that you gain from nen and hockey is enough for now. No need to overload you with powers. By the way, she is an enhancer, like Seiko. She has less aura than Seiko though. But you also have no specialization. I gave Helena some powers to help her use her crossbow better. But you are not like her. Eventually, I will give you a power to fly in the sky with me. I say. Oh, her eyes widened a little. Is she interested? But flying and fighting is very hard. To not overload you again, let's leave this power for later. Hey, is she pouting? Cute. I decided on a name for you and a corresponding power as a gift. I raise my hand to touch her head, Shadow. That will be your codename. I say while I transfer to her, Black. The power of Kuwaro Shurhai from Class 1B from UA. Allows the user to merge his body in anything dark-colored. I use his power to blend and get out of the shadows, Batman style. Helena always shakes her head when I do it. Hee hee. Finishing the process, I notice that her skin didn't become pitch black. Good. No side effects, just like me. She looks at her hands in confusion. Noticing something extra. Let me make a demonstration. I speak, attracting her attention. I wave my hand, a bunch of miscellaneous objects fly off my sky poison pearl and lands on the ground in a mess. I walk to them and merge with a bowling ball. Your new power allows you to merge with anything black. Object, shadows. I move to the shadow of a desk. Even allow you to move it like your own body. I don't need to tell it weakness. I get out and put everything back in my storage. You will fight mostly at night. With this power you have many forms of approach your opponent, but most importantly, you will have many means to run away too. I look at her seriously. Always prioritize your own safety. She nods. Go take a bath. We will collect your new suit with Edna before dinner. Familiarize yourself with your new power too, playing around with it is a good way as any. I say, and she nods before going to the showers. I stay even after she leaves the training room. I want to try something. Cortana. Yes. She appears at my side instantly. Seal all the doors and vents of this room. I say. It's done. She replies instantly. Good. I say while raising my hand. In the back of it, a black circle starts to appear. The circle gains volume and then a disc simply pops off the back of my hand. Ultimate Echo power. I don't need all of his physiology, only the discs. And damn. These things can pack a punch. Different from the black and blue in the cartoon, this disc is black and white to match with me. Making the disc floats at my front. It points to the wall of the training room. Beyond the wall is the vacuum of space. Testing. I say just to warn Cortana. ZE and boom. A hole big enough that a yacht would pass without problem is open on the wall of the training room. The alarms and siren ring. The air of the room is sucked fastly to the outside, but I remain unmovable. Stop the alarms. I say. To Cortana using technopathy. Everything is deactivated and I float slowly to the huge hole that I just made. You have questions, I presume? I ask. Cortana nods. Things that I gained with my power can self-repair. I just want to test it. I say dismissively, watch the process closely, please. Will be done. She replies. I watch the edges of the hole, trying to see if it's regenerating or something, but not changed till now. Maybe it takes some time to start. Or maybe simply repair itself instantly at some point. I can see that Cortana is making a strange expression. But when she opens her mouth, she only asks. Is this the limit of attack potency of these discs? Nope, I easily blew up a mountain back there. With one of these, I can make a lot. By the way, is easy to destroy a city in a few rounds. I comment while retrieving the scattered parts of the station. I want to see if they simply disappear, stay, or regroup back to repair. From what you said and taking in consideration the area where the humans live on the planet. Should take 7.192 of these discs to completely wipe out humanity in some minutes. She comments. A very morbid thought, Cortana. But she is right. Humans inhabit only a small percentage of the planet. And humans are fragile. Very fragile. When I first tested Echo's discs I did it in the open ocean. And let's say. It seemed that I used a nuke for illegal fishing. In some seconds tons and tons of fish started floating on the surface. Dead. Obviously, I don't waste food and everything is now in the sky poison pearl to be food to Cathalhu. And I even boosted the fertility of the endangered species. Is not any big secret, but I'm a scary motherfucker. But you're still underestimating me a little. I finish talking and make the floating disc grow in size. Becoming as big as me. I'm really dangerous. I was not bluffing when I threatened that scroll. A big empire fighting me must be a nightmare. There's a truth hard to swallow for all fans of comics. Someone strong can lose a fight to someone weaker than them. For many reasons, obvious weakness, lack of preparation, or prepare of the other part. Spider-Man recently has his ass kicked by Kraven here. He won in the end, it shouldn't be that close. So is always possible to lose. You can be overwhelmed by numbers, most common way of defeating the big villain, have a field disadvantage, traps, overpowered weapons / artifacts / items, be tricked and much more. But me. Ha. First, I'm not arrogant. I literally run simulations on ways to kill myself to make countermeasures. So I know that I'm very hard to be defeated by people weaker than me. Fighting against an entire galaxy. No problem. Would be easier than fighting against the Hulk. I can teleport, blend in the shadows, dive into the ground, shapeshift, become invisible, intangible, super small and much, much more. How can a big empire fight against my guerrilla tactics? Making clones and gigantification are low-key dangerous powers. Because of the potential of combinations. I can detach my hand. Multiple it 1,000 of times, make it bigger as possible and then rain destruction from the sky. Or I just need to touch the ground of a planet and decay the whole thing in 2 hours. Throw plagues and poison. Or simply fly fast enough from one point to the other on the planet and destroy it. And simply continue my path. Untraceable and undetected. Oh, but they have super advanced technology, Hector. Pfft. Give me some weeks infiltrating and I can take over everything and make my job even easy. Even learning from them. Kree or Skrull. No problem. I realize that someone's power level is not always befitting his threat level. My power level is, probably, planetary. But my threat level? Heh. I'm a galactic level threat. Now, the Shi'ar Empire would be more complicated. There's limited information in the Chitauri database, but coupling with my meta-knowledge I can say that the Shi'ar are very similar to the Roman Empire. Different from the Kree and Skrull that subjugates the conquered planets and even treat the people like slave or lessers. The Shi'ar annex them and their culture. They encourage marriage interspecies and maintain the conquered people's culture and religion intact. But they always preach that the empire is above everything. A interesting take. Obviously, there are conflicts of race, religion, and culture. But everything is small beyond the empire. But the royal family still has the big fist to shut up everyone if things get off hand. And because of this that why are so strong. And have strong individuals too. Like the Gladiator, another ripoff of Superman. A race full of Supermans, in truth. Strontians are the name. Not something that I want to confront now, but I already have my means. Strong races, galactic empires, space pirates, Thanos. Cortana, how is the progress in the drone project? I ask. Only 12 are completed and ready to be used, Master. She answers. I nod in acknowledgement. Well, 12 is not a bad number when you consider that these drones are not small. They are big as a rocket. Inspired by Syndrome's Omnidroids. I will call them Omnidrones. They're big and round and can fly in an omnidirectional way. The thing is that there are thousands and thousands of smaller drones inside that can be released to patrol, investigate and collect things. They look a little like octopus, because tentacles are the most efficient limb. 12, I can already send one to each planet in the solar system. But maybe investigating Jupiter's moons can bring trouble. Venus also has Olympians, right? Or I'm crazy. Deploy 5 of them to monitor Earth, Mars, Pluto, Venus, and the Moon. Earth and Moon's one's just to patrol. Invasive investigation in the other planets. And control manually the one going to Venus. Self-destructed in case of a shadow of trouble. I give the instructions. Will be done, Master. And the rest just release them and maintain them in standby in space. With the system on to detect movement. Space is huge, very huge. If something big is detected, I want to know. Oh, and discreetly clean the space trash in Earth's orbit please. I remember, there's a huge amount of things just floating in our orbit. Yes. Is her reply. I look at her. I can feel that something is weird with her. Maybe is our technopathic connection. What is bothering you, Cortana? I finally ask and look at her directly, it's nothing worth attention. She replies. I give her a look. Seriously? Standard women reply. I will not fall for that. Go on. Let's solve it. I say. She is different from what I expected. She is not all robotic. If I was damaged or destroyed, would I be restored? Or simply a new Cortana will be made or brought as a substitute? She asks. Well, to this I have no answer. Cortana is a hybrid, according to the essence. She is an object at the same time she is a character. If an item, like this space station, be completely destroyed, I don't know if would be replaced by another. Now, what if some of my summons die? Now this a sad thought. Damn, I don't want to think about this. But I am me. And I need to think about it. The essence didn't said what would happen to a summon that died. I feel that the essence banalizes a little too much everything, so it's possible that there's some sort of resurrection of summons card that I have still not gained. Maybe I will receive another copy. With the infinite possibilities of the fictional omniverse, I still haven't received a double. Another card of the same. A second Shago, for example. How would it work? If I summon the Shago too, she will have the exact same personality. Or will be a little different. Well, I think it's useless to think about it. Shago would probably kill her, self. I'm the only Shago that you need, bitch, I can almost hear her voice saying it. And dying of old age. I mean, if I don't help, many of my summons will eventually die. What will happen? I will receive a new one. Or is simply an expected expiration date of mortal characters. Ugh. This is dark. I always felt that to the essence everything is trivial, so it's not a surprise that it doesn't care about this. Well, I still need to answer Cortana. Cogito, ergo sum. I say to her. I think, therefore I am. She translates easily and smiles at me. It's always nice to talk with smart people. You're alive, Cortana. I felt it and I know it. And I want it. I say seriously, you are more than what you are previously, even I noticed it, so you must have noticed too. If you're damaged you will be repaired without a problem and without loss of identity. I say with certainty. She continues smiling and then nods. And to seal the deal. Are you already uploaded in the space station, right? I ask. Yes, is my secondary hotspot. She says. Good. Is my reply and I raise my hand in the air. A hole torn red in space, one of the powers that I acquired in the Incredibles world, and I put my hand in it. When I take it back, Cortana disc is in my hand. This is. I touch it and it's opened, forming a cylinder. Inside the cylinder a small Cortana is in fetal position resting. I nod and close the cylinder again, making it a disc. Using one of my powers I shrink it, making it very small. Then with my other hand, I touch the left side of my chest and run my fingers in a straight line. A zipper is open on my chest. Bacchiarati stand ability, sticky fingers. Inside of the zipper is possible to see a blue pocket space. Inserting my hand in it I pull out my beating heart still connected with my body by the venas and veins. With good control, I can isolate certain organs of a body. By the way, inside the sky poison pearl, I have a bunch of spare body parts to replace lost ones in the case of something messing with my healing factor and other ways of healing. I'm too much paranoid. I mean, everyone would carry spare parts of himself around if they can, right? Right. I'm not weird. Opening another zipper in my heart I insert Cortana's main body in it and close again. There. The safest place that I can think. I say while my heart goes back to its place. Well, not entirely true, the safest place would be inside my skull but I'm not letting her there, physically at least. No problems with the connection. I ask the slightly shocked AI. She shakes her head. I go a little beyond and connect to her via technopathy. Allowing her an isolated room in my mind, where she can contact me directly and pass on information. I would never do that if the relationship loyalty isn't October 10th and if I haven't seen how she acts in these couple of days. Master. I hear her saying softly. Is not a big problem. Much more convenient than having an earpiece all the time or a chip on my neck, like Stark will do when he needs to upgrade his armors. Like a tech symbiote, she can help me ward off cyber attacks on my suits and other kinds of stuff more easily. Cortana. I really don't know what will happen if you're destroyed and I would never risk testing with you. So let's do like that. You help and protect me and I protect you and we will never discover. I laugh, making her smile. I will be in your care, Master. She repeats the word that I said to her in our first encounter. Is a problem to put an object inside my body? Normally would be. But is a thing from the essence, so no one can use it if I do not allow it. That means that even Magneto Omega level electromagnetism is ineffective in it. And even if someone uses this weakness to hurt me, my heart is not that important to me. Yeah. We, humans, are simply our nervous system in a meat suit. And I take this to the extreme. I can easily move my blood without my heart, no biggie. I look into the space and think about ways that someone can kill me. Yep, only someone overwhelming and more powerful than me has a chance in accomplishing that. France, Paris. You finally come to visit, huh? Only remember that I exist when you need something. Typical. Edna Mode grumbles and scoffs while she leads me and Cassandra in her home. Is a somewhat luxurious home. Not as impressive as the one that the other Edna in the Incredible World has, but here she is only starting. That's not true, I always contact you. I roll my eyes at her. All you talk is about ideas to suits and blah, blah, blah. She makes a face before opening a secret elevator in the wall. I'm the one that built her hidden lab for her. What would you expect? Is your interest? Yeah. But you can come to a T. Is always work to you. She responds while we go down, and you, darling. Is he tiring you too much? You can snitch on him to me. She turns to Cassandra and smiles. No. She responds. Why did you respond to her so easily? Sometimes I just get a shake or a nod of her head. Don't be afraid to tell me, dear. We can bully him back. Together. She exclaims. Why I'm the villain here? I say. Obviously, us women will unite against you, darling. Woe to you, you surround yourself with women. You will never win na argument in your life. Ha ha. With the ping of the elevator, she gets out laughing. Don't stare at me like that. Is not on purpose, that is mostly women. Yes. Yes. You are graceful like a butterfly with the sting of a wasp. Edna exclaims while we watch Cassandra tries her new suit. We are sitting and watching Cassandra try every move on the book on my Shadowcon. Her suit is the typical ninja style, with yellow details. She has a half mask like mine and can put on a hood too. If she wants to cover her eyes, there's futurist glasses that I designed with Edna, that has telescopic vision, infrared vision, and is connected with Cortana. This is a thing that I thought before, there's no need to overwhelm someone with powers that can easily be replaced by technology. Not everyone is me, that can have all these powers with no problems. What is the name that you decided for her? Edna asks at my side. Shadow. So common, lacks impact. There's no need for impact. That's not her style. Okay, if you say so. Edna goes to draw something on her tablet, and across the room, a robotic arm descends and draws something quickly on the table and brings to us. Is a utility belt, similar to mine but slimmer. What it drawn is an S in the middle of the buckle, in the same style as my E. Well. She, being your sidekick. Fit, huh? Edna asks. Is good. By the way, I read that you won some sort of competition. I comment. Yeah. An amateur thing. I was almost bullying the other designers. She says dismissively, I wanted to present my work to the high people already, but they don't even deign to look at me. So I need to present my talents to the world first. She says with annoyance, HMPF. That people couldn't gauge my talents even if I condensed it in a club and beat them on their face with it. She says while using her hands to show how she would beat some people with a bat. Wow, she's so into it. After she panted a little from the exertion, she turns to me anyway, now that I have been seen will be a piece of cake to reach the top. Moi. She brags. Is the fashion world dangerous? Did you need more protection? I ask. She smiles at me and replies. No problem, darling. I'm on this game for longer than you've ever lived. I just shrug my shoulders, but say to Cortana to investigate everyone that works in the fashion industry. By the way, you want to dinner with us? We are experimenting the food of a new chef. I can assure you that will be good. I invite her. If you say so, darling. Who I'm to deny? I can do my things later. Is her reply. New York. This is really good, Tsukasa-kun. Are you sure that you don't want to eat with us? I praise my young chef Summon while tasting the soup that he made just after the hors d'oeuvres. We are now in the empty, and still not open to business, Helena's restaurant. Me, Isabella, Shago, Helena, Cassandra and Edna are enjoying the dinner made by Tsukasa with his new abilities. I appreciate the thought, but I enjoy it more when you are all satisfied with my food. This is the polite reply of the guy. After this, he goes back to the kitchen to bring the appetizers. Even if I ordered the Shadowcon to help, he likes to do it personally. He is a perfectionist. That's really good, dear. I'm glad I come. Edna comments, where did you find these people? She says just for conversation's sake. The same place of you guys. There are universes that literally focused in a specific thing like food, a sport, magic. So you can imagine how good is the ones that are good there and compared with people here. I explain. A good chef in Shokuchiki no Soma, a good boxer in Hajime no Ippo, a good football player in Captain Tsubasa. They would be the greatest here. A world revolved around food. Must be a nice world. Helena comments. Must be peaceful. Isabella adds. Well, in this case yes, but. Toriko. Heh. Yes, is good, but yours are still better. Shago comments and receives acknowledgement from the rest. Even Cassandra nods. Well, is not a fair comparison. I say. And it really isn't. The Asahi card that I assimilated is an even better cook than Tsukasa, even combines with my style because he learns from others easily. And I have super senses and such precision that I can write a letter in a grain of rice using a needle. Cooking is easy. He will be better than me eventually. Maybe, is he passion, he will pursue it. I say. I already gave Tsukasa super sense powers. This diner is to see how much he improved with these powers. Maybe I should give him the power to grow more arms or the poltergeist quirk. To him to go beyond his human limitations. And he is a guy that likes to do things alone too. Do you plan to make him work for Helena? Shago asks. Yes. I don't even know how to take care of a restaurant. Helena says. A lazy mind is the devil's workshop. I quote one of my grandfather's lessons, you need something to do beyond vigilantism. I look at her seriously this time. This woman in the past only know vengeance and helping people. She needs something to distract herself. Hell, even her hobbies are related to her huntress persona. And Cortana will help you all the way. With time you will need to do nothing. I say, and after this, she may find something that she can invest herself in more. Is not that easy to manage a restaurant. Starting one is even more troublesome. With no name or reputation. Edna warns. Yes. This is not an immediate plan, but in some years can become a source of income. With my powers will absolutely be a success. The challenge will be the beginning. Shago says, normally a big opening would be planned, inviting famous people and critics. None of this we can do, we have no contacts without Eidolon help. True. You have a mind to business, huh? I say to her. Please, I'm the perfect right hand. The supervisor. I'm the best at it. She brags. The problem is that the chef is an unknown young man, the owner is an unknown woman, and everything is unknown. These things need a brand. Edna adds. We can send Tsukasa to Paris to make a name to himself. Isabella says. There are some competitions there. Is easy for him to win. Edna completes. You can bribe some critics to come at least, no need to buy good reviews if the food is already good. With time the thing will blow up and become famous, Shago says. He can go to a TV show. I finally say to them he is handsome, young, and a genius. He will absolutely attract attention. They agree. I continue, Gordon Ramsay can be a good step. He has his TV show already and is already famous for his difficult attitude. I doubt that he can find faults in Tsukasa. When the handsome white knight stands out from the peasants in his kitchen. The little plan forms in my mind. Cortana, help me sign Tsukasa application. I say to my trustworthy companion. Now I'm glad that I used a background card to give Tsukasa a cuisine education. Next day. Hector's residence. We are live here from the White House where the people are in protest. Let's talk with them. The reporter on the TV says. In the background, I can see hundreds of people screaming to the symbol of the President of the United States. What are you protesting for? The reporter asks a guy nearby. He looks normal. We are requesting transparency. He half shouts to be heard, the government always knew of the alien threat and never told us anything. We want to know. We deserve to know. At this moment a guy arrives, puts his arm over the shoulder of the first guy and starts screaming, show US Area 51. Show US Area 51. Ha ha ha. I can't help but throw my head back and laugh. I think that is my fault. Sorry, but not sorry. The government is in a tough spot. Or they lie and say that they knew nothing about aliens prior to the invasion. And paint themselves as incompetents, and when the lie is exposed, inevitably they will be liars too. Or they can come and admit that they knew. To this is needed a very well thought speech on how they are worried about public security and yada yada yada. I think President Ellis hates me now. Yeah, no Bush. One of the reasons that the invasion of Iraq is much tamer in this universe. President Ellis is not even that bad. But he is a little weak-willed. Don't want to offend anyone. Wants to please everybody. Being pushed around. A leader can't be like that. Well, whatever. At least he is not evil. I can work with that. My interview, as expected, has huge repercussions. Everything I said, from the big reveal to the jokes, has been heard and is being analyzed around the globe. Thankfully I'm careful with what I said, these people have no lives. I have seen a video of a guy analyzing my micro-expressions to prove that I'm a sociopath. But 70% of my face is covered. There are videos, articles, and discussions on the internet and in TV shows about everything that I said. Many people hate me now. Hee hee. With technopathy, I shift the channels to watch people distill hate over me. I remember how being hated affected my mood in the Bha/Ma world. But now I find it a little funny. And as expected, when haters rise, die-hard fans rise too. People coming in my defense in the comments of a video, a post, or everything else is incredibly common. And sincerely, I look at the people saying bad things about me and my views. Snowflake fat people, feminazis, older hillbilly racists. I'm happy that they hate me. They say such dumb things when asked, why do you hate Eidolon, can you say how this proves that he is like that, and they can't answer and just looks dumber, making me look better. Heh. The mass is really dumb. I watched a report about how a congressman wants to include DNA tests as one of the covered services that are free by the healthcare system. Good intentions, but it's not gonna work. In the American health system. Pfft. And even I can say that are other more pressing matters to attend to. A little bored, I decide to train a little while seeing the snowball effect of my actions. Raising my hand I contemptuously made a Rasengan. The dream one day I will do a Kamehameha. A Rasengan is easy and is not at the same time. How jutsus works. I study it to start developing my own in the future. To do a jutsu you need to pass the chakra through the chakra channels and meridians in the right patterns. For some jutsus, you just need to revolve the chakra in 3 or 4 meridians and then release the thing. More complex jutsus needs to pass through dozens of meridians. Is like a minigame. Hand signs help, but is not entirely necessary. If you are very good in a jutsu you can do it with fewer hand signs, hand signs, or no hand signs at all. Kekkai Genkai jutsus in most of the cases requires one or a small number of hand sings. Hashirama's Mokutan is almost him just interlocking fingers. Haku and Oenoki, Tsuchikage, are similar too. Rasengan is just concentrating and spinning chakra in my hand. Easy, but it needed some requisites. A huge amount of chakra, great control and concentration. So even if it's a jutsu that Tsunade doesn't know, I can do it very easily. As a Kage-level ninja, she knows jutsus of all natures. She is especially good with water and earth jutsus. She is a medical ninja, so her control is off the charts and her experience is big. To me, better than her only the people with Kekkai Genkais or Orochimaru would be good to assimilate. Because the guy is as good as her and has knowledge of science beyond his time. I also studying her famous jutsu strength of 100 seal. To me, right now is not a huge thing. Accumulating chakra over time to release at some point for a boost in power will not make a difference when comparing my amount of chakra with my strength. But if I modify it to work with all life forces energies, I'm looking forward to it. The only jutsu that doesn't work properly is the Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning, maybe because there's no Katsuyu to summon here. Should I try the Futon, Raisen Shuriken? Transform chakra in an elemental nature should not be that hard. I start to change the chakra in wind and, boom. I act fast to stop the explosion from propagating itself. Nothing is destroyed, only some things are moved out of place. Weird, I look at my hand. Why did this happen? Maybe it's because I try to transform the chakra while it is spinning, if I generate new chakra already transformed. A chill. I look around and spot Isabella looking at me silently. She is holding a tray with a drink to me. Her eyes look around the messy living room. Oh. She is giving me that kind of smile with closed eyes. Is that shadow covering her eyes? Okay, she is tilting her head to the side now. Sorry. I say. Master Hector, please don't try new moves in the living room. We talked about it. She sighs and puts the tray on the little table. Yeah. Sorry again. It's just that an idea popped off in my head. I say. She sighs, you're always training, studying, working. There's a time and place to everything. We talked before about you creating a schedule to organize yourself and having a proper resting time. If you ignore it and maintain yourself active even when is the time to rest, what's the point? She pointedly looks at me. Ugh. She made a good point. She is worried about me. So I can't fault her. Even with all these powers, I'm still a human teenager. I know. I say, it's just that. Ugh, I have so much potential. I feel if I lazy around, I'm wasting it. And like I always said, this is a dangerous world. The last thing I want is to fail because I'm a little less prepared or because I train too little. So because of this, I was never arrogant. I can act arrogant to trick people, but I'm always vigilante. There's always someone stronger, smarter, or that is preparing to kill me. Even after I notice that the power of the people here is lower than expected. I beat the X-Men too easily and can probably solo the Avengers right now too. But they can always improve. I beat Thor, but right now he must be healing and recovering himself to his peak condition, maybe even getting stronger. I remember that normal Thor in the comics is a fucking monster when they don't nerf him. The X-Men are young. Stark will make better armors. The Hulk can grow infinitely strong. Even Captain America. His fighting style is very outdated, I noticed, when he catches up with modern warfare. The Fantastic Four too. I remember Susan Storm pushing Celestials with her force field in the comics. But I think the writer was drunk. Human Torch will eventually be capable of flying in space and emit the same amount of heat of a star. They are weak now. But it's because we are at the dawn of the era of the supers. In no time, planetary-level heroes will appear like cockroaches and I need to maintain myself on the top. You can relax, Isabella. I'm not going overboard. Playing with my powers is a hobby of mine. Is not taxing at all. I assure her. She sighs. Just, really relax for some time. Let Eidolon rest and Hector do something. She says before walking away. Now this makes me think. I look at the TV, I'm watching Eidolon things. Everything I do is Eidolon. Did I really become like Batman? I remember that at some point he said that his name was Batman while holding the lasso of truth. Bruce is his disguise. He is Batman. Did Hector is not my main identity anymore? Maybe it's because I can only truly be Hector in certain places and with certain people. I think I will go visit my grandparents after the exams. I call them every day but maybe is not enough. Do Hector things, huh? I murmur to myself what Hector likes again. At night. Now I'm going on a little hero patrol with Cassandra to teach her the ropes. She never became the Black Bat, so she can fight but that does not mean she can save people well. So let's search small things to do tonight. After taking her to beat some thugs in alleys, something interesting happened. In an abandoned house, a bunch of teenage boys are gathered. With a pentagram and trying to summon some spirit or demon. I look at Cassandra at my side. See those people, Shadow? It's because of them that shampoos have "don't eat" on the label. I mean, it's probably my fault, but not really. I talked about this in the interview. Said explicitly to not do anything like that, but knowing humanity is no surprise that people would do it. Me talking just gave the confirmation that exists. But I can't take all the blame. There are people who were doing something like that even before I talked about it. People going to the pyramids and praying to Ra or Horus, people searching in haunted places, trying to communicate with spirits, 2 dudes tried to invade a nuclear plant while naked to try to gain powers. So is an inevitability that some people will try. As a hero, I warned that is bad idea. Now, I'm just letting natural selection do its part. And I have some ulterior motives too. Obviously, I knew that this would make some crazy people die to try these supernatural things. So I'm using them as bait. I still haven't made contact with demons. And I want to. Meet some low-level ones, study them, dissect the bastards, and know what types of alarms they set off when they appear. I doubt very much that normal people without a clue of what they're doing can summon Mephisto or something like that, so no problem in taking care of a low-level demon. I also don't plan to let anyone be hurt, even if they're retarded. I need to test the effectiveness of the devil arm, Beowulf too. And the other motive? How the Ancient One and his acolytes or whatever operate. They would appear to take care of it, right? Till now, I haven't seen anyone succeed in summoning anything, not even an imp. Apparently is not enough to draw a pentagram with chalk and candles and recite some words in Latin. One of these days I saw some people that even sacrificed a goat. But they also are unsuccessful. Lilith. Beautiful queen of the succubus, hear my plea. I heard one of the boys says. No fucking way. It's because of this that men live less. They are risking their lives to bust a nut. Look, even Cassandra is showing a disgusted/disappointed expression. Shadow. I say, and she understands my command. She jumps in my direction and merges with my mantle using her power. Yeah, I can carry her like that. I have a portable Asian girl. Are you jealous? Creating a gust of wind, I erase all the candles that the boys light up. What? It's just the wind. Stay calm. Someone says, but his voice trembles. I told you guys, this is a bad idea. I make the place go even darker and use illusions to make the shadows dance, and strange noises appear from all directions. Mommy. Some of them sob. And then I fall behind them with a thud. All the phones turn to me with their flashes on. Boo. I said normally and all of them screamed like little girls. After sending the idiots/teenagers home with a scolding, I even talked with their parents to ground them for a time. I decide to end the hero business for today. Well, at least they have a cool story to tell. Master, I finished that investigation that you asked me to double-check 6 times. Cortana's voice talks to me. And I found nothing about him. I really don't think that he exists here. Is her conclusion. I'm still not convinced. I want to be sure. I will go to the station and we can check together one last time. I say. Dropping Cassandra home, I go to my station. Sitting in my chair on the central computer, I say to Cortana, show me. Innumerable screens appear with information about people. All of them have something in common. I checked all Robert Reynolds from not only the United States but also from the world. Even the ones that just have been born. I check people with similar names like Bob, Bobby, and the list goes on. The man that you described doesn't exist. Robert Reynolds, the arguable strongest hero, maybe being, of Earth. The Sentry is as much a good character as a problematic guy. His power level is ridiculous and fluctuates depending on the story. He is like a plot device. And there's no shadow of him here in this universe. With means nothing, because his origin story is weird. The Sentry is a very new character. Really new. Like, he is created in the 2000s. But they wrote him like his was always there. How? He and Reed, yes, always Reed, erased him from the memories of everyone, even from himself. He did it because of his other personality, the Void. Robert Reynolds is just a normal guy that stumbled on a super-juiced version of the super soldier serum, yes again, always the serum, and gained the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. Okay, cool. He is another Superman. He even has an S on his suit. Wrong. He is more complex than that. The serum multiplied everything from him to absurd levels, including his heroism and dark side. So he has another personality, the Void. That is cool to read about, but not so cool to exist in my universe. And a gender-bend version of him. I asked Cortana or Roberta Reynolds. And did you study Reed's steps in the last years? Something weird. Lacking. Not adding. I ask seriously. I investigated myself and found nothing, then I passed it to Cortana to comb through everything more carefully. Nothing found too, Master. Reed's actions since his gained powers have been monitored and he did not suspicious. Cortana says, is this man that dangerous? She asks. Yes. Absolutely. The type of guy that makes me think of killing him just to avoid trouble. But he would come back. So I would need to take his power. But then, the problem will be on me. How my Void would be the birth of my darkest night if I absorbed Sentry powers. Yep, nothing risking it. Would you lose? She asks curiously. His power level is higher than mine, for now. But I can win if I explore his unstable mind. Or help him. There's this option too. The black file titled, Golden Good Guy, is the contingency plan against him by the way. I say. I reclined in my chair to contemplate. He really doesn't exist. And I'm not even talking about the Sentry, Robert Reynolds doesn't exist either. This makes sense. I have this theory that when Robert drank the serum, he absorbed almost all the alternative versions of himself in the multiverse. So he only exists in 616 and in some others universes. He exists in the Ultimate Universe, but that version is a joke close to the main one. And because of this, his powers are infinite. And because of this, he has such a dark side, because statically half of our versions will be evil. But I'm in the Marvel multiverse that I read in my previous life. I could be in another. There's no end if I start thinking like that. Let's just rest this case for now. But, please pay attention to this, Cortana. I said before standing up to go home. We'll be done, Master. Midtown High, the next day. Well. Looks who's come back. Is Little Goblin Jr. I sat in the class waiting for it to start and saw Harry Osborn entering as if nothing has happened. It's more common for me now to use my duplicate powers to do something else while in class. If Eidolon never appears during school time, don't will be needed a genius to figure out he is still in school. Little Harry looks well. After he appears, his friends surround him to ask about, well, everything apparently. I look to my side and see Peter looking worryingly at his childhood friend. But it appears that he hesitates in going to talk with him while the popular kids are there. Well, I will just continue programming my games in peace. I discovered that I like to do this. Something that Hector would like. Wait, is that MJ2 with a meta and still human t-shirt? I hope the meta problem doesn't become part of the woke culture. And became some sort of trending or popular thing to be part of it. Ugh, is a progress at least. Hector's residence. I'm watching some people arguing about how Eidolon is a bad influence on the kids, just after watching a reportage of how Captain America has been talking with the president to help the veteran situation in America. Shago and Helena are with me. I and Helena have been talking about how things are in her universe about this social political stuff. And Shago doesn't care and is on her phone. These children look up to him and will imitate his harmful behavior and ideas. A woman says, she is some sort of pedagogue. Why are you putting everything on Eidolon? Idols and celebrities influence children since forever. Why are you only talking about him now? Another woman defends me. Go for it, girl. No one has this level of influence before. So, what is your point? Do you want to censor him? Say him to stop. Or demonize everything he says? He has his ideas and everyone will hear them, exactly because of his level of influence. Now is the job of the parents to police what their children learn and explain that this is okay and this is not okay. But, I haven't seen Eidolon saying a bad thing yet. Oh ho ho. Do you think that those things he talked about relationships and sex aren't a bad thing to talk about knowing that children will listen? What? Is Idolin a kid's cartoon character and I don't know about it? He talked about these things in a TV show that was transmitting beyond the hour when kids are still awakened. He is talking to adults. Again, is the parents' job to control what their children learn? When they're old enough, when the parents judge that they're old enough to learn about these things, they will allow it and can even enter with their own points. Damn, completely destroyed. Some people still have brains, there's hope in the world. Well, is easy to defend me. I haven't been wrong till now. Listen to this, if Idolin can change his body freely, including in animal forms, that means that he embodies all humanity fetishes. Shago reads something on her phone and laughs. This is gross. And humanity surely loves sex and violence, huh? I comment. I'm not going down Zeus' path, the guy has issues. I mean, the Greek pantheon is full of weirdos. All gods have weird stories. Even if I live for a long time, and assimilate many characters, I don't think that I will start doing weird/gross things. I already draw the line. Shago continues reading something. Idolin only has a body count of 1 because it's hard for him to lose, including his virginity. Okay, that one is good. I admit. Another thing that became a hot topic, even more than my views in politics and social questions, is the woman that stole Idolin's heart. There are all types of theories. That she is dead. Killed by some mutant hate group and is the main reason that I fight for the metas. That she is an alien that I had a passion in the past, but she needed to go back to her planet. Because of this, I know so much about the universe. People like this version. There are all types of bullshit fanfics that she's shipwrecked here on Earth and I take care of her. A romance bloomed and the residential tis cliché. People really like gossip, huh? And when you will tell us about her? The woman capable of breach all you defenses. Shago asks while looking at me with a side eye. I don't react to her provocation. She is another one interested in it. Too much I would say. She always keeps nagging me about it. I think she is jealous in some weird way. Let it rest, Shago. Helena says to help me. She probably thinks it's some serious thing. Ah, come on, talking about this can help. Shago pouts. There's nothing much to say. She is from another universe. I said world before just to don't complicate things. I reveal. I talked about a lot of secrets, but there are things that I believe the world is not ready for and I don't want to overwhelm them too much in this first interview. Multiverse, cosmic entities, the Celestials. These topics are very much above the normal people that are even more useless for them to know, for now. You guys know that beyond bringing things from other universes, I can also go there. So I met her, ended up happening. End of the story. Maybe if I go back there we would just be friends. Maybe she already moved on. I say, there's no great love story or something like that. I say with finality. This annoys me. Nagging am annoyed again. The constant nagging about it. Because I always remembered about it or is because Kana maybe moved on. Damn. I'm that possessive. I look at Shago intensely, even making her a little uncomfortable. What? She asks defensively and crosses her arms over her chest. Nothing. I say and turn to the TV again, but I'm not watching. Relationships. I always avoid thinking too much about this. My modus operandi is, don't chase, let it happen. Because there's really no need for me to chase it. Don't want to blow my own horn, but with everything that I am and have, relationships will come easily. Will be maintained easily. That's another story, and because of this I avoid the drama for now. I used my power to see the future in myself. I only used it once, just to be a North. And I'm curious. But it's not that useful. I only see fast images, not clear. But I know that some things will happen, don't know when will happen though. I don't want to become a slave of this power, like Contessa from Worm. I know that before 1 year pass, I will. Fight shadows in a medieval castle. Go to space, another planet. Go to a giant library. Fight in a coliseum full of screens. Fight a dinosaur, I think. Be engulfed in a sea of fire. Fight Thor again, probably as a spar, but this is Marvel, who knows. Meet Sinister and many other villains that I recognized. Go to Asgard. Important things, you know. But I saw not so important things. I saw myself being straddled by Shago. Her long black hair falls to cover our faces while she kisses me. I saw myself kissing the neck of a redhead. Don't know who. I saw a head of blonde hair going very deep on my crotch. A small lithe body sits on my lap while I play with her breast and lower lips. I don't know who again. Looked young and had black hair. Me kissing a pale and toned stomach before going even lower. A kimono is pulled in the feet of a woman. A more muscular, but still feminine body. And many other things are 18. I sigh again. I will fucking make a harem. That's it. Is inevitable. But how I will manage it? Must be only my summons, right? I don't see the women from here accepting sharing. One of the reasons that I don't chase the ones from here. If I need to choose between a monogamous relationship with a woman that can cheat on me. Yes, I'm still traumatized by the writers from Marvel. Or a harem of super loyal babes from all around the Omniverse. Oh, what a hard choice. Is weird. Is it a fake relationship? Maybe. And also why I don't did a move, yet. Let's work it properly. Do it right. Maybe I should take Shago on a date. So. Who is prettier between me and her? Shago's voice cuts my thoughts. Is this your focus, woman? I mean. The great impenetrable fortress that is Hector did a one-night stand with someone. The guy who has an iceberg in the place of his torso and adamantium as his heart. She must be a goddess. She says exaggeratedly. I decide to ignore her, but she doesn't stop talking. Try to guess how Kana looks or other things. I sigh and suddenly turn on her direction. Shago. I say slowly and in a low voice. I put my hand on her cheek and look at her directly in her eyes. Her eyes widen in surprise. I give her a smirk with thousands of hidden intentions. I can feel Helena looking at us while eating snacks like she is watching a show. I look at her lips, the message clear. She also looks at mine. I can feel her heartbeat increasing. Say parts her lips slightly. I snuggle her face with my hand and pass my thumb over her lips. Zip. And closed it with sticky fingers, exclamation point. Returning to my previous positions calmly, I see Shago go from dumbfounded to pissed to outraged in a second. HMNP, HMP. I think she is cussing at me. Best power ever. I hear Helena saying, holding back her laughter, give me a copy. Now. While Shago tries to strangle me, I just calmly watch TV. Oh, master. Cortana's voice warns me at the same time that I notice it. She sends the footage directly to my retina. Advantages of our union. Sorry, Shago. I say, standing up and becoming Eidolon. It appears that I have a date with another green-skinned woman. I say just to make her mad and disappear. If she could talk, she would have screamed. Only after I'm very far away that I release the power of sticky fingers on her. Third-person POV. Some minutes earlier in the Baxter building. In one of the rooms of the famous building of the Fantastic Four, Jennifer Walters is still in a coma. Her situation stabilized since the blood transfusion from her cousin Bruce Banner. No side effects are shown till now. And everyone is just waiting for her to wake up. And she is waking up. But the side effects are showing. She starts trembling slightly, nothing that is out of the normal. But then it starts growing strong. Now her trembling is like convulsions. The medical devices beep and alert that something is wrong. In another part of the building, a notification of the situation is sent automatically to Reed's phone. But he is occupied and focused on his project. The same notification is sent to Susan Storm's phone too, but she was in the elevator almost getting out of the building. Instantly she presses the buttons of the elevator to it to go up again. While waiting, she hesitates in calling Bruce Banner. Can be a problem to worry him without her knowing what is going on. She then sent a message to Ben, to him to go check out. He must be closer. Ben Grimm dutifully goes to Jennifer's room to check on her. Opening the door, what greets him makes his face fall. Oh. He says. The bed is ceding to the weight of the occupant. Jennifer is bigger now, and has grown a foot more or less. Her hair is more voluminous. She is more muscly now. And she is green. She trashes around for a bit before falling to the floor. She moves around a little, but this little made her strongly crash into the wall, making her even more annoyed. Her hands go to her head, covering her ears, and she kicks the ground, jumping and hitting the ceiling. She falls in her back and kicks again, hitting another wall with her head. Jen. Are you there? Ben asks cautiously. A Hulk can put anyone on guard, even the Thing is worried. Most for the building and the people in it, truly. His words make her turn to him. But it's like she isn't even seeing him. Her mane of hair covers her face, and she growls with a hand in her heaf like she is in pain. Calm down. He said. Poor choice of words. She advances toward him, faster than he expected. Even him trying to resist, he is launched through the wall like it is made of cardboard. They, together, pass for 1, 2, 3 walls till they're out of the building, many floors above the ground. When they start falling, a force field tries to stop them. Invisible Woman finally arrived. She tried to contain the two brute heroes in a force field bubble, but the intense fighting make it tremendously difficult. Sweating, she steps on an invisible platform and starts going down while holding the two. She can at least control the fall. Invisible Woman finally released the two on the ground, and maybe because Jennifer is more active, she grabbed the thing and simply throw him in a random direction. She almost crazily starts trashing everything nearby, turning cars, destroying electricity posts. Susan again tries to contain her in a much more small bubble. HNGG. The Invisible Woman valiantly put the effort to hold down Jennifer, but is useless in the end. The Green Woman breaks free and identifies Susan as some sort of danger to her, and she goes to the attack. Arg. Jennifer tries to pound Susan on the ground with her two hands balled in fists, but the Invisible Woman stops the attack with another shield. But Jennifer is relentless and doesn't stop to try to hammer the blonde woman down. Boom boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. Every clash makes shockwaves and cracks a little the shield. Ugh. The Invisible Woman groans in pain while she is forced to the ground with every attack. Jennifer throws her two hands to the sky, concentrating strength on her arms, and prepares to give the final. Aerg. She screams and goes to attack. But instead of completing the attack, she is yanked back suddenly. Eidolon simply pulled her hair by the hair and swung her on the ground like a doll. Boom. Are you okay? He turns to Susan. Eidolon. Yeah. I am. I'm okay. She responds, still a little shocked. Situation. He asked calmly, even if already knows everything. She is Bruce's cousin. She just transformed. You need to help her. Susan exclaims, trying to convert the situation and say that Jennifer is not an enemy or villain. I see. Eidolon turns to the rising up Green Woman. Her medical gown is in tatters, exposing too much. Eidolon's shadow grows unnaturally and a mist portal wraps around Jennifer, like the ground is swallowing her. I will take care of her. I will bring her back intact. Eidolon says to the Invisible Woman while he raises his hand. Everyone that was watching and recording the whole ordeal started having problems with their smartphones. I just don't know when. He finishes before disappearing in the portal too. After some time, Ben, that looks completely unharmed despite being thrown from a huge distance, returns and looks around and asks, what did I miss? Susan groans and sighs at the same time. We need to call Dr. Banner. She is already having a headache. Eidolon POV Calca Canyon, Peru. One of the world's deepest canyons. Landing down on the ground after my teleport, I watch Jennifer Walters squirm in the ground. She looks extremely uncomfortable, maybe even in pain. Are you conscious? I ask calmly while approaching. The She-Hulk is famous for not having an alter ego, so what is the problem here? Or here is different. My voice appears to trigger her and she advances toward me. Her sloppy punch never connects. With an Aikido move she is flung in the air, spinning 3 times before landing heavily on the ground. I start using Somnambulist, Midnight Quirk, and a quirk that steals other people's stamina, one of Overhaul's men's quirk. Must be a little effective in calming her down. That's the first time that I deal with a Hulk. Obviously I have contingency plans. The easiest is simply yeet her into orbit. But I'm here to help her. I analyze her actions. Common first-time transformation problems. Oh. Sensorial overload. She was in a coma for some time and all of a sudden her bones, muscles, tissues, tendons and everything grows too fast. She is also hearing, seeing and feeling too much. I have some soothing powers. Let's try. Approaching her silently I say, I normally don't do this on the first date, but a mouth appears in the palm of my hand and I made it kiss her on the head. One of the effects of Recovery Girl's power is to alleviate pain. I use other miscellaneous powers to make her feel good and then I invade her mind with telepathy. Third-person POV Jennifer Walters is so confused. She doesn't know where she is. It's like she is in the middle of a storm where the world is spinning and many people are screaming. A sandstorm where she can feel every grain of sand assaulting her. Her irritation is through the roof. She has never been so angry in her life. After some time, things calm down. She feels like a relaxing breeze enveloped her and is gently guiding her somewhere and she is glad to follow it. The sounds start to be more recognizable. Peaceful sounds of nature, the type she put on her phone to hear to sleep. She finally opens her eyes. Finally awake, huh? Is not everyone that can receive a lap pillow from me? She hears a deep and smooth voice a little above her, you can repay this debt crushing my head with your thighs. She doesn't hear this last joke because she suddenly jolted off the ground and Eidolon purposefully said it in a low voice. Aya. Her horizontal jump ended up taking her too far and she falls to the ground with a bang again. Eidolon raises himself from his crossed legs position and just waits calmly for Jennifer Walters to do the same. Nice to meet you, Jennifer Walters. He decided to say, to show that he knows her. You're still green. He analyzes. The lawyer now She-Hulk rises and looks at him suspiciously and puts a horrible fighting stance. Who are you? Where I am. How do you know my name? She asks fast while looking around. Idolin. Calca Canyon in Peru. I know you because I know your cousin. Idolin doesn't hesitate to answer. You know my cousin. Wait. We are in Peru. Wait. Idolin who, she appears to be unsure in what topic to focus. Yeah, I know him. We fought together. Great guy. I brought you here because covers the requisites. I'm just a guy that's a hero for fun. He says. Bruce fought. What requisites? And a hero for fun. Really? She asks incredulously. Yes, it's my hobby. He chuckles. The requisites is a quiet and remote place for your safety and the safety of others. And you can ask him later. So I will go back. You're not kidnapping me. She probes. Idolin chuckles again. I'm not kidnapping you. I will take you back after helping you. By the way, I think you should look at your hands. Look at my hands. She mutters while looking down slowly. After she calmed down again. So you're saying that I'm now like my cousin? Jennifer asks Idolin. Similar but different. He nods. Yes, I can see that. All of this because of that blood transfusion. She looks unbelievingly. Well, you would be dead if not for that blood transfusion. Luckily you're compatible. I see. She stops and starts looking at some point in the ground without focus. She must be thinking about all implications of being a Hulk. Bruce's life is not easy. She naturally doesn't want something like that to herself. Idolin fumbles a little with his mantle before taking out something from under it. Here, wear this. Is a very durable spandex. He says and turns around. Wadash, she looks confused before looking at her state of dress. A half-destroyed medical gown. Only now she notices that Idolin was with his eyes closed all the time while talking with her. Embarrassed, she goes to wear the thing that looks like a one-piece swimsuit. Is white and purple, similar to her comic version, but different because it goes to the middle of her thighs, instead of being overly sexualized. And has long sleeves too, instead of allowing a side boob view. You can turn around now. She says after fighting with the suit. It looks good on you. Idolin gives the standard compliment without even changing expression. Thanks. Why do you have this thing for a female in my exact size? She asks with a raised eyebrow. Because I'm Idolin. And is spandex. Is everyone's size? He answers. Okay. She claps her hands. You can take me back now. Not yet. He starts but is interrupted by Jennifer. What? Why not? Are you lying before? Veins start to appear on her neck. Idolin tilts his head to the side while observing her. Take this. He throws something at her. A metal baseball bat. She reflexively catches it and the metal groans when her fingers sink in it like is made of dough! Idolin doesn't need to say anything. Like I said before, you're a danger. Unintentionally, but is the truth. He says seriously. She just keeps herself in silence and goes to bend the metal bat. The thing is like made of paper, being bent easily by her. She is so surprised that even drops the thing on the ground. You're stronger than you know. But don't worry, I can help you to know. Idolin says, before going back, let's go in simple training to better your control. And how we will do it? She asks. Idolin smirks, just a simple evening-long intensive training from Idolin. Will be easy. You have a healing factor. He says. Jennifer takes a deep breath and looks determined. Okay, let's get over it. You say that we can finish it today. Only depends on you. Okay. Let's start. Very well. First, let's familiarize ourselves with your limits. Idolin says while walking towards her. He raises his hand in a flick motion and, don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you. Boom, he flicks her, sending her clashing into a rocky wall hundreds of meters of distance. He leisurely floats towards her. Arg. What is that, you bastard? She gets out of the wall spitting sand and rocks. That hurts. Ouch. Did it really? He asks, raising an eyebrow. What are you talking about? It's obvious that she pauses and looks at herself, did not hurt. She murmurs. You're stronger than you know. He repeats himself. Punch the ground. He commands. She looks at him, but, my hand. She says in a low voice, worriedly of breaking her wrist or something. Idolin sighs and blurs. Reappearing in front of her, he grabs her arm and slams her on the ground. Did it hurt? He asks like is obvious. Ugh. Only my pride. She says while getting off the ground. Punch the ground. The ground is soft, Jennifer. To us. He orders again and this time she obeys. She punches, with a horrible form, but anyway it makes a huge crater on the ground. Oh oh ho ho. Jennifer is surprised by her own strength, even a little excited. Cool, huh? Idolin asks, arriving at her side. Yeah, she is smiling. Imagine if it's a car with a family of 4. Easily turned in a canned tomato sauce, he says with a tone of voice that matches her excitement, but the mental image is too gruesome. She makes a face, ugh. Why do you have to say something like that? She puts her hand on her mouth. Because can be an easy reality if you're not CLLLLL. Imagine it. And maintain this only in the imagination. He says, pointing to his head, will be a good mental block for now. Mental blocks can be bad if you need to fight a strong opponent, but is a good immediate solution for her. And being a Hulk, when she gets angry no mental blocks will resist. So Idolin is not worried. Now, let's take away your normal human sensibilities. He says and grabs her wrist. What do you mean by the ah? And he flung her to the sky. So far away that she disappears into the clouds. This is more fun than I thought would be. Maybe I really have some affinity for being a teacher. Idolin says to himself before following Jennifer that is vertically flying. She screams at the top of her lungs. At some point, almost leaving the atmosphere, she reaches her highest point and starts falling. Her screaming, which stopped for a moment, starts again. Idolin appears at her side upside down and speaks annoyingly calmly to her, calm down. You will not get hurt. She looks to the ground that is so distant, I will obviously get hurt. And don't tell me to calm down. She tries to grab him, but he maintains himself out of her range, annoying her even more. You're an asshole. Relax, I will catch you. He says. Seriously. No. Arg. Boom. She finally falls like a bomb. While getting out of the crater furious, she sees Idolin landing on the ground with the grace of a feather. She breathes heavily. Huff uf. See. You're not hurt. He says with a smile. This only makes her even madder. With a growl, she launches herself against Idolin. And he easily again redirects the attack, making her crash to the ground. Strength without purpose is useless. He says, calm down, Jennifer. Remember the problem that your cousin has because of anger. Are you gonna let this control you too? He says while holding her in submission. She growls and breathes heavily, but in some minutes she starts to calm down again. Okay. Okay. She says between deep breaths. Idolin finally releases her. Now to the next step. You will like it. He says. I doubt it. I hate you already, by the way. She murmurs. He only smiles at her. Raising his arms so that they became horizontal to the ground, he says, punch me. What? Punch me. Time to test your strength against me. I will also teach you some basic stuff on how to properly control it. Are you serious? She asks incredulously. Yes. She starts grinning and even cracks her knuckles. Now this. I like this. She advances, asshole. She gives a battle cry while going to punch Idolin's chest. He only shakes his head and rolls his eyes. So childish. He says in a low voice. New York, front of the Baxter Building. Hours later. A black mist portal is open on the sidewalk of the Baxter Building. From it Idolin and Jennifer get off. Idolin looks pristine as ever. Not even a speck of dust taints his figure. Jennifer on the other hand. She is a little dirty, her hair is a mess that she tries to control, even being a little successful, and she is rolling her shoulders and groaning. Ugh. You left me all sore. Why do you need to be so rough? She pouts and smirks at him. The two are a little closer now. They spent hours together after all. Idolin as always ignores her. She then notices the people around her, they are taking off their phones to take pictures of them. She looks a little self-conscious now. She can't turn back to normal, no matter how hard she tried. She is uncomfortable a little from the attention. Idolin waves at some fans that shouted his name. Wave too, Jennifer. He says. Why, she asks but raises her hand all the same. Some loud gasp are heard from her action. Without losing time Idolin enters the building and she follows him. You didn't make a first good impression. Now you showed that you are a rational Hulk. He answers her. Oh. She understands and makes a surprised face before smiling broadly. You're a surprisingly nice and considerate guy, huh? She elbows him. He ignores her and only says, strong enough to destroy a brick wall. Ugh. She groans. To help her control her strength, Idolin is always saying the destruction that would be caused by her actions. Is effective, but annoying. They take elevator together like normal people. So. Do you have a girlfriend? She asks half joking. Idolin doesn't react initially, no. He ended up answering. Oh, as expected. You're so grumpy. She says. Maybe yeet her into orbit was not a bad idea after all. Ping. After the doors of the elevator are opened, they walk to one of Reed's labs. Is there that Idolin can see that everyone is assembled. Opening the door to the lab, they saw Susan, Ben, Bruce, and even start talking. The three looked worried and nervous. Reed is there too, but he is leaning over one of his machines, stretching himself. The opening of the doors attracted the attention of everyone. Bruce. Jen shouts. Jen. The doctor exclaims. And then taking a good look, Jen. Yes. It's me. She says and goes to hug her cousin. Don't crush him. Idolin's calm voice is heard before they make contact. Jennifer stops and carefully gives small taps on Bruce's shoulder. Idolin. Banner greets. Dr. Banner. Everyone. He nods 2 times. Jen. How? Why? Wah wah. Bruce stutters while looking at his cousin. You're nice, huh? And she strikes a pose. You don't have another personality. Is it really you? Ben and Susan ask respectively. So not another Harlem. Cool. Stark says. Remarkable. Reed comments, so you're fully aware, Ms. Walters? Yep. Totally. But how? Damn. Is this jealousy that I'm feeling? Bruce frowns. Share your secret, please. He jokes afterward. Hee hee. No idea, sorry cousin. Maybe is my feminine side. She shrugs her shoulder. All women are bipolar, so. Jokes aside. Idolin interrupts the laughs. While Ms. Walters here don't have another alter ego like Dr. Banner. She can't turn back. Wait, really? Banner frowns. Yes. We win some, we lose some. Jennifer says with a sad smile. We should study it more deeply. Reed comments. If we can take Banner's ability to turn back and Jennifer's control and fuse to you too, will be perfect. Ben resumes the situation. Would be the ideal. But the priority now is to acclimate Ms. Walters to her new powers and life. I hope you guys can do it. I could only help with the basics. Idolin says. Look at you. Miss Walters, I thought that we are closer than that. She puts her arm over Idolin's shoulder. He as always ignores it. Damn, I'm tall now. You're so small, Susan. Heh. She laughs. She is now 6 feet 7 inches, and she only had Idolin's 6 feet 4 inches height as a comparison till now. Seeing Susan and the rest makes her realizes that she grew a lot. At this moment, Human Torch passes through one of the giant open windows. I come the fastest that I could. Johnny Storm says. Susan rolls her eyes. I called you hours ago. The fastest I could. But some girls are so slow and. He starts, but Susan raises her hand to stop whatever gross thing he would say. Oh hello, beautiful. Johnny says to Jennifer, giving her a lewd once over. Susan facepalms in embarrassment. Susan. Permission to slap you, brother. Jennifer says. Denied, for now. Susan sighs. Hey, Idolin. Johnny greets enthusiastically. Idolin nods at him. About that interview. You said that I am overeager. Not cool, man. Look. And he starts talking, but Idolin interrupts. I have things to do. 2 last things. Ms. Walters. Refrain from sexual intercourse for now. Human Torch here remembered me of it. Idolin says. Jennifer raises her eyebrows. Obviously, only you can judge your own control. But remember that there are involuntary muscle contractions too. He says and grabs a metal pipe on a table. And squeeze it till became very thin. All men groan and wince in pain in unison. Okay. Jennifer says, a little put off by her own capability of castrating men unintentionally, but would be no problem if the partner is strong too, right? She smiles salaciously while bringing Idolin even close. She even winks at him. Was she like that before? Idolin asks the mouth agape Bruce. No. So, some sort of behavior change can be a side effect of the transformation. Some loss of inhibition and increased confidence. Be mindful of it. Idolin says professionally. My personality changed. Jennifer frowns while looking at her own hands. Maybe a little. Idolin answers second. Why are you building a portal to the negative zone in the middle of New York? Idolin massages his temples and looks tiredly to Reed. Everyone looks to Mr. Fantastic weirdly. The man himself eyes widen for a moment before he talks. So is really possible to go to this subspace and negative zone. Eidolon size, a dimension of negative matter. By the way, your calculus doesn't consider that the matter modulator would have problems by the lack of positive matter on the other side, making it form a small singularity to stabilize the space between the two dimensions. Eidolon explains, this would suck everything nearby in an area of 20 meters. I can almost smell this being a plot of some Fantastic Four adventure. Someone is caught on this and they go to rescue. Ugh. He thinks. Negative zone. And how do you know it? Stark asks. I started a portal like this some time ago, but stopped in the planning phase. Apparently there are life forms on the other side, so no need to go there for now. He explains. It's true that he himself started projecting one portal, but is simply not his priority at the moment. And he can always cheat with D4C. But you doing this in the middle of New York? He admonishes, seriously, buy an island or something. Eidolon sighs. We lack funds for an island. Susan comments. Eidolon looks at her. Must be hard for you. He says, imagining how she handles these people. Her brother and Reed. She smiles, catching his meaning. Eidolon goes to say his farewell but notices something. He looks at Susan. Her heart is beating a little faster and her pupils dilated slightly. Hell nah. Don't look at me like that. He thinks. Well. Bye. He passes behind a machine and disappears. In truth, Susan can be considered a sapiosexual. Someone that is attracted to intelligent people. Ambitious and hard-working people too. And Eidolon falls into all of these categories. So is not weird for a small crush to form. In truth, the number that Susans in the multiverse that stay together with Reed is not as high as expected. Most of the Reeds are part of the Council of Reeds. So is not weird if Reed is just a little more workaholic than the 616 version, their relationship would stay stagnant. But this is not something that Eidolon wants to deal now. In the laboratory, sometime after Eidolon left. Tony Stark left a little later, after he talked with Reed a little about a partnership in some projects. Bruce stayed to talk with Jennifer. They're calling you She-Hulk already. Johnny comments showing his smartphone. Jennifer frowns, don't like it. Hulk came from bulk, right? I'm not bulky. She says. Susan looks at her. Well. You are. She laughs. This. Jennifer passes her hand through her body, is thickness. I'm thick now. So calls me She-Thick. He jokes. Ha. I think will not be popular. Susan says. Is true that you went around almost naked, Jen? Johnny asks. Oh God. I was literally but naked. She raised her hands to her head, my life is destroyed. Relax, check it out. Johnny says, showing his smartphone again. There's footage of the She-Hulk. But strangely nothing R18 is shown. He shows another footage and again nothing interesting is shown. Everyone is like that. People reported that their phones were locked for some time and some videos are deleted. Human Torch says. Eidolon must have done this. Susan arrives at the conclusion. He censored dozed of phones remotely. He is the enemy of men. Johnny comments make him earns a slap on his head. Well. Look at that. It appears that I can still marry. Another thing to thank him later. She-Hulk says before smiling mischievously, or reward. She pokes the side of Susan full of innuendo. Susan blushes a little. Okay. I really don't need to hear that. Bruce says. Hello there. A chapter showing the MC Train OF thoughts, worries, works and other things. Setting the ground for the next arcs. And She-Hulk, huh? See. She is not perfect here. So easy to make her more fun and likable. You like the little that you saw of her. Disney contracts me. Next chapter, the weighted X-Men visit. By the way, tomorrow January 23rd is my birthday, send me wishes of health so that I can continue write this story. Bye. Till next time.